Yi Kong, a man who once died in despair on Earth, awakens in a new world with a mysterious fishing system. For 10 long years, he's done nothing but fish by the bitter sea, yet every day his cultivation automatically rises. From Chi refining level 1 to Chi refining level 3000, his power now surpasses comprehension, though no one believes it. To the Star River sect, he's just a lazy salted fish who catches pheasants and naps all day. To Yi Kong, life is peaceful, until one day, a peerless beauty in red appears before him, reborn as an empress, now kneeling to call him master. Yi Kong, disciple, can you stop making your master worry for just one day? Empress Lin Yao Yao, impossible. My master is only at the Chi refining stage, he's just pretending. There's no way he's a peerless expert. But every time she doubts him, the world trembles. When the sky itself fears his fishing rod, and gods vanish under a single strike of his hammer. She finally realizes her so-called lazy master might just be the true ruler of heaven and earth. Chapter 1, The Empress Becomes a Disciple. Lianyun Continent, Star River Sect. Yi Kong, dressed in white, sat quietly by the bitter sea, fishing. The bitter sea was of course not a sea, but a small lake on the Carefree Peak, one of the 9 peaks of the Star River sect. After Yi Kong became the master of Carefree Peak, he renamed the small lake Bitter Sea and spent his days fishing. Uncle Yi Kong. A sword-robed Taoist flew over on his sword. Uncle Yi Kong, the sect master and the 8 peak masters are holding the Ascension Conference, and invite you to select disciples. The Ascension Conference was the Star River sect's disciple selection event, and every year a large number of mortals came seeking immortality. Understood. Yi Kong remained motionless, fishing. A hint of sarcasm flashed across the sword-robed Taoist's face, thinking, what's the point of you going? It's not like any disciples would want to join your Carefree Peak. If your father wasn't the previous sect master, would you be able to serve as peak master with your Chi refining cultivation? Then this nephew will take his leave. The sword-robed Taoist floated away. Yi Kong glanced at him indifferently, then withdrew his gaze and thought to himself, system, bring up the fishing panel. Ding, the host has been detected to have been fishing for 9 years and 265 days. It's been almost 10 years, and I still haven't broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Yi Kong sighed inwardly. He was originally an earthling who had spent all his wealth to make his girlfriend famous, but she hid it from him and got engaged to someone else, causing Yi Kong to vomit blood and die. He has been transmigrated for 10 years now. In these 10 years, there has been no music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. The system doesn't let him do anything, only fish in the bitter sea. He was happy to be idle and gradually became a salted fish. He can automatically break through a realm every day he fishes. Currently, he has already broken through to the 3550th layer of Chi refining. He doesn't know how strong he is now, but he just feels that the spiritual power of the entire Star River sect is not as good as a small part of what's inside him. Hey, it's been a long time since I've had meat. I wonder if that little phoenix in the desolate Forbidden Land has fattened up. I never thought that I, Lin Yao Yao, would have a day of rebirth. A red-skirted woman with peerless beauty stood in front of the Heavenly Sword Tower, muttering to herself. She was originally a quasi-emperor, but was harmed by a friend when breaking through to the emperor realm and fell in the burial emperor pit. Now she has been reborn into a wealthy family on the edge of the great wilderness and has the opportunity to join the Star River sect. Although this Star River sect is a small, broken sect, at least it can give me the identity of a cultivator. After I cultivate in this Star River sect for several decades, I will be invincible when I leave. Lin Yao Yao thought to herself. Silence. A majestic voice came. A white-haired elder wearing a Star River robe stood in the air, unconsciously emitting a faint pressure. The Great Tao has 3,000 paths, and you must choose a suitable cultivation method in the early stages of cultivation. My Star River sect's 9 peaks represent different cultivation paths. Once chosen, they cannot be changed. As soon as the white-haired elder finished speaking, there was a commotion below. We want to join Heavenly Sword Peak. Heavenly Sword Peak, please accept us quickly. Hearing the disciples' shouts, a young man on the Heavenly Sword Tower smiled slightly. Their Heavenly Sword Peak was the leader of the 9 peaks of the Star River sect. Nephew Changqing, Heavenly Sword Peak is the most popular every year during the Ascension Conference. The Wanhua Peak Master said with a charming smile. The young man calmly pinched a falling flower, squinted his eyes, and said, since ancient times, the strong have been respected. The young man glanced at Carefree Tower and sneered when he saw that there was no one on it. What's the point of keeping such a useless peak? Chen Shangqing got up, gently flicked the flower in his hand, and suddenly sword intent swept across, soaring into the sky. Wow! How amazing, who is he? A female disciple exclaimed. Ha, that's the strongest of the younger generation of the Star River sect, senior brother Chen Shangqing, known as the sect's little sword god. I must enter Heavenly Sword Peak and learn the way of the sword from senior brother Chen Shangqing. A group of disciples rushed to Heavenly Sword Peak to sign up, which made the other peak masters envious. After all, the more genius disciples they receive, the more resources the peak can obtain, and the strong peaks become stronger. There's no way Heavenly Sword Peak produced a sword god in the previous generation, and now Chen Shangqing has appeared, suppressing the younger generation with a single sword. We have to admire it. The Dan Peak Master sighed beside the Wanhua Peak Master. Lin Yaoyao frowned slightly, watching a group of people pour into Heavenly Sword Peak. She sighed and turned to leave. There are too many people, which will affect her cultivation. In less than half an incense stick of time, the Ascension Conference was over, and the Great Elder stood in the air, announcing the number of disciples on each peak. Heavenly Sword Peak, 1,200 people. Hiss! The Peak Masters gasped. This Ascension Conference had only 2,000 disciples, but Heavenly Sword Peak accounted for more than half of them. Wanhua Peak, 113 people. The Great Elder continued to read. The Wanhua Peak Master's pretty face was a little unsightly after hearing this. Carefree Peak, 1 person. Carefree Peak, 1 person? Everyone present was shocked. Wasn't that Carefree Peak already a waste peak, without even a little bit of cultivation resources? Why would anyone join Carefree Peak? Everyone looked towards Carefree Tower, and their eyes lit up. Beautiful. A red-skirted girl stood quietly in front of Carefree Peak, with peerless beauty. Chen Shangqing's attention was also drawn to this side. This red-skirted girl, at first glance, is like a delicate rose, with colorful petals. Looking again, the girl's face seems to have a faint majesty, with the nobility of an emperor and the elegance of a green lotus. Two different kinds of beauty are combined in one body, extremely tempting. Chen Shangqing's eyes were fiery. He coughed and said calmly, "This girl, the Carefree Peak Master, is only at the chi refining stage and cannot guide you. How about you come to my Heavenly Sword Peak?" Wow! The acting Peak Master of Heavenly Sword Peak, the little sword god, would actually take the initiative to invite a female disciple? The expressions on everyone's faces were wonderful. The beauty of that woman actually moved the little sword god? Lin Yaoyao was slightly stunned. She just wanted to find an ordinary mountain peak to cultivate, but she didn't expect to attract the attention of others. Why is this Carefree Peak so useless? But it's good that it's useless. No matter what she cultivates, no one will disturb her. In a place like Heavenly Sword Peak, being pestered by some flies all day long, how can she cultivate the Emperor's technique? Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but this little girl has made up her mind and wants to cultivate the profound yellow art of this Carefree Peak. Chen Shangqing's face froze. He didn't expect that this girl would reject him. With his status, he only needs to crook his finger, and I don't know how many people would be his dogs. Girl, senior brother still has a sword child spot here, won't you consider it? Chen Shangqing continued. Sword child? There was another uproar in the crowd. The sword child is one of the inheritors of Sword Peak. I don't know how many disciples are desperately cultivating just to get the position of sword child. That means a lot of resources for cultivation, a meteoric rise. Yo, junior nephew has taken a fancy to that woman and is willing to use a sword child spot. The Wanhua Peak Master said with a charming smile. Chen Shangqing's face was calm, looking down at Lin Yaoyao. He wanted to see Lin Yaoyao kneeling in front of him. Junior sister doesn't care about cultivation, she just wants to travel around every day, fish, cook, and has made up her mind. Lin Yaoyao refused calmly, her beautiful face full of peace. She knows that once she goes to Sword Peak now, she will probably be in constant trouble. At that time, she might have to serve tea and water to Chen Shangqing. Just thinking about it makes her sick. As for the little sword god, give her a few months to cultivate, and she can suppress him with a wave of her hand. Are you not giving me face? Chen Shangqing's face became ugly. Since he started cultivating, who has ever disobeyed his wishes? Today, a small disciple, in front of the peak masters of each peak, actually dared to refuse him again and again? Chen Shangqing was about to explode when a lazy voice suddenly came from outside the square. Junior nephew Chen, why are you snatching my carefree peak disciple? A white-clothed youth, with a pale face and somewhat unsteady steps, walked slowly, carrying a colorful pheasant in his hand. Hey, I'm so tired, killing a little phoenix almost killed me. Yi Kong threw the phoenix on the ground and stretched. I have a friend series, who opened a book called You Monk, Why Do You Get Stronger When You Break the Rules, which is also a brain-hole fantasy. Friends who like it can move to see it, don't spray if you don't like it. Heh, who do we have here? If it isn't Uncle Master Yi Kong. Chen Shangqing emphasized the words Uncle Master. Yi Kong, as the master of Peak, was of a higher generation than him. Every time he saw him, this ungrateful guy would call himself Nephew Master. What did he rely on? His 10,000-year-old qi refining cultivation? When did I, Chen Shangqing, ever have such a weak Uncle Master? Looking again, that guy was staggering after only catching a small pheasant, utterly disgracing the Star River sect. Chen Shangqing, with an arrogant and displeased expression, said lightly, Where did Uncle Master catch a pheasant? Are you not injured, I hope? As soon as he said this, the disciples held back, wanting to laugh. Would the Master of Peak be injured catching a pheasant? Does the Star River sect have such a weak peak master? Yi Kong looked helpless, glanced at Lin Yaoyao, pointed to the pheasant on the ground, and said with a smile, Nephew, Uncle Master didn't expect it to have some cultivation, it almost injured me. A pheasant with cultivation? Is it qi refining? First level, or qi refining second level? The disciples' faces flushed red, and some couldn't hold back and laughed like pigs. This peak master is really funny. Lin Yaoyao was very satisfied, her eyes shining brightly. With such a trash peak master, it would be much easier to study under him. No need to worry about being seen through while cultivating. Heaven is helping me. Uncle Master is really in high spirits. Chen Shangqing said in a sarcastic tone. I have a bottle of rejuvenation pills here, how about I give it to Uncle Master? And, Uncle Master only needs to send that disciple to me, and I will give Uncle Master an extra foundation establishment pill. Hearing Chen Shangqing's words, Lin Yaoyao immediately became uneasy. This unreliable peak master, wouldn't he sell me out? Yi Kong looked ashamed and shook his head, Thank you for your kindness, nephew, but the foundation establishment pill is useless to me. Not to mention foundation establishment pills, Yi Kong had tried all kinds of pills, but he just couldn't establish his foundation. The system didn't issue any tasks either, just let him fish, and he didn't know when he would catch anything. Pfft, what terrible talent! Chen Shangqing was amused by this Yi Kong. You can't do anything with this kind of useless person who doesn't listen to reason. He turned his gaze to the great elder, wanting to snatch her away, but the great elder shook his head at him. When the 10-year competition comes, and your peak has no one, I will ask the Supreme Elder to make the decision and remove you from your position as peak master. Thank you for your concern, nephew. Yi Kong nodded and said to Lin Yaoyao, Little girl, come with me. Little girl, this emperor's age is enough to be your ancestor. Okay. Lin Yaoyao complained in her heart, moving her lotus steps and following behind Yi Kong. Lin Yaoyao looked at the white-clothed youth, seeing that he was useless except for being handsome. Today he is willing to give up the foundation establishment pill to protect me, I owe him a favor. Lin Yaoyao thought in her heart. The Empress's favor is simply a great opportunity. Be careful. Walking, Yi Kong suddenly staggered and was about to fall. Lin Yaoyao quickly went over to help him. She supported Yi Kong's shoulders, feeling the aura of another man at close range, and her eyebrows furrowed slightly. In her heart, a hint of killing intent flashed past. In her 2 lifetimes, no man has ever had such close contact with her. Thank you, girl. Yi Kong thanked her. Alas, spiritual power is overdrawn, I'll be fine after a rest. Truly a waste. Lin Yao Yao sneered in her heart. May I ask the girl's name? Lin Yao Yao. She replied indifferently. Lin Yao Yao, what a nice name. Yi Kong sighed. Seeing Lin Yao Yao let go of his shoulders and kept her distance from him, he couldn't help but admire this girl a little more. It seemed that this Lin Yao Yao sincerely wanted to become his disciple, not because of his looks. Although her talent is ordinary, she is a good girl. Yi Kong nodded and smiled, and said seriously, since you have joined My Peak, then you will be my close disciple, and I will definitely teach you well and find the best cultivation resources for you. He just got a phoenix, and the phoenix treasure bone contains true phoenix essence and blood, just enough to baptize his disciple. Okay. Lin Yao Yao nodded on the surface, but became more disdainful in her heart. What resources do you have as a chi refining cultivator? Catching pheasants? Being able to accept this emperor as a disciple is a blessing that you can't get in 10 lifetimes. If you serve me well now, I will protect you on the immortal path in the future. While complaining in her heart, the two came to Peak. Even if Peak is not good, it is one of the 9 peaks of the Star River, and it is extremely vast. Yi Kong pointed to a peach mountain next to Peak and said with a smile, Yao Yao, I just built a thatched hut on Peach Mountain a few days ago, you can live there first. As he said that, Yi Kong raised the phoenix cub in his hand and said, Didn't I hear you say that you like to cook, why don't you roast this thing? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Kong immediately slapped his forehead. No, master forgot, this thing contains spiritual power, ordinary flames can't roast it, it needs to be roasted with spiritual fire. You are only at the 6th level of chi refining, and you haven't cultivated My Peak's profound yellow art, so your spiritual power definitely can't keep up. Thank you, master, for your concern. Lin Yao Yao was almost amused by her master. She had already broken through to the 6th level of chi refining. With her imperial skills, it was not a problem to deal with foundation establishment cultivators. You, a little guy in the chi refining stage, said that this emperor's spiritual power is insufficient? Look at what you can do. Are you going to roast pheasant, or are you going to roast phoenix? Why don't you go to heaven? You should go and practice the profound yellow art first, and I will prepare foundation establishment items for you and prepare you for foundation establishment. The profound yellow art is a very powerful technique. Every time you break through a level, the spiritual power in your body will double. You will be invincible in the chi refining stage. Thank you, master. Lin Yao Yao took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. This master always treats trash as treasures. You are small, your pattern is small. What's the use of doubling your spiritual power? Chi refining is only 9 levels, how far can you double it? Can you still cultivate to the 10th level of chi refining? Okay, go ahead, I will give you your identity token later. Yi Kong waved his hand, signaling his disciple to go down and practice first. This disciple is shy and doesn't talk much. It can be seen that she just came to Peak, and when she saw her Peak master, she was so enthusiastic and gave her so many benefits, she was so excited that she lost her mind and didn't know how to express it. Maybe, as soon as she returns to the thatched hut, she will put down her restraint and roll on the bed happily, her eyes full of little stars, and she will say things like, Master is so good to me. What a little girl, Yi Kong smiled knowingly. First roast the phoenix, and after roasting, refine the true phoenix bone to prepare foundation establishment items for my precious disciple. Inside the carefree pavilion. Spiritual energy was like a vast ocean, transformed into spiritual fire, roasting the phoenix meat until it sizzled. All the energy essence was extracted by Yi Kong using spiritual fire and condensed within the meat. Drops of golden phoenix oil, like divine liquid, dripped down, containing massive amounts of energy. So fragrant, so fragrant. Yi Kong tore off a phoenix leg and took a big bite. The meat was tender, chewy, and incredibly fragrant. The spiritual energy in my body has recovered, no need to absorb the Star River Sect's spiritual energy anymore. Yi Kong was very happy. After all, 3 years ago, when he went out for a journey, he encountered a promising young man in black, and had a fight with him, returning to cultivate and absorb all the spiritual energy of the entire Star River sect. Truly ashamed. Knock knock. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Master? Master? Lin Yao called out from outside the door. This master is really unreliable, promised to give herself an identity token, and then disappeared. Lin Yao was a little worried that something had happened to her master. After all, although this master liked to act like an expert, he was quite good to her. She still had to look after him. Oh, it's Yao, what's wrong? Yi Kong grabbed the little phoenix and opened the door, his mouth full of oil. Master, I came to ask about the identity token. Lin Yao said, her gaze suddenly stopping, fixed on the little phoenix in Yi Kong's hand. Fragrant. It was really fragrant. Lin Yao swallowed hard. Even as a female emperor who had enjoyed countless delicacies, Lin Yao had never seen such fragrant roasted chicken. This master, although very useless, has good cooking skills. Master, can I have a taste of this roasted chicken? Lin Yao said, a little embarrassed. A powerful female emperor, asking a small qi refining cultivator for roasted chicken, was hard to say. Ah. Yi Kong was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Disciple, you can't eat this roasted chicken yet, you can't refine the energy it contains. The phoenix essence was refined by himself, all gathered in the roasted meat. Lin Yao eating a piece would cause her dantian to explode. A hint of imperceptible disgust flashed in Lin Yao's eyes. Master, it's fine if you're greedy, but couldn't you find a better excuse? It's just a pheasant, how much energy can it contain? Besides, we are both in the qi refining stage, why can't I refine it if I eat it, but you can? Just because you are the useless peak master of Carefree Peak, spending all day fishing? I understand. Lin Yao nodded. Seeing that his disciple looked a little depressed, Yi Kong's heart softened. He took out a jade bottle, carefully squeezed a drop of divine oil from the phoenix skin and flesh, and dripped it inside. You, just give a drop of oil? And lick a tiny bit every day? How can this master be so stingy? No wonder Carefree Peak has only had me as a disciple for 10 years. Lin Yao sighed, forget it, this is also good, I will cultivate peacefully for 10 years, and after becoming invincible, I will leave Carefree Peak. When the time comes, I will catch 10,000 of these pheasants for you, you old codger. Let you know what strength is. Lin Yao's head was full of black lines, and she turned to leave. She seemed to have already foreseen the master's excited and overwhelmed appearance. When she came to the edge of the bitter sea, she looked at the jade bottle in her hand and mocked herself, I am not worthy to eat such good things. She threw the jade bottle into the bitter sea and went back to Peach Mountain to cultivate. The jade bottle slowly floated, and after a while, floated to the center of the bitter sea. A huge dragon carp swam over, looking at the jade bottle, its big eyes full of curiosity. Thump! It used its head to nudge the small jade bottle, playing with it happily. Poof! The bottle stopper was nudged open, and a drop of golden divine oil flowed out. Because the essence was all refined by Yi Kong, the dragon carp didn't feel anything, and seeing that this thing was too stinky, it turned and swam elsewhere. The divine oil continued to float on the surface of the water. A leaf floated over, and on the leaf, there was a small black ant. The little black ant was trembling, clutching the leaf tightly. It was extremely hungry, and seeing a drop of oil next to the leaf, it sucked it into its body in one gulp. Delicious. Satisfying. Buzz. Its body began to tremble, as if a river was being poured into its body. The little black ant's body instantly exploded. However, at the moment of explosion, it seemed as if a phoenix cry rang out, and the flesh and blood around it began to reorganize. Phoenix Nirvana. Its body swelled violently, exploded, reorganized, swelled, exploded. After repeating this thousands of times, the movement within the little black ant's body finally calmed down. Its cultivation level, from qi refining, broke through all the way to foundation establishment, and finally stopped at golden core. One drop of divine oil, instantly becoming golden core. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation was about to begin. descending upon the bitter sea. Yi Kong, who was enjoying a phoenix leg, heard the thunder outside and said impatiently, "Go away, go strike someone else." All the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be soaring into the sky, to extinguish the tribulation. The heavenly thunder was even more intense, rumbling a few times, seemingly extremely dissatisfied with the provocation of this little cultivator. Then the tribulation clouds dispersed. The little black ant had completed its evolution. Its body was still so small, but a single horn grew out of its forehead. Heavenly Horn Ant. Bloodline awakening. The little black ant obtained an opportunity, looked in the direction of Carefree Peak, and bowed deeply. Its thigh shook, and immediately a sonic boom was heard, and the bitter sea set off a wave. It bounced away, returned to the ant nest, and prepared to prosper the family with the ant queen. Not long after it left, the peak master of beast taming Peak came riding a crane, looking at the bitter sea, his eyes full of surprise. He said to the immortal crane under his seat, "Are you sure you just sensed the aura of an ancient ferocious beast here?" The immortal crane nodded in fear. The peak master of beast taming Peak was even more puzzled. "Strange, I also seem to sense the aura of thunder tribulation just now. Why did it suddenly disappear?" "Search carefully, this Carefree Peak has been deserted for a long time, maybe some strange beast has awakened. If found, his beast taming Peak will definitely see its strength skyrocket." The next morning, Yi Kong, well-fed and well-rested, got up to fish. Ding, congratulations to the host, for fishing out the third special item. Special item, it's actually a special item? Yi Kong was very surprised. In these years, he had fished out a total of 2 special items. One was a hammer, the system said it was the heaven-opening hammer. Yi Kong was originally puzzled, didn't Manga use an axe to open the sky? Why did it become a hammer? When Yi Kong got the second special item, he understood. This is a sword manual, I estimate it is a divine rank sword technique. The changes in sword intent are already endless. Since it has no name, then it will be named Star River Reincarnation Sword, just right for my disciple to practice. Thinking, Yi Kong finished today's fishing and walked towards Peach Mountain. The peach leaves are the sharpest, the master comes to pass on the Tao. Walking not far, Yi Kong suddenly discovered that in the peach pond at the foot of Peach Mountain, there seemed to be a graceful woman bathing. Lin Yaoyao slipped off her red dress, revealing her jade-like smooth shoulders. Her long, dark hair cascaded down naturally, exposing her jade feet and slender, fair thighs, an incredibly alluring sight. Occasionally, peach petals drifted onto her shoulders and into the pool, adding to the beauty of this peerless woman. Her beauty was unmatched, her appearance unparalleled. Who is it? Lin Yaoyao suddenly became alert, quickly putting on her red dress and looking beyond the peach grove. Ahem! Yi Kong walked over with a slightly embarrassed expression, holding a yellowed ancient book in his hand. The aura of a scholar. These 4 words flashed through Lin Yaoyao's mind. Years of fishing, coupled with his already somewhat handsome features, gave Yi Kong a unique scholarly air, causing Lin Yaoyao to be momentarily stunned. It seems the soul fusion wasn't comprehensive enough, this emperor is actually experiencing some girlish thoughts. Lin Yaoyao quickly regained her composure, a hint of anger flashing across her pretty face. May I ask what brings master here? If you dare to use force, with your chi training stage cultivation, I can suppress you with one hand. You still want to test this emperor? Don't you even look at this emperor's talent? If I told you, it would scare you into questioning your life. Lin Yaoyao sneered inwardly. Reporting to master, this disciple spent the entire night and has already cultivated to the 5th level, Lin Yaoyao said calmly. In fact, she had already cultivated to the 7th level, but she didn't say it, worried that she would be too flamboyant. She only wanted to show off her talent appropriately, enough to get more cultivation resources. At the same time, she was afraid that this cheap master would be stimulated and his Tao heart would be damaged. After all, she had heard from her fellow disciples in the Ascension Ground that the cultivation methods of the 9-star river peaks were all obscure and difficult to understand. Even for disciples with outstanding talent, being able to comprehend 1 level in a month was already very good. 1 night? 5th level? Yi Kong was stunned for a moment. This disciple, her talent is a bit too poor, isn't it? Seeing that her master was shocked by her, Lin Yaoyao became even more disdainful in her heart. You mortals are just mortals. If I were to tell you that I have actually cultivated to the 7th level, wouldn't this master be so surprised that his jaw would drop? Maybe he would immediately turn around and become this emperor's disciple. This disciple didn't sleep all night and suddenly entered a meditative state, fortunately gaining some insights, Lin Yaoyao explained. Her meaning was that she was able to comprehend the 5th level because of a sudden enlightenment, a coincidence. She didn't want to discourage her master. After Yikong heard this, his expression froze again. Is this disciple's talent really that poor? She only comprehended the 5th level because of luck? Does the Xinhuang Sutra require comprehension? Isn't it something you can learn just by looking at it once? If I weren't so lazy and read books so slowly, I would have learned it all in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Yikong sighed helplessly. Forget it, after all, this is his first disciple since he transmigrated. It is also the first cultivator he has had in-depth contact with since transmigrating. Your talent is alright, Yikong suppressed the urge to criticize his disciple. Master, you don't have to hold back, your expression is about to give you away, Lin Yaoyao thought helplessly. She didn't blame her master. After all, she was destined to be a great emperor. This master was ordinary and unremarkable. Compared to her, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. Since you say you have cultivated to the 5th level, then I will test you to see how well you have understood it, Yikong continued. He wanted to see if there were any areas where his disciple hadn't understood properly, to help her fill in the gaps. All right. Lin Yaoyao nodded on the surface, but sneered inwardly. This master must not have even cultivated to the 5th level himself, and is using the excuse of testing me to secretly learn my insights. That's right, it must be like this. Lin Yaoyao understood in her heart, but didn't expose him. After all, her master was quite pitiful. As a peak master, he was still only at the chi training stage, and would even get injured catching a wild chicken. Too pitiful. Thinking of this, she cleared her throat, her red lips slightly parted, and she said softly, Master, the Xinhuang Sutra emphasizes the transformations of Xin and Huang. The first 3 levels mainly discuss how to absorb spiritual energy from the world, while the subsequent levels discuss how to open up the spiritual sea, so that spiritual power doubles with each breakthrough. Among these, the most difficult is how to circulate the transformations of the Zhou Tian. Lin Yaoyao explained very carefully. After an incense stick's worth of time, she finally explained the cultivation method clearly. Alas, I hope that after listening to my insights, Master will be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage soon. Not bad, Yikong nodded. Although this disciple's understanding still has flaws, it's already not bad. After all, she's just a little girl. He took out the scroll of the Star River Reincarnation Sword and solemnly handed it to Lin Yaoyao, instructing her. This is the unique sword. Technique of my Xiaoyao Peak. You must take it and cultivate it well. Do not pass it on. If it is lost, I'm afraid it will cause turmoil throughout the entire continent. Yikong had already read it before coming, and it was indeed a divine technique, and a bit difficult. In some places, he had to use the heaven-opening hammer to fully comprehend it. You must know that the heaven-opening hammer is a heaven-opening divine artifact, a chaos treasure. Giving someone a hammer strike can enlighten them, granting them a aptitude no less than that of an innate Tao fetus. Afraid of what? Lin Yaoyao scoffed. This broken sword technique, even if you gave it to this emperor wouldn't want to practice it. Any sword technique this emperor randomly takes out would be 1,000 times better than yours. Lin Yaoyao was amused by her master's solemnity. Don't worry, master, I will definitely not pass it on, Lin Yaoyao said weakly. Yikong changed the subject. This sword technique is slightly difficult, divided into 7 levels in total. If you can't comprehend it, there's no need to be sad. Sad your hammer. Lin Yaoyao curled her lips. This master really hasn't seen much of the world. Today, I will let you see what it means to be a great emperor. Suddenly, Yi Kong's expression changed slightly as he looked towards the peak of Xiaoyao Peak. You continue to cultivate, I'll go first. Yi Kong left in a hurry. Lin Yaoyao looked at her master's back with a strange expression, her big eyes blinking. This master, perhaps he was enlightened by me and is rushing to break through to a higher realm. I wonder if his understanding is thorough enough and if he will become possessed. Alas, why does this master make this disciple worry so much? Lin Yaoyao sighed and began to look at the sword technique. Anyway, I have nothing to do. It's fine to practice it casually, at most it will waste a little bit of this emperor's time. Xiaoyao Peak Hall. The formation that Yi Kong had casually set up was gradually cracking. He could sense that an extremely terrifying aura was about to descend here. If he hadn't set up the formation, the entire Star River sect would probably have been crushed into powder by this terrifying aura. This intense killing intent, is it here for revenge? Yi Kong narrowed his eyes. He had been transmigrated for more than 10 years and didn't have any enemies at all. They were all hammered. Crack! The speed at which the formation cracked became faster and faster. Outside the space passage, there was a huge Dharma idol that seemed to be about to descend here. It roared earth-shatteringly, Lin Yaoyao, you can't escape. Enemies? Alas, why does this disciple make this master worry so much? Yi Kong picked up the heaven-opening hammer. Your Excellency, guessed correctly. That woman's remnant soul escaped from the burial emperor pit. A thunderous voice echoed outside the burial emperor pit. A giant held a bronze mirror, tracing back to the source. If I kill that woman, I'll have accomplished a great deed. Tuoba's eyes, like bronze gongs, were filled with murderous intent. He raised his giant axe, pinpointed the space where Lin Yaoyao was, and was about to shatter space to get there. Suddenly, he saw a young man on the other side of the space, smiling at him. That smile sent shivers down the spine of this near-emperor realm powerhouse. In Tuoba's horrified gaze, Yi Kong directly picked up the heaven-opening hammer and smashed it down. In Yi Kong's space, it was just a simple swing of the hammer, seemingly ordinary. However, on the other side of space, it was as if 9 heavens of stars were falling, the earth was cracking, the laws were shattering, and an unimaginable force struck the chest of the giant's Dharma form. Boom! With a deafening roar, the giant's Dharma form was instantly smashed into dust. Tuoba didn't even have time to cry for help. Sleep, sleep. Yi Kong yawned. Good. Child, sleeping is the most important thing. Heavens, what kind of swordplay is this? Lin Yaoyao's delicate face was filled with shock. Having lived 2 lives, she had never seen such profound swordplay. This has already transcended the heavenly rank and reached the legendary god rank, right? How could that cheap master have such profound swordplay? Lin Yaoyao put everything down and couldn't wait to start practicing, starting to comprehend the first level, Crescent Moon. Time passed bit by bit. As she inhaled and exhaled, it was as if a crescent moon was rising, the moon will like a hook, bursting with extreme sword intent. Clang! Lin Yaoyao used her hand as a sword and suddenly pointed at a boulder on Peach Mountain. Crack! The sword intent crisscrossed, and the entire boulder was cut into countless tiny stones. This sword technique is too terrifying, it can severely injure a foundation establishment cultivator with one strike. Lin Yaoyao's beautiful eyes flickered with brilliance. Breakthrough, Qi Refining Level 7. In more than 10 hours, she not only cultivated the first level of the sword technique but also broke through to Qi Refining Level 7. Alas, if Master knew that my talent was so outstanding, wouldn't he be so angry that he would vomit blood and die? Lin Yaoyao felt a faint sense of sadness. However, this Star River sect, I didn't expect it to have the rumored god-rank swordplay. It seems that the inheritance is extraordinary. Could it be that there are hidden experts in this Star River sect? Lin Yaoyao thought about it carefully and felt it was impossible. Hidden experts, aren't they the kind who spend their days traveling around, fishing, and catching pheasants? This Star River sect doesn't have that. As for Master, he's purely a 10-year-old Qi refining failure who has given up on himself. How can he be compared to a hidden expert? As Lin Yaoyao thought, she slowly stepped into the peach pool, preparing to wash away the sweat from her body. Beast Taming Peak. Shin Shou, the peak's disciple of Beast Taming Peak, was playing with a colorful parrot. "It's okay, don't worry about the carefree peak's peak master." Shin Shou waved his hand, finding spirit beasts is the top priority. Disciples obey. Watching the disciples retreat, the colorful parrot kept calling, "Priority, priority." As it called, it turned into "Gonna be over, gonna be over." Carefree Peak. Yi Kong had a good sleep, waking up only when the sun was high in the sky. He took his fishing rod, preparing for a new day of cultivation, but found that the bitter sea was quite lively. Several disciples from Beast Taming Peak were riding sea beasts, swimming back and forth, occasionally diving into the water. What are they looking for? Do they want to kiss the old tortoise? Yi Kong cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, nephews, the tortoises in the bitter sea have completed mating, no need for the nephews to help." The disciples on the sea beasts immediately turned dark. But they quickly adjusted their state and continued searching as if they hadn't seen Yi Kong. Yi Kong was a little speechless. Are these disciples so diligent that they are eager to mate all the old tortoises in the bitter sea? Alright, stop harming my tortoises. Yi Kong picked up the fishing rod and whipped it towards the disciples. Pa! 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 The disciples were caught off guard and were whipped with bloody marks on their faces. The purple-robed deacon in the lead was whipped into the bitter sea. "You, what are you doing?" The Beast Taming Peak disciples roared. A small chi refining cultivator actually dared to attack them? The purple-robed deacon stood on the surface of the water, his face full of anger, and the surrounding spiritual power began to roar. He seemed to want to attack Yi Kong. Yi Kong stood calmly on the shore. He was a little strange. Carefree Peak has always been indifferent to the world, and the disciples of each peak avoid this place. Why are they all coming to hunt for treasure today? Isn't it not the mating season for tortoises yet? Want to fight? This seat will stand still and let you hit. Yi Kong quietly looked at the purple-robed cultivator. If he dared to attack, the fishing rod in his hand would immediately let him understand what it means to be cool and soaring. The purple-robed deacon's anger was even greater, but after all, reason prevailed, and he sent a message to the peak's disciple. "Peak's disciple, should we attack that trash?" The peak's disciple coldly replied, "Don't you want to die? Come back quickly." The purple-robed deacon sent a message, "Peak's disciple, he is only chi refining, what can he do to me?" The peak's disciple replied, "I'm saving you, what if you are too heavy-handed and kill that trash?" Crushing Carefree Peak is as simple as crushing an ant. The purple-robed deacon finally came back to his senses. After all, he was a foundation establishment cultivator, and that trash was only chi refining, injured even when catching a pheasant. He must be trying to scam me. The purple-robed deacon looked at Yi Kong, his eyes full of the taste of "I see through your conspiracy," waved his sleeves, and snorted coldly, "Go, let's go." After saying that, he led the Beast Taming Peak disciples away. Yi Kong's face was full of suspicion. There is no such thing as a free lunch. These people are coming over, there must be something fishy. He released a little bit of spiritual power, instantly covering the entire Carefree Peak. Within Carefree Peak, even the crawling of an ant could not escape his perception. Taking a bath, this disciple is too lazy, taking a bath again? Yi Kong shook his head helplessly. At this moment, he found an ant nest with an abnormal situation. Yi Kong gently stretched out his hand and grabbed a black ant with a unicorn, instantly grabbing it into his palm, shivering. This has awakened its intelligence? Yi Kong's eyes narrowed. Unexpectedly, this Carefree Peak actually has a primordial ferocious beast that has returned to its ancestors. Yi Kong took out the heaven-opening hammer and gently smashed it on the little ant. Bang! The little black ant shivered suddenly, looking blank. Wrong, wrong. The heaven-opening hammer can enlighten people, and it can also make people more stupid. Yi Kong hammered the little black ant a few more times, and finally, on the last time, the little black ant's eyes lit up and bowed to Yi Kong. It's still a bit wise, from now on you will be responsible for guarding the gate of Carefree Peak. Yi Kong said lightly. Having lived 2 lives, the only thing he seeks is this peace and tranquility. The little black ant kicked its legs hard and bounced out like a flea. In the time it took to kick its legs, it came to the front of several beast-taming peak disciples. The scenery of this carefree peak is very good, it would be nice to make it our spirit beast garden. The purple-robed deacon said with emotion. Before the others could speak, the purple-robed deacon felt a black dot enter his eyes. Bang! A huge force struck his face, and his entire body flew out, his teeth shattering. Who is it? The beast-taming peak disciples roared. Bang, bang, bang. They only saw a black line flash before their eyes, and then they were beaten with bruised noses and swollen faces. Quick, quick, report to the peak's disciple, we were beaten by the ants of Carefree Peak. Yi Kong was sitting and fishing when he saw a black line flash before his eyes. Several storage rings and precious jade pendants appeared in front of him. Not bad, you even know to collect spoils of war, Yi Kong praised. From the storage rings, he took out a blackened tortoise shell and rewarded it to the little black ant. This is the treasure bone of the little black tortoise. It contains its innate divine power. Eat it and see if you can comprehend it. The little black ant's eyes lit up, and it instantly climbed onto the tortoise shell and began to gnaw at it, kakaka. Before long, its body glowed, and it disappeared in front of Yi Kong. The art of turtle breath concealment. Good fellow, you've even broken through to the nascent soul stage again. Go play by yourself, but don't leave the boundaries of Mount Xiaoyao. I'm going to see how my disciple is cultivating. From now on, I'll call you Little Black. Yi Kong put away his fishing rod and walked towards Peach Mountain. Now, besides fishing every day, he had one more task, teaching his disciple. Peak Lord Fingzi, we're not lying. It was a black ant that beat us up. The purple-robed deacon said, on the verge of tears. Trash, trash. The colorful parrot squawked. Shinsho stroked his chin with his left hand and teased the parrot with his right, muttering to himself, if it's true, then that little black ant may have awakened its bloodline. Mount Xiaoyao is truly lucky. Peak Lord Fingzi, what should we do? The purple-robed deacon asked. According to the sex rules, that spirit beast is an unowned object, and all peaks are qualified to compete for it. If other peaks got wind of the spirit beast, they would definitely try to snatch it. Shinsho shook his head and said, don't make a fuss for now. Don't alarm the people from other peaks. Let's secretly capture it first. A ferocious beast that has just awakened its intelligence can only reach the foundation establishment stage at best. As a golden core cultivator, capturing it will definitely be a piece of cake. Shinsho thought to himself. Inside the peach pool, tiny, illusory dragon shadows swam around Lin Yaoyao's jade body. She was cultivating the emperor-level technique, the Nine Dragons Overlord body. I didn't expect that this Nine Dragons Overlord body would complement the minor profound yellow art. It seems I made the right choice in choosing Mount Xiaoyao. Lin Yaoyao's jade body was filled with clear light as she completed a cycle of breathing. At this moment, she heard her master coughing again. She quickly put on her red dress, her beautiful hair flying, and drops of crystal water flowed from her alabaster-like skin, her eyes clear and cold. Is this master spying on her again? Disciple, how is your cultivation going? Yi Kong asked with a straight face. Do you know that your enemies have chased you all the way to Mount Xiaoyao, yet you still don't cultivate properly and just soak in the bath all day? Lin Yaoyao didn't like being spied on, so she said coldly, I have already completed the first layer of the remaining moon. The first layer? Yi Kong was stunned. Lin Yaoyao saw the surprised look on this useless master's face and sneered inwardly. This cheap master probably hasn't even entered the threshold after cultivating for 10 years. Lin Yaoyao's pretty face was very calm as she said indifferently, Disciple's talent is lacking, please give me some guidance, master. Yi Kong's face immediately darkened. I know your talent is lacking, but why are you so self-righteous? Can't you just lower your head, admit your mistake, and act cute to beg your master for forgiveness? Lin Yaoyao looked at her master's dark face and found it funny. She deliberately said this to strike a blow at her master, who always acted improperly. If you weren't so handsome, this Empress would suppress you with one hand. Lin Yaoyao snorted softly in her heart.
Then how many sword intents have you comprehended? Yi Kong asked, suppressing his anger.
Master is starting to steal my techniques again under the guise of testing me. Lin Yaoyao thought to herself. Although she was complaining, her master had taught her such a powerful technique, so she naturally had to reciprocate and impart it to her master. Lin Yaoyao pretended not to know anything and said to Yi Kong, Master, the first layer of the remaining moon has a total of 999 sword intent variations. Each one traces back to the origin, all being crescent
moon, splitting moon, and chasing moon.
The more Lin Yaoyao explained, the tighter Yi Kong frowned. She was a little helpless. After all, this was a god-level technique. Even if she explained it, her master probably wouldn't understand.
Alas, my master is too ordinary. Lin Yaoyao sighed. Is that all? Yi Kong asked with a frown. That's all. Master, if you don't understand, do you want me to explain it to you again? Yes, Lin Yaoyao nodded. What you've comprehended is just this little bit that you've explained? Yi Kong asked rhetorically.
The remaining moon itself is the foundation for cultivating the galaxy reincarnation sword. The first layer of sword intent variations has at least tens of thousands of variations, and you've only comprehended 999. Why do you look so smug?
A little? Is this still a little? If you don't understand, are you saying that I'm holding back on you?
Lin Yaoyao was provoked by this useless master again and said coldly, Disciple's aptitude is limited.
I wonder how many sword intents master has comprehended. How many have I comprehended?
Naturally, infinite sword intents. Yi Kong didn't say a word and used his finger to draw a 0. 0 represents the closed loop of reincarnation sword intent variations, which is the embodiment of infinite sword intents.
Do you understand? Yi Kong said indifferently.
Lin Yaoyao was almost laughed out loud by Yi Kong.
0 sword intents? I say, Master, how can your skin be so thick? You haven't comprehended anything, yet you're pretending to be a big shot here? If you didn't know better, one would think you were an unparalleled expert. Understood, Lin Yaoyao nodded. Remember, you must not reveal Master's secret, Yi Kong instructed.
He just wanted to hide his strength and be a salted fish in peace. Don't worry, Master, I won't reveal your secret, Lin Yaoyao nodded.
If Master loses face, she loses face.
If the other peaks knew that Master hadn't comprehended even one sword intent, it would be a great embarrassment.
That's it then. I won't blame you either.
Cultivate with a calm mind and comprehend the sword intent thoroughly as soon as possible.
Yes, Master.
Seeing her master leave with a flick of his sleeve, Lin Yaoyao felt a little wronged.
This master, I explained it very clearly, but you couldn't comprehend it yourself, and you're blaming me? Alas, there's no way around it.
Master has been alone on Mount Xiaoyao for so long, so it's normal for him to be eccentric and have a strange personality. Lin Yaoyao felt that she was very considerate and could perfectly understand her master's state of mind.
Master, don't worry.
After this disciple breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, I will definitely help you break through to the foundation establishment stage as well. A strange light flashed in Lin Yaoyao's beautiful eyes.
She suddenly thought of a plan. The useless master becoming a god plan.
1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days later.
Mount Xiaoyao, at night. Figures in black clothes sneaked in. Act according to the plan. Team 1, use the secret concoction of tranquilizers I prepared to knock out the peak lord of Mount Xiaoyao to prevent him from activating the formation. Team 2, quickly search for the whereabouts of the spirit beast. Qin Shou whispered, do you understand?
Understood, understood. The colorful parrot on his shoulder squawked.
Night gradually deepened. Absolute silence reigned over Mount Xiaoyao.
Led by the purple-robed steward, the first squad swiftly infiltrated Xiaoyao Hall. Yi Kong was pondering his second special item when he suddenly looked up, a helpless smile gracing his lips.
Release the sleeping gas.
The purple-robed steward ordered. Several disciples from the beast-taming peak quickly lit several sticks of sleeping gas, using Shufang magic, to propel the smoke through the cracks of the door and into the main hall. The hall was instantly filled with a grayish-white smoke. Yi Kong took a few breaths, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It smelled like cigarettes from his previous life. How did they concoct this? Yi Kong felt a surge of joy. He put down the second special item, stood up, and began practicing Tai Chi. In his past life, he loved smoking while practicing Tai Chi. He felt as if he were floating on clouds, a peerless master. Ha! Why is he getting more energetic? The purple-robed steward said in surprise. Increase the dosage quickly. Senior brother, this dosage is enough to knock out all the female gorillas in the gorilla garden, one disciple said. It's fine. Increase the dosage. At most, it'll make him sleep for 10 days or half a month, the purple-robed steward said firmly. Half an incense stick later. Yi Kong was still practicing Tai Chi, and with vigorous movements. One disciple asked in confusion, Senior brother, did we grab the wrong incense? Master Fengzi's sleeping incense is known to knock people out with a single whiff. He's been puffing away inside for so long. It seems we did, the purple-robed steward said, on the verge of tears. He picked up a stick of sleeping gas and lit it in front of the disciples, preparing to test it out. The disciples leaned in for a sniff and immediately began swaying. Thud. They all collapsed. By the bitter sea. Shinsho pulled out a golden alms bowl from his crotch, searching around. Is the restriction formation set up? Shinsho asked. Don't worry, Peak Master. We've set up a barrier formation around the area to isolate the aura. Even if that ferocious beast screams its head off, it won't matter. They had prepared meticulously this time, smearing themselves with the beast-taming peak's special beast repellent powder, which could effectively block the perception of demonic beasts. It's this ant nest. No mistake. Shinsho lit the sleeping incense and dug open the ant nest. He clearly saw a small black ant inside, hugging an ant queen, fast asleep. With the hand speed honed from years of being single, Shinsho lifted the golden alms bowl and covered the small black ant. Buzz. The golden alms bowl trembled, a burst of golden light flashing, transforming into a sphere. Ha, this golden alms bowl is my treasure. It can trap nascent soul ferocious beasts. Shinsho was overjoyed, picking up the golden alms bowl, ready to run. Little Black was shaken awake by the movement of the golden alms bowl. The ant queen in its arms was filled with fear. Little Black's face showed anger. Its ant claws fiercely struck the golden alms bowl. Clang! With a loud bang, the golden alms bowl slipped from his hand and flew away. A futile struggle. Shinsho sneered. My treasure is powerful, isn't it? Little Black's expression grew even angrier. The blood energy around its body condensed, and it threw another punch. Crack! A crack appeared in the golden alms bowl. As Little Black continued to strike the golden alms bowl, cracks spread everywhere. Finally, it turned into a burst of golden light and shattered. My treasure! Shinsho's heart was bleeding. His eggs were broken. Not having time for further lamentations, Shinsho only felt several black lines flash before his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. He felt countless powerful forces striking his body, as if he were about to fall apart. The other disciples from the beast-taming peak also cried out in agony. Help! Help! The disciples of beast-taming peak shouted. But because they had set up a restriction formation earlier, nothing could be heard outside. Fengzi quickly released the restriction formation. Shinsho didn't speak. He was being kneaded into a ball by Little Black, used as a ball to kick. Shinsho, hurry! Anxious disciples directly shouted Fengzi's full name. Ah! Ah! Don't kick me there, Ant brother! The group of disciples screamed until dawn. Yi Kong had another good night's sleep last night. Cultivators themselves don't need to sleep, they use all their time to cultivate. But cultivation was useless to Yi Kong. He only needed to maintain his handsomeness and fish to break through. Alas, I wanted to be an ordinary cultivator, cultivating day and night, fighting ferocious beasts everywhere, seeking opportunities for breakthroughs. But this system just won't let me experience the joy of being an ordinary cultivator.
What kind of suffering is this? Yi Kong lamented.
Because of the profound yellow art, he felt that if his cultivation continued to break through, the spiritual energy of the entire continent would not be even 1/10 of what was in his body.
Don't sleep, get up. Yi Kong kicked the purple-robed cultivator's face.
The disciples of the beast-taming peak groggily woke up, startled to see Yi Kong.
What are you doing here? Yi Kong asked with ill intentions.
The purple-robed steward thought he couldn't tell the truth, letting this guy know that Mount Xiaoyao had spirit beasts. We were cultivating last night, and seeing the beautiful scenery of Mount Xiaoyao and seeing your uncle's handsomeness, we accidentally sleepwalked here. We'll take our leave now. The purple-robed steward hurriedly rushed back. Passing by the bitter sea, they found the restriction formation still there, immediately realizing something was wrong. They released the restriction formation and found Fingzi Qinshu and the disciples all wailing on the ground. Their voices were hoarse. Their throats had really been screamed raw, but no one came to save them.
Fingzi, let's go.
The purple-robed steward quickly lifted Fingzi and walked out of Mount Xiaoyao.
They never wanted to come here again. Isn't this the peak master of the beast-taming peak? Why are you all bruised and swollen? Have you encountered thieves? Coincidentally, Chen Shangqing was preparing to go to Mount Xiaoyao to visit Lin Yaoyao.
Qinshu was about to speak when the seven-colored parrot called out, "Qinshu Stolance, Qinshu's big treasure was blown up."
The seven-colored parrot had also been beaten, and its pronunciation was inaccurate.
To Chen Shangqing, it sounded like, "Qinshu stole people, Qinshu's big treasure was blown up." The little sword god Chen Shangqing was immediately stunned.
This Fingzi of the beast-taming peak went to steal people last night?
And his big treasure was blown up. Qinshu stole people, Qinshu's big treasure was blown up. The seven-colored parrot shouted at the top of its lungs. Many passing disciples, upon hearing this, revealed strange expressions.
Damn you! Qinshu cursed. This time, he had no face to see anyone.
Leaving the people stealing Qinshu, Chen Shangqing carried a long scroll in his left hand and waved a folding fan in his right, strolling to Mount Xiaoyao.
I wonder how Yao Yao is cultivating. What cultivation resources can Mount Xiaoyao give her? Chen Shangqing was very disdainful.
The long scroll in his left hand was a top-tier sword technique. Sword techniques and Shufang magic are ranked into Saint, Sky, Earth, and Yellow, with Yellow being the worst and Saint being the strongest.
Of course, there is also the legendary God rank.
And the long river sword technique he brought today is a profound rank, high-grade, 9th stage peak sword technique.
Just a woman who hasn't seen the world.
When she knows that Mount Xiaoyao can't give her any cultivation resources, and I can easily give her a profound rank, high-grade, 9th stage peak sword technique, wouldn't she take the initiative to undress and offer herself to me? Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining the 4th special item, Whip of Ecstasy.
Whip of Ecstasy can reshape bones and tendons, break shackles, and has the effect of turning decay into miracle.
Yi Kong felt the small whip that had appeared in his hand, and his handsome brows furrowed again. These days, the number of special items obtained was as many as those obtained from fishing in the past 10 years.
System, why am I always fishing up special items recently?
Ding, special reminder, the probability of obtaining special items depends on breaking the calm.
Breaking the calm? Yi Kong frowned and pondered, who is that breaking the calm? Is their skin fair? Is their cultivation high?
It's been a few days since I went to see my disciple, it's a good opportunity to test this whip of ecstasy on her. Chen Shangqing strolled along the edge of the sea of bitterness, shaking a folding fan, with a faint smile on his face. He walked to the peach house and saw Lin Yaoyao practicing swordsmanship, his eyes lit up. Perfect, this gives me a chance to show off in front of others.
Isn't it just swordsmanship? In this Star River sect, who can compare to me, the little sword god? Peach blossoms bloom on Peach Mountain, how many flowers come with spring? Chen Shangqing improvised a poem, with a beauty by my side, life is so carefree.
Lin Yaoyao heard someone howling like a ghost from afar. This kind of poem is simply an insult to her ears.
Junior sister, how has your cultivation been recently? Chen Shangqing asked gently.
Lin Yaoyao's pretty face was icy cold, without saying a word.
Chen Shangqing's smile froze on his face, and he quickly said, I see junior sister practicing swordsmanship. Would you like senior brother to give you some pointers?
Lin Yaoyao continued to dance her sword, unmoved.
Chen Shangqing's expression was displeased. Is this woman so arrogant? She won't shed tears until she sees the coffin.
It seems that I have to show my trump card. Junior sister, I have a sword technique here, inherited from the Star River sect, profound and unpredictable. Chen Shangqing said with an aloof expression.
Another ancestral sword technique?
Lin Yaoyao suddenly thought of the Star River reincarnation sword that her master had given her. As the little sword god of the sect, Chen Shangqing definitely has more resources than her cheap master. This sword technique must be more powerful than the Star River reincarnation sword.
Lin Yaoyao immediately became interested, and smiled sweetly. May I ask senior brother, what level of sword technique is it? She's hooked. Women are all like this.
Junior sister, listen carefully, this sword technique. Chen Shangqing revealed a profound smile, is the legendary Xian grade upper rank 9-stage peak sword technique.
A Xian grade sword technique?
Junior sister, this sword technique is very precious, I only have one copy in my hand. Being able to give you a Xian grade sword technique shows how sincere senior brother is to you.
She must be deeply moved.
Lin Yaoyao smiled without saying a word, and took the sword technique from Chen Shangqing's hand to take a look. It really is a Xian grade sword technique.
Trash.
Chen Shangqing looked at Lin Yaoyao's shocked expression, and was overjoyed again, smiling indifferently. Junior sister, this is the Xian grade sword technique, don't be too shocked.
Shocked, yes, this emperor is indeed very shocked.
This kid actually used a Xian grade sword technique to make fun of me.
Senior brother, this sword technique is too precious, junior sister dares not accept it.
After saying that, Lin Yaoyao turned around and walked towards the depths of Peach Mountain.
Get lost. Dares not accept it?
Chen Shangqing stood there in a daze.
Could it be that this is the first time I've given something too precious, scaring junior sister? It must be like this.
Alas, if I had known, I should have given a Huang grade middle rank 3-stage late sword technique. Chen Shangqing stood there, lost in thought. At this time, he saw his good-for-nothing martial uncle walking over, so he hid aside to see what his good-for-nothing martial uncle was going to do.
Even junior sister ignores me, what's the use of you, an unremarkable martial uncle?
Yi Kong heard the little sword god reciting
poetry from afar.
He didn't rush over, he just wanted to see what kind of medicine this martial nephew was selling in his gourd. Wanting to steal the cabbage in my garden, go eat shit. Seeing his angry beautiful disciple, Yi Kong chased after her and asked, Disciple, how has your cultivation progressed these days?
If it's not good, this master will have to spur you on.
Reporting to master, this disciple has already cultivated to the 7th level of Qi training. Lin Yaoyao said somewhat embarrassedly. In fact, she had just broken through to the 8th level of Qi training, but she didn't say it, it would be too much of a blow to master. Having broken through 2 realms in 7 days, Lin Yaoyao was a little afraid to face master.
Alas, where should master's old face be placed?
With such talent, if it were placed in the Star River sect, it would definitely shock the entire sect. But Yi Kong had never seen other cultivators cultivate, and what he thought of as cultivation was, anyone could do it.
Instantly, Yi Kong's brow furrowed. You are clearly at the 8th level of Qi training, why are you deceiving master? Yi Kong asked. This disciple, even if her talent is poor, she is also very lazy, deceiving me, wanting to muddle through. Master saw it? I used the emperor technique to hide my cultivation, how could master see it? Perhaps, when I was cultivating in Peach Mountain, master used a formation to peep at me. It must be like this. This master often peeks at me, he has ulterior motives towards me. Disciple didn't intend to deceive master,
I just broke through and misspoke for a moment. Lin Yaoyao explained, already feeling very speechless in her heart.
I lowered my cultivation level, it's because I don't want to discourage you. Look at how furrowed your brow is when you hear that I've broken through.
Yi Kong's brow relaxed slightly, and he accepted his disciple's pale explanation. He coughed and taught, Disciple, the road of cultivation is long, be sure to strengthen your Tao heart and be down to earth.
Cultivating for so long, only breaking through 2 realms, and still slacking off all day, soaking in the peach pond, can you be more down to earth?
Yi Kong was a little helpless. This disciple often bathes and plays in the peach pond. Could it be that she finds him handsome and wants to take the opportunity to seduce him?
Alas, it's all this master's fault. Down to earth? Lin Yaoyao was stunned. Isn't this master thinking that I broke through too quickly, and used some forbidden technique, hurting my foundation?
Alas, master, you don't understand what it means to have the bearing of a great emperor. Master, this disciple remembers your teachings. Lin Yaoyao said, biting her red lip as if she had been wronged.
Yes, do you know what you should do?
Yi Kong nodded, and winked at the peach pond on the side. He had to let this disciple remember, take fewer baths, this master is alone, beauty cannot tempt me. Women will only affect the speed of my drawing my sword. Lin Yaoyao's pretty face flushed red suddenly, her heart filled with shame and anger. This master is actually winking at me in broad daylight, wanting this emperor to bathe for him to see now. You lecher! Lin Yaoyao couldn't wait to chop Yi Kong with her sword. She said coldly, this disciple still needs to cultivate, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Lin Yaoyao turned and left, slamming the door of the thatched cottage shut. Yi Kong was stunned in place. This disciple, just because he scolded her for taking baths too often, she got angry? But on second thought, when he was this old, he also had a rebellious period, and loved to play.
Was he too strict with his disciple? Yi Kong frowned and reflected.
Teaching a disciple should have a method of teaching a disciple, being too harsh may have the opposite effect.
So what to do now? The disciple is ignoring him.
Children have to be coaxed, go prepare a small gift for this disciple.
Yi Kong sighed helplessly.
He was really unlucky for 8 lifetimes, his first disciple was so terribly talented and had a weird temper. The protagonists of other people's families all accept children of fortune as disciples.
Alas, could it be because I'm too handsome? It must be. Yi Kong knocked on the door.
Master, what else is there? Lin Yaoyao's cold voice came from inside. Disciple, open the door, this master is here to give you a gift. Yi Kong smiled, and raised the small leather whip in his hand.
This master is here to spur you on. Chen Chongqing felt delighted when he saw Lin Yaoyao storming into the house in anger.
Who would have thought that this useless martial uncle would not only be ungrateful but would also bring out a teaching whip?
What do you want? What exactly do you want?
Chen Chongqing frowned as he watched the little martial uncle holding the teaching whip.
Martial uncle, are you planning to hit Lin Yaoyao with that? Are you even capable of that? Is this little martial uncle really going to hit her? Chen Chongqing's expression turned gloomy.
He gritted his teeth inwardly, waiting for his little junior sister to cry for help so he could rush in and save her. Then, he could seize the opportunity to win the beauty's heart.
A perfect plan.
Lin Yaoyao, you can't escape my grasp after all.
Master, what are you doing?
Lin Yaoyao's tone was icy as she looked at the teaching whip in Yi Kong's hand. As a great emperor, her spiritual sense was extraordinary, and she felt that the teaching whip was somewhat unusual.
Disciple, your master wants to spur you on. Yi Kong's expression was a little awkward.
He wanted to apologize to Yaoyao, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud due to his status.
Spur me on? Lin Yaoyao's expression became even colder.
Master, please leave. Lin Yaoyao decided to give Yi Kong one last chance. Otherwise, she would have to put on a show of suppressing her master with one hand. You are just an ordinary qi refining cultivator, what qualifications do you have to act wildly in front of this emperor? You even want to whip this emperor with a teaching whip? Even if you are this emperor's master, you can't hit this emperor. Disciple, I'm sorry, Yi Kong sighed, believe me, your master is doing this for your own good.
It will be over in 3 breaths. Master, today, Yao Yao would rather jump off Mount Xiaoyao and be smashed to pieces than let you whip me with a teaching whip. Smack!
Lin Yaoyao's beautiful eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Just then, Yi Kong suddenly picked up the teaching whip and struck Lin Yaoyao's palm. Lin Yaoyao didn't expect her master to actually hit her, and before she could react,
smack! A faint whip mark appeared on Lin Yaoyao's palm. Lin Yaoyao was shocked. As a female emperor, her status was extremely precious. Who would dare to hit her normally? And on the palm. She was furious. This emperor is so angry.
Lin Yaoyao gritted her silver teeth, and at that moment, she had the urge to tear her master apart. However, at this moment, Yi Kong waved the teaching whip again.
Stop!
Lin Yaoyao bloomed with green light, preparing to attack her master.
Smack!
Another whip came down, and the green light surrounding Lin Yaoyao's body was directly dispersed. Disciple, focus on circulating your spiritual energy and experience the sword Tao. At this moment, Yi Kong's voice, like a great bell, exploded in Lin Yaoyao's mind.
Circulate spiritual energy?
Lin Yaoyao suddenly discovered that at the palm of her hand, a surge of majestic spiritual energy was pouring in, tingling and extremely comfortable.
Smack! Smack! Smack!
Yi Kong remained expressionless, holding the teaching whip and whipping the beautiful disciple's palm.
Streams of spiritual power poured into Lin Yaoyao's spiritual sea.
Moreover, Lin Yaoyao found that her spirit was incredibly clear at this moment, as if she had suddenly entered a state of enlightenment.
The state of enlightenment, a realm that countless cultivators dream of in their lives.
According to the records of immortal cultivation, when a cultivator enters the state of enlightenment, they can break through in an instant and attain the Tao in a day. Previously, Lin Yaoyao had been unable to comprehend the second volume of the Galaxy Reincarnation Sword, Setting Sun, but she understood it instantly. All the sword intent was clear in her heart. Master, continue to spur on your disciple. Lin Yaoyao was so excited that she couldn't be more excited.
The state of enlightenment is something that can only be encountered by chance. Comfortable. In the state of enlightenment, one's thoughts are clear, which is conducive to cultivation. This is the effect brought about by the artifact, the Whip of Ecstasy.
Lin Yaoyao's palms were red, her beautiful eyes were watery, and she was immersed in the state of enlightenment, as if she were under the warm sunshine.
Smack, 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 smack.
Finally, the Whip of Ecstasy dimmed, and it would take several days to recover.
Thank you, Master.
This day not only allowed your disciple to break through to the 9th level of Qi refining but also allowed me to comprehend the first 3 levels of swordsmanship.
Thank you, Master, for your accomplishment.
Lin Yaoyao's eyes were full of apology, as she had misunderstood her master before. This level of treasure is too precious. After using it once, I don't know what difficult method will be needed for its spirituality to recover. It's okay, cultivate well and don't be lazy, Yi Kong said lightly, putting away the Whip of Ecstasy. With a wave of his hand, the door was instantly opened.
Chen Shangqing, who was eavesdropping outside, had a very interesting expression.
He had been eavesdropping outside, intending to rush in as soon as junior sister Yao Yao cried for help.
He didn't expect this woman.
He didn't expect that she would refuse a few times at first, and then.
Women!
Chen Shangqing felt empty inside.
Isn't Yi Kong just handsomer than me? Besides being handsome, what else does he have? What else is he? Why would Lin Yaoyao?
Chen Shangqing wanted to cry but had no tears. At the moment the door opened, he saw Lin Yaoyao's face flushed and her beautiful eyes filled with joy, and he felt even more resentful.
Junior nephew Chen, I wonder what you are doing outside my disciple's door? Yi Kong asked lightly.
Chen Shangqing's expression was embarrassed when he heard this, and after a long time, he squeezed out a sentence.
Inhuman.
After saying that, Chen Shangqing flicked his sleeves and left. In the upcoming grand competition of the peaks in 3 months, he must ruthlessly trample Mount Xiaoyao.
To defend justice. Yi Kong was puzzled. What was this guy doing?
Wasn't he just here to help his disciple cultivate? Oh, I understand, it must be that I helped my disciple cultivate but didn't help junior nephew Chen, and he became jealous. It is difficult for elders to be fair to everyone, too difficult.
Master, that spiritual beast's bloodline is incredibly terrifying, and it has already reached the nascent soul level.
We can't capture it, Qin Shou reported with a look of exhaustion. The peak master of beast taming peak's eyes lit up. Such a wonder has actually appeared on Mount Xiaoyao. Don't be impatient, I will carry the treasure of the ancestral master and set off tonight to capture that little black ant.
Master, we have failed twice. Mount Xiaoyao must be on guard. Does Master have a detailed plan? Qin Shou continued to ask.
Peak Master Qin Wui of the beast taming peak pondered for a while. The protective formations of each peak are not to be trifled with. I will first find an excuse to use the name of reminiscing about the past to drug the peak master of Mount Xiaoyao, so that he cannot open the formation. At that time, you and I will take action to seal off Mount Xiaoyao, and that little black ant will be useless. Even if it shouts until its throat is broken. Qin Wui took out the rosemary he had personally prepared, a confident smile on his lips. The light of righteousness shines on the great earth. The next day afternoon, Yi Kong happily completed his fishing task. With the blessing of the mystic yellow art, the spiritual power within him has become several times stronger. However, he had a premonition that his strength improvement seemed to be touching the boundary of this world. He was nearing the limit of qi training. If he didn't break through to foundation establishment, his cultivation would truly be difficult to improve. Alas, it seems my disciple will break through to foundation establishment before me. Yi Kong played with the refined phoenix treasure bone in his hand, lost in thought. This treasure bone was the foundation establishment gift he had prepared for his disciple. While he was pondering, a colorful divine bird flew from afar. Standing on the divine bird was an old man wearing a lion robe, with fluttering white eyebrows and kind eyes. Qin Wui opened his mouth and laughed. Junior brother Yi, have you been well? Yi Kong thought, this group of people is really persistent, still my little black. He replied calmly, Senior brother Qin, what can I do for you? Qin Wui's smile deepened, like an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. Junior brother Yi, today I went to the edge of the great wilderness to pick a snow tea, and I specially invite you to taste it. Yi Kong pretended to be excited, his eyes shining as he said, that's just right, let's go to thee for a chat. The two of them, one in front and one behind, arrived at a courtyard in the. Qin Wui waved his hand, and a piece of snow-white tea, exuding a fragrance, automatically fell into the kettle. Suddenly, the kettle emitted a faint fragrance, refreshing the heart and lungs. It really is good tea. Yi Kong sincerely praised. At this moment, where his spiritual power covered, he discovered that Qin Shou and others had sneaked into the territory of again. It seemed they still wanted to set up a formation. Yi Kong remained calm, waved his sleeve, and the Peach Mountain Great Array enveloped his beautiful disciple. Junior brother Yi, drinking this snow tea must be paired with my awakening incense. Qin Wui said with a smile, naturally taking out an incense burner and placing it aside. A wisp of green smoke slowly rose, and the scent slowly bloomed in the courtyard. Yi Kong took a light sip, feeling refreshed and his eyes lit up. The taste of Huazi. This beast control peak is really amazing, they can make the taste of various cigarettes. It's a pity if they don't sell cigarettes. Turning the beast control peak into a cigarette peak will definitely make a lot of money. Yi Kong thought, and smelled it a few more times. Qin Wui looked at Yi Kong's somewhat dazed eyes and sneered in his heart. This is a bewitching incense that can knock down a dozen female gorillas. In less than 3 breaths, you will be knocked out. 3, 2, 1. Fall. Qin Wui said directly. Fall what? Yi Kong suddenly asked, his eyes clear and transparent. Could there be something wrong with this bewitching incense? Qin Wui released his sealed 5 senses and took a sniff. Instantly, his eyes were scattered, and hallucinations appeared. Qin Wui hurriedly moved his qi to his dantian, circulating spiritual power through his meridians to flush the bewitching incense out of his body, and only then was he not knocked unconscious by the bewitching incense. There's no problem with the efficacy. Senior brother,
how is your awakening incense blended? Yi Kong asked curiously.
Xin Wei had a problem. He didn't dare to open his mouth now. Just now he released his 5 senses. Once he opened his mouth, he would inhale the bewitching incense. Senior brother, it's just a little awakening incense. I'll mix it myself. I promise not to tell others the secret recipe.
Yi Kong continued.
Xin Wei nodded and shook his head, still not speaking. Oh well, forget it, senior brother. If you're reluctant, then forget it. You're not willing to give junior brother even a little awakening incense.
Yi Kong shook his head, quite disappointed.
I'll just mix it myself, and I won't steal your business.
Senior brother is really stingy. He's not even willing to give me the secret recipe for awakening incense.
Xin Wei was holding his breath, very quiet.
I want to see how long you can last. I don't believe it. This bewitching incense can't knock you out. Outside,
Xin Shou and the 5 of them squatted on the ground. Their legs were numb. They didn't dare to get up, for fear of being discovered.
Why is Master so slow? It's been almost a quarter of an hour, hasn't he settled it yet? Xin Shou couldn't help but mutter.
The 4 disciples behind Xin Shou didn't dare to answer when they heard their senior brother's complaint.
With the Peak Master taking action, there shouldn't be any problems, right? In the courtyard. After Yi Kong finished drinking a mouthful of tea, he saw that senior brother didn't speak or move, and couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, you haven't come to visit for a long time, why don't you say a word today? Could it be that your throat is uncomfortable?
Xin Wei shook his head, turned his head away, not wanting to look at Yi Kong, and not daring to talk.
Seeing that he ignored him, Yi Kong immediately said, Senior brother, are you mute? You're the mutt.
Xin Wei just said 3 words, and immediately shut up.
Bewitching incense entered his mouth, instantly invading his body and limbs.
Xin Wei felt his hands and feet go numb, his head was a little dizzy, and immediately bit his tongue, urging his spiritual power to offset the numbness. Senior brother, look, you can talk.
Yi Kong said unhappily. Xin Wei's old face flushed red. The medicinal properties of this bewitching incense were too strong. Senior brother, I have a question I want to ask you. Don't ask, shut up. Xin Wei didn't want to hear Yi Kong speak, but he couldn't leave.
If he left, all his efforts would be in vain.
Senior brother, is Xin Shou, nephew, your illegitimate child?
Tell me quietly, I promise not to tell the sect master. Yi Kong said in a low voice. When Xin Wei heard this, his old face flushed red. He wanted to say no, but he couldn't open his mouth.
Hiss, it really is. Yi Kong gasped.
Senior brother, don't worry, I will never tell, I promise. It's just that senior brother, your name is really not good, Xin Shou, people who don't know think you're a beast.
Yi Kong joked with a smile.
Xin Wei couldn't help it, and immediately opened his mouth and said, he is not my illegitimate child, he is. Before Xin Wei could finish speaking, the bewitching incense entered his body and poured into his brain.
In an instant,
Xin Wei felt a dizzy spell, his eyelids fell weakly, and it was dark. Yi Kong looked at Xin Wei who was lying unconscious on the stone table, shook his head, and took a sip of tea.
Alas, senior brother, how come you didn't prepare an antidote for the bewitching incense you made yourself?
Yi Kong shook his head, picked up Xin Wei with one hand, and placed him outside. Senior brother, my temple is small, so I won't keep you overnight.
After saying that, Yi Kong went back.
Xin Wei's position was less than 5 meters away from where Xin Shou and the others were squatting. Xin Shou and the others could see it when they turned their heads. Yi Kong returned to his courtyard, and as soon as he took a deep breath, his disciple came.
Master, you. No, this air is poisonous.
Before Lin Yaoyao could finish speaking, she smelled a special smell, her eyes went dark, and she fainted. Seeing this, Yi Kong felt helpless in his heart.
Isn't it just the taste of huazi? She faints after smelling it, her physique is too weak, right? Alas, my disciple's aptitude is average.
When Lin Yaoyao opened her eyes again, she looked at the beams on the ceiling and rubbed her head with her jade hand.
Why is my head so dizzy?
Lin Yaoyao patted her head and closed her eyes to think. She suddenly remembered that she seemed to be looking for her master to ask about the Peach Mountain formation.
As a result,
she smelled a strange smell and fainted. It must be that the master gave me sleeping pills. Thinking of this, Lin Yaoyao suddenly felt uncomfortable. This emperor has been invincible all his life, but I didn't expect to fall into the hands of a useless master today.
Master fainted me, must be wanting to.
Before Lin Yaoyao finished speaking, she checked her body.
Huh? Nothing happened? Master didn't do anything to me?
That shouldn't be the case. I look so beautiful that I can captivate cities and sink fish and birds.
Master fainted me, isn't it just wanting to? Eh? What nonsense am I thinking?
Master just put the fragrance in his own courtyard. He didn't want to faint me. I went to Master myself. Lin Yaoyao realized that she was overthinking, and her pretty face flushed with shame, and she buried her head.
Something is wrong. What nonsense am I thinking?
Lin Yaoyao came back to her senses and said in a daze, Master released the fragrance. Wouldn't it be to faint the junior sister and do something shameful? Lin Yaoyao got up from the bed and looked at a bottle of Ning Shindan, spirit focusing pill, placed on the table. This, Ning Shindan, spirit focusing pill, is a first-order pill, which is very common in the sect, and has the medicinal effect of clearing the mind and focusing the spirit.
This cheap master is quite good to me.
Lin Yaoyao picked up the Ning Shindan, spirit focusing pill, from the table, took one, and it melted in her mouth. Lin Yaoyao thought as she walked out of the room, walked to the edge of sea of bitterness, and looked at Yi Kong who was still fishing. Master, Master, no wonder you are only at the 10th level of Qi training. You don't cultivate properly on weekdays, and you fish and drink tea every day.
How can your cultivation improve? Master! Lin Yaoyao shouted. Yi Kong looked back at Lin Yaoyao and said casually, You're awake.
Yes, with the master's precious pills, I am completely awake.
Lin Yaoyao nodded. Just casually refined. Yi Kong said indifferently.
The Ning Shindan, spirit focusing pill, was refined by Yi Kong casually picking some herbs. Although he can't refine pills, he can extract all the essence from the herbs and gather them into pills with powerful spiritual power, which he can easily do. Lin Yaoyao sighed in her heart, Master is really good at bragging for the sake of face. Although the Ning Shindan, spirit focusing pill, is a first-order pill, it has the medicinal effect of a third-order pill.
Ordinary third-order alchemists may not be able to refine it.
And the master only has the cultivation of Qi training, not even a first-order alchemist, let alone refining a first-order pill with a third-order medicinal effect.
Master, do you want to test your disciple? Lin Yaoyao looked up at her master and said.
In order not to hurt her master's self-esteem, Lin Yaoyao always said that she wanted her master to test her every time she taught her master. Then she would talk about her cultivation experience and insights, so that her master could understand. Alas, for the sake of the cheap master, this disciple is also very worried. Yi Kong frowned when he heard Lin Yaoyao wanted him to test her.
Test? Hey, just ask directly if you encounter something you don't know. I'm your master, what's there to be embarrassed about? My disciple is still thin-skinned. Well, since you said so, then I will teach you well. Well, how much have you comprehended now? Yi Kong asked.
Disciple has already comprehended the second volume of the Star River Reincarnation Sword, see, Remnant Sun, 10,000 Sword Intense.
Lin Yaoyao
explained the Remnant Sun, Sword Intense she had comprehended. Yi Kong listened quietly, Lin Yaoyao explained in detail.
Yu Shou Feng, Beast Taming Peak.
Peak Master Qin Wui sat angrily on the throne, smashing the handrail with a slap.
He was so angry.
Not only did he fail to faint Yi Kong, but he was fainted by the fragrance himself.
It was fine if he was fainted, but he lay on the ground in Xiaoyao Peak all night. He suffered from the cold and was bitten by mosquitoes.
The damage was not great, but the insult was extremely strong. He was lying behind the disciples, but none of them noticed. They let him lie there all night. If he hadn't been woken up by mosquitoes the next day, who knows how long he would have been lying there. Thinking of this, Qin Wui said angrily, a bunch of trash. Xin Shou and the others supported each other, standing under the steps, not daring to speak.
Their legs were numb after squatting for a night. We are trash? It's obvious that you didn't faint Yikong, but you fainted yourself. You can't blame us for this.
Xin Shou complained in his heart, but didn't dare to say it.
Continue to be silent. It's wrong to say anything at this time. Master, it's all because Yikong is too cunning.
He actually fainted Master and threw Master out. A disciple stood up and said indignantly. Qin Wui glanced coldly, and the disciple who wanted to say something more felt a chill and immediately shut up. What he said just now was slapping Qin Wui in the face. The fragrance was refined by Qin Wui himself, but in the end, he was the one who was fainted, not the other person.
What does this mean?
It means that he is not as skilled as others. And he was thrown out of Xiaoyao Peak and lay on the ground all night.
If others knew about this, what face would Qin Wui have? Wouldn't he become a laughing stock at that time? No one is allowed to talk about this.
Also, you go to the spirit beast garden and guard the beasts.
Qin Wui said with a dark face.
The disciple who spoke just now changed his face when he heard this. The spirit beast garden is a terrible place.
There are man-eating monsters inside.
Once you go in, you can't get out if you don't have enough strength. Master, disciple knows his mistake.
I'm telling you to go, so go.
Qin Wui said coldly.
The others didn't dare to intercede for him. He didn't have any insight, who can he blame?
Seeing that the atmosphere was almost calm, Qin Shou stepped forward and cupped his hands and said, Master, this matter can't be left like this. Qin Wui looked at Qin Shou and thought of the question Yikong asked him. Qin Shou and him are not father and son, but uncle and nephew.
The Star River sect prohibits nepotism.
So Qin Wui has been hiding his relationship with Qin Shou. The people who know are limited to the peak masters.
They know it, but they just turn a blind eye. After all, who doesn't have a few relatives in the sect? What's your idea? Qin Wui asked in a deep voice. Qin Shou smiled evilly, put one hand behind his back, and said slowly, Master, isn't the annual tribute about to begin?
When Qin Wui heard this, he immediately understood and smiled slightly. That's right, the Great Yin Kingdom pays tribute to our sect, and each year a peak disciple is selected to receive the envoys. This year, it's Xiaoyao Peak's turn. When the time comes, as long as he leaves Xiaoyao Peak, I'll see who else can protect him.
Peak.
After instructing her master, Lin Yaoyao walked away with her hands behind her back. She didn't know if her chief master understood or not, he just kept nodding. It was clearly me deliberately teaching you, not you really testing me.
But, seeing the serious expression on her chief master's face as he listened, he should have understood, right?
Lin Yaoyao thought for a moment and returned to her own grass hut. She is already at the 9th level of Qi refining, and she only needs to find something for foundation. Establishment to establish her foundation.
However, she doesn't want ordinary foundation establishment pills or natural treasures. Talent determines the lower limit, and foundation establishment determines the upper limit.
Her talent is naturally beyond question. The only difficulty lies in not having anything for foundation establishment.
Headache, I'm about to establish my foundation. Where am I going to find something for foundation establishment?
As for my chief master, forget it, he doesn't even have it himself. Even if he could get it, he could only get foundation establishment pills.
This emperor's talent is extraordinary.
Ordinary foundation establishment items are difficult to grow to the emperor realm.
Lin Yaoyao tapped her head.
The biggest trouble has come. Lack of foundation establishment items. Alas, everything still depends on myself.
Sighing softly, Lin Yaoyao sat cross-legged in the thatched hut.
Her hands formed seals, and her lips moved slightly. Golden runes surrounded her, mysterious beyond compare. This is the Empress's special secret technique, which can be used to summon or transmit information without being exposed. However, with her current strength, she cannot summon, she can only transmit information. After the runes evolved, Lin Yaoyao waved her hand, and the runes disappeared into the void.
Great Thousand Continent, Central Area, stands a towering pavilion that pierces the clouds. The headquarters of the Great Thousand Trading Company. The Great Thousand Trading Company has a high status in the cultivation world. Almost every continent has a branch of the Great Thousand Trading Company. Moreover, many top sects have close cooperative relationships with the Great Thousand Trading Company. The Great Thousand Trading Company's position in the cultivation world is very powerful. No one dares to provoke it easily. At the top of the pavilion, a middle-aged man had just picked up his teacup when suddenly runes appeared before his eyes. The president of the Chamber of Commerce looked at the runes in front of him, and his hands trembled as he put down the teacup. The Empress is actually still alive. Didn't she fall? But he doesn't dare. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, your enemies are too strong, I dare not provoke them. The foundation establishment item you mentioned, I'm afraid I can't give it to you. Once your enemies detect that I have been in contact with you, the Great Thousand Trading Company will be finished. Xiao Yuan rubbed his brow with one hand, hesitated for a long time, and finally made a decision. Someone, take a piece of the crimson chicken treasure bone used to feed the dragon dog and send it to the desolate land, to the carefree peak of the Star River sect. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Xiao Yuan can only deal with it casually. By the bitter sea. Yi Kong fished for a while, and suddenly remembered that his disciple was about to establish her foundation. How should I give her the phoenix treasure bone? Forget it, I'll just put it at the door of her room tonight. After Yi Kong finished speaking, he continued fishing. Time flew by, and it was evening. Yi Kong stretched lazily and walked out of his courtyard. Holding the phoenix treasure bone in one hand, he walked to the door of Lin Yaoyao's room. Sensing it for a moment, Lin Yaoyao was in seclusion. Yi Kong casually placed the phoenix treasure bone in front of the thatched hut and turned to leave. When my disciple sees the foundation establishment item I gave her tomorrow, will she be so excited that she sheds tears? She should be. Yi Kong thought as he returned to the carefree palace. Not long after he left, a red bird flew over, and a jade box slipped from its beak, landing next to the phoenix treasure bone. The next morning. As soon as Lin Yaoyao walked out, she saw a jade box and a crimson treasure bone placed in front of her door. Lin Yaoyao picked up the phoenix treasure bone. She knew that this was the foundation establishment treasure bone that Xiao Yuan had sent her. After putting away the treasure bone, Lin Yaoyao opened the jade box. In the jade box, a piece of mottled red bird treasure bone lay quietly. Master actually sent me the treasure bone of a red bird? Where did he get it from? This should be the foundation establishment item that Master sent me. Lin Yaoyao looked up at her master in the distance and sighed. Alas, it's hard on Master. He must have begged many people to help me get the foundation establishment item. Although the red bird treasure bone is a bit lacking, with Master's ability, he can only get this red bird treasure bone. Thinking of this, Lin Yaoyao couldn't help but bow in thanks from afar. Thank you, Master. Yi Kong nodded slightly by the bitter sea. You're welcome. The phoenix treasure bone prepared by this teacher will allow you to perfectly establish your foundation. The higher the grade of the foundation establishment item, the higher the success rate of foundation establishment, and the more stable the Tao foundation. Disciple, don't be too touched, this teacher doesn't know how to coax girls. Lin Yaoyao put away the two treasure bones, and then returned to her room. In order not to make her master sad, she took the red bird treasure bone together, and will secretly bury it later. Master, this disciple has her own channels to obtain foundation establishment items. Lin Yaoyao thought, taking her own foundation establishment items and returning to her thatched hut. With the foundation establishment items, it's time to try foundation establishment. After Yi Kong felt Lin Yaoyao return, he waved his hand and opened the Peach Mountain array, covering his disciple in it to prevent her foundation establishment from being disturbed. After doing all this, Yi Kong began to fish. Beast Taming Peak. Qinsho sat in his room, his whole body shimmering with golden light. After consuming quite a few pills, his cultivation showed signs of loosening. Little black ant, I can't beat you at the golden core stage, but when I break through to the nascent soul stage, I'll teach you a good lesson. Qinsho said coldly.
Breaking through to the nascent soul stage was just to find the little black ant and teach it a lesson. Chinsho closed his mind, refined his spiritual power, nourished his golden core, and incubated his nascent soul. 50 meters from his room, there were still demon beasts guarding him. This was specially arranged by Qin. His disciple was about to break through, so he definitely had to keep a close eye on him to prevent him from being disturbed. This was already Chinsho's second time breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Qin stood outside Chinsho's door inside. Disciple, you only have this one chance. If you fail again, it will be extremely difficult to break through to the nascent soul stage in the future. As your teacher, I can't help you much, I can only guard you and prevent you from being disturbed by others. Alas. Qin shook his head inside. Carefree Peak. Yi Kong, who had just finished fishing, was about to go back to rest when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura rising. Releasing his spiritual power, Yi Kong instantly sensed his disciple was about to establish his foundation. He's going to establish his foundation so soon. Yi Kong looked on with envy. His disciple had already established his foundation, but what about him? He was only at the 3000th level of Qi refining. He didn't know when he would be able to establish his foundation. Alas. Yi Kong was secretly saddened, sitting by the bitter sea, looking at the distant thatched cottage. Inside the thatched cottage, Lin Yaoyao sat cross-legged, refining the phoenix treasure bone to use as her Dao foundation. The phoenix treasure bone emitted bursts of red light, wrapping Lin Yaoyao within it. The broken phantom of the phoenix roared and chirped. Even though the residual soul of the phoenix treasure bone had already been refined by Yi Kong, there was still a trace hidden within its essence blood. Lin Yaoyao closed her eyes tightly, using her strong willpower to suppress the phoenix phantom. The phoenix phantom stared at Lin Yaoyao resentfully, wanting to devour her and use her body to be reborn. Lin Yaoyao struggled to resist the phoenix phantom's impact on her sea of consciousness, her face tense and ugly. A mere phoenix phantom, I, Lin Yaoyao, refuse to believe I can't destroy you. Lin Yaoyao shouted angrily, and activated the Emperor technique 9 Dragons Overlord Body. 9 small, illusory dragon shadows appeared, pouring into Lin Yaoyao's sea of consciousness, entangling the phoenix phantom. The phoenix phantom's body burned with raging flames, resisting the attacks of the 9 dragon shadows. The 9 small dragon shadows struggled and dissipated like small worms. Lin Yaoyao was also affected by the backlash, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Yi Kong, sitting by the bitter sea, saw the phoenix phantom evolving in the air and shook his head. Little phoenix, you're already dead, why are you still making such a fuss? Yi Kong reached out and grabbed the phoenix phantom in the void, and it instantly fell into his hand. The phoenix phantom looked terrified, it saw the person it feared the most. If he had known his disciple was so weak, he would have refined the phoenix treasure bone for her again. Lin Yaoyao was originally mobilizing the spiritual power in her body, preparing to annihilate the phoenix phantom, when she suddenly sensed that the phoenix phantom had dissipated. A wisp of residual soul couldn't last long either. Without the phoenix phantom disturbing her, Lin Yaoyao concentrated on refining the phoenix treasure bone, and her Dao foundation gradually formed. On Carefree Peak, celestial phenomena gradually appeared. Yi Kong waved his hand, and before the celestial phenomena could appear, he transferred them to Beast Taming Peak. Celestial phenomena, don't block my sunbathing. Above Beast Taming Peak, dark clouds were gathering, and golden light spread. There were 9 dragon shadows and a phoenix shadow soaring in the dark clouds, soaring above the 9 heavens. In the sky, purple energy rose and stretched for thousands of miles, golden lotuses gushed from the ground, a scene of peace and harmony. 9 dragons playing with a phoenix, auspiciousness in every way. This scene stunned everyone in the Star River sect. Is Beast Taming Peak, is a saint being born? Everyone was dumbfounded. The sect master of the Star River sect stood on the pavilion, looking at the scene before him, his expression moved. Who can cause such celestial phenomena? This has never happened in the Star River sect for thousands of years. Great Elder, go to Beast Taming Peak to investigate the situation, see who caused the celestial phenomena, and bring them to the main hall. Yes, sir. The Great Elder responded and rode away on a crane. On Heavenly Sword Peak, the Peak Master stood on the hilt of the giant sword, looking at the celestial phenomena of beast taming peak from afar.
Who can produce such vast celestial phenomena? Peak Master Chen Xunyang murmured softly.
He summoned several disciples and rushed to beast taming peak to observe. Qin Wui looked up at the phenomena in the sky, his mouth agape in shock.
This is the celestial phenomena caused by my disciple?
Qin Wui looked at the house, and now, only his disciple was breaking through to the nascent soul stage on beast taming peak.
Ha 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 ha.
Qin Wui laughed loudly. Good, my disciple Qin Shou has the bearing of a great emperor. Causing celestial phenomena when breaking through to the nascent soul stage had not happened in the Star River sect for tens of thousands of years. And now, his disciple Qin Shou was about to create a myth. Qin Wui was in a great mood. He didn't expect his disciple to be so capable. If my disciple grows up, why should I worry about not being able to compare with Heavenly Sword Peak? At the moment when the dragon and phoenix harmonized, a wisp of auspicious energy descended and fell into Qin Shou's body. Qin Shou, who was nourishing his golden core, suddenly sensed a mysterious power in his body. He immediately mobilized the power and poured it into the golden core. The golden core suddenly cracked open, and a powerful aura slowly bloomed. Qin Wui, standing outside, sensed such a strong aura and laughed even louder. The dragon and phoenix circled continuously in Beast Taming Peak, and the peak masters of the various peaks went to Beast Taming Peak one after another to observe at close range and witness this epic scene. Countless disciples followed behind, heading to Beast Taming Peak. Qin Wui, you've picked up a treasure. Chen Xunyang stood on Beast Taming Peak and sighed. Yes, I didn't expect Qin Shou to have the bearing of a great emperor. Several others exclaimed. With demon beasts guarding him, he did not approach. The other peak masters also stood behind, watching this magical scene. Yi Kong sat by the bitter sea, looking at the overcrowded beast taming peak, feeling somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he moved the celestial phenomena away. What would have happened if it had happened on Carefree Peak? The celestial phenomena soon dissipated.
Qin Shou's nascent soul was formed, and he successfully broke through.
Qin Wui felt that Qin Shou had stabilized, and then he walked out contentedly to show off.
Congratulations!
The peak masters said in unison, with a hint of envy in their tone. Everyone could see that causing celestial phenomena when breaking through to the nascent soul stage meant that Qin Shou had the bearing of a great emperor. My disciple's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage has caused such a big commotion, it has disturbed everyone. I hereby apologize to you all on his behalf.
Qin Wui laughed.
The other peak masters looked ugly.
Is this an apology? This is just blatant showing off.
The attack of my Heavenly Sword Peak is unparalleled, perhaps.
Chen Xunyang, that's my disciple, don't even think about it.
Qin Wui directly interrupted Chen Xunyang's words. The other peak masters were about to open their mouths to win him over, but after hearing Qin Wui's words, they all fell silent.
Well, they can't win him over.
In the eyes of the peak masters, there was nothing but envy.
Mount.
Inside the thatched cottage. Lin Yaoyao slowly opened her eyes, a flash of red light in them. The light on her body gradually returned to her body, and within her jade body, the 9 dragon shadows now had an additional phoenix phantom, very dim. This was the innate power brought by the phoenix treasure bone, but she hadn't discovered it yet.
Foundation establishment, Lin Yaoyao said calmly, without much joy. Foundation establishment was just the beginning for her.
Lin Yaoyao got up, clenched her fists, and felt the changes in her power.
With the Phoenix treasure bone for foundation establishment, I will definitely surpass my previous life and become an Emperor Realm powerhouse.
Thinking of this, Lin Yaoyao saw her master still sitting there fishing by the bitter sea. She couldn't help but sigh. Alas, I've already reached foundation establishment, but Master's cultivation level remains unchanged. However, Master put in a lot of effort to help me reach foundation establishment. Lin Yaoyao walked over and cupped her hands in thanks. Thank you, Master, I have reached foundation establishment. Yi Kong glanced at her, nodded slightly, and said calmly. Yes, foundation establishment. Even if you've reached foundation establishment, you're still my disciple. Lin Yaoyao looked at her master's indifferent eyes, as if foundation establishment was just a small matter to him.
I've reached foundation establishment, and you're still so calm? No wonder he's an old chi. Refining stage cultivator, with no ambition at all.
Alas, the plan to nurture a useless master is difficult. Lin Yaoyao originally wanted to stimulate her master, like, look, I've reached foundation establishment, and you're still at chi refining, aren't you going to work harder? But Yi Kong's performance left her at a loss for what to say next. Yi Kong tugged the fishing line and said slowly, disciple, you've only just reached foundation establishment, you need to stabilize your realm properly, don't be impetuous, your future path is still long. Lin Yaoyao felt disdain in her heart when she heard these words.
Master, aren't you embarrassed to say that?
I've reached foundation establishment.
You're still at chi refining, don't you feel ashamed?
I'm the disciple, you're the master.
It's fine for you to tell me this, but isn't it really okay for you to say it without batting an eye?
Alas, my master is too difficult to guide, he's already given up on himself. Lin Yaoyao sighed in her heart and said on the surface, disciple understands, disciple will go cultivate now. With that, Lin Yaoyao returned to the thatched cottage. Yi Kong pulled the fishing hook, chi refining +1.
Mount. The great elder Ling Kong stood in the air and announced.
The sect master has ordered that the peak master of Mount lead Qin Shou to the Star River Hall immediately for discussion. Peak masters of each peak, if you have nothing to do, return to your own peaks and prepare for the 9 peaks competition once every 10 years.
The great elder said, standing high in the air.
As soon as these words came out, the whole place was shocked. Unexpectedly, the sect master was also involved. We respectfully obey the sect master's decree. The peak masters saluted.
The peak masters reluctantly retreated.
Qin Wui led Qin Shou, who had just emerged from seclusion, to the Star River sect. Qin Shou, remember, take the reward the peak master gives you later, and refuse if they try to win you over, Qin Wui instructed.
Why?
Qin Shou asked, puzzled.
Everyone saw it, is there any need for me to lie to you?
Qin Shou was shocked when he heard this. No wonder I suddenly broke through to the Golden Core realm, so it was because I triggered a celestial phenomenon. Then in the Star River sect in the future, wouldn't I be able to walk sideways? Inside the Star River Hall. The peak master of Mount, Qin Wui, led Qin Shou into the hall and greeted.
Sect Master.
The Star River sect master, Luo Yangtian, scanned with his divine sense and nodded.
Yes, a talented young man.
Since you've broken through to the nascent soul realm, then this will reward you with a nascent soul magic treasure. Luo Yangtian waved his hand, and a glittering small pagoda appeared in Qin Shou's hand.
Thank you, sect master.
Qin Wui accepted the magic treasure and thanked him. Luo Yangtian nodded slightly and said slowly, well, go back and cultivate properly, don't waste your talent.
Yes. Qin Shou responded.
Qin Wui was a little surprised that the sect master didn't try to win over Qin Shou.
But he accepted it. Alright, go down and prepare, Luo Yangtian waved his hand.
Qin Wui turned around to leave with his disciple, but after taking a few steps, Qin Wui suddenly remembered something. Sect master, the envoy from the Great Yin Kingdom has arrived, and the Great Yin Kingdom seems to have suffered a disaster. Qin Wui cupped his hands and said. This small matter, just send someone to deal with it, Luo Yangtian waved his hand. Qin Wui continued, Sect master, the matter of the Great Yin Kingdom is a small matter to you, but it's different for Mount. This year, it's Mount's turn to receive them. Luo Yangtian stepped on the Star River, with his back to everyone, and pondered for a moment before saying.
Go down.
Yes. The peak master of Mount responded and turned to leave with Qin Shou.
The next day. Mount. Yi Kong sat by the bitter sea, thinking about how to make his disciple cultivate properly. Soaking in the bath every day is not a solution. And soaking for a whole day. He now believed a saying, women are made of water. While Yi Kong was worried, a fairy crane scattered the clouds of Mount and landed on the bitter sea, transforming into a boy. The boy said expressionlessly, cupping his fists, Uncle Yi, the sect master has ordered you to go down the mountain to receive the envoy from the Great Yin Kingdom.
The Great Yin Kingdom was an affiliated country of the Star River sect, and every year it would send envoys to discuss tribute matters. This was a trivial matter, and the higher-ups of the Star River sect were unwilling to run errands. With the instigation of the Peak Master of Mount, it fell on Yi Kong's head. This seat still needs to cultivate. You can have the sect master arrange for another elder. Yi Kong waved his hand to decline. Uncle Yi, this is the sect master's order, the boy continued. Yi Kong was unmoved. He really didn't care about a mere Star River sect master. But just then, Ding successfully broke the tranquility, now issuing a temporary task. Temporary task, go to handle the affairs of the Great Yin Kingdom, reward, 1 chance to fish for special items. Special item fishing opportunity? Yi Kong's heart stirred slightly, and he changed his words, since that's the case, then let's go. The boy sneered inwardly, thinking, what are you pretending to be, you broken Peak Master? As soon as I brought out the sect master's order, you chickened out. I hope Uncle Yi will go down the mountain as soon as possible. The Great Yin Kingdom's delegation is staying in Star River Town. Oh, Yi Kong responded indifferently. From the moment Yao Yao became my disciple, special items have been constantly appearing. Thinking about it, I obtained my first special item after fighting with that black-clothed man with horns on his head. Yi Kong sat by the bitter sea, lost in thought. Maybe, the method for me to break through to the Foundation establishment realm lies in breaking through bottlenecks and constantly accepting disciples. He slightly raised his hand and put away his fishing rod. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked down the mountain. It had been so many years, this was the first time he had gone down the mountain. Although the place he was going to was just Star River Town at the foot of the Sex Mountain. When going down the mountain, Yi Kong opened the Mount S Mountain protecting array. Only those holding Mount S token could freely enter and exit. This was also to prevent someone from breaking in to peek at his beloved disciple taking a bath. After all, his beloved disciple was either taking a bath every day or on the way to taking a bath. Lin Yaoyao was taking a bath when she suddenly sensed the mountain protecting array being activated. Looking around, she saw her master going down the mountain with his hands behind his back. What is that cheap master doing going down the mountain? Doesn't he know it's dangerous down the mountain? What if you encounter danger going down the mountain alone? Alas, never mind. For the sake of you finding Foundation establishment items for this emperor will reluctantly escort you for a while in secret. Lin Yaoyao thought, leaped out of the water, put on her red dress, and quietly followed behind Yi Kong. Yi Kong, who had just walked down Mount, suddenly stopped. His divine sense spread out and sensed his disciple following him stealthily from behind. I'm going down the mountain to do something. What are you following me for? And following me secretly, afraid of being discovered and scolded by me? Alas, having a disciple who is too clingy is not a good thing either. Yi Kong sighed and shook his head, continuing to walk down the mountain. Lin Yaoyao followed behind, watching her master stop as soon as he went down the mountain. Alas, master is indeed too useless, he gets tired from going down the mountain and needs to stop to rest. If I don't protect him in secret, he might disappear after going down the mountain. Alas, for the sake of the cheap master, this emperor is also racking my brains. Lin Yaoyao shook her head and sighed, silently following behind. At the mountain gate, the gatekeepers said indifferently, which peak are you from? Do you have a warrant to go down the mountain? Peak Master of Mount. Yi Kong said calmly. He hadn't been down the mountain for several years, he had only shown his face at the Ascension Conference, and the rest of the time he was on Mount. This led to many disciples not recognizing this Peak Master. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper immediately opened the gate. Peak Master, please. Although Yi Kong didn't have much power, he was still a Peak Master, and nominally he was still a higher up. When disciples met him, even if they despised him in their hearts, they had to respectfully call him Peak Master or Uncle. Otherwise, if he reported you to the sect master, you would be finished. After the gate was opened, Yi Kong walked down the mountain slowly with his hands behind his back. Not long after he left, Lin Yaoyao came out. Junior sister, which peak are you from? What are you doing going down the mountain? The gatekeeper asked kindly. Chief disciple of Mount,
I'm following my master down the mountain, Lin Yaoyao said indifferently. If they weren't from the same sect, she wouldn't even bother to talk to them. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper opened the gate and let Lin Yaoyao out. What's going on with Mount today? Why are they all going down the mountain? Don't you know?
The envoy from the Great Yin Kingdom has come to pay tribute, and the sect master has ordered Mount to receive them.
There are only 2 people on Mount. After the grand competition is over, Mount will probably be gone.
The gatekeepers chatted for a while and continued to guard the gate. Master Yi Kong of Xiaoyao Peak and his only disciple have both gone down the mountain. Qin Shou returned to the Beast Control Peak and reported the situation.
Qin Wui nodded deeply upon hearing this. Good, follow me to Xiaoyao Peak.
When Qin Wui flew to the edge of Xiaoyao Peak,
bang! His face crashed into Xiaoyao Peak's formation.
The other disciples also crashed into Xiaoyao Peak's formation, falling from the sky one after another. Qin Wui pulled his face out, coldly looking at Xiaoyao Peak, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The 9 peaks of the Star River have different protection formations, but they are all built on the Star River's sect's spiritual veins.
I will cut off the spiritual vein of your Xiaoyao Peak, and I don't believe I can't break your formation.
After Qin Wui finished speaking coldly, he looked down at the ground. In the Star River sect, there is a spiritual vein that runs through the 9 peaks, providing spiritual power for cultivation. Qin Wui looked at the spiritual vein under Xiaoyao Peak, a slight smile appearing on the corner of his mouth.
Dig it for me.
With a wave of Qin Wui's hand, Qin Shou and the others took out their magical artifacts and began digging up Xiaoyao Peak's spiritual vein.
Clang! Clang!
Amidst the flying dust, the aura of the spiritual vein was affected. Down the Star River sect mountain. As soon as Yi Kong went down the mountain, he saw a sedan chair carried by 8 people parked in front.
Yes. Yi Kong nodded slightly.
Imperial Envoy, sir, Lord Sima is already waiting at the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. The minor official said with cupped hands. Upon hearing this, Yi Kong walked towards the sedan chair with his hands behind his back. Lin Yaoyao followed behind, frowning slightly as she watched her master being carried away.
What kind of place is the Myriad Flowers Pavilion?
Lin Yaoyao asked, puzzled. A short, fat man selling sesame cakes passed by Lin Yaoyao and explained.
The Myriad Flowers Pavilion? Oh, that's
a place for carefree enjoyment.
What do you mean? It's a brothel.
As soon as the short, fat man finished speaking, his wife shouted, Darling, it's time to take your medicine.
Okay, I'm coming. The sesame cake seller went home to take his medicine. Lin Yaoyao was stunned. Master. Master is actually going to a brothel?
Why go to a brothel of all places?
Doesn't he know that place is dangerous? It's easy to lose oneself in such an unclean place. Let this disciple come to save you.
With this in mind, Lin Yaoyao followed behind the sedan chair. The sedan chair carried by 8 people went straight to the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. The minor official shouted outside the sedan chair.
Imperial Envoy, sir, we have arrived at the Myriad Flowers Pavilion.
Yi Kong came out, and as soon as he did, he saw many scantily clad women standing on the street soliciting customers.
Yi Kong could smell the fragrance of rouge from afar. Young master, come and have some fun.
Several young and beautiful women, dressed flirtatiously, came up to pull Yi Kong.
Take me to paradise on earth.
The minor official said to the woman. So you are a distinguished guest, this way please. The woman led the way, taking them all the way to paradise on earth.
As soon as the door opened, Yi Kong was stunned.
Inside, it was magnificent and beautiful, with misty clouds and many geishas dancing gracefully in the mist.
The envoy of the Great Yin Kingdom, Grand Commandant Sima, immediately came to greet him upon seeing him. Imperial Envoy, please. Grand Commandant Sima bowed.
Yi Kong nodded slightly, entered, and sat in the main seat. Grand Commandant Sima clapped his hands, and 4 graceful and lovely women walked to Yi Kong's side with lotus steps and sat down. 2 on the left and 2 on the right, showing their charm. The 2 on the right poured wine for Yi Kong, and the 2 on the left wanted to lean into Yi Kong's arms. Yi Kong dodged to the side, and the woman fell directly to the ground.
Ouch! Yi Kong got goosebumps when he heard this.
I don't like this kind of thing, take your arrangements away.
Yi Kong said coldly.
With a beautiful disciple by his side, Yi Kong was almost immune to beauty. Moreover, they were far inferior to his disciple. They couldn't be considered very beautiful, only barely pleasing to the eye. Seeing that Yi Kong was not interested in beauty, Grand Commandant Sima waved his hand to dismiss these people. It seems cultivators don't like beauty. I was being presumptuous, I apologize.
Grand Commandant Sima quickly apologized.
As he spoke, several guards brought up rare treasures and miraculous medicines.
Yi Kong glanced at the things on the table and wasn't interested.
He could just go to the desolate ancient forbidden land to pick whatever he wanted, and the quality and age would be much better than what was in front of him.
Get to the point, take these things away. Yi Kong said indifferently. Sending beauties and rare treasures must mean there's something they want.
Hearing Yi Kong's words, Grand Commandant Sima immediately knelt on one knee, cupping his hands and saying, I beg the Imperial Envoy to help us save Great Yen.
Yi Kong had expected it.
Judging from the mission issued by the system this time, it was clear that receiving the envoy of the Great Yen Kingdom was not simple. Moreover, with the sedan chair carried by 8 people, sending women and wealth, it was obvious that they were asking for something.
Speak, what is it? Yi Kong asked softly. Grand Commandant Sima immediately said, a flood dragon has appeared in the Jiangnan region of our Great Yen.
The flood dragon is brutal, eating people and destroying fields. The crops are about to ripen, and if we let the flood dragon continue to wreak havoc, our Great Yen will be in danger. Therefore, we ask the Imperial Envoy to lend a helping hand.
Grand Commandant Sima knelt on one knee and explained the situation clearly. Alright, then I will help your Great Yen solve this. Yi Kong said indifferently. A mere flood dragon is easy to capture. May I ask the Imperial Envoy's honorable name? After this is done, our Great Yen Kingdom will definitely reward you handsomely. Peak Master of Xiaoyao Peak, Yi Kong. Yi Kong said lightly. Xiaoyao Peak, Grand Commandant Sima was immediately dumbfounded. Below Xiaoyao Peak.
After digging for less than a quarter of an hour, everyone finally dug into the spiritual vein. This spiritual vein was like a sapphire, bright and radiant, containing rich spiritual power. Taking a breath was equivalent to half a year of hard cultivation. Qin Wui sacrificed a rhinoceros horn and controlled it with spiritual power. The rhinoceros horn directly pierced the spiritual vein. Rumble! The Star River shook, and the spiritual power of the entire Star River sect was affected. A crack appeared in the spiritual vein, and endless spiritual power was released. As the rhinoceros horn fell again, a golden light struck, knocking the rhinoceros horn out of Qin Wui's hand. Stop! Grand Elder arrived in time, stepping on a fairy crane. Greetings, Grand Elder. Qin Wui saluted. How dare you be so bold as to destroy the Star River sect's spiritual vein? Do you want to cut off the root of the Star River sect? Grand Elder scolded angrily. I only temporarily interrupted Xiaoyao Peak's spiritual vein, I didn't want to destroy it. Qin Wui quickly explained. Xiaoyao Peak's spiritual vein is the head of the Star River sect's spiritual vein. Once interrupted, the entire Star River sect will be in trouble. Can you bear the responsibility? Grand Elder scolded. Qin Wui was shocked upon hearing this. Xiaoyao Peak is the head of the spiritual vein, so why is the spiritual power so weak? If you dare to touch Xiaoyao Peak's spiritual vein again, then be prepared for the consequences of having your 9 generations exterminated. Grand Elder said coldly. Qin Wui shuddered and silently led his disciples away. The cracked spiritual vein was not repaired. The name of the Star River sect's Carefree Peak was known to all. Everyone knew that Carefree Peak was the most useless peak in the Star River sect. Its peak master was just a chi refinement cultivator of 10 years. If he didn't have strong connections, he would have been doing long ago. There was a saying among the common people. Better to be a young Taoist disciple at the foot of the mountain than to enter the Star River sect's carefree peak.
I still remember.
When the Grand Marshal came to pay tribute, the Emperor repeatedly instructed him to invite a senior envoy to descend the mountain and eliminate thee. It would be best to invite someone from Heavenly Sword Peak.
By all means, do not look for Carefree Peak.
But now, the person he was kneeling to invite was actually the Peak Master of Carefree Peak.
It was very helpless.
The Grand Marshal didn't know what to say, hesitated for a moment, and then earnestly said. Yi Kong sighed lightly and said indifferently, "You have to believe me."
Believe you my ass.
You, a chi refinement cultivator, go die within my Great Yin Kingdom, and even if my Great Yin Kingdom doesn't die, it will have a layer of skin off by your Star River sect.
I just simply came to ask for, don't mess with my mentality, okay? If you weren't a Peak Master, see if I don't tee you to death. Peak Master, can we not? The Great Yin Kingdom envoy said. Yi Kong looked at the Great Yin Kingdom envoy with a solemn expression and said solemnly, would this Peak Master joke with you? Isn't it just a small? I'll it with a wave of my hand, is it that difficult? Look at how anxious you are, you're also an envoy of the Great Yin Kingdom, don't you know how to?
The Great Yin Kingdom envoy looked at Yi Kong's solemn expression, and was briefly stunned for a moment.
There's no way, the Peak Master has already said so, what can he do? He can only believe it.
At worst, when he is eaten by thee, he will run another trip himself. You want to find death yourself, it has nothing to do with me.
Let's go, don't waste time, Yi Kong said softly. The Great Yin Kingdom envoy nodded, took a sip of wine to calm his nerves, and led the way. Outside the brothel,
Lin Yaoyao hid beside her after seeing her master come out.
Master, are you so fast? It's not even AS time before you're done? Master, you need to for kidney deficiency.
Yi Kong came out and sensed that his disciple was hiding nearby. He originally wanted to fly directly over, but he was afraid that his disciple couldn't keep up, so he still sat in the carriage with the Great Yin Kingdom envoy. He wouldn't see that his disciple wanted to follow.
The Great Yin Kingdom envoy couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this, you can't even fly, how can you help my Great Yin? Sigh. If I could start over, I would definitely ask your identity first. Now it's good, you insist on rushing to your death, and you're dragging me along.
The Grand Marshal's heart was very despairing, after all, Carefree Peak's reputation was well known.
Drive, the coachman shouted, the heavenly horse galloped wildly with its 4 hooves, very fast, rushing to the Jiangnan area of the Great Yin Kingdom. After Lin Yaoyao came out, she, following behind the carriage.
Yi Kong sat in the carriage, sensing that within 1,000 meters, his disciple was always closely following behind.
Alas, the disciple is to the master. I'm just going out to a small, and you have to follow. Wouldn't it be better to go back and cultivate during this time?
Forget it, if you want to follow, then follow, when the time comes, master will lend a leg for you to eat. Yi Kong thought, closing his eyes to rest. The Great Yin Kingdom envoy looked out the window with a very complicated expression, already making the worst plans.
He can't even, how can he deal with thee? I'm going to die.
The Great Yin Kingdom envoy, suppressing his sad emotions, let the wind dry his tears.
2 hours later, the carriage drove to the Jiangnan area of the Great Yin Kingdom.
The road wasn't far to begin with, and coupled with the fast running speed of the heavenly horse, they arrived in a short time. When the carriage drove to the Jiangnan area, the Grand Marshal got out of the carriage and pulled open the curtain.
Senior envoy, the Jiangnan area has arrived.
Yi Kong walked out of the carriage, looking at the beautiful scenery before him, he couldn't help but sigh. White egrets fly before Shisai Mountain, peach blossoms flow and mandarin fish are.
The Jiangnan area of the Great Yin Kingdom is very rich, one Jiangnan nourishes the entire Great Yin Kingdom. Senior envoy, what good poetry! A phoenix carriage slowly drove over. Greetings, Princess Chang'an.
The Grand Marshal bowed and saluted, and the officials behind him all knelt down. Yi Kong carried his hands on his back and turned to look.
Cultivators do not need to kneel, and the princesses of the secular dynasty.
Inside the carriage, a graceful princess of age, with a hint of baby fat on her face, slowly walked down.
she was ordered to come and receive the Star River sect senior envoy.
She was very unwilling at first, but after seeing Yi Kong's, she had some ideas.
Greetings, senior envoy. Princess Chang'an walked to Yi Kong's side and saluted. Yi Kong responded. Lin Yaoyao followed behind, watching her master and a princess standing side by side in front, talking happily, and couldn't help but feel angry.
I was wondering, what did master come all the way here for? It turns out he's here for a secret meeting.
And it's a princess. Humph. This emperor is angry.
Lin Yaoyao stood behind and shattered the stone tablet with a palm.
Yi Kong looked at the surrounding damaged background and shook his head.
In this beautiful scenery, it's too, read the rivers, they are damaged, and the roads are also.
What Yi Kong said indifferently.
Yes, please also.
Senior envoy helped to take action and the Princess Chang'an said. In the river, they swam out of the water.
It had a fleshy on its head, its body was covered with scales, and its body was more than 10 feet long, and it had not yet grown 4 limbs.
What a pity, it hasn't grown yet.
I was originally thinking of a dragon claw for my disciple to enhance her physique.
But at most will only taste a little better.
Although the is just it has the strength of a second order, which is equivalent to the foundation establishment level of a cultivator. However, the is extremely flexible in the water, with a natural bonus. If you want to catch and subdue it, even golden core cultivators will find it difficult.
Unless you can restrain it.
But for Yi Kong, it's just a small matter of waving his hand.
Chang'an looked at the dragon swimming out of the water and couldn't help but frown slightly. Why has this dragon become smaller?
Princess Chang'an she only saw a dragon that was hundreds of feet long, and it had 3 claws. Yi Kong carried his hands on his back, looking at the little dragon in front of him, he really wasn't interested. Amir can be killed with a flip of the hand.
Princess, run!
The Grand Marshal shouted to the princess beside him. What are you afraid of? We have a senior envoy, the princess said indifferently.
Princess, he is the Peak Master of Carefree Peak. The Grand Marshal reminded. Peak Master, that's even better. Princess Chang'an said happily.
Halfway through her smile, Princess Chang'an's smile froze.
Wait, what peak? Carefree Peak.
Lin Yaoyao frowned, sensing the behemoth was in the water. Master, oh master, please be careful.
There's a ferocious beast in the water, can't you sense it?
Even if you want to come out for sightseeing, you can't come to such a dangerous place.
What would you do if I didn't come with you?
Yi Kong watched the flood dragon swim towards him, slightly raised his palm, and was about to exert force when he sensed Lin Yaoyao.
Lin Yaoyao conjured a spirit sword in one hand and flew out rapidly from behind.
This master is really worrying. That's a flood dragon, its strength is comparable to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. With your chi refining strength, you can only tickle it at best.
Master, confidence is a good thing, but you can't be arrogant. Alas, let me, your disciple, save you.
If you die, my peaceful cultivation life will be over. Lin Yaoyao flew above the river, the spirit sword in her hand was like a dragon, hovering and flying in the air, dragging out a gorgeous light. The flood dragon poked its head out of the water, its scarlet eyes staring at Lin Yaoyao. It leaped out of the water and opened its bloody mouth to bite. Roar! Lin Yaoyao somersaulted in the air and went around to the flood dragon's abdomen, clenched her right hand into a fist, mobilized the spiritual power in her body, and blasted it out.
Bang! The flood dragon was directly knocked over by Lin Yaoyao, flying backwards, stirring up thousands of waves. Yi Kong's divine sense covered the area and discovered the large flood dragon hidden in the deepest part of the riverbed.
There really is another big flood dragon.
It is hundreds of feet long, with an extremely large body, and is undergoing transformation, soon to become a dragon. That is the real threat.
The rusty sword pierced the small flood dragon's body, knocking off a scale, and then fell into the water.
Everyone. As expected of the Peak Master of Peak, so weak.
A full-strength strike only knocked off a scale, fortunately, he ran fast.
Grand Tutor was glad that he had pulled the princess away. Lin Yaoyao was also helpless. Master, don't you know what your cultivation level is? Just stay on the shore honestly, can you not come out to make trouble?
With your cultivation, you can only scrape scales off the little flood dragon at most. After the rusty sword fell into the water, it was
like a long dragon, directly falling into the riverbed.
The flood dragon at the bottom of the river felt a fatal threat and opened its eyes. Just as it was about to escape, the rusty sword quickly pierced down, nailing through its head and fixing it to death at the bottom of the river.
Done.
Yi Kong clapped his hands. The big flood dragon had been fixed to death, leaving only a small one. With his disciple's strength, it would not be difficult to kill it.
Puff!
The flood dragon dived into the water and fled rapidly. The spirit sword was like a long dragon, closely following behind. But in the water, Lin Yaoyao's spiritual power was slightly affected, and she could not fully control the spirit sword, and could not catch up with the flood dragon.
The flood dragon's huge body moved close to the riverbed, slowly approaching Lin Yaoyao.
Lin Yaoyao stood on the river, holding the spirit sword in one hand, waiting for the flood dragon to surface.
The two, one person and one flood dragon, were deadlocked on this river.
If only my strength could break through to the middle stage of Foundation Establishment Realm, you, flood dragon, would have died long ago. Lin Yaoyao thought, closed her eyes, and listened to the movement in the water with her ears. Swish swish swish. The sound of scales rubbing against the riverbed was very small, but it reached Lin Yaoyao's ears. The flood dragon slowly swam to the bottom of Lin Yaoyao, waiting for an opportunity. Lin Yaoyao listened to the approaching sound, suddenly opened her eyes, and tightly gripped the spirit sword in her hand.
Puff!
The flood dragon broke through the water and bit towards Lin Yaoyao with lightning speed. Lin Yaoyao rose into the air. The distance from the flood dragon's body was only 5 centimeters, which was very dangerous. But the flood dragon's rising height was limited, and after its tail left the water, it could no longer chase and bite. After the waves dispersed, Lin Yaoyao found an opportunity and used the Galaxy Reincarnation Sword. She seemed to have a crescent moon rising between her breaths. The moon wheel was like a hook, bursting out with extreme sword intent.
Clang! Lin Yaoyao threw her hand as a sword and pointed at the flood dragon below. Crack!
The sword intent was vertical and horizontal, and all the scales on the flood dragon's body were crushed by the sword intent and fell into the water. Fresh blood instantly stained the entire river red.
Lin Yaoyao's strike severely injured the flood dragon.
Roar! The flood dragon roared in pain and fled into the water. It knew it couldn't win and ran away directly.
Humph, you want to run now?
Lin Yaoyao snorted coldly. Her figure flashed and appeared in front of the flood dragon. She activated the Galaxy Reincarnation Sword. Endless sword intent appeared, and then condensed into a giant sword, gorgeous and dazzling. Lin Yaoyao jumped lightly and flew to the top of the giant sword. Her toes pressed down, the giant sword plunged down rapidly, directly piercing the flood dragon's head and nailing the flood dragon to the bottom of the river. The flood dragon's body was still struggling constantly. The waves were rolling, but the amplitude was getting smaller and smaller. After more than 10 breaths, the waves gradually disappeared. The flood dragon was nailed to death by Lin Yaoyao with a sword at the bottom of the river. After the spirit sword dissipated, Lin Yaoyao stepped on the water and flew to the shore. Grand Tutor watched the flood dragon die, was stunned for a long time, and then ran from a distance, stepping forward to thank. Thank you, Senior, for solving the disaster for my great Yen.
Senior is so powerful, you must be master, right?
This woman should be the peak master of peaks master. No wonder the peak master of peak is so weak but can still be the peak master. It turns out that there is a master behind her. Grand Tutor felt that he had guessed the truth.
Lin Yaoyao did not answer, but walked to master.
This flood dragon is really powerful, Yi Kong said with emotion.
Strong? It's just a second-order monster, Lin Yaoyao said indifferently. But for you, it's quite strong.
No, I have to help you cultivate when I go back. I can't let you continue to be useless. Lin Yaoyao thought, and said, Master, don't run around in the future. The outside world is very dangerous, you know? If I hadn't come in time to save you today, you would have been eaten by the flood dragon. Can't you save me, your disciple, some worry?
As your disciple, I feel so much pressure. Going to brothels again, and going for sightseeing again. Do you really think the outside world is wonderful? Okay, I know, Yikong nodded. Knowing that you like to stick to me, I will try to stay in the Star River sect in the future. Otherwise, you will follow me when I go out, and I have to take care of you. Fortunately, it was just a small flood dragon. If it was really a flood dragon, you would have been gone if you rushed out just now. As your master, I feel a lot of pressure. Lin Yaoyao nodded when she heard master agreed. The matter is resolved, let's go back, Lin Yaoyao said. Yikong walked towards the chariot with his hands behind his back. My disciple consumed too much energy in the battle just now, I guess she can't fly back, it's better to take her in a carriage. Lin Yaoyao originally wanted to fly back directly, but the battle just now consumed too much energy, so she could only ride in the chariot with master. Grand Tutor looked at them entering the chariot and was messed up in the wind. Who is the master and who is the disciple? How could the peak master of peak be so weak and have such a strong disciple? Did I hear it wrong, or is senior stupid? Princess Chang'an stood in front of her car and did not know whether she should go forward to talk. It seems that I can't get a word in. Don't stand there, come and drive, Yikong shouted, interrupting Grand Tutor's thoughts. Grand Tutor glanced at the bloodstained river and turned to drive the chariot. No matter what, the flood dragon has been resolved, and this trip was thrilling but not dangerous. After the tribute, he will never come again. Dealing with the Star River sect is a thrill. Grand Tutor originally wanted to sit in the chariot, but after thinking about it, he still sat outside honestly to control the chariot. The two sitting inside are nominally master and disciple, but what if there are other relationships? Let them stay in the chariot. Thank you both for your help, I thank you both on behalf of the people of the Great Yin Kingdom, Princess Chanlo bowed outside. Well, you're welcome, Yikong waved his hand. Master is so shameless, I was the one who killed the flood dragon, okay? You just scraped off a scale for him. Grand Tutor drove the carriage and left here quickly, returning to the Star River sect. In the chariot. Yikong leaned on the chair, closing his eyes to rest. Lin Yaoyao was also recovering her spiritual power, but she secretly glanced at Master. I don't know where Master got the confidence, he can still sleep. Alas, for Master, I am also very worried. Lin Yaoyao shook her head and sighed, not knowing what to say to Master. 2 hours later. The chariot returned to the foot of the Star River sect mountain. Grand Tutor handed over the tribute and went straight back. Farewell. After speaking, he turned around and got on the carriage and left, not daring to stay longer. Yikong took the tribute and returned it to the sect, then returned to the off-peak. The task is completed, he has another chance to fish for special items. If it weren't for the task, he wouldn't bother to take a trip. The fishhook entered the sea, Yikong held the fishing rod in one hand, leisurely fishing. Lin Yaoyao looked at Master still fishing, and felt somewhat helpless. He comes back and fishes, does that mean you haven't learned your lesson this time? If I hadn't arrived in time to save you, you would have been swallowed by the flood dragon. It's good if you don't cultivate hard when you come back, and you're still fishing. Alas. Lin Yaoyao shook her head and sighed, not knowing what to say to Master. Not long after, the system's voice sounded in Yikong's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fishing out the 5th special item, Purple Phoenix Spirit. Purple Phoenix Spirit can be constantly changed according to the master's ideas, can assist in cultivation, and can also grow into a weapon. As the system's voice fell, Yikong raised the fishing rod, and a purple light fell into Yikong's hand. Purple Phoenix Spirit, the whole body is purple cyan, about 7 inches long and 1 inch wide, and it is an oval shape. It always feels weird to hold in your hand. And if it assists in cultivation, it is not very useful to me. Fishing every day, Shi refining +1, you don't need to cultivate yourself. Forget it, let's give it to my disciple. Yikong said, holding the Purple Phoenix Spirit, and walked towards Peach Mountain in the distance. At this time, Lin Yaoyao was about to enter the pond to cultivate when Master came. Does Master want to peek at me taking a bath again? Lin Yaoyao frowned. In the pond. After putting on her clothes in the water,
Lin Yaoyao jumped out of the water, sat on the bank, with her back to her Shizuan.
As expected, Shizuan came to peek at me bathing. Yi Kong walked behind Lin Yaoyao, looked at the beautiful back in front of him, and softly called out, "Disciple."
Lin Yaoyao heard Shizuan calling her and reluctantly turned around. The red dress on her body was half wet and half dry, outlining her enchanting figure. Her exquisite face was covered with crystal-clear water droplets, like a lotus emerging from the water, making people feel fond of her. If it were an ordinary person, one glance would be attracted by Lin Yaoyao's exquisite beauty, and would develop infatuation for her.
Disciple is tempting the teacher again.
Yi Kong glanced at her and then withdrew his gaze.
Here, your foundation establishment reward.
Lin Yaoyao was stunned for a moment when she heard this.
He didn't come to watch me bathe?
Looking at the thing in Shizuan's hand, Lin Yaoyao couldn't help but frown.
What is this thing?
Lin Yaoyao took the thing from Shizuan's hand and looked at it carefully in her hand.
When she saw the shape clearly, Lin Yaoyao's face suddenly turned red. This is.
That shy and blushing appearance, like a peach blossom washed by clear water, simply made all men unable to stop looking.
Disciple's lethality is too great.
If this were seen by others, the entire Star River sect would be boiling.
Gotta go.
Disciple, you can study it slowly, I'll leave first.
Yi Kong left a sentence and turned to leave.
This thing is for assisting cultivation, I hope Disciple doesn't think too much about it. Lin Yaoyao stood there dumbfounded, and after she came back to her senses, she angrily threw the purple phoenix spirit on the ground.
Damn Shizuan, actually giving me this kind of thing, what does he take me for? I, Lin Yaoyao, would rather die outside and jump down from here than use this thing. Even if I don't find a Tao companion, I don't need it.
Lin Yaoyao was so angry that she stamped her feet fiercely. The purple phoenix spirit on the ground underwent some changes after being stomped on by Lin Yaoyao a few times. It turned into a round ball, crystal clear.
The purple gas emitted entered Lin Yaoyao's body.
Lin Yaoyao immediately felt an unparalleled peace in her heart, and the anger in her heart also dissipated. The world, as if, had become quiet.
The calm Lin Yaoyao gradually calmed down. Looking at the horn that fell on the ground, emitting a faint purple light,
Lin Yaoyao felt a warmth in her heart, and felt very close to the purple phoenix spirit in her hand. The warmth in her heart came partly from Shizuan and partly from the purple phoenix
spirit. Alas, Shizuan has also put in a lot of effort.
In order to help me get a cultivation magic weapon, he must have asked people everywhere and spent a lot of favors. Thinking of this, Lin Yaoyao felt a little touched. Shizuan has prepared so much for me, and I scolded him before. Thinking of this, Lin Yaoyao felt a little ashamed.
It's really not right.
Lin Yaoyao's expression was complicated. Looking at the purple phoenix spirit in her hand, she found that it had turned into a horn.
Mr. Lin Yaoyao was speechless. This thing is good, but it is always easy to make people think crookedly.
Forget it, no one will see it when I use it myself in the future. After Lin Yaoyao put away the treasure, she jumped into the water to cultivate. After Yi Kong went back, he took the fishing rod and continued fishing.
In the Star River Hall,
Luo Yangtian stood on the Star River, with his back to the crowd.
Standing below were the peak lords and peak disciples of the 8 great peaks.
The beast-taming peak destroyed the spiritual veins of the carefree peak, which affected the Star River sect. The most important thing is that the spiritual veins are also the key to sealing the demon cult's ancestor, and they cannot be damaged. Luo Yangtian had no choice but to summon them to discuss countermeasures. Carefree Peak was not called because Carefree Peak was too weak and there was no need.
Qinwei, do you know your crime? Luo Yangtian said coldly.
Your subordinate knows his crime.
Qinwei lowered his head and said.
After being scolded by the great elder, he realized the seriousness of the matter. Now, cracks have appeared in the spiritual veins of Carefree Peak, which has affected the entire Star River sect.
Everyone, what do you think should be done about this matter? Luo Yangtian asked.
Since it was done by the beast-taming peak, then let the beast-taming peak repair it, Chen Shangqing said.
Whoever did it should handle it. Luo Yangtian nodded slightly and said softly, Xinwui, Xinsho, what do you say?
Disciple is willing to repair the spiritual veins. Xinsho cupped his hands and said.
Okay, then the spiritual veins of Carefree Peak will be left to you to guard, Luo Yangtian immediately ordered. Yes. Xinwui responded. In addition, strengthen your guard during this period.
It is very likely that the demon cult will take this opportunity to attack my Star River sect, Luo Yangtian then said. Once the demon cult knows about the damage to the spiritual veins, they will definitely sneak in and release the trapped demon king.
We understand. Everyone responded.
Also, since the matter was caused by your beast taming peak, then the matter of guarding Carefree Peak will also be left to your beast taming peak, Luo Yangtian then said.
Carefree Peak is too weak to guard at all. Sect leader, this.
Before Qin Wui could finish speaking, Xinsho interrupted his Shizuan's words. Sect leader, no problem.
Luo Yangtian nodded, and then said, okay, go down and prepare, you must not let the demon cult mix in, otherwise the demon king will be born, and the Star River sect will be destroyed. Yes. Everyone responded and retreated. Disciple, you are confused.
It will take a long time to repair the spiritual veins. During this time, you will have to stay in Carefree Peak, Xinwui said unhappily.
Shizuan, guarding Carefree Peak is fake.
Disciple, I want to take this opportunity to build a septic tank at the foot of Carefree Peak, Xinsho said with a sinister smile.
Xinwui was stunned when he heard this. Good boy, your ulterior motive is not in the wine, Xinwui smiled. The two returned to Beast Taming Peak to prepare. Lianyun Continent, Demon Music Palace.
Palace Master Sububi, wearing a black hat, was sitting on the throne, and said coldly.
Is the situation on the Star River sect's side true?
The black-clothed man kneeling below said truthfully, reporting to the Palace Master, the situation is
true.
The spies have already found out that the spiritual veins of Carefree Peak are severely damaged, and the entire Star River sect has been affected.
Especially Carefree Peak. There are only 2 people in Carefree Peak.
The Peak Lord is a chi refining waste, and his disciple is about the same.
Good. Sububi looked at the crowd in unison, and immediately announced. Pass down my secret order, let Black Tiger and Black Dragon go to Carefree Peak to control the master and disciple of Carefree Peak. Receive the 10 great dark shadows into the interior.
When the spiritual veins of the Star River sect are completely destroyed, the ancestor will be able to leave the customs.
Sububi said here, a little excited. This is a godsend opportunity.
His demon music palace has made so many preparations, and finally waited for the opportunity.
My demon cult has finally waited for the opportunity to rescue the ancestor.
Yes, we have waited for so many years, and finally got it.
Once the ancestor leaves the customs, the Star River sect will definitely be destroyed. The several elders of the Demon Music Palace said one after another, very excited. Black Cloud, go down and order it. Yes. Black Cloud responded and turned to leave. Sububi tapped the armrest lightly, and pondered, the ancestor has been suppressed by the Star River sect for so many years, it's time to be born. Below Mount Xiaoyao.
Xinsho was leading people to build a septic tank at the foot of Mount Xiaoyao.
Pile after pile of dung was being transported over.
At the foot of Mount Xiaoyao, they had fenced off a large area. They hollowed out the ground underneath and carefully constructed it. There was no other way, the demonic beasts of Beast Taming Peak were simply too many, and their sizes were enormous, resulting in a huge amount of excrement.
Beast Taming Peak could no longer accommodate it.
Moreover, building the septic tank at the foot of Mount Xiaoyao meant that when the weather got hot, the smell would spread, and a thick stench would waft towards Mount Xiaoyao. By then, the entire Mount Xiaoyao would be filled with a foul odor. Martial uncle, don't blame me, the sect leader gave me this opportunity.
Xinsho sneered.
But even if you blame me, it doesn't matter, with your cultivation level, you can't beat me anyway.
Building the septic tank could lure out the little black ants.
Ants and dung beetles are the same kind of creature. They are very sensitive to animal feces. Xinsho had become almost obsessed with the little black ants of Mount Xiaoyao. In name, they were protecting Mount Xiaoyao, but in reality, they were building a dung pit.
Who is defecating everywhere? And it smells so bad.
Yi Kong frowned, and his divine sense spread out, seeing Qin Shou leading people to build a septic tank at the foot of Mount Xiaoyao. Heh, Qin Shou has gotten bold, actually running to the foot of my Mount Xiaoyao to build a septic tank.
Yi Kong immediately put down his fishing rod and walked down the mountain. Martial Uncle Yi Kong. The disciples called out.
Yi Kong walked up to Qin Shou and questioned, "You are building a septic tank at the foot of my Mount Xiaoyao, making my entire Mount Xiaoyao stink." "Martial uncle, I didn't do it on purpose, it won't stink anymore once the septic tank is built,"
Qin Shou explained. "It's just to disgust your Mount Xiaoyao. What can you do to me? Hit me? Can you beat me? Then why don't you build it on your beast taming peak, instead of running to my Mount Xiaoyao?" Yi Kong asked again.
"It was ordered by the sect leader,"
Qin Shou said.
"The sect leader ordered me to come and guard Mount Xiaoyao, and by the way, I'll build a septic tank myself."
Ordered by the sect leader? Yi Kong frowned slightly.
"Yes, ordered by the sect leader, Martial Uncle Yi Kong can go and ask."
Qin Shou nodded.
Yi Kong hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Forget it, since it was ordered by the sect leader, then hurry
up and build it, and cover up the smell for me." After saying that, Yi Kong walked back.
"TCH, I thought he was so fierce."
"Is that all? You brought out the sect leader and now you don't dare to speak."
It wasn't that Yi Kong was afraid, but the sect leader of the Star River sect had always protected him. The sect leader and his father were close friends, and he was able to become the peak master because the sect leader fully supported him. Nothing had happened for 10 years, and the sect leader deserved some credit for that.
If it weren't for the sect leader, Yi Kong might just be an ordinary disciple now.
So, Yi Kong had to give the sect leader face. After all, his Mount Xiaoyao had been taken care of by him for more than 10 years. There was always some kindness involved.
Qin Shou watched Yi Kong leave, shook his head and smiled. "Heh, I'm building a septic tank at the foot of your Mount Xiaoyao, what can you do to me?" Qin Shou sneered. "I am the embodiment of a great emperor, you can't afford to offend me."
"Build it carefully, and try to finish the septic tank by tonight,"
Qin Shou ordered.
"Yes," the crowd responded. Qin Shou pinched his nose and found a place to sleep and slack off.
Night, early morning. On Mount Xiaoyao. Two men in black sneaked into Mount Xiaoyao under the cover of night.
"The palace lord has ordered that we only need to temporarily disrupt the spiritual veins of Mount Xiaoyao to welcome the experts from the palace in."
Hei Long on the left said solemnly.
"Brother, we are both at the peak of foundation establishment, dealing with this trash Mount Xiaoyao is a piece of cake, why be so careful?" Hei Hu said with disdain. He and his brother were both genius disciples of the Demon Joy Palace. At only 20 years old, their cultivation had reached the peak of foundation establishment. Moreover, they were also one of the hidden agents of the Demon Joy Palace planted in the Star River sect. Mount Xiaoyao is not scary, but if we are discovered by others, it will be bad, so be as careful as possible,"
Hei Long said in a low voice.
Hei Hu didn't refute his brother's words and nodded silently. The two searched around Mount Xiaoyao and saw the spiritual veins that had been dug open. There was a crack in the spiritual veins, emitting a faint spiritual power. Shadow Lord was right, the spiritual veins of Mount Xiaoyao were indeed dug.
Hei Hu smiled happily.
Shadow Lord is a high-level member of the Star River sect, there is nothing he doesn't know.
Hei Long said indifferently.
Who is Shadow Lord?
Hei Hu asked curiously. Don't ask. Hei Long refused.
He turned his hand and took out a black nail full of runes, and inserted it along the crack. Buzz! The spiritual power dissipated, and the formation of Mount Xiaoyao was temporarily disrupted. The ground shook slightly, and the tremor transmitted to Peach Mountain. Lin Yaoyao, who was cultivating quietly, sensed the slight tremor and couldn't help but wake up from her cultivation. She was originally in a state of silence, and could sense even the slightest disturbance. Lin Yaoyao walked out of the thatched cottage and walked towards the source of the tremor. As soon as she walked to the side, she saw two men in black in front of her.
"Who are you?" Lin Yaoyao questioned.
According to the information from the Dark Guards, that should be the only disciple of Mount Xiaoyao. Capture her first. He Long said in a low voice, and took out a broadsword. Seeing this, He Hu shook his head.
"Do you need a knife to deal with a weak woman? Isn't it enough to just use your hands?"
Thinking this, He Hu quietly filled the pit with his feet to avoid being discovered. After Lin Yaoyao saw clearly that the two were up to no good, she decisively attacked and blasted out with a punch. He Long jumped up with his broadsword in hand and slashed towards Lin Yaoyao. Lin Yaoyao sidestepped and punched He Long in the chest. He Long's ribs were broken, and he spat out blood.
Never expecting that Lin Yaoyao would be so strong. Wasn't it said that she was a waste?
Seeing this, He Hu didn't dare to take it lightly, and turned his hand to take out a long sword and stab it.
Lin Yaoyao's face turned cold, and she transformed a spiritual sword with spiritual power, pointing it at He Hu. "You came to my Mount Xiaoyao, what do you want to do?" Lin Yaoyao asked coldly.
"Kill you," He Hu said, and killed with his sword. Lin Yaoyao's face turned cold when she heard this.
"Master is so weak, who wants to kill him? Such a weak person cannot be my enemy. Could it be that someone bears a grudge against Master and hired an assassin to kill Master?"
While Lin Yaoyao was thinking, He Hu had already killed nearby.
Looking for death.
Lin Yaoyao leaped into the air, jumped behind He Hu, and pierced his body with a sword.
Although it didn't injure a vital point, it severely injured He Hu. He was now dumbfounded. Didn't the information say that Mount Xiaoyao was a waste peak? What is going on? Why is she so strong?
She is obviously only at the early stage of foundation establishment, but her combat power is too high. He Long got up from the ground and didn't dare to hide his clumsiness at the moment, releasing a dark demonic energy.
Demonic cult. Lin Yaoyao recognized it at a glance and couldn't help but frown.
"I didn't want to reveal it, but since you know, I have no choice but to let you die,"
the Black Dragon said coldly.
"The demonic cult is nothing more than rats that can't be brought to the table," Lin Yaoyao said coldly.
Looking for death. The Black Dragon brandished his large blade, sealing off Lin Yaoyao's movements.
Lin Yaoyao formed a fist with her left hand, and as the large blade came down, she punched it, deflecting its position.
Then, she raised her spiritual sword and directly pierced the Black Dragon's clavicle.
The intense pain made the Black Dragon extremely uncomfortable.
Just as he was about to shout, Lin Yaoyao punched him unconscious.
"Humph, I already said that the demonic cult is nothing more than rats that can't be brought to the table,"
Lin Yaoyao coldly snorted. After knocking the two unconscious, Lin Yaoyao directly kicked them down the mountain, where they landed in the cesspool. Splash! Excrement flew everywhere, directly splashing out.
More than a dozen surrounding disciples were splattered all over. They looked at each other and all vomited. Unable to bear the stench, they all ran back to Beast Taming Peak to wash themselves.
"Who wants to deal with my carefree peak?"
Lin Yaoyao pondered, puzzled. They even colluded with the demonic cult. After thinking for a long time, Lin Yaoyao directly threw the two of them off Carefree Peak.
"No matter who it is, as long as you dare to come, this emperor will make sure you can't handle it."
After Lin Yaoyao finished thinking, she looked towards the Carefree Pavilion.
The demonic cult's 10 dark shadows gathered. It's about time.
With Black Tiger and Black Dragon's strength, they should have already subdued the Carefree Peak master and disciple. Dark Shadow said softly.
"Go, enter." Tianjia shouted. "Yes."
The others responded. The 10 of them were the Demonic Joy Palace's strongest force, specializing in assassination.
Each of them had a nascent soul cultivation.
Their names were arranged from Tianjia to Tiangue, with higher rankings indicating greater strength.
Inside Carefree Pavilion.
Yi Kong smelled the stench and woke up inside Carefree Pavilion.
Who is defecating anywhere on my Carefree Peak? This smell has even reached my Carefree Pavilion. Yi Kong frowned.
Most of Carefree Peak was filled with the stench.
Didn't you say the smell wouldn't spread? Chinsho, are you screwing me over? No, are you screwing over your martial uncle?
Since you've made my carefree peak stink to high heaven, then don't blame me, your martial uncle, for punishing you.
Yi Kong was a little angry.
It was agreed that the smell wouldn't spread, but it was even worse at night. Even if it was the sect master's order, you can't be so passive and negligent.
Don't you know that such stinky feces can easily affect a person's sleep? If this smell wafts to Peach Mountain, wouldn't my disciple faint from the stench?
Yi Kong thought, and was about to circulate his spiritual power when suddenly he sensed 10 people approaching stealthily. Their concealment abilities were very good, and they were all holding sharp blades, their auras restrained.
Where did these insects come from? Yi Kong frowned. What are they doing on my carefree peak in the middle of the night? Could they be targeting my disciple? Yi Kong frowned slightly, sensing the demonic energy on their bodies. It was clear they weren't good people.
Yi Kong moved his feet, and the next second, he silently appeared in front of the 10 people.
Remember, don't reveal your aura. First, rendezvous with Black Dragon and Black Tiger. Tianjia instructed.
Understood. The others responded. The disciples of Carefree Peak are said to be very beautiful.
Should we kidnap her and send her to the Palace Lord when we leave? Tian Yi asked. We can. Tianjia nodded.
So they really are here to deal with my disciple.
Then I can't let you go.
Yi Kong mobilized the spiritual power in his body and gently raised his palm.
Not good, theirs. Tianjia sensed a threat behind him.
But before he could finish speaking, Yi Kong swung his palm down, directly knocking all 10 of them unconscious.
Tianjia hadn't even reacted when he suddenly lost consciousness.
They didn't even know who knocked them unconscious. Yi Kong looked at the 10 people in front of him, hesitating whether to kill them or hand them over to the sect master. Forcing them to reveal why they came to the Star River sect was something that had to be left to the sect master.
The stench in the air directly interrupted Yi Kong's thoughts.
Ah, right, I still have to teach Chinsho a lesson. Yi Kong came back to his senses, looking at the 10 black-clothed people lying in front of him.
An idea immediately came to his mind.
He saw Yi Kong wave his hand, and all 10 dark shadows took flight, falling into the cesspool. Yi Kong formed hand seals, setting up a small formation to seal them all in the manure pit.
As soon as it's opened. Splash!
At that time, they will fly everywhere.
Martial nephew, I'm just giving you a little lesson. Don't blame your martial uncle. Yi Kong said indifferently.
It was you who acted dishonorably first, making my carefree peak reek, so don't blame me, your martial uncle, for giving you a small warning. After Yi Kong finished speaking, he walked towards Peach Mountain. He had to protect his disciple.
Who knew if these insects had any backup plans?
Although he didn't know what they were here for, as a master, he had to protect his disciple. After Lin Yaoyao solved the assassins, she was also rushing towards her master's location. Her master was so weak, she hoped nothing would happen to him. The two of them, coincidentally, were thinking of protecting each other, quickening their pace towards each other's location.
Edge of Peach Mountain.
Yi Kong had just stepped into Peach Mountain when he saw Lin Yaoyao.
Lin Yaoyao also looked at her master with a surprised expression. The two of them had met.
Under the moonlight, the two faced each other, the scene very harmonious.
Master, do you know that there are people from the demonic cult on Carefree Peak right now? You came to my Peach Mountain in the middle of the night. Are you really not afraid of something happening? This master really makes this emperor worry. This emperor still needs to protect you, you know?
Yi Kong frowned slightly, looking at Lin Yaoyao going out in the middle of the night.
It's so dangerous in the middle of the night, and you're still wandering around? If it weren't for your master taking action to deal with some insects just now, you would have been in danger, you know. This disciple really doesn't let this teacher rest easy. Disciple, going out for a stroll in the middle of the night, aren't you afraid of encountering demons and ghosts? Yi Kong asked.
Lin Yaoyao was extremely disdainful in her heart upon hearing this.
Afraid of ghosts? No wonder, why did you come to my peach mountain in the middle of the night?
So you're afraid of ghosts?
Master, we are cultivators.
Have you ever seen a cultivator who was afraid of ghosts?
Do you know that there are assassins outside who are more terrifying than ghosts? This master is really too worrying. What if thieves jump out again in the middle of the night? What will you do?
Master, your disciple is not afraid of ghosts.
Lin Yaoyao said.
Well, that's good. Yikong nodded and said, Disciple, Carefree Peak hasn't been peaceful recently. This teacher is afraid something will happen to you, so I came to Peach Mountain to protect you. Lin Yaoyao felt a burst of disdain in her heart upon hearing this. Master, you're clearly afraid of ghosts and something happening, so you came to find your disciple.
And you say you're protecting me?
This emperor has at least established a foundation, and you're only training Qi.
Who's protecting who? Alas, Master is too concerned with face.
Forget it, this emperor won't expose you.
Okay, thank you, Master. Lin Yaoyao nodded.
Yikong nodded slightly and followed Lin Yaoyao back to the thatched hut on Peach Mountain. After entering the room, Yikong smelled the unique fragrance of his disciple's body, which was intoxicating. Moreover, he accidentally saw the violet phoenix silk that he had given to his disciple placed on the bed. Lin Yaoyao's pretty face turned red after seeing the violet phoenix silk on the bed, and she quickly put it away.
Disciple, could it be that you're using this for that kind of thing?
Hiss.
But it's okay. Master, you can't think too much, your disciple didn't use anything. If you think too much, I can explain.
The scene suddenly became a little awkward. I have a friend series, I opened a book called You Monk. Why do you become stronger when you break the rules? It is also a brainstorming fantasy. Friends who like it can move to see, don't spray if you don't like it.
Below Mount Xiaoyao.
Qinshu woke up from his nap, stretched lazily, and walked to the cesspool. He had just opened his mouth to yawn when he suddenly inhaled a peculiar gas.
Ugh!
Qinshu directly vomited up the leftovers he had eaten the day before yesterday.
Did the cesspool explode?
Qinshu got up and looked around, but there wasn't a single person in sight.
Where is everyone?
Qinshu pinched his nose and walked to the cesspool, noticing that the lid was on.
Who the hell put the lid on? The smell can't escape with the lid on.
Qinshu said speechlessly. He never intended to put a lid on it when he built the cesspool. He just dug a pit at the foot of Mount Xiaoyao and dumped the feces inside.
One by one, wait until I get back and teach you all a lesson.
Qinshu reached out and removed the lid from the cesspool.
Who the hell set a trap in the cesspool?
Qinshu wiped away the filth from his eyes and saw 12 people lying in the cesspool, instantly stunned.
What's going on? How could they be hiding in the cesspool?
The disciples of the beast control peak behind him originally wanted to go back to wash, but seeing Qinshu still standing there, they rushed over immediately. They saw the people lying in the cesspool, wearing black robes, some of them injured. Qinshu looked at their necks and saw tattoos on them, his eyes widening instantly.
Demons. Demon cult. Senior brother, they are.
A disciple behind him asked.
They are people from the demon cult.
Qinshu hurriedly said.
The demon cult came to steal feces?
Hiss, the demon cult.
Senior brother is amazing, he can actually defeat the people of the demon cult at night.
Senior brother is so strong, he actually defeated the demon cult disciples without making a
sound.
Everyone praised endlessly, making Qinshu think that he had really done it. Everyone in the demon cult deserves to be punished. I just caught a few small demon cult disciples, it's nothing, Qinshu said with his hands behind his back, slightly raising his head. One day, I will personally uproot the demon cult. As soon as these words came out, many disciples admired him.
Of course, it would be better if Qinshu didn't have feces on him.
Senior brother is really amazing. Qinshu, with his hands behind his back, instructed, take them to the Star River Hall. Upon hearing this, the other disciples put down their tools, tied up the demon cult disciples, and escorted them back to the Star River Hall. Inside the Star River Hall, a stench permeated the Star River Hall. Luo Yangtian, the Star River sect master who stepped on the Star River and faced away from the common people, had to block his nose.
It was too damn smelly. It's one thing to catch assassins, but to get covered in feces? Is that really necessary?
The Great Elder pinched his nose and used water to wake up all the demon cult members on the ground.
They had to figure out how they got in.
After Tianjia woke up, he looked around, smelled the stench, and immediately vomited.
Ugh! This vomit made the already stinky Star River Hall even worse.
Qinshu kicked Tianjia and cupped his hands, saying, "Sect Master, these demon cult members came to my Star River sect to steal feces, and I caught them. Please punish them, Sect Master."
Steal feces? Luo Yangtian was stunned. The demon cult traveled so far to steal feces? Are you serious?
Tianjia was also stunned, looking at the feces all over his body, and then looking up at Qinshu.
Suddenly, anger burned in his heart.
"You knocked us unconscious and threw us into the cesspool, and now you're slandering my demon cult for stealing feces.
Too much."
"Qinshu, what evidence do you have that they came to steal feces?" the Great Elder asked.
"Reporting to the Elder, I caught them in the cesspool,"
Qinshu said truthfully. The Great Elder's eyes were strange.
This demon cult is really ruthless, actually hiding in the cesspool. Tianjia and the others directly fainted several people from anger. Does his demon music palace lack feces? Qinshu, I, the Dark Shadow, will never coexist with you. Tianjia gritted his teeth.
Qinshu grabbed a piece of feces from his body and stuffed it into Tianjia's mouth, blocking Tianjia's mouth.
You were originally here to steal feces, why, am I slandering you?
Qinshu said unhappily. Tianjia was so insulted by Qinshu that he exploded with anger.
Qinshu, I want you to die.
Tianjia roared, his whole body flushed red, and his aura soared.
See, I told you, you're getting anxious.
Qinshu said from the side.
Roar!
Tianjia roared, and his whole body quickly cracked. The Great Elder waved his hand, protecting Qinshu and the others.
Bang!
With a loud noise, Tianjia self-detonated, and the other demon cult members were also affected and died. Luo Yangtian stretched out his right hand and grabbed, absorbing the power of Tianjia's self-detonation, while also getting some on his right hand.
Although the power of Tianjia's self-detonation was gone, the feces on their bodies exploded all over the Star River Hall. Luo Yangtian collapsed, feeling unable to stand, and not wanting his right hand anymore.
It was already smelly enough, but now the entire Star River Hall was covered.
Qinshu, you can go down first.
The merits you have made for the Star River sect will be rewarded by this sect master later, Luo Yangtian said slowly, calming down.
It is my duty to catch feces thieves for the sect.
Qinshu cupped his hands.
Luo Yangtian. Just get out of here. The Great Elder couldn't bear it anymore and waved his hand to send Qinshu and the others out.
The people were gone, but the smell remained.
Luo Yangtian eased his emotions and instructed, Great Elder, go.
Investigate how the demon cult members sneaked in. Their infiltration is definitely not to steal feces, but to save someone. Sect Master, are you talking about the demon cult ancestor? The Great Elder asked.
Luo Yangtian nodded slightly, very likely. If it was really the demon cult, then everything would make sense.
After all, the demon cult ancestor is suppressed in the Star River sect, beneath his feet.
How could the demon music palace send the strongest dark shadow just to steal feces?
Qinshu didn't understand, but he knew it very well in his heart.
The demon cult ancestor is an absolutely powerful existence in the Lianyun continent.
Back then, the major sects besieged and seriously injured him, but the major sects also suffered heavy losses and had to retreat. The previous sect master of the Star River sect died like this. After so many years, I didn't expect the demon cult to still be unwilling to give up, the Great Elder said angrily. Once the demon cult ancestor emerges, he will inevitably bring the demon cult back with a vengeance.
The demon cult ancestor is an existence that makes people tremble with fear.
Once rescued, he will definitely start a war and harm the world. Great Elder, you immediately issue an order to let the peak masters restrain their disciples and let the law enforcement hall patrol day and night. If there is any movement from the demon cult, preparations must be made. This is the deterrent force brought by the demon cult ancestor. This subordinate understands. The Great Elder bowed slightly and turned to leave. Wait a moment, clean up the feces in the Star River Hall, Luo Yangtian instructed and disappeared above the Star River. It's too smelly. The next day, early morning. Mount Xiaoyao, on Peach Mountain. Yi Kong stretched lazily and walked out of Lin Yaoyao's thatched cottage. A night had passed, and no assassins had come again, so it was likely that everything was fine. Yi Kong looked back at Lin Yaoyao and, seeing that she was still meditating, didn't wake her. Immediately, he left Peach Mountain and sat by the bitter sea to fish. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking the silence and obtaining a special item, a fishing opportunity. Not long after the system's voice fell, Yi Kong raised his fishing rod, and a mirror appeared in his hand. Heavenly Net Mirror, the cultivation of the person illuminated will drop by 90%. After listening to the system's explanation, Yi Kong shone the mirror on himself, looking at his handsome face through the mirror, and activated it with spiritual power. Buzz! Yi Kong immediately felt that his spiritual power was weakened by 90%, but it didn't affect him much. Not bad. I love fishing, fishing is great. Yi Kong couldn't help but sing. A quarter of an hour later. Lin Yaoyao quietly opened her eyes and, seeing that her master was gone, breathed a sigh of relief. Last night, neither of them slept. One was worried that people from the demon sect would come, and the other was afraid that the other party would do something to her. Lin Yaoyao looked at the purple phoenix spirit in her hand, her brow furrowing. I hope Master won't think too much, this emperor is just using this thing to cultivate. Lin Yaoyao walked out of the thatched cottage and saw from afar that her master was sitting by the bitter sea fishing. Master is really something, clearly terrified to death last night, yet today he's still leisurely fishing. Lin Yaoyao muttered in her heart and sat by the pond to cultivate. Demon Music Palace. The life tokens of the 10 great shadows were all broken, proving that they were already dead. Palace Master, should the plan still be executed? Black Cloud knelt below and asked. Yes. Su Bubi nodded slightly and said, the spiritual vein of Mount Xiaoyao has been interrupted, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You transmit the order to the hidden guard planted in the Star River sect, and let him break open the formation and release the old ancestor. My demon music palace has waited too long for this opportunity, and we must not miss it again. Yes. Black Cloud responded and turned to leave. Su Bubi sat in the main seat, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. The hidden guard buried for many years should also be put to use. That night, the hidden guard lurking in the Star River sect came down from Skysword Peak, hiding in the darkness, and quietly approached Mount Xiaoyao. Few people know that the formation imprisoning the demon sect old ancestor is within the spiritual vein of Mount Xiaoyao. The hidden guard sneaked all the way, quietly approached the excavated spiritual vein, looked at the spiritual vein below that had not yet recovered, and immediately took out a black long nail. Demon sect old ancestor, come out. After the hidden guard finished speaking softly, he drove the black long nail into the spiritual vein. Rumble. The Star River sect shook for a while, and everyone was awakened from their sleep. Inside the Star River Hall. The Star River under Luo Yangtian's feet was turbulent and uneasy, and a powerful aura spread from under his feet. Ha 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 ha, this old ancestor is about to come out. The demon sect old ancestor sneered under Luo Yangtian's feet. Luo Yangtian carried his hands behind his back and said slowly, you've been stepped on by me for so many years, even if you can come out, so what? Luo Yangtian's hands behind his back were full of sweat. The Star River was shaking, and he was still a little panicked. What if the demon sect old ancestor really came out? It shouldn't be, unless the formation trapping him is broken. But the formation trapping him is under the spiritual vein of Mount Xiaoyao, and not many people know about it. Who would break it open? Stay calm, don't panic. If it weren't for you guys besieging me in the first place,
Could I have been captured by you? Ridiculous. The demon sect old ancestor sneered.
I don't care about that. Anyway, you've been stepped on by me for many years, Luo Yangtian said calmly. Don't bother struggling. Even if you come out, this sect leader can crush you in minutes.
As the Star River trembled, a wisp of black gas emanated, solidifying into a figure. Luo Yangtian, guess when I'll come out? The demon sect old ancestor sneered. Luo Yangtian, with his back to the demon sect old ancestor, was even more nervous.
It can't be, the demonic energy is leaking out.
Is he really about to come out?
Once the demon sect old ancestor breaks out, I won't be able to beat him either. What's out now is just a clone of the demon sect old ancestor. Great Elder, go investigate quickly whether there's a problem with the spiritual vein of Mount Xiaoyao, Luo Yangtian hurriedly ordered. Sect leader, regarding the demon sect old ancestor here, should we ask for reinforcements? The Great Elder asked. Upon hearing this, Luo Yangtian appeared contemptuous on the surface and said, a mere demon sect old ancestor is nothing, this sect leader can suppress him with a flip of the hand. Once the demon sect old ancestor breaks out, no one can help.
Luo Yangtian also prepared to run away at any time. The Great Elder looked at Luo Yangtian's back, filled with emotion.
As expected of the sect leader, not panicking in the face of danger. After cupping his hands and bowing, the Great Elder quickly left. It's just a clone, this sect leader can break it with a wave of his hand.
Luo Yangtian raised his right hand and slapped the clone to death.
As soon as he slapped it to death, the Star River trembled again. Black gas filled the air, and terrifying black gas swept across the entire hall, enveloping the Star River sect.
The demon sect old ancestor appeared behind him.
His whole body was entwined with black gas, exuding endless pressure, making people palpitate.
Come, try slapping again. The demon sect
old ancestor said with a faint smile.
He had already come out.
Luo Yangtian felt a chill in his heart, his back to the demon sect old ancestor, not daring to turn around.
Damn it, he really broke out. Who the hell broke open the spiritual vein of Mount Xiaoyao? No, I have to run. Luo Yangtian appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was panicking like crazy. Facing the demon sect old ancestor is like facing fear.
The previous sect leader couldn't beat him, let alone himself. The demon sect old ancestor's whole body surged with black gas, covering the sky and sun, enveloping the top of the Star River sect. The entire Star River sect seemed to have fallen into absolute darkness, without a trace of light.
In the demon sect old ancestor's domain, the demon sect old ancestor could absorb everyone's spiritual power for his own use. Ha. Your Star River sect will become my food. The demon sect old ancestor sneered, absorbing everyone's spiritual power.
Luo Yangtian, with his hands behind his back, was about to run away when he heard the voices of the disciples below.
The demon sect old ancestor is out, run.
Run, we'll all die if we don't.
What are you afraid of? Didn't you see that the sect leader is still standing above the Star River, with his back to the demon sect old ancestor?
That's right, as long as the sect leader is here, he will definitely suppress the demon sect old ancestor. We must believe in the sect leader. Everyone said in unison, looking at the sect leader's back, no longer so afraid.
Damn it, who's trying to kill me with praise? Am I showing my back? I'm just afraid to turn around, okay? The Star River sect, looking at the newly emerged demon sect old ancestor with divine sense, gritted his teeth and said, Demon sect old ancestor, even if you come out, this sect leader can still kill you. See, the sect leader said he can kill the demon sect old ancestor with one slap. Everyone, don't panic. The second elder stabilized the people's hearts. The demon sect old ancestor looked at Luo Yangtian's back and sneered, just you? After speaking, black gas enveloped Luo Yangtian. Just a trick of the trade, Luo Yangtian snorted coldly, having already found the best escape route. Never mind, I'll run after slapping once. I can't beat him.
Luo Yangtian was still very self-aware, he and the demon sect old ancestor were not in the same league at all. He couldn't beat him at all.
He could only run, waiting for the opportunity to make a comeback. Starfall! Luo Yangtian shouted loudly, slapping out with his palm. The stars twinkled and bloomed with brilliance, becoming the only ray of light in this endless darkness.
Taking advantage of the gap before the attack landed, Luo Yangtian's figure flashed and disappeared on the Star River.
Never mind, I'm running, my life is more important. Luo Yangtian's figure disappeared, seen by everyone. Why did the sect leader run away? Everyone was puzzled. On Mount Xiaoyao, Yi Kong looked into the distance, sensing the aura of the demon sect old ancestor. He could even release him?
Yi Kong shook his head inside, flipping his hand and taking out the heavenly net mirror. Activating it with spiritual power, he shone it on the demon sect old ancestor. The demon sect old ancestor's figure appeared in the heavenly net mirror, his whole body filled with black gas, incomparably terrifying. Who is spying on this old ancestor? The demon sect old ancestor sensed that someone was spying on him. Just as the star was about to fall, the demon sect old ancestor smiled slightly, mobilizing the spiritual power in his body to resist. I didn't expect the Star River sect leader to have so little ability. This old man can suppress it with 30% of his power. But upon mobilizing it, his expression changed drastically. Where's my spiritual power? He felt that his strength had been weakened by 90%. And he couldn't absorb other people's spiritual power to use. What's going on? Just as the demon sect old ancestor was suspicious, the star pierced through the darkness. The demon sect old ancestor's black gas was directly shattered by the star. The demon sect old ancestor resisted with all his might, but facing Luo Yangtian's attack, he couldn't mobilize spiritual power to resist. Boom! With a loud noise, the demon sect old ancestor was directly smashed back into the seal. Ah, I'm not reconciled. The demon sect old ancestor roared angrily. The demonic energy dissipated, and the Star River gradually returned to calm. Everyone looked at the falling star, their eyes widened. Sect leader sealed the demon sect old ancestor again with one slap. What powerful strength! So the sect leader didn't run away but suppressed the demon sect old ancestor with a flip of his hand, leaving the finishing work to others. Sect leader is mighty, long live the sect leader! Everyone shouted. Luo Yangtian, who had just run to the foot of the mountain, stood next to the beggar's den. Inside the beggar's den, a 7 or 8-year-old beggar stared with puzzled eyes, looking at Luo Yangtian. Luo Yangtian looked back and shook his head inside. Alas, it's not that I don't want to save you, but that I can't beat him. Star River sect, run as many as you can, Luo Yangtian shook his head inside. Just as he was about to leave, he saw the black gas of the Star River sect dissipate. Releasing his divine sense to look, the demon sect old ancestor was also gone. What's the situation? Was he really suppressed by my slap? Am I that strong? No, it's probably because the demon sect old ancestor was imprisoned for too long and his strength hadn't recovered yet. Thinking of this, Luo Yangtian's figure flashed and reappeared on the Star River. Carrying his hands behind his back, facing the entire Star River sect, his hair fluttering, everyone only saw a powerful white-robed back. Bearing the burden of all living beings and saving the people from fire and water is the responsibility of us cultivators. Luo Yangtian said softly, his voice spreading throughout the Star River sect. Sect leader is mighty. The entire Star River sect, from top to bottom, shouted in unison. There was a figure hiding in the dark, silently watching Luo Yangtian. Impossible, Luo Yangtian can't be that strong. The hidden guard didn't believe at all that Luo Yangtian could seal the demon sect old ancestor with one slap. The great elder, holding a black long nail, appeared beside Luo Yangtian and said, Sect leader, this is the demonic artifact that destroyed the spiritual vein of Mount Xiaoyao. Luo Yangtian quietly put the thing away, nodding lightly. At the foot of the Star River sect, a 7 or 8-year-old child, dressed in coarse linen clothes, wandered the streets, begging for a living, his eyes filled with turbidity. After an unknown period of muddled existence, the little beggar's eyes suddenly became incomparably bright. This emperor is actually still alive? The little beggar squatted in a corner, looking around. It seems this emperor was not meant to die, the little beggar sneered. He was originally the demon emperor by Wuchen, who suppressed all directions, dominated the demonic path, and was the master of the demonic path. Even the largest demonic sect in Lianyun continent, the Demon Music Palace, was just a small force established by him. Not worth mentioning. However, he encountered a problem when cultivating the final stage of the joyful demon scripture. His physical body collapsed, and his divine consciousness shattered. He thought he would die, but he didn't expect to be reborn. Moreover, he retained a bit of his strength, roughly equivalent to the foundation establishment stage. Since this emperor is still alive, there is still a chance to start over. Demon Emperor by Wuchen said in a deep voice. The most urgent task is to enter a sect to cultivate in seclusion. It's difficult to cultivate outside due to the thin spiritual energy. Only within a sect, with the aid of the sect's abundant spiritual energy, can one cultivate quickly. This is why many cultivators want to join a sect. I can't go to the demonic sect. Now that this emperor is reborn, if the demonic sect finds out, I'm finished, Bai Wuchen whispered. Hey, have you heard? Shin Shou of the Star River sect seems to have captured many people from the Demon Music Palace. The news has spread that the Demon Music Palace wanted to invade the Star River sect, but Shin Shou of the Star River sect caught them. That's right. It is said that the ancestor of the Demon Music Palace broke through the seal, but the Star River sect master sealed him with a slap. So amazing. The Star River sect is indeed powerful, but the carefree peak of the Star River sect is trash. The peak master is at the chi refining stage, and the disciples are not much better. It is said that the people from the Demon Music Palace infiltrated through the carefree peak. Passers-by were discussing. Carefree peak? Chi refining trash? I have a hiding place. Even such trash demonic sects like the Demon Music Palace can invade, how can they deal with this emperor? Bai Wuchen sneered. The Star River sect is imprisoning the ancestor of the Demon Music Palace. Once I get in and devour him, my strength will surely recover quickly. At that time, the world will kneel at my feet. This child must be starving. Here's a copper coin for you to buy a sesame cake, said a passerby, seeing Bai Wuchen squatting in the corner and laughing, thinking he was starving and had gone mad. Bai Wuchen clenched the copper coin in his small fist and crushed it into powder. I, a dignified demon emperor, do not need charity. Bai Wuchen had a gloomy expression, but he looked fair and tender, with a bit of baby fat on his face, so he looked cute when he was fierce. On Carefree Peak, Yi Kong held a fishing rod in his right hand and sat by the bitter sea, beginning his day of fishing. If fishing had levels, then Yi Kong would definitely be the highest level. The Great Elder suddenly appeared behind Yi Kong. He had inspected the 8 peaks and came to inspect Carefree Peak last. He originally thought about going up the mountain to ask Yi Kong, but after going up the mountain and taking a look, he felt it was unnecessary. Nothing to ask. Yi Kong fished all day long and had weak cultivation. Even if something happened to the spiritual veins of Carefree Peak, he probably wouldn't know. The Great Elder took a look and turned to leave to investigate himself. Lin Yaoyao looked at the Great Elder leaving with a suspicious expression. Master, what did the Great Elder come to you for? Lin Yaoyao asked. Hearing this, Yi Kong looked back and frowned. Where is the Great Elder you're talking about? His attention was all on the pond and he didn't notice anyone else. Carefree Peak. Master, please be more careful. It's one thing to fish, but to be so focused, what if someone stabs you in the back? No, I can't let Master continue to slack off. Lin Yaoyao looked at her master still fishing, and her eyes involuntarily turned to the fishing rod. I'll hide your little fishing rod tonight so you can't fish. Yi Kong didn't know what Lin Yaoyao was thinking and continued fishing. One day passed, she refining +1. That night, Lin Yaoyao sneaked out while her master was asleep. She walked to the edge of the bitter sea, looking at the little fishing rod her master used for fishing. Master, your disciple will temporarily keep your little fishing rod for you. From now on, you should cultivate properly.
Lin Yaoyao took the fishing rod and quietly slipped away. She dug a hole and hid the fishing rod. Without the fishing rod, master should cultivate properly, right? Without the fishing rod, he can't fish. If he can't fish, he has nothing to do, and then he can cultivate properly. Lin Yaoyao thought, dealing with the traces before quietly leaving. The place where she buried the fishing rod was right next to an ant nest. The next day, Yi Kong walked out of Carefree Pavilion, facing the sun, stretching lazily, with his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely to the edge of the bitter sea. He just sat down and reached out to get the fishing rod, but he felt nothing. Looking down, the ground was empty, and the fishing rod had disappeared. Who took my little fishing rod? Yi Kong frowned and spread his spiritual power to cover the entire Carefree Peak. Wherever the spiritual power covered, every blade of grass and tree could not escape Yi Kong's divine sense. After patrolling around, the fishing rod was found. It was in a pit next to the Little Black Ant's cave and was even buried. Little Black, are you itchy? How dare you steal my little fishing rod? Yi Kong reached out and grabbed, and the little fishing rod broke out of the ground and flew into Yi Kong's hand. Little Black, who was resting with the Ant Queen in the ant cave, was suddenly grabbed by a suction force. Little Black opened its eyes and felt the source of this suction force. Not daring to resist, it obediently flew out. Yi Kong grabbed with his hand, and Little Black appeared in Yi Kong's hand. Now, Little Black was the size of a fingernail with antennae on its head. Little Black, you stole my little fishing rod, are you itchy? Yi Kong held Little Black and said unhappily. Little Black? It didn't understand what Yi Kong was saying at all. It had been evolving in the ant nest these days. You stole my fishing rod and you don't admit it. No, I have to give you some punishment. Yi Kong thought for a while, put Little Black on the fishing hook, and used Little Black to fish for a while. The carp dragon in the pond rose into the air, scaring Little Black into trembling, fearing it would be eaten. Yi Kong hung Little Black for a while before pulling it up. Get lost, don't steal my little fishing rod in the future, or I won't just let you be bait. Little Black landed on the ground, bowed to Yi Kong, and turned to fly away. Although it didn't know what happened, it seemed to be fine for now. Just as Little Black flew back to the ant nest, Lin Yaoyao walked out. Seeing that her master was fishing again, and there was an ant nest where she had hidden the fishing rod before. Damn ants, I finally managed to hide master's little fishing rod, and you dug it out again. Lin Yaoyao cursed secretly, blaming the ants for ruining her efforts. Originally, she wanted to come to teach master to cultivate. As a result, master got his little fishing rod again and continued to sit by the bitter sea fishing. This made all her preparations go to waste. Damn ants! You didn't even help me hide master's fishing rod properly. Lin Yaoyao kicked the ant nest. Disciple, Yi Kong called out when he saw his disciple venting her anger on the ant nest. Lin Yaoyao quickly came back to her senses and said casually, "Hello, master, goodbye, master." After speaking, she turned and left. Did my disciple take the wrong medicine today? Yi Kong was dumbfounded. Or is it that special 7 days of the month? The problem is, do women in this world have it? The disciple is so angry that she kicked the ant nest, so she probably does. My disciple is having her period, should I make her a pot of brown sugar water? Yi Kong pondered. Little Black in the ant nest was dumbfounded. Who did I offend? Do you have to kick my doorstep? Peek. Yi Kong was in the courtyard, fetching the cleanest water from the heavens and earth, adding spiritual herbs and the best brown sugar, and refining it with endless true flames. My disciple is feeling unwell, as her master, I should take care of her. A pot of brown sugar water, simmered for half an hour, only yielded 1 bowl. Yi Kong, holding the simmered brown sugar water, walked to the door of Lin Yaoyao's room. Disciple, disciple, Yi Kong called out twice. Lin Yaoyao, who was cultivating, was suddenly interrupted, and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Master, if you're not cultivating, I want to cultivate. Lin Yaoyao got up somewhat displeased and went to open the door. Master, what is it? Lin Yaoyao asked.
Disciple, this master has simmered a bowl of brown sugar water for you, Yikong said, holding up the brown sugar water.
I'm perfectly fine, why are you simmering brown sugar water for me? My blood and energy are abundant, I don't need nourishment, do I? Lin Yaoyao couldn't understand why her master would simmer brown sugar water for her when she was perfectly fine. Is it because he's bored?
Master, this disciple is in good health and doesn't need brown sugar water, Lin Yaoyao politely refused.
Upon hearing this, Yi Kong was even more certain that Lin Yaoyao was feeling unwell.
Disciple, be good, drink the brown sugar water, it's good for your health, Yi Kong said with a gentle smile. Lin Yaoyao frowned slightly, took the brown sugar water, and drank it in one gulp.
Sweet, delicious. Lin Yaoyao's first impression was that the brown sugar water tasted good, very sweet.
Before long, the spiritual power contained in the brown sugar water erupted within Lin Yaoyao's body, and Lin Yaoyao felt a warm sensation all over her body, very comfortable and a little hot.
Thank you, master. Lin Yaoyao thanked him.
Disciple, you should rest well, tomorrow master will bring you brown sugar water again. After Yikong finished speaking, he put away the bowl and left. She cultivated the 9 dragons overlord body technique, and also cultivated the Xian Huang art together. The effect of the brown sugar water was, and on her jade body, the Phoenix Phantom was even more scarlet, like a brand. I didn't expect the brown sugar water that master simmered for me to actually have medicinal effects, Lin Yaoyao exclaimed. Although she didn't know which nerve of her master was acting up, suddenly simmering brown sugar water for her. But overall, it was definitely beneficial for cultivation. She could feel that her cultivation speed had increased a lot. If she drank a bowl every day, she would be able to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment in a short period of time. Lin Yaoyao felt a warm current flowing through her heart when she thought of her master simmering brown sugar water for her.
However, what does master mean by drinking more hot water? Lin Yaoyao couldn't figure it out.
Seeing that his disciple was well behaved, Yikong returned to the bitter sea and sat down.
Alas, there are 7 days every month, so difficult to serve. I need to find a young Taoist attendant.
Find a young Taoist attendant to accompany the disciple, so that when the disciple is unhappy, she can vent her anger on the young Taoist attendant. Otherwise, my little black won't have a place to take root. The ant nest was kicked away by her. Pitiful. Yikong felt a little sorry for little black, who had clearly done nothing and had its nest kicked by his disciple.
I'll go pick one up tomorrow. Thinking of this, Yikong continued to fish. Chi refining +1.
Outside the Star River sect. After 2 days of inquiries, Bai Wuchen finally understood the Star River sect and the Carefree Peak. The Carefree Peak is simply his ideal place for cultivation. When I get there, with my foundation establishment cultivation, wouldn't it be easy to be the master? When the time comes, after this emperor recovers his strength, I will make the world kneel before me.
Thinking of this, Bai Wuchen couldn't help but laugh.
Alas, poor child, here's a copper coin for you, go buy a bun to eat. A passerby saw Bai Wuchen sitting at the base of the wall, laughing foolishly, and threw a copper coin to Bai Wuchen.
Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. No, I'm not a beggar. Go to hell. Bai Wuchen angrily threw the copper coin on the ground.
After staying in the beggar's den for a long time, I've been assimilated.
After a while,
Bai Wuchen held a fragrant bun in both hands, eating with relish. So fragrant.
Midnight.
Bai Wuchen, full and satisfied, looked in the direction of the Star River sect and crept over.
The Star River sect has tight defenses.
At the edge of the gate, 8 disciples guarded all directions.
However, this couldn't stump Bai Wuchen.
He jumped into the bushes, like a black shadow, without making a sound, sneaking closer, very slowly. He inched forward, wanting to enter the Star River sect before dawn. Otherwise, when it gets light, the visibility will be wide, and it will be even harder to sneak in. Outside the sect gate. When the moonlight shone, Bai Wuchen remained motionless, hiding in the pile of grass. Only when the moonlight disappeared did he continue to move forward. The gate was only 300 meters away from him. At his current crawling speed, it would take more than an hour to reach it. There was no other way. Cultivator's senses were very sharp, and even the slightest disturbance could arouse their vigilance. Especially the disciples guarding the sect gate, who underwent very strict training. As long as they discovered something unusual, they would stab it first, without saying anything else. Moreover, the Star River sect had not yet lifted its guard after the Demon Music Palace Elders incident. Therefore, there were several more disciples guarding the mountain gate, and they were all elite disciples. Once someone launched a sneak attack, they would close the gate at the first moment. Rustle. Next to Bai Wuchen, a snake was swimming, making a very subtle sound. Just as it swam, a long sword fell accurately, directly pinning the snake to death. The disciple reached out and grabbed the long sword, and the long snake flew back. "It's a snake, nothing's wrong," the disciple said. The others then retracted their weapons. From beginning to end, they had not shifted their gaze, nor had they thought of helping. Bai Wuchen couldn't help but swallow. Has this Star River sect taken the wrong medicine? How is it managed so strictly? If you guys are doing this, how am I supposed to sneak in? Why are you making it so strict? Who are you defending against? Bai Wuchen was speechless, lying on the ground. He had been crawling forward for so long, and had only walked a few meters. That was because the distance was relatively far. If it was closer, it would be even harder to hide. Bai Wuchen hesitated for a long time in place before continuing forward. Since he had already decided, he couldn't retreat. Tonight was exceptionally quiet, only Bai Wuchen was still trying to get closer. At dawn, Bai Wuchen painstakingly crawled to the vicinity of the gate. When the sky was bright and the sun rose in the east, Bai Wuchen saw the shadows of the gateguard disciples appear, and immediately transformed into a shadow, merging into their shadows. This was Bai Wuchen's stealth technique, which allowed him to lurk in other people's shadows. However, it was very difficult to use, and with his current cultivation, he had to be within 2 meters of the other party to hide inside. Moreover, once discovered, he would be beaten out. At dawn, another group of mountain guard disciples appeared, replacing the current group. After handing over, the 8 disciples returned to the sect, completely relaxing their spirits. Finally, I can rest well. Guarding the mountain was actually putting one's life at risk, being on high alert all night, and even facing life-threatening danger. After all, when attacking a sect, the first to die were usually the disciples guarding the mountain. Bai Wuchen quietly slipped away while they were lax. Unexpectedly, after entering the Star River sect, he could go wherever he wanted. Unexpectedly, it was so easy to sneak into the Star River sect. Carefree peek, here I come. On Mount Xiaoyao. Yi Kong was fishing by the bitter sea as usual. I feel like I have something to do today? Yi Kong pondered for a moment. Forget it, I can't remember, I don't want to think about it. Yi Kong cleared his mind and focused on fishing. Ding, it is detected that the host needs a Taoist attendant. A mission is issued to go down the mountain to accept a Taoist attendant as a disciple, and a special item fishing opportunity is rewarded. The system's voice reminded Yi Kong. Yi Kong slapped his forehead. Oh yeah, I was going to find a Taoist attendant. I suddenly forgot, I shouldn't have. I still need to take in a Taoist attendant. Thinking of this, Yi Kong put down his fishing rod and walked down the mountain. For Yi Kong, taking in a Taoist attendant is not difficult. Just find someone pleasing to the eye. There is Xinghe Town at the foot of the mountain, just take a stroll around Xinghe Town when the time comes. Below Mount Xiaoyao. Bai Wuchen looked at the somewhat desolate mountain and was very satisfied. Mount Xiaoyao is so remote, this emperor will retreat here for 10 or 8 years, and I will be invincible when I leave. After Bai Wuchen finished speaking, he walked up the mountain. Beneath the Star River, the demonic cult patriarch was trapped in the formation and suddenly sensed a powerful bloodline pressure coming, causing him to breathe rapidly and his legs to tremble. He knelt down directly. This is the pressure of bloodline, the oppression from the depths of the soul. This is, who is coming? Star River sect, who did they provoke? The demonic music palace patriarch couldn't help but swallow, he was frightened. But he quickly reacted. The demonic energy is so heavy, it must be someone from the demonic cult, maybe they can help me escape in the future. Star River Sect, you can't guess, a powerful demon has entered.
The demonic cult patriarch showed a sinister smile.
Yi Kong had just gone down the mountain a few steps when he met a child.
Ha! I just said I was going to find a Taoist attendant, I didn't expect one to come. Yi Kong was a little surprised.
The child in front of him was only 8 or 9 years old, fair-skinned, but dressed in rags, with a dirty face, but cute.
Also pleasing to the eye. He can be taken in as a Taoist attendant.
Bai Wuchen was also stunned in place. He didn't expect that he would meet someone coming down the mountain just as he was about to go up the mountain.
This luck is amazing.
While Bai Wuchen was hesitating whether to run away, he saw Yi Kong walking towards him.
Someone is coming? Could it be that I have been discovered? It shouldn't be, I'm so well hidden, and I haven't revealed my aura, how could anyone know? Could it be that I, the Demon Emperor, am going to die in the Star River Sect today? I'm not reconciled.
I'll just fight it out. Bai Wuchen had already made up his mind to fight him.
Come up the mountain with me. Yi Kong went over and said.
He didn't ask who he was or where he came from. Since he had arrived at the foot of his mountain, he would just take him in.
He would ask slowly later. Who are you? Bai Wuchen asked.
The Peak Master of Xiaoyao Peak.
Yi Kong said casually. The Peak Master of Xiaoyao Peak? A chi refining trash?
Then I'm not afraid, I can kill him. But that's right, who else could come down from Xiaoyao Peak other than the Peak Master of Xiaoyao Peak? Sigh, I scared myself, I shouldn't have. Bai Wuchen was relieved, put his hands behind his back, and followed Yi Kong up the mountain. Along the way, Bai Wuchen looked around, familiarizing himself with the surrounding terrain.
In the future, this will be my territory.
After going up the mountain, Yi Kong then said. I see that you are alone and have no home to return to, so why don't you become my disciple and stay on my Xiaoyao Peak as a Taoist attendant in the future?
Take this great king as a disciple? Don't you look at your own strength, are you worthy? When this emperor roamed the world, you weren't even born yet. Disciple greets master. Bai Wuchen knelt down on one knee and shouted.
However, in order to stay on Xiaoyao Peak without being discovered, this great king can be flexible. I'll worship you as my master first to get a name, so that no one will suspect me. If I kill you, it will be troublesome if someone comes to the door in the future, or if the sect master summons me and you are not here.
Using you as a shield is just right.
The Demon Emperor thought for a while, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised.
Yi Kong looked at him and nodded slightly. Yes, get up. Thank you, master. What's your name? My name is Da. I don't have a name. The Demon Emperor lowered his head.
He didn't dare to say his name, after all, the name Bai Wuchen is a taboo. Once said, even if not recognized, it will be found out by the people of the demonic cult.
Only he can use the name Bai Wuchen.
Then in the future, you will be called Xiao Bai.
Yi Kong casually named him.
He is fair and chubby, so it's just right to name him Xiao Bai. Now Xiaoyao Peak has Xiao He, and then Xiao Bai.
Black and white match, work is not tiring. I, the dignified Demon Emperor, am actually called Xiao Bai? Are you bullying people too much? When naming, can't you choose a decent one? If it spreads out in the future, will this emperor still have face?
Forget it, anyway, you are just a shield. When this emperor doesn't need you, I will slap you to death, so that no one will know that I am called Xiao Bai.
Thank you, master, for giving me a name. Xiao Bai cupped his hands and thanked him. Yi Kong nodded slightly and scanned him with his divine sense.
Wow, he actually has the strength of foundation establishment, not simple. The more Yi Kong looked at Xiao Bai, the more he felt that he was not simple.
Could it be that this kid is an illegitimate child of some big family? Probably so. If he wasn't an illegitimate child of a big family, he wouldn't have cultivation, and he wouldn't be abandoned. Poor child. In the future, you should try to go down the mountain less on Xiaoyao Peak. Yi Kong instructed. Yes. Xiao Bai responded.
Anyway, this emperor doesn't plan to go down the mountain, I'll wait until my strength recovers.
Disciple, come out and meet your junior brother.
Yi Kong brought Xiao Bai to Peach Mountain and shouted to Lin Yaoyao in the thatched hut. Lin Yaoyao in the thatched hut heard the words junior brother and immediately came out of the thatched hut. Looking at the child next to Master, she couldn't help but frown.
This junior brother is so small. Where did Master pick up this child? Forget it, it's none of my business.
Let me introduce you, this is your junior brother Xiao Bai, and also my Taoist attendant. Yi Kong pointed to Xiao Bai and said.
Junior brother Xiao Bai.
Lin Yaoyao said softly.
Senior sister.
Xiao Bai said weakly. Disciple, help Xiao Bai build a thatched hut, just find a corner on your Peach Mountain to build it.
Yi Kong then instructed.
Lin Yaoyao was stunned when she heard this.
You want this emperor to do this? Build a thatched hut? Forget it, you are too lazy to do it, this emperor will reluctantly help you. Yes. Lin Yaoyao responded.
Lin Yaoyao took the thatch to help Xiao Bai build a thatched hut.
Xiao Bai looked around. Although Xiaoyao Peak is vast, there are very few buildings.
Besides a main hall and a pavilion, there is only a thatched hut on Peach Mountain.
That's it.
Xiaoyao Peak has an indescribable sense of desolation.
It's also one of the 9 peaks, this Xiaoyao Peak is too poor, right?
But that's also good, being poor means no one will miss Xiaoyao Peak, reducing a lot of trouble. Although Xiaoyao Peak is poor, it is quiet and there are few people. I have to find a chance in the future to defeat the master in front of me, and I will be able to dominate. At that time, I want master to be my little Taoist attendant, and senior sister to be my maid. This will be the place where this demon emperor rises.
Noon.
Yi Kong held a fishing rod in one hand, leisurely.
Fishing.
After taking in a young disciple, he obtained a chance for a special fishing session.
The fishhook entered the sea, without a ripple.
In less than half an hour, Yi Kong raised his fishing rod, and the 6th special item fell into his hand. Ding, congratulations to the host for fishing out the 6th special item, a lighter. Lighter, contains endless true flames, capable of burning all filth and demonic energy in the world. Following the system's notification, Yi Kong also clearly saw the lighter in his hand. The lighter was made of carved steel, with dragons and phoenixes engraved on it, and it was golden all over. It looked very beautiful, and it would make a ding sound when the lid was opened.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yi Kong held it in his hand and played with it for a while. This lighter was quite useless.
System, now that you've given me a lighter, how about sending me a pack of cigarettes?
Yi Kong said in his heart. The system did not respond.
Giving me a fire but not cigarettes, what use do I have for this lighter?
Yi Kong held the lighter in his left hand and the fishing rod in his right hand, sitting by the bitter sea, deep in thought.
On Peach Mountain.
Lin Yaoyao had built a thatched hut for Xiao Bai and was about to take a bath when she was stopped by Xiao Bai.
Senior sister, does master fish every day? Xiao Bai walked to senior sister's side and asked, puzzled.
Yes.
Lin Yaoyao nodded, quite helplessly.
She had hidden master's small fishing rod, but the ants had ruined her plan.
It was very annoying. Xiao Bai looked at master fishing, deep in thought.
No wonder master's cultivation is so weak, he fishes all day instead of cultivating. But it's also good, you can pass the time by fishing every day, and it won't affect my cultivation. When I cultivate for a period of time, then I will be the one in charge of this carefree peak.
Thinking of this, Xiao Bai couldn't help but smile.
Lin Yaoyao frowned as she looked at Xiao Bai's smile.
What made junior brother Xiao Bai so happy? Xiao Bai. Lin Yaoyao called out. Don't call me Xiao Bai, I am Bai Wuchen.
Xiao Bai thought angrily in his heart, but responded on the surface, Senior sister, is there anything I can do for you? Lin Yaoyao's sharp eyes stared at Xiao Bai's body, discerning his cultivation level. I'm quite curious, you've already established your foundation at such a young age.
Lin Yaoyao said.
Even for aristocratic families, it is impossible to have family disciples who establish their foundation before the age of 10, even with training from a young age. At the very least, they have to wait until they are 11 years old, when their bones are well developed, before they can start cultivating by absorbing spiritual energy into their bodies. Even if they have unparalleled talent and an ancestor empowers them, it would still take 3 years to establish their foundation.
Not to mention, establishing a foundation before the age of 10. That was completely impossible. Xiaobai avoided Lin Yaoyao's gaze and said weakly, "I don't know why I have cultivation."
He wasn't sure if he could beat Lin Yaoyao, so he didn't dare to reveal his identity. Lin Yaoyao frowned upon hearing this.
This junior brother Xiaobai definitely had a problem. Establishing a foundation before the age of 10.
Lin Yaoyao thought to herself and went to the pond to cultivate.
Xiaobai secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he watched senior sister leave.
He had to improve as soon as possible, otherwise, it would be terrible if senior sister found out.
Xiaobai. Yi Kong called out.
Xiaobai was about to return to the thatched hut to cultivate when he heard Master calling him, and couldn't help but frown.
What does Master want me for?
Forget it, I should go and take a look.
Xiaobai reluctantly walked to the edge of the bitter sea and bowed to Yi Kong. Master.
Yi Kong lit the lighter and said, "Xiaobai, the weather is getting cold, come and warm yourself by the fire."
Upon hearing this, Xiaobai looked up at the sun hanging in the sky. Does Master have a hole in his head? Warming himself by the fire in the hot weather? And it's just a small flame, is he kidding me? Come over here. Yi Kong called out.
I'm helping you to cleanse the unclean things in your body. Xiaobai slowly walked over, stretched out his fair hands, and placed them on top of the flame to warm himself. The flame flowed along Xiaobai's hands, circulating around Xiaobai's body for a week. Comfortable.
Xiaobai revealed an expression of enjoyment.
This flame was harmless to the body, it would directly burn away the dirt and unclean things in the body. Xiaobai felt warm and comfortable inside, like lying on a green lawn, basking in the warm sun. Very comfortable. And the demonic energy in his body gradually dissipated into black smoke.
Those demonic energies were from the demonic techniques he cultivated.
Once they disappeared, he would have to cultivate from scratch. His previous cultivation was gone.
Xiaobai didn't know that the black spiritual power in his body was dissipating, otherwise, he would definitely have taken action.
When the endless true flames dissipated, Xiaobai groaned, so comfortable.
Thank you, Master. Xiaobai said gratefully.
Although he is a chi refining trash, he is quite nice to me.
I won't kill you when I recover in the future.
Yi Kong nodded slightly and said, well, you should cultivate the Xian Huang art first, and I will go buy you some clothes. After handing the Xian Huang art to Xiaobai, Yi Kong left. I also have to find something to help my disciple establish his foundation. Alas, poor child, there are unclean things in your body, which actually supported you in cultivating to the foundation establishment stage. If I hadn't helped you to clear it, you would have gone astray in the future. Yi Kong shook his head and went down the mountain with his hands behind his back. After seeing Master leave, Xiaobai threw the Xian Huang art aside. I won't cultivate your broken cultivation technique, the cultivation technique I cultivate is 10 times or 100 times stronger than yours.
Xiaobai slandered a few times in his heart, then closed his eyes and mobilized the black demonic energy in his body.
As soon as he mobilized it, he suddenly felt empty inside.
Where is my demonic cultivation? Xiaobai quickly closed his eyes and inspected his dantian.
Xiaobai saw that all the black spiritual power in his body was gone, and his foundation establishment cultivation was also gone.
His demonic cultivation of many years was all gone. Xiaobai was stunned. Where is my demonic cultivation? Without demonic cultivation, he could only cultivate from scratch.
Suddenly, Xiaobai thought of his master asking him to warm himself by the fire earlier. Thinking of that warm feeling, Xiaobai clenched his fists, his face flushed red.
You villainous master, you ruined my cultivation.
I will never rest until I avenge myself against you.
Ah! Xiaobai roared in anger and was about to go berserk.
Lin Yaoyao, who had stepped 1 foot into the pond, frowned upon hearing Xiaobai roar.
What is junior brother Xiaobai shouting about? And so miserably? Did master torture him?
Lin Yaoyao put down what she was doing and ran to the shore of the bitter sea. She found junior brother Xiaobai clenching his fists, roaring at the sky, his face flushed red. Xiaolan jumped off Lin Yaoyao's shoulder and landed on Xiaobai's body, helping Xiaobai to stabilize his emotions.
Junior brother Xiaobai, what's wrong? Lin Yaoyao asked.
I stepped on a stone, senior sister.
Xiaobai said aggrievedly.
I can't let senior sister know that my cultivation has been ruined. Lin Yaoyao looked at Xiaobai's exposed feet and said, I'll find you a pair of shoes later, senior sister.
Thank you, senior sister. Xiaobai said with tears streaming down his face. You're welcome.
Lin Yaoyao said casually and turned to leave.
Xiaobai sat down on the ground with a thud and cursed, You villain.
Xiaobai, what did you say?
Lin Yaoyao turned around and asked.
It hurts. It's okay, just bear with it for a while. Lin Yaoyao said softly.
He already has foundation establishment cultivation, and it still hurts? Really?
After Lin Yaoyao comforted him a few times, she left.
After senior sister left, Xiaobai clenched his small fists.
You villainous master, you dare to ruin my demonic cultivation. When I have completed my cultivation, I will definitely make you pay the price.
Woo woo. Xiaobai felt very aggrieved. His demonic cultivation was burned away by warming himself by the fire. I'll beat you to death, beat you to death. I will definitely beat you to death.
Now, his demonic cultivation is gone, and he can only cultivate again. The foundation establishment strength that he had managed to preserve is gone, and now he has to cultivate again. After sitting on the ground and crying for a while, Xiaobai looked at the Xin Huang art that he had thrown aside.
Helpless. He can only pick up the Xian Huang art and cultivate it. With this emperor's talent, it won't be long before he can complete his cultivation.
At that time, you villainous master, you wait for me, this emperor is very vengeful.
Woo woo. This emperor is so miserable. On Mount Xiaoyao.
Xiaobai sat by the bitter sea, filled with frustration, trying to cultivate the Xian Huang art. Yet, he consistently failed to grasp its essence.
Could there be something wrong with this Xian Huang art? I, this emperor, am blessed with unparalleled talent, how could I struggle to comprehend it?
It must be a problem with the Xian Huang art, otherwise, with my talent, I would have understood it instantly. But that shouldn't be. If there were an issue with the Xian Huang art, how did senior sister comprehend it? Forget it, I should just go ask senior sister. Clutching the Xian Huang art, Xiaobai stood up and trotted towards Peach Mountain.
On Mount Xiaoyao, he dared not cultivate the Joyful Demon Codex.
Cultivating the Joyful Demon Codex created a significant disturbance, making it easy for enemies to detect. Previously, when he still had a foundation establishment cultivation base, he could conceal it somewhat. But now, it was impossible.
Without cultivation, once he practiced the Joyful Demon Codex, the released demonic energy would be noticed. On Peach Mountain.
Lin Yaoyao, who had just finished bathing, heard Xiaobai's voice. Senior sister, senior sister. Lin Yaoyao turned her head and saw Xiaobai trotting over with the Xin Huang art in his arms, looking like he was about to fly.
Thud. He fell. A faceplant on flat ground.
Lin Yaoyao covered her forehead with one hand, unable to bear to watch.
Xiaobai thought fiercely, if his cultivation hadn't been destroyed, how could he have fallen? Damn master, just you wait.
Lin Yaoyao walked over and helped Xiaobai up.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, senior sister, Xiaobai said with a smile, brushing the dust off his body. This fall was nothing to him. Although he had regressed to a child, he was once a demon emperor, with an incredibly strong body. Even without cultivation, his physical body was still there.
What did you come to me for? Lin Yaoyao asked.
Xiaobai held out the Xin Huang art with both hands and said to his senior sister, I can't learn this technique.
Lin Yaoyao frowned upon hearing this. You can't learn it? This technique is very simple, anyone can cultivate it.
Well, except for Master, he's just a loafer.
But you've already reached foundation establishment, shouldn't you have already cultivated a technique? That doesn't make sense.
Lin Yaoyao saw the earnest look on Xiaobai's face, confirmed that he really couldn't learn it, and said, "This Xian Huang art is very simple."
Simple? This emperor has spent several hours trying to comprehend it and still hasn't succeeded. How can it be simple? It's even a bit stronger than the demonic arts I cultivated. Then, senior sister, how many days did it take you to comprehend it? Xiaobai asked curiously. This emperor spent several hours without comprehending it. Senior sister, it must have taken you at least 3 days, right? How many days to comprehend it?
Lin Yaoyao was stunned upon hearing this. Who are you looking down on? Senior sister comprehended 7 layers in 1 night, Lin Yaoyao said casually, adding, "Isn't cultivating this Xian Huang art something anyone with hands can do?" Upon hearing this, Xiaobai put his little hands behind his back and wiped away sweat.
7 layers in 1 night, senior sister, you're not lying to me, are you? Xiaobai asked, looking up.
Ha! Lin Yaoyao chuckled and demonstrated the Xian Huang art. Xiaobai watched senior sister's demonstration of the Xian Huang art and believed her.
7 layers in 1 night, senior sister's talent is so high.
I, this emperor, once hailed as the #1 person in the demonic sect, am actually not as talented as senior sister. Xiaobai carefully looked at Lin Yaoyao and noticed dragon and phoenix shadows flashing when she circulated the Xian Huang art. Although Lin Yaoyao hid it very well, Xiaobai still saw it.
Hiss! Dragon and phoenix bring prosperity, 7 layers in 1 night. Could it be?
My senior sister has the bearing of a great emperor. Thinking of this, Xiaobai widened his eyes.
When he looked closely at Lin Yaoyao, he noticed a special aura about her. Imperial might.
An aura that can only be cultivated by those who have been in high positions for many years. Senior sister really has the bearing of a great emperor. At such a young age, she has cultivated imperial might, following her in the future, maybe.
No, this emperor is the #1 person in the demonic path. How can I remain beneath someone for long?
I am merely lying in wait, slowly recovering my strength. Once my strength recovers, I will settle the score with Master.
Moreover, I will make senior sister my maidservant.
Xiaobai shook his head and woke up. Lin Yaoyao saw Xiaobai spacing out and tapped him on the head. No spacing out during senior sister's teachings. Lin Yaoyao said unhappily.
Yes, I understand, senior sister, Xiaobai nodded.
Senior sister has the bearing of a great emperor. Following her in cultivation, my cultivation speed will also increase by leaps and bounds.
By then, this emperor will be able to grow faster.
Thinking of this, Xiaobai listened obediently as senior sister explained the technique to him. Lin Yaoyao cleared her throat, her red lips slightly parted, and said softly, "Junior brother, the Xian Huang art emphasizes the transformation of Xian and Huang, guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, opening up the dantian, and storing spiritual energy. Among these, the most difficult is how to circulate the changes of the Zhou Tian." Lin Yaoyao explained very carefully. After an incense stick's worth of time, she had clearly explained the technique. Xiaobai listened very carefully, and after Lin Yaoyao finished speaking, he understood the general idea. The Xian Huang art is different from the demonic arts he cultivated. He was trying to cultivate the Xian Huang art in the same way he cultivated demonic arts, so he couldn't comprehend it for a long time. But if he changed his way of thinking, he could comprehend it in a short amount of time.
Lin Yaoyao's explanation was like opening up his mind, letting him know the direction of cultivation.
Xiaobai is a demon emperor, his talent is definitely not bad, and he understood after listening only once. Lin Yaoyao saw that Xiaobai had already entered a state of comprehension and felt a myriad of emotions.
Alas, junior brother Xiaobai's talent is even better than Master's.
Master, Master, if you had half of Xiaobai's effort, you might have already reached foundation establishment by now. Lin Yaoyao sighed softly in her heart.
Forget it, if Master doesn't work hard, then he doesn't work hard. When this emperor grows up in the future, I will take you on the path to immortality.
After thinking this, Lin Yaoyao returned to her room to cultivate.
She doesn't dare to cultivate outside now.
She either cultivates in the pond or in the thatched cottage, never outside.
Otherwise, it's easy to make people overthink.
When cultivating, she carries the purple phoenix spirit with her. That thing is too easy to make people think crookedly. Below the Star River sect, Yi Kong went to the small town and bought a dozen sets of children's clothes. Just as he was about to take out money, he was embarrassed.
He had no money.
Immortal, these clothes you're taking are all made of the finest ice silk. I'm not ripping you off, just 50 taels of silver. The shop owner walked in front of Yi Kong and said. Yi Kong looked at his empty pockets and said with an awkward smile, shop owner, I didn't bring any money, could you wait a moment? I'll go to the Star River sect to ask my senior brother for money and then come down to pay? Immortal, since you didn't bring any money, then you can put the clothes here, you can go get the money and then come back to pay, it's the same thing, the shop owner said. Yi Kong thought about it, and that made sense. Just as he was about to put down the clothes, Chen Shangqing walked in. Uncle Yi Kong, long time no see, Chen Shangqing said in a sarcastic tone.
Nephew Chongqing, did you bring money?
Yi Kong turned his head and asked. Chen Shangqing's face darkened upon hearing the words nephew, but he still replied.
I did. Even if I brought it, I wouldn't lend it to you, what can you do to me?
Well, then please help me pay, nephew Changqing, you can just ask the sect leader for it later, Yi Kong said to him.
Heh, Uncle Yi Kong, why should I pay for your clothes?
Chen Shangqing said coldly. You can pay for me first, and I'll have the sect leader give it to you later, Yi Kong explained.
What if I don't give it? I'll give it.
A woman with a veil walked in, took out 50 taels of silver, and handed it to the shop owner.
Uncle, the woman called out. You are? Yi Kong asked in confusion.
Wan Wei Fing Hua Zisa Qingwan greets uncle.
Su Qingwan saluted.
Oh, niece, thank you, Yi Kong said in thanks, took the clothes, and left. Su Qingwan looked at Yi Kong's departing figure, a gleam in her eyes. Finally spoke to Uncle Yi Kong, although it was only one sentence.
The next day, early morning.
Yi Kong emerged from the Xiaoyao pavilion carrying 2 bowls of brown sugar water. His eldest disciple hadn't left after 7 days, so he had to make her brown sugar water to prevent her from getting irritable. One bowl was for Xiaobai. Xiaobai was small and needed extra nourishment. He would also give Xiaobai the clothes he had bought yesterday. He had returned late last night and figured Xiaobai was probably already asleep, so he didn't go looking for him.
Arriving at Peach Mountain,
Yi Kong was originally going to find Xiaobai, but he unexpectedly saw Lin Yaoyao's jade feet exposed, causing ripples in the water.
Disciple, Yi Kong called out.
Lin Yaoyao got up from the bank, saw her master carrying 2 bowls of brown sugar water, and greeted him, Master. Yi Kong handed a bowl of brown sugar water to Lin Yaoyao.
Disciple, here you go.
Lin Yaoyao frowned slightly at the brown sugar water in front of her but still accepted it.
Thank you, Master. Lin Yaoyao said, expressing her gratitude.
You're welcome, Yi Kong said with a smile. Yi Kong then carried the other bowl of brown sugar water, walked to the door of Xiaobai's room, and called out.
Xiaobai.
Xiaobai, hearing the voice inside the room, opened the door and walked out, silently greeting the master in front of him, Master. Yi Kong handed the brown sugar water to him.
Here, Xiaobai, nourish your body.
Xiaobai looked at the brown sugar water that Master handed over, but didn't reach out to take it.
Why is Master suddenly making me brown sugar water for no reason? Does he really think I'm a child? I am the dignified demon emperor, do I need your brown sugar water? I drink blood and eat meat. Damn Master, I will not accept your kindness.
Master, my body is fine, I don't need to drink sugar water, Xiaobai said on the surface. I know, this sugar water is good for your body, drink it, Yi Kong explained.
Xiaobai frowned upon hearing this, good for my body? Really?
Last time, you told me to roast by the fire, and as a result, my cultivation was roasted away.
Now you're offering brown sugar water, how do I know if it's poisonous or not?
Just as Xiao Bai was hesitating about how to refuse, he saw the empty bowl.
Senior sister also drank it? Then it should be fine, master wouldn't even trick senior sister, right? Thank you, master.
Xiao Bai said, expressing his gratitude, picked up the bowl, and drank it all in one gulp. Glug, glug, glug. After finishing, he handed the bowl to master.
Cultivate diligently.
When you're ready to build your foundation, tell master, and master will find you foundation building materials, Yikong said, then turned and left.
Humph. If you hadn't roasted away my cultivation, would I have to rebuild my foundation?
However, with this emperor's cultivation, foundation building is a piece of cake.
Fine, considering you made me brown sugar water, if the foundation building materials you find are good, then this emperor will let you off. Otherwise, this emperor will not spare you.
Xiao Bai finished speaking, turned around, returned to his bed, and sat cross-legged. He formed hand seals and continued to cultivate the Xianhuang art. As soon as he activated the Xianhuang art, Xiao Bai immediately felt his body warm, as if he were bathing in the sunlight, extremely warm. I didn't expect Master's brown sugar water to actually have medicinal effects, not bad. The medicinal effects of the brown sugar water, while warming Xiao Bai, also flowed through his meridians and flesh, reshaping Xiao Bai's bones and flesh.
Xiao Bai was previously a demon emperor and cultivated demonic arts. His body was also a demonic body.
If he didn't reshape his body, after a long time of cultivation, his body would not be able to withstand the power of the Xianhuang art and would self-destruct. The brown sugar water was equivalent to changing Xiao Bai's physique, dissolving his demonic body and turning it into a normal person's body.
Xiao Bai hadn't realized that his body was being reshaped, his demonic body disappearing and returning to normal.
Of course, Yikong hadn't thought of that either.
Lin Yaoyao by the pond. After drinking the sugar water, she entered the pond.
She felt that her body was warm, and there was a special power flowing through it.
A phoenix phantom and a nine-dragon phantom appeared on her body's surface.
I didn't expect that the brown sugar water master gave me would actually have such a strong medicinal effect.
Where did he get it from? Lin Yaoyao couldn't figure it out.
This medicinal effect was very strong, only high-level spiritual plants could have such a medicinal effect. It was probably given by Master's senior. With Master's ability, he couldn't possibly obtain good heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Lin Yaoyao had sensed before that there were several old monsters sleeping in the sect.
However,
Master, you gave all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures to me and Xiao Bai, without leaving any for yourself.
Sigh.
When this emperor recovers her strength in the future, I won't treat you badly. After Lin Yaoyao finished speaking in her heart, she closed her beautiful eyes and circulated the Xianhuang art in the Nine Dragons' overlord body to cultivate. Yikong went back to wash the bowls before sitting by the bitter seed of fish. The eldest disciple is here for 7 days a month, she's difficult to serve. But with Xiao Bai around, in the future, when the eldest disciple gets angry, he can have Xiao Bai take
the hit. Xiao Bai looks fair and tender, presumably, the eldest disciple wouldn't lay a hand on him, right?
Yikong thought for a while, then picked up his fishing rod and started fishing. In Xiao Bai's thatched cottage. Xiao Bai, who had just finished circulating one cycle of the Xianhuang art, opened his eyes.
He clenched his fists.
The brown sugar water master gave me wasn't bad, it actually allowed me to improve another level of cultivation, Xiao Bai said with a smile. He got off the bed, waved his small fist, and stretched his muscles and bones. After punching out, Xiao Bai's smile came to an abrupt halt. He felt, his physical strength seemed to be gone. Before, when he clenched his fists, they were very tight and powerful, and every punch had a wind force.
Now it's different.
Xiao Bai jumped off the bed, held his fist, and without using spiritual power, simply used his physical strength to punch the ground.
Bang! After a short while,
hiss, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts.
Xiao Bai quickly withdrew his hand, blowing on it.
Huff, huff, huff. The knuckles of his right hand were red and accompanied by pain. After blowing a few breaths, he suddenly realized.
Where's my physical strength? Why has my physical body become weak?
Xiaobai checked his physical body and found that his body was like a newborn baby, fair and rosy.
The hard and strong physical strength was gone. Xiaobai took a deep breath, recalling that Master had just given him a bowl of brown sugar water. Warm.
After drinking it, his physical strength was gone.
Damn Master, you destroyed my demonic body again. Xiaobai roared in a low voice. Ah!
Xiaobai roared angrily, his whole body flushed red. I, the Demon Emperor, will never coexist with you under the same sky. If his physical strength hadn't been lost, he would definitely rush out at this moment and fight Master to the death. It's fine if you destroyed my cultivation, but now you've destroyed my demonic body. You wait for this emperor. When this emperor grows up, I will definitely make you pay the price. When eldest senior sister is not at Xiaoyao Peak, when no one is protecting you, see if I mess with you. I, the dignified demon emperor, have fallen into your hands twice. This emperor vows that there will never be a third time. I will take revenge. Ding. 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 Yi Kong sat by the bitter sea, playing with a lighter out of boredom. Sigh, fire without smoke is still hard to bear. I should go find senior brother Qin, the cigarettes he made last time were quite good. Yi Kong remembered the spirit-refreshing incense Qin Wui had lit in his yard last time. It had the flavor of a Chonghua. Thinking about it, senior brother Qin should have planted a lot. With this thought, Yi Kong put down his fishing rod, left peak, and headed towards peak. This was his first time wandering around other peaks. After walking for about half an hour, Yi Kong arrived at the foot off peak. Looking up, peak was lush green and clear, with dense forests, and many animals jumping around in the forest, full of vitality. Peak was very important, as it housed the demon beasts of the entire Star River sect. After watching for a while, Yi Kong walked slowly up the mountain with his hands behind his back. As soon as he reached the mountain peak, two disciples riding demon beasts blocked his way. Which peak are you from? The guard disciple asked. The peak master off peak is here to visit senior brother Qin. Yi Kong said calmly. Peak? The guard disciple said with disdain. In their perception, peak was one of the 9 peaks that existed only because of connections. Its status was not even as good as other disciples. Forget it, I should still go in and report. No matter what, Yi Kong was also there. Martial uncle. Qin Wui couldn't figure it out, but he still instructed, bring him in. The guard disciple heard this and immediately retreated to bring Yi Kong to the main hall on peak. Peak is the largest of the 9 peaks. 1/3 of it is people, and 2/3 are demon beasts. Among them, the Spirit Beast Garden occupies nearly half off peak. All the demon beasts of the entire Star River sect are produced in the Spirit Beast Garden. It can be said that joining peak gives one the opportunity to enter the Spirit Beast Garden and choose a demon beast of their own. If peak is the first choice, then peak is the second choice. Yi Kong shook his head as he watched the demon beasts walking around and defecating everywhere. His little mountain peak was still quieter. Following the gatekeeper disciple, he soon arrived at the main hall. Junior brother Yi Kong, why did you suddenly think of coming to my peak today? Qin Wui asked casually while handling matters in the main hall. Didn't you go to my place for tea and incense last time? I came to ask if you still have the materials for that incense, Yi Kong replied. Qin Wui heard this, looked up at Yi Kong, and asked suspiciously. Why do you want the spirit-refreshing incense? Yi Kong smiled and said, I think the incense smells very good, and I want to make some. Qin Wui heard this and showed a suspicious look. That incense is the strongest sleeping incense, demon beasts will fall with one sniff, ordinary people can't resist it at all, even I can only hold on for a moment. You are only at the Qi training stage, how can you resist the sleeping incense? Could it be that people with weak cultivation are not affected by the sleeping incense? Qin Wui pondered for a moment and sneered in his heart, since you delivered yourself to my door, then don't blame me, senior brother, for tricking you. Junior brother Yi Kong, the spirit-refreshing incense you mentioned is planted in the Spirit Beast Garden. I can't leave right now, so how about I have Qin Shou take you in? Qin Wui said with a smile. Then thank you, senior brother Qin.
Yi Kong cupped his hands in thanks. You're welcome. Xin Wui smiled and said to the boy beside him, Go, let Qinsho prepare and take junior brother Yi Kong to the Spirit Beast Garden. The boy nodded and turned to leave. Before long, Qinsho was waiting outside the main hall. Junior brother Yi Kong, go ahead. Xin Wui instructed. Yi Kong cupped his hands in thanks, then walked out of the main hall. As soon as he went out, he smelled the stench on Qinsho's body. Junior nephew Qinsho, how many days have you not showered? Why are you so smelly? Yi Kong fanned his nose. Or was it that he hadn't washed it clean since he was sprayed last time? Qinsho sneered in his heart, smelly? You'll have a good time when you enter the Spirit Beast Garden.
Martial uncle is joking, I'll take you to the Spirit Beast Garden.
Qinsho said, leading the way.
Yi Kong stayed 5 feet away from Qinsho, the smell emanating from his body was too smelly. At this moment, Yi Kong suddenly felt that his disciple was still fragrant, bathing every day.
Outside the Spirit Beast Garden. Before even entering, Yi Kong heard the roaring of demon beasts. Roar! 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 Yi Kong stopped and frowned. Aren't the demon beasts noisy roaring like this every day? Can the disciples off peak still rest well? My peak is still quiet, with no one disturbing me.
Qinsho looked at Yi Kong stopping and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. As expected, martial uncle Yi Kong is too useless, he's so scared that he can't walk when he hears the roaring of demon beasts.
How dare he come to my peak like this? But the real show is inside.
Martial uncle Yi Kong doesn't need to worry, this is the estrus of wild beasts, it's a normal phenomenon, Qinsho said.
Yi Kong nodded, no wonder it was so noisy.
Open the door, I'll take martial uncle Yi Kong in, Qinsho instructed. The disciple guarding the gate of the Spirit Beast Garden heard Qinsho's words and opened a small door. Qinsho led Yi Kong into the Spirit Beast Garden. As soon as he stepped in, Yi Kong
immediately felt like he had walked into a zoo. Inside, most of the demon beasts are separated by formations and can only move in their own areas. The stench emanating from Qinsho's body made many demon beasts not want to approach.
The stench on his body is extracted from demon beast feces, which is especially smelly. Applying it to the whole body can effectively prevent demon beasts from approaching. Of course, there is a different kind of demon beast. The moon-gazing dog, which specializes in this taste. Qinsho always kept a distance of more than 5 meters from Yi Kong, just wanting to see Yi Kong make a fool of himself. The demon beasts separated by the formation didn't want to approach Qinsho, but they did find Yi Kong's unfamiliar face novel and rushed up, opening their bloody mouths. They are demon beasts, they eat meat. Be good, don't make trouble. Yi Kong smiled lightly, with a light flashing in his eyes.
The demon beasts looked into Yi Kong's eyes, feeling endless fear, like kittens, lying on the ground, wagging their tails.
Qinsho walked in front, deliberately keeping his distance from Yi Kong. Martial uncle, it's the estrus period of the demon beasts recently, don't blame me, you wanted to come yourself. Yi Kong walked slowly behind with his hands behind his back, seeing all kinds of demon beasts, like visiting a zoo. There are all kinds of demon beasts flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in the water. Powerful, fierce, and brutal demon beasts are separated by formations and held in solitary confinement.
Demon beasts with gentle temperaments and weak strength can move freely.
Martial uncle Yi Kong, the demon beasts here are very brutal, you must not approach them, otherwise, once they break through the formation, even if the peak master comes, he won't be able to save you, Qinsho said, turning his head. As soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. Where did you get that cat? He saw that Yi Kong was hugging a cat with short, round ears and a blue body that was very cute. This spirit beast garden holds countless fierce beasts, where would it hold a cat? Moreover, why is this cat so familiar? Even if it's in heat and has taken a liking to martial uncle Yi Kong, it shouldn't be so well behaved, right? Here, I picked it up. Yi Kong pointed to the open space beside him. Qinsho turned his head to look, and was immediately dumbfounded.
The array next to him was an array for imprisoning ferocious beasts.
The ferocious beast inside was gone. That that's a nascent soul ferocious beast, a phantom blue cat. Shinsho widened his eyes and took a few steps back, his eyes filled with panic. The phantom blue cat has strength comparable to the nascent soul stage and is extremely ferocious. When it moves, it's like a ghost traveling, and nothing grows wherever it goes. Although he had broken through to the nascent soul stage, he couldn't beat it.
Oh, so your name is Phantom Blue Cat. Yi Kong stroked the blue cat's tail and put it back into the array. Meow. The phantom blue cat let out a cry, still wanting to be petted. Later, I'll ask my senior brother if he can give you to me. If he can, I'll take you away.
Yi Kong said with a smile, then put his hands behind his back and continued forward.
Meow. The phantom blue cat cried out, seeming a little impatient. Shinsho was directly stunned in place. How could such a ferocious cat become so well behaved? This is not right. Even if it's in heat, shouldn't it pounce on people right away? Junior nephew Shinsho, let's go.
Yi Kong turned his head and shouted. Only then did Shinsho react.
Uncle Yi Kong was deceived by the phantom blue cat's appearance. Uncle's strength is low, and he can't recognize its danger. No, I have to stay away from Yi Kong. Shinsho quickly moved forward, leading Yi Kong deeper and deeper. They have now entered the core area.
Here are imprisoned powerful demon beasts, and they are very ferocious.
Most of the
demon beasts in the Spirit Beast Garden have not been tamed.
The tamed ones are in another area.
Shinsho deliberately led Yi Kong to the dangerous area, just to scare him. After passing through the dangerous area, the two walked to an open space.
There are more demon beasts here, and they are not restricted.
They are all tamed demon beasts, and will only obey their master's orders, and are very loyal. Usually, they all rest in the Spirit Beast Garden. After arriving here, Shinsho walked to his demon beast, the mottled leopard, but his demon beast stayed far away from him, unwilling to approach him at all.
Uncle, what you want is in front. Shinsho pointed ahead.
There is a medicinal field there, where the main ingredient for bewitching incense is planted.
The growth of bewitching incense will emit a strange smell.
After the demon beasts smell it, they will fall into a deep sleep. No matter how ferocious the demon beast is, they will be fascinated by it. After being refined into bewitching incense, the medicinal effect will be even stronger. This main ingredient of bewitching incense is also a means for the beast taming peak to control demon beasts, and it is very rare. Yi Kong looked at the material in front of him, which was exactly what he needed. Now he doesn't have to worry about not having cigarettes.
Uncle Yi Kong, be careful.
Shinsho said after he walked over. Don't blame me for not reminding you, there are ferocious demon beasts guarding the medicinal field. If you don't appease them before picking the herbs, if something happens, it's none of my business. Shinsho stayed far away, for fear of being affected. After Yi Kong entered the medicinal field, the sleeping demon beasts sensed that someone was invading, opened their eyes, and their eyes flashed fiercely. Yi Kong looked back at them, a light flashed in his eyes, and the sleeping demon beasts lowered their heads, covering their eyes with their forelimbs, and continued to sleep. Confirmed the look in their eyes, a person they can't afford to provoke.
Better to continue sleeping.
Yi Kong saw that they were honest and well-behaved, and then he went inside to pick some spiritual plants, and then he could refine them when he went back to make cigarettes. Shinsho originally wanted to watch a good show, but he found that the ferocious beasts guarding the medicinal field didn't make any movement at all. Hey, don't sleep, someone has entered the medicinal field to pick herbs.
Big brother, don't sleep.
It's okay to sleep usually, but someone has entered the medicinal field, and you're still sleeping? Shinsho walked over, wanting to wake up the sleeping ferocious beasts. What time is it to still be sleeping? Don't you look at the situation? Just as he walked over, Shinsho suddenly heard a dog barking in his ear. Woof woof woof. Shinsho turned his head with difficulty, only to see a black and white dog, looking like a wolf, wagging its tail and running over. Seeing this, Shinsho's eyes widened. You, don't come over. Oh whoa. The moon-gazing dog raised its head and howled, directly pouncing on Shinsho and knocking him to the ground. Yi Kong picked nearly half of the spiritual plants in the medicinal field, and then nodded contentedly. Looking at the slightly empty medicinal field, Yikong couldn't help but say, "Did I pick too much?" Not really, anyway, no one will smoke, it's a waste to leave it here." Yikong shook his head and patted the dirt on his hands. Now he's satisfied. The ferocious beast guarding the medicinal field covered its head with its hands, sensed Yikong passing by, revealed a gap, and peeked at Yikong. As a result, he saw Yikong smile. Suddenly, he felt that the whole world was dark. Too terrifying, that man actually smiled at me. Does he want to eat me tonight? Hurry up and dig a hole and bury yourself. Yikong looked at the ferocious beast burrowing into the ground, a little surprised. I didn't expect that demon beasts can also burrow into the ground. Yikong was a little curious. It's a pity there's no time, otherwise I'd study it carefully. After walking out of the medicinal field in a few steps, Yikong saw that Chinsho outside was gone. Did he go out? Yikong frowned slightly, and suddenly heard a dog barking. Woof woof! Yikong turned his head to look, and suddenly saw not far away, a big dog was licking Chinsho. A simp dog. Unforgivable. Seeing this scene, Yikong turned his head and pretended not to see anything. Junior nephew Chinsho, have fun, uncle, I'll go first. Yikong said, turned and left. Simp dog, get away from me. Chinsho tried hard to push, but the moon-gazing dog always suppressed Chinsho. Yikong saw that they were having fun, and silently left. It's better not to disturb their play. Yikong walked away with his hands behind his back. He had already picked what he wanted. He hadn't walked a few steps when a mottled leopard pounced on him. Yikong slowly stretched out his hand, and when the mottled leopard pounced on him, he slapped the mottled leopard away with one palm. I don't like simp dogs, and I don't like simp leopards. The mottled leopard was thrown to the ground, doubting its leopard life. That man is so strong. The other demon beasts who wanted to attack Yikong, after seeing the big brother mottled leopard being knocked away, silently left. Can't beat him, hurry up and slip away. Yikong saw that the demon beasts were all well behaved, and then turned and left. In the demon beast living area, no demon beast dared to approach Yikong. Walking to the dangerous area, those imprisoned demon beasts, seeing Yikong coming, knelt down one after another, not even daring to raise their heads. Like ministers kneeling to an emperor, very pious. Of course, if their bodies don't tremble. Walking to the phantom blue cat, the phantom blue cat jumped directly out of the array and landed on Yikong's shoulder. It wanted to go out with Yikong. Yikong touched its head and said softly, okay, then I'll take you out, but you have to be good. Meow. The phantom blue cat cried out. Yikong smiled and took it out. Take it out and give it to his disciple to take care of, so that his disciple doesn't have to take a bath every day. After passing through the dangerous area, he soon arrived at the main gate. The phantom blue cat directly became invisible. After Yikong walked out, he was about to leave with his hands behind his back when he was called to stop. Uncle Yikong, where's senior brother Chinsho? The disciple guarding the spirit beast garden asked. Chinsho went in with him, but Yikong came out, but Chinsho didn't. This is not reasonable. According to the truth, Chinsho should have come out smiling, and Yikong should have been trapped inside. Oh, he's having a great time playing with a dog that looks like a wolf inside. Yikong replied. After saying that, he turned and left. Senior brother Chinsho, having fun with the dog? The gatekeeper disciple was dumbfounded. What did that mean? After a moment he suddenly realized. It's the moon-gazing hound. Quick, find the peak master. By the time Qin Wui arrived, Chinsho was lying on the ground, utterly hopeless, having been licked all over by the moon-gazing hound. His arms were also bitten by the moon-gazing hound and he couldn't lift them. Woof woof! The moon-gazing hound barked twice and turned to run. Qin Wui glanced at Chinsho lying on the ground and said coldly, take him away. Two disciples stepped forward and took Chinsho away. The moon-gazing hound ran off, satisfied. Qin Wui took out her spiritual whip, her eyes seemingly burning with flames. Beast, you're asking for it. Crack! 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 Qin Wui lashed out with her spiritual whip, giving the moon-gazing hound a thorough beating. Ooh! The moon-gazing hound was beaten until it was covered in wounds, weak and panting. The look in its eyes as it looked at Qin Wui was filled with fear. The other demonic beasts present also avoided Qin Wui, somewhat frightened. Only after teaching the moon-gazing hound a lesson did Qin Wui feel relieved. Then, Qin Wui looked at her medicinal field, and half of the medicinal herbs used for drugging were gone. The fierce beast guarding the medicinal field was still sleeping in the dirt, snoring loudly. Waste, I told you to guard the medicinal field, but you couldn't even do that. What use are you? Qin Wui scolded angrily. The fierce beast guarding the medicinal field woke up instantly upon hearing these words and burst out of the ground. Its body was like a small mountain, with sharp horns on its head, black and white in color, resembling a rhinoceros. It was a powerful nascent soul fierce beast, the black and white rhino. The black and white rhino looked at Qin Wui with red eyes, its hind legs pawing the ground. What do you want? Qin Wui took a few steps back. The black and white rhino's strength was greater than that of an ordinary nascent soul demonic beast, belonging to the ranks of the strong. She might not even be able to defeat it. Every time she came to gather herbs, she had to give it something tasty to appease it before daring to collect them. The black and white rhino stared at Qin Wui. I can't afford to offend that man, but I dare to stand up to you? Carefree peek. Yi Kong returned carrying the phantom blue cat and placed it beside him. The phantom blue cat stretched lazily and lay down on the ground to sleep indolently. Lin Yaoyao felt speechless when she saw her master return. It's one thing to not cultivate, but now he's even raising a pet? I thought you went out to do something, but I didn't expect you to go out to buy a cat. Sigh, master, oh master, if you continue to be so lazy, my disciple's plan to help her useless master become a god will be ruined. Disciple, come here. Yi Kong saw Lin Yaoyao and waved his hand. Although Lin Yaoyao was unwilling, she still walked over. Master. Disciple, this cat is for you to raise. Yi Kong said, pointing to the phantom blue cat. Lin Yaoyao was speechless upon hearing this. I still need to cultivate, but you're giving me a cat to raise, isn't that wasting my cultivation time? Meow. The phantom blue cat cried out. Lin Yaoyao turned her head to look upon hearing the sound, carefully identifying the phantom blue cat. It's actually a phantom blue cat, where did master pick it up from? However, this phantom blue cat probably isn't very strong. If it were any stronger, master would probably have been eaten by it. I'm unwilling to raise a cat, but raising a demonic beast, that's acceptable. Yes. Lin Yaoyao responded and squatted down to hug the phantom blue cat. Meow. The phantom blue cat cried out, looking at Lin Yaoyao with a fierce glint in its eyes. Seeing this, Yi Kong knocked the phantom blue cat on the head. From now on, she is your master, behave yourself. The phantom blue cat lowered its head, looking aggrieved. Lin Yaoyao was speechless as she watched. Raising a demonic beast requires cultivating feelings and fighting side by side, not constant scolding. This phantom blue cat's strength probably isn't very high, otherwise master wouldn't be bullying it. Lin Yaoyao picked up the phantom blue cat and rubbed its body. The phantom blue cat extended its claws, but retracted them upon seeing Yi Kong's gaze. I wonder what phantom blue cat tastes like. Yi Kong said softly. These words were a threat. If you dare to disobey, then wait to be put in the pot. Meow, the phantom blue cat cried out weakly, surrendering. Master, you can't eat demonic beasts. Lin Yaoyao said unhappily. When it grows up a little, who knows who will eat whom? Yi Kong smiled and didn't reply. Lin Yaoyao hugged the phantom blue cat, thought for a while, and said, I need to give you a name. Zero, Yulan, Lan Yao. Which one sounds better? Lin Yaoyao pondered the names. Just call it Xiaolan. Yi Kong said casually. Xiaolan doesn't sound good. Lin Yaoyao shook her head and refused. Meow meow. The phantom blue cat agreed. In its eyes, Yi Kong was its true master.
Spineless, what's so good about Xiaolan?
Lin Yaoyao said disdainfully, but still called it Xiaolan.
I want to, what can you do about it? The phantom blue cat couldn't speak, otherwise it would definitely refute her.
After Yikong fished for a while, he returned to the courtyard inside the carefree palace.
It was time to make cigarettes. Beast taming peak.
Xin Shou lay on the hospital bed, his hands hung up. His arms had been bitten by the moon-gazing hound and needed to be rested. Xin Wui was lying on the bed, with layers of bandages wrapped around her back. Both of them were lying down.
What exactly is going on in the spirit beast garden? Xin Wui asked.
The fierce beasts in the dangerous area are either sleeping or mating. Those demonic beasts in the living area are also staying away from me, and I can't control them.
The black and white rhino in the medicinal field is also asleep.
Xin Shou said helplessly. As luck would have it, the demonic beasts were either sleeping or mating, without heat or frenzy. If I had known, I would have waited another day before letting that bastard Yikong in. He picked most of the medicinal herbs for drugging in the medicinal field.
Xin Wui gritted her teeth.
Those medicinal herbs were all used by him to knock down the demonic beasts.
Now, there are so many less. It will be difficult in the future. Xin Shou didn't speak anymore.
He would never go to the spirit beast garden again. The moon-gazing hound had left a great shadow on him. Master, kill the moon-gazing hound and eat dog meat. Xin Shou said. If you have the ability, you go kill it.
Xin Wui said unhappily.
The moon-gazing hound is already a nascent soul-fierce beast, especially when the moon comes out at night, it's even more ferocious.
Xin Shou was silent for a moment and said, what's the point of keeping a dog that doesn't listen?
The moon-gazing hound listens, it just has a rather unique preference.
Xin Wui explained.
The moon-gazing hound was clearly a powerful demonic beast, but its taste was very unique.
Then, can I shift the blame? Xin Shou continued. What do you want to do? Xin Wui asked in a deep voice.
Xin Shou was silent for a moment and said slowly, lead the moon-gazing hound to Carefree Peak and find the spirit beast of Carefree Peak by the way.
Xin Wui closed her eyes upon hearing this. You can do as you see fit. These words were equivalent to giving Xin Shou the authority to operate. Mount Xiaoyao. Yikong used the endless true flame to temper the materials.
He directly placed all the spiritual plants on the endless true flame to roast them, creating a very strong smell. Smoke slowly rose, forming a dark cloud that dissipated with a gust of wind.
A rich aroma gradually spread across Mount Xiaoyao.
Yes, that's the smell, Yikong said with a faint smile. Lin Yaoyao had just fed Xiaolan and was about to go out when she smelled this scent.
A sleeping incense?
Lin Yaoyao immediately reacted, but it was too late to block her sense of smell. Xiaobai woke up from cultivation upon smelling the scent.
What's that smell? Xiaobai frowned. Taking a deep breath.
Hiss. Everyone who smelled the scent, whether peak master or disciple, fell asleep one after another. Above the Star River. Luo Yangtian smelled the scent of the sleeping incense and immediately waved his hand to activate the barrier.
Who is releasing poison?
Then, he fell unconscious.
Mount Xiaoyao.
Yikong stopped only when the spiritual plants were roasted until yellow. Afterward, he took some cotton to make a filter tip and wrapped the roasted leaves together.
A cigarette, made.
Now I don't have to worry about having nothing to pass the time, Yikong said with a smile. Immediately, he lit one with a lighter and took a puff.
The taste of Zhenghua cigarettes.
Although it was a cigarette, it was not harmful, a puff in, a puff out, and it was gone. Of course, it was not harmful to Yikong, but for others, a whiff would make them fall on the spot. After all, it was made from the materials of sleeping incense, not a real cigarette. Yikong, with a cigarette in his mouth, sat by the bitter sea fishing, feeling refreshed. He didn't know that, apart from him, the entire Star River sect was knocked out.
Yikong fished for a while, looking at Lin Yaoyao's thatched hut. Disciple isn't cultivating, but sleeping?
Alas, my disciple is too lazy, her talent isn't good, yet she doesn't cultivate properly.
And Xiaobai too, sleeping so soundly.
Yi Kong shook his head and sighed, fished for a while, then returned to his house to rest. Tonight was very quiet.
The next day. At sunrise, Luo Yangtian woke up groggily. The people of the entire Star River sect also woke up one after another, feeling dizzy.
They felt that they had smelled a strange scent, and then they lost consciousness.
They didn't know what had happened.
Not long after Luo Yangtian woke up, the three great elders and several peak masters rushed to the Star River Hall. Sect leader, did something happen yesterday? The second elder asked, cupping his fist. Luo Yangtian nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, I suspect that the people of the demon sect released poison in our Star River sect last night. Before I lost consciousness, I activated the barrier, which is why I was spared. Sect leader is wise, everyone bowed. Yesterday, after they smelled the scent, they fainted before they could react. If the sect leader hadn't activated the barrier in advance, they might not have woken up. The demon sect is too despicable, they resort to poison when they can't win.
Chen Xunyang cursed angrily.
Yes, this subordinate suggests eradicating the demon sect, the great elder echoed. The demon sect ancestor was sealed by the sect leader with a slap. Who would have thought they would still be so ignorant, the third elder said fiercely. They all thought that the demon sect was releasing poison.
No one would have thought that it was actually Yi Kong roasting cigarettes.
After all, who else but the demon sect would release such a large poisonous fog?
Luo Yangtian pondered, why would the demon sect release sleeping incense in our Star River sect?
Great elder, how is the investigation of the spies from the demon music palace going?
Luo Yangtian asked through voice transmission.
Sect leader, there isn't a single clue, the great elder replied. Be vigilant at all times, the demon music palace's ambition will not die, Luo Yangtian said in a deep voice. Alright, with me here, there's nothing to worry about for now, strengthen your defenses, and report immediately if there are any traces of the demon music palace.
Luo Yangtian instructed.
Yes, everyone responded, then withdrew. The people who woke up the next day were also discussing it. Yesterday, we all seem to have been knocked out. It must have been done by the demon sect, who would be so bored as to release sleeping incense within the sect. Yes, fortunately, the sect leader was here, the sect leader must have taken action while we were asleep. Long live the sect leader.
On Mount Xiaoyao.
Lin Yaoyao woke up unsteadily, rubbing her head. She threw Xiaolan aside, sat down to meditate and circulate her energy, restoring her clarity.
Who released the sleeping incense?
Lin Yaoyao wondered after regaining consciousness.
Oh well, as long as nothing happened. Xiaobai gradually woke up in her room.
As soon as she woke up, she checked her body. Hands, feet, eyes, nose, ears, all there.
I'm still alive, I'm fine.
I was careless, this emperor, would actually fall for it, it shouldn't be. Yi Kong sat by the bitter sea, watching his disciple wake up, and felt relieved. He didn't expect the power of this cigarette to be so great that it directly knocked his disciple out for a day. I should probably hide when I smoke in the future.
Qi refining +1.
Yi Kong looked at the changes in his cultivation and raised his fishing rod. Life returned to peace. These past few days of fishing have all been Qi refining +1. The dragon carp in the bitter sea swam around Yi Kong's feet. It broke through again, Yi Kong said with a chuckle. The dragon carp in the pond had been following him for 10 years. Every time Yi Kong improved or obtained something good, the dragon carp would get a share. If Yi Kong had a mouthful to eat, the dragon carp would have a drop of soup. So now, don't look at the dragon carp's carp-like appearance, it has long since evolved into a dragon, and its strength is very powerful. Strictly speaking, the dragon carp is Yi Kong's pet. The carp dragon blew bubbles and turned over. In the bitter sea, on the boundless ocean, a golden dragon stirred up waves, swallowing clouds and spitting mist, as if it were the master of the sea. This scene could only be seen by Yi Kong. Yi Kong touched the dragon carp's head, teased it for a while, then returned to the courtyard to take a nap. Xiaolan, who had woken up from her nap, strolled around with kingly steps. It didn't need to cultivate, it only needed to eat, drink, and sleep well. Miao Shaolan called out, and after confirming that there was no one around, it quickly ran to the bitter sea. It wanted to eat fish. The dragon carp in the bitter sea looked like a plump and long carp. Miao the ghostly blue cat called out, pouncing on the dragon carp as it surfaced. But when it flew above the bitter sea, it regretted it. The carp dragon in front of it transformed into a long dragon, grabbing it with a claw and pressing it into the water. Miao 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 Shaolan was pressed into the water by the carp dragon, without any ability to resist. Yi Kong had just returned when he heard Shaolan's voice and came out of the room. He walked to the bitter sea and saw the dragon carp playing with a small blue dot. Seeing that the dragon carp was about to swallow the small blue, Yi Kong reached out and grabbed Shaolan, pulling it out.
"This can't be eaten," Yi Kong said.
The carp dragon blew bubbles and submerged into the water. Yi Kong led the soaking wet Shaolan, shaking his head.
"Why did you go into the water for no reason?"
Shaolan trembled all over, not knowing if it was frightened or if the wind was too strong.
"Don't run around in the future, understand?"
Yi Kong casually put Shaolan on the ground, put his hands behind his back, and returned to the Xiaoyao pavilion. If he hadn't come out in time, Shaolan might have died in the dragon's belly.
"Meow."
Shaolan called out tentatively, and the dragon carp surfaced.
"Meow." The ghostly blue cat's fur stood on end as it turned and ran away. Too scary for cats.
Lin Yaoyao manipulated her spiritual energy to calm her body, then exhaled a breath of stale air. She sensed someone spying on her from behind.
Could it be Master spying again? No, I have to go up and lecture Master properly. He's already so old, instead of cultivating properly, he's slacking off, and even peeking at his disciple bathing. Once or twice is fine, but peeking every time is too much.
Lin Yaoyao put on her red dress in the water, leaped out of the water, and used her spiritual energy to dry the water on her clothes. Looking back, she saw a figure hiding sneakily in the peach mountain behind her.
"Come out!" Lin Yaoyao shouted coldly.
Little Bai heard the anger in his senior sister's words and knew he had been exposed.
He turned to run.
Lin Yaoyao, like a fairy, gently landed in front of Little Bai, her toes touching the air.
"Little Bai, what are you doing at my peach mountain?" Lin Yaoyao frowned.
She thought it was Master, but she didn't expect it to be Little Bai.
"Senior
sister, I was just taking a walk," Little Bai lied, blushing.
Lin Yaoyao looked at Little Bai's expression, her
face turning cold, and said, "Are you going to come over and get beaten yourself, or do I have to chase you down and beat you up?" When Little Bai heard this, his heart sank.
"Crap, I'm going to get beaten."
"Senior sister, I really didn't do it on purpose, and I didn't see anything."
Little Bai hurriedly defended.
3, 2. Senior sister, don't say one, I'll come over right now." Lin Yaoyao broke off a peach branch and placed it on Little Bai's body.
Smack! 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 Little Bai felt the pain on his skin. Although it wasn't very painful, it was very humiliating. When has I, the dignified demon emperor, ever had my butt spanked? Stop hitting, or I'm going to get angry. Little Bai couldn't bear it anymore.
It wasn't very painful, but it was very embarrassing.
How can a dignified demon emperor be beaten? Stop hitting, or I'm going to get angry. Do you know what you did wrong?
Lin Yaoyao asked as she hit him.
I know I was wrong, Little Bai quickly admitted.
Lin Yaoyao smacked him twice more, and said unhappily, "You don't learn good things, you learn bad things. You deserve it."
Who did you have to learn from but Master, Peking?
Master is Master, and a disciple can't hit Master.
But you're a junior brother, so I can always hit you, right?
Yi Kong held his fishing rod, looking at the scene of senior sister beating junior brother below Peach Mountain.
Peach blossoms fluttered. Senior sister's stick, hitting junior brother's body.
The pain is in my heart. After watching for a while, Yi Kong turned his hand and took out the whip of ecstasy. That's right, the eldest disciple has already been whipped, Little Bai can't be left unwhipped.
As a master, one must be fair to all.
Yi Kong walked over slowly, with his hands behind his back. Lin Yaoyao had just finished hitting him when she saw Master walking over.
Master!
Lin Yaoyao cupped her hands and shouted. Little Bai saw that senior sister had stopped and was about to get up when he heard Master's voice. Continue lying down, Yi Kong said slowly. When Little Bai heard this, an ominous premonition arose in his heart.
Master, I didn't offend you. Senior sister hitting me is one thing, but you want to hit me too? Do you really think this emperor is easy to bully? If you dare to hit me, believe it or not, this emperor will suppress you with a backhand?
Lin Yaoyao understood immediately when she saw the leather whip in Master's hand.
Master is here to spur on junior brother. This leather whip has a special effect, it will be very comfortable after being whipped.
Little Bai, junior brother, enjoy Master's whipping.
Little Bai, I will whip you today, Yi Kong said indifferently.
Master, be gentle, Little Bai said weakly, not daring to resist. Senior sister is watching from the side.
If I suppress Master, I estimate I'll be suppressed by senior sister with a backhand. Rather than being suppressed, I'd rather be beaten.
Being beaten hurts for a while, being suppressed hurts for a lifetime. Yi Kong nodded slightly, picked up the whip of ecstasy, and whipped it down.
Smack! Smack! Smack!
The whip of ecstasy hit Little Bai's body, leaving only a faint red mark, but instead there was a glimmer of light. Little Bai was originally gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, but after being beaten, there was no pain, but instead it was very comfortable. His body was warm, like being bathed in sunlight, very comfortable.
Very comfortable.
The comfortable Little Bai suddenly discovered that in his back, there seemed to be an incomparably pure spiritual energy pouring into his body, impacting his spiritual sea.
Smack! 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 Yi Kong continued to whip Little Bai expressionlessly.
If outsiders saw it, they would probably think it was a parent beating their disobedient child. Little Bai found that at this moment he was incredibly clear-headed, as if he had suddenly entered a state of enlightenment.
The state of enlightenment, it's actually the state of enlightenment. Hiss, I, who was beaten by Master, actually entered the state of enlightenment.
A blessing in disguise. Little Bai immediately fell into it, the Xianhuang art that he had been unable to comprehend, now suddenly became clear. His cultivation also improved a lot.
Comfortable. Little Bai couldn't help but praise comfortably. Immediately afterwards, Little Bai immediately covered his mouth. This emperor is a dignified demon emperor, how can I be so degenerate? Moreover, Master is a big pit.
The previous 2 times, I also felt comfortable. As a result, the first time I was so comfortable that I had no cultivation, and the second time I was so comfortable that I had no physical body.
What will be gone this time? It's over. It's going to be over. Master wants to make me comfortable to death. Whoa whoa. I'm so comfortable. Little Bai felt uncomfortable and enjoyed it at the same time. Very contradictory.
Yi Kong whipped him 100 times, then stopped.
You should comprehend it well, I'll go back first, Yi Kong said, putting away the whip and preparing to go back. Master! Lin Yaoyao suddenly shouted. What's wrong?
Yi Kong looked back and saw Lin Yaoyao biting her lip lightly, her face flushed, as if she had some unspeakable secret.
I want to ask Master to whip me one more time.
Lin Yaoyao said with difficulty. She knew that this whip helped with cultivation when it hit the body. Although it was very shameful, she couldn't care so much for the sake of cultivation. Okay, I'll come and whip you again tonight, Yi Kong said, taking the small leather whip back. Lin Yaoyao was stunned in place when she heard Master's words.
Master, I said whip me now, not at night. It's easy for people to think too much when you come to my room late at night. Especially when Little Bai is still here. Does this emperor still need dignity? I won't open the door for you when you come at night.
Lin Yaoyao made a decision in her heart. Little Bai slowly got up, tears in his eyes, with a look of grievance.
Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Lin Yaoyao asked in confusion. Did Master hurt you? It didn't hurt when Master whipped me.
But, you're still so young, your skin is fragile, it's really easy to hurt. Master is really something, knowing that little Bai is still young, and still whipping him.
Now it's good, you made him cry. Little Bai didn't answer Lin Yaoyao's words, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and left.
Returning to his room, he crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes and lay on the bed.
I'm going to be over, I'm going to die. It was so comfortable this time, I'm definitely going to die. This emperor is so miserable, I'm going to die comfortably. Little Bai was already desperate, he really couldn't bear Master's warmth.
The first time, he lost his cultivation from roasting in the fire, the second time, he lost his physical body from drinking brown sugar water.
This time it's so comfortable to be beaten.
I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Little Bai lay quietly on the bed, already prepared to never wake up again.
After a while, the sound of snoring sounded. Hoo hoo hoo. Night.
Lin Yaoyao sat cross-legged on the bed, the wooden door ajar, quietly waiting. She was waiting for her Shizhuan to come and spur her on. At this time, Yi Kong was lying on his bed, fast asleep.
Male and female were different.
Even if he wanted to spur on his disciple, he had to wait until tomorrow.
It wouldn't be good late at night.
Yi Kong was very clear about this in his heart. Lin Yaoyao waited in her room all night, but Shizhuan never came to spur her on.
Could it be that Shizhuan had forgotten? Didn't he say he would come at night to spur me on? It's already midnight, why isn't he here yet? Sigh, Shizhuan has forgotten again.
Lin Yaoyao sighed in her heart and began to cultivate cross-legged.
The next morning,
Lin Yaoyao got up and was about to go find Shizhuan when she pushed open her door and
saw Shizhuan standing outside. Sure. Shizhuan.
Lin Yaoyao was a little surprised.
Yi Kong nodded slightly. Lin Yaoyao looked at Shizhuan, her brows slightly furrowed. He didn't come last night, but he came early in the morning? Shizhuan, didn't you say you would come and spur on your disciple at night? Lin Yaoyao couldn't help but ask. Disciple, male and female are different. If word gets out, it won't be good for your reputation. Yi Kong said. What if I came at night, and you wouldn't let me leave? Although this teacher is an upright man, it's not appropriate to enter a woman's boudoir in the middle of the night.
Lin Yaoyao was very disdainful in her heart when she heard this. Old pervert.
You're talking as if you're an upright person. Which upright Shizhuan would secretly watch his disciple bathe?
Moreover, there are only 3 people on Xiaoyao Peak, and Xiao Bai is still sleeping.
Who would know if you came to spur me on at night?
Disdainful as she was, Lin Yaoyao still returned to the room and lay down properly. Yi Kong slowly walked in and saw Lin Yaoyao hugging Xiaolan and lying on the bed.
Disciple, are you ready?
Lin Yaoyao lightly bit her lip and hummed softly, Xiao Bai woke up leisurely, opened his eyes, and looked at the beam above his head.
I didn't die? Xiao Bai glanced around blankly, confirming that he was still alive. Everything was fine, nothing at all.
Moreover, after a sleep, he felt very comfortable.
It's great that I'm okay. Xiao Bai shouted.
He thought he would die comfortably, but nothing happened at all. After the joy, Xiao Bai gradually calmed down.
Something's not right. It was obviously so comfortable this time, so why am I completely fine? Xiao Bai frowned, unable to figure it out. The warmth given by Shizhuan usually has big problems.
But this time, nothing happened at all, and it was actually very enjoyable. Xiao Bai pondered for a long time, but still couldn't understand.
Forget it, it's best if nothing happened. It's good that this demon king is still alive.
Xiao Bai pushed open the door and walked out, stretching his arms to embrace the sun, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort. He had only taken a few steps when Xiao Bai suddenly heard the voices of Shiji and Shizhuan. Sounds that were hard to listen to came from the thatched hut, and Xiao Bai's face was filled with shock.
Hiss. Shizhuan actually and Shiji. Hiss. They actually have that kind of relationship. Xiao Bai was shocked and surprised, never expecting that Shurzuan and Shiji would actually have this kind of relationship. In broad daylight, in the light of day, they actually. Terrifying, too terrifying. Shiji, you have the aptitude of a great emperor. You actually got together with that kind of trash like Shurzuan. Xiaobai was too shocked, so much so that he didn't know what to say for a while. Shiji and Shurzuan actually have that kind of relationship. It's simply outrageous. Xiaobai was already numb. He didn't know what to say anymore. Disciple, absorb it well. Yi Kong said, then walked out of the room with his hands behind his back. He had spurred on his disciple for so long, she should have comprehended a lot, right? I'm so exhausted. Yi Kong wiped the sweat from his forehead. When spurring on, one must be fully focused, without the slightest distraction, and it consumes a lot of energy. Xiaobai looked at Shurzuan walking out with sweat on his forehead and unsteady steps, further confirming his guess. Shiji and Shurzuan actually. Rumble. Xiaobai suddenly felt a bolt of lightning strike in his mind, his head buzzing and roaring. He wasn't too sure before, what if he had misunderstood? But when he saw Shurzuan come out, he had to believe it. Shiji and Shurzuan really have a relationship. Shiji, you are a future great emperor, how could you take a fancy to Shurzuan? What's so good about Shurzuan? He has no cultivation, no status, and no power. Besides being a little handsome, he's useless. Handsome. Xiaobai was depressed. Being handsome can really be eaten as food. Not long after, he saw Lin Yaoyao walk out. He saw that Shiji's face was rosy and radiant, her steps were a little messy, and her eyes were a little blurred, and he sighed in disappointment in his heart. Shiji, you are the future great emperor, yet you actually. Alas. Xiaobai felt a little regretful and puzzled in his heart. Shiji is such a strong person, she couldn't possibly have taken a fancy to the trash Shurzuan. Then why is she doing this? Xiaobai thought hard, but still couldn't understand. Lin Yaoyao was currently in a state of enlightenment and hadn't come out yet. In the state of enlightenment, she could instantly comprehend several cultivation techniques. After sitting by the pond for a long time, Lin Yaoyao gradually woke up. I didn't expect Shurzuan's spurring to be so effective, allowing me to have an instant enlightenment. It seems that joining Xiaoyao Peak is not entirely useless. Lin Yaoyao said indifferently. She slipped into the water to cultivate the 9 dragons' overlord body. Before entering the state of enlightenment, she comprehended many things she had missed before, and now she was making up for them. After Yi Kong went back, he sat by the bitter sea, picked up a fishing rod, and started fishing. Spurring on for so long, I'm so exhausted. Xiaobai sat in the thatched hut for a long time before running to the bitter sea to sit down, quietly sizing up Shurzuan. Xiaobai. Yi Kong called out. Shurzuan, I'm here. Xiaobai immediately replied. If there's anything you don't understand about cultivation, you can ask me at any time. Don't be lazy like your Shiji, understand? Yi Kong taught. Understood. Xiaobai agreed on the surface. Ask you if I don't understand cultivation? You're talking as if you understand. If you understood, you wouldn't be at the Qi training stage. Besides, Shiji is lazy because you are. Xiaobai. Are you free? Yi Kong asked. As soon as Xiaobai heard this, he immediately said, yes, I'm going to cultivate now. After saying that, Xiaobai slipped away in the blink of an eye. He knew that if he stayed, there would definitely be no good. Maybe there would be danger. Cherish your little life, stay away from Shurzuan. Yi Kong watched him leave before focusing on fishing. Qi training +1. Inside the myriad flowers peak. 100 flowers bloomed, 100 birds sang. Even more, numerous women were amidst the immortal mist, playing zither and dancing, vying for beauty like a painting. Petals scattered, fragrance assailed the nostrils. Below the mountain, disciples of various peaks, both male and female, gathered, quietly awaiting the opening of the myriad flowers peaks formation. A moment later. The Myriad Flowers Peak's mistress, Lu Ruching, stepped on 100 birds, appearing in the sky.
Dressed in a 100-flower blue dress, with phoenix-winged hairpins adorning her head, and powder on her face, her voluptuous figure and beautiful face captivated many cultivators. Welcome everyone, to Myriad Flowers Peak to participate in the Myriad Flowers Meet. Lu Ruching said softly, standing in the sky. Having said that, Lu Ruching waved her hand, opening the Myriad Flowers Peak's formation. Petals danced in the sky, and the disciples of Myriad Flowers Peak stood on both sides to welcome them. Many disciples excitedly walked forward. The Myriad Flowers Meet was an important festival for the Star River sect. Hosted by Myriad Flowers Peak, it gave the inner disciples of the Star River sect an opportunity to choose their Tao companions. Only if both the man and woman were attracted to each other and had feelings for each other could they form a marital union. However, one could only choose one person, and could never betray them. If one betrayed their Tao companion, the lightest punishment was expulsion from the sect, and the heaviest was the abolishment of their cultivation. Myriad Flowers Peak was a peak with only female disciples, so many male cultivators wanted to participate, for if they could find a woman they admired, their life would be complete. Entering Myriad Flowers Peak, no disturbances or fights are allowed.
Both the man and woman must be willing. If there is any coercion, they will be bound and sent to the Hall of Punishment for punishment. If you want to form a marital union, you must obtain my consent. Lu Ruching said, standing in the sky. The gate opened, and the crowd entered in single file. As soon as they entered the gate, they felt as if they were in a fairyland. The sound of zither accompanied them, fresh flowers danced, and the female disciples of Myriad Flowers Peak were meticulously dressed, either standing or sitting in the clouds and mist. Their beautiful figures were faintly visible in the immortal mist, inspiring endless reverie. In the pavilions and courtyards, fine wine and delicacies were placed everywhere. Young men and women searched for partners in this immortal mist. In a secluded and elegant courtyard, Lu Ruching led her disciples, sitting in the main seat, with the peak lords of the other 7 peaks sitting below. Except for the Carefree Peak, which did not come, the peak lords of the other 7 peaks were all here. In the center of the courtyard, more than a dozen graceful and beautiful women danced in the arena, accompanied by the sounds of silk and bamboo. Singing and dancing prevailed, with warbling and twittering. Disciple, the people here are all the elites of the 8 peaks. Which one do you fancy? Lu Ruching asked her disciple beside her. Disciple still wants to follow master to cultivate and has no intention of choosing a Tao companion for the time being, Su Qingwan said truthfully. Su Qingwan was the flower of Myriad Flowers Peak, with a face that could topple kingdoms and cities, and was the goddess in the hearts of many disciples. Master, why don't I see Carefree Peak? Su Qingwan asked. Carefree Peak? I didn't invite them, Lu Ruching said casually. She knew very well what kind of place Carefree Peak was, so there was no need to invite them. The little sword god of Heavenly Sword Peak is not bad. If you have any ideas, this teacher can help you draw the red thread, Lu Ruching said, pointing to Chen Changqing, who was sitting in the first seat below. Su Qingwan's face darkened when she heard this, and she didn't even look at Chen Changqing directly. Master, are you trying to push your disciple into a fire pit? Su Qingwan looked up at Lu Ruching, her face serious. Who was Chen Changqing? Others might not know, but how could they not know? Although he was strong, he was too fickle. Lu Ruching was embarrassed for a moment, then turned to look at Qinshu, the peak lord of Beast Taming Peak. Qinshu, the peak lord of Beast Taming Peak, is also not bad. The thought of Qinshu covered in dung flashed through Su Qingwan's mind, and she almost vomited. Master, he has special hobbies. I don't like him, Su Qingwan refused decisively. What do you know? The best flowers need dung to nourish them, Lu Ruching said unhappily. Moreover, he has the potential of a great emperor, and his future is limitless. He wanted to see Lin Yaoyao of Carefree Peak. Carefree Peak never participates in the Myriad Flowers Meet, so I didn't send anyone to call them, Lu Ruyan said casually. Qinshu put down his wine glass and echoed, Peak Mistress, the Myriad Flowers Meet is a grand event within the Star River sect, and in principle, all 9 peaks should be present. The absence of Carefree Peak is a little inappropriate, Shinsho said, looking at Lu Ruyan in the main seat. He had prepared many things when he came. He planned to make Carefree Peak look bad in front of everyone. As a result, Carefree Peak didn't come, which was a bit unreasonable. Yes, the Myriad Flowers meet can't be without Carefree Peak, Chen Shangqing nodded. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly as she listened to the two's words. Heavenly Sword Peak and Beast Taming Peak had never had any connection with Carefree Peak, and were even somewhat at odds. Why would they suddenly speak for Carefree Peak? They were definitely up to no good. These two guys seemed to have a grudge against Carefree Peak. However, this Myriad Flowers meet was indeed a bit boring. Perhaps there would be a good show to watch when Carefree Peak came. Yuaner, send an invitation to invite the people from Carefree Peak to participate in the Myriad Flowers meet, Lu Ruching immediately instructed. Yes. The maiden behind Lu Ruching responded, transforming into an azure bird and flying towards Carefree Peak. Su Qingwan perked up when she heard that Carefree Peak was to be invited, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. Shinsho looked down at the things he had prepared, revealing a lewd smile. Chen Shangqing watched the flying bird leave, stroking the sword in his hand. This Myriad Flowers meet was destined to be extraordinary. Lu Ruching watched Shinsho and Chen Shangqing make their plans, half lying on the main seat, and was happy to watch the show. I really don't know how junior brother Yikong will deal with it. I'm looking forward to it. Carefree Peak. Yikong was fishing when an azure bird flew over and landed steadily beside Yikong, transforming into a person. Uncle Yikong, the peak mistress of Myriad Flowers Peak, is holding the Myriad Flowers meet today. This is your invitation from Carefree Peak. The maiden said, presenting the invitation. Yikong took it and glanced at it casually, putting it aside. Okay, I know. You can go back, Yikong waved his hand. Yes. The maiden responded and turned to fly back. Yikong continued to fish, not interested in the Myriad Flowers meet. It was said to be the Myriad Flowers meet, but it was actually a dating exchange. It was not interesting. Ding, it has been detected that the Myriad Flowers meet is being held. Please lead your disciples to participate. Completing the task will reward you with a special item, a fishing opportunity. The system's voice sounded, reminding Yikong. Yikong put down the fishing rod when he heard this, and picked up the invitation again. He didn't expect that the Myriad Flowers meet could trigger a task, so it seemed he had to go. But it seemed okay to go, it would be good to take his disciples to see the world. Xiao Bai. Yikong called out. Xiao Bai, who was cultivating, woke up instantly. Master, what is it? Xiao Bai asked. Go call your senior sister, Master will take you out for a stroll, Yikong instructed. Xiao Bai frowned when he heard his master's words. Take us out for a stroll? Who wants to go out with you? If you don't cultivate, we still have to cultivate. Xiao Bai muttered in his heart. Below Myriad Flowers Peak. Yikong walked slowly with his hands behind his back. Standing to his left was Lin Yaoyao, and following on his right was Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai originally didn't want to come, but fearing that his master would favor Wen Wan, he obediently followed. Hearing this, Yikong took out an invitation. Here, an invitation from your peak master. Sorry, even with an invitation, it's not allowed. The mountain guarding disciple said solemnly, as they didn't recognize Yikong. In that case, please inform senior sister Lu Ruching, Yikong said calmly. Lin Yaoyao glanced up at Myriad Flowers Peak and immediately lost interest. If they weren't allowed in, then they wouldn't go in. It was too much trouble to come all this way. Her master was really something, aimlessly wandering around for no reason, and even bringing her and Xiao Bai along. Lin Yaoyao sighed inwardly. Are you the peak master of Carefree Peak? The female disciple on the left asked. Yes, Yikong nodded slightly. Sorry, we didn't recognize you just now, please come in. The mountain guarding disciple opened the way. Yikong, with his hands behind his back, led his two disciples inside. Peak master, please wait. The female disciple stopped Yikong once again. What's wrong? Yi Kong turned around and asked.
Peak Master, children are not allowed inside, the female disciple said, pointing at Xiaobai.
Xiaobai? Me, small? This demon king has roamed the immortal cultivation world for thousands of years, and you actually say I'm small? When I was out causing trouble, you don't even know where you were. Xiaobai retorted inwardly, but didn't dare to say it out loud. He was, after all, currently in the form of a child.
I'm bringing Xiaobai to broaden his horizons, please be accommodating, Yi Kong said. The mountain-guarding female disciple looked at the cute Xiaobai, hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed.
Please come in.
Originally, children were not allowed in, but it was different when the Peak Master brought them. Although Carefree Peak was a mess, they had no right to interfere. Yi Kong led his two disciples and quickly walked to Myriad Flowers Peak. As soon as they stepped inside, they smelled a faint fragrance of flowers.
Petals fell continuously, as if they were free.
Peak Master, this way please.
A female disciple stepped forward to invite them.
Yi Kong nodded and followed her inside. Along the way, there were many young men and women, talking about romance and poetry. However, when Yi Kong and his group passed through the terrace, they attracted their attention. The man was handsome, and the women were beautiful. Lin Yaoyao was definitely the most beautiful person here. And Yi Kong's handsomeness, that was naturally needless to say. There was also a cute child, attracting the affection of many slightly older female disciples.
This young lady, I wonder if you have a Dao companion?
Not far after they started walking, someone came forward to strike up a conversation with Lin Yaoyao. I am focused on cultivating the Dao and do not seek a Dao companion, Lin Yaoyao said coldly.
Peak Master, I wonder if you have a Dao companion? The female disciples of Myriad Flowers Peak surrounded him and asked.
They didn't care whether Carefree Peak was a useless peak or not, as long as Yi Kong was handsome, they could take care of him.
Yi Kong was shocked by the directness of these female disciples.
Were they all this direct?
Without any subtlety, they immediately asked if he had a Dao companion.
It seemed wrong to say no. Forget it, he should refuse tactfully, otherwise he probably wouldn't be able to get out.
This Peak Master is devoted to cultivation and detached from worldly affairs, I apologize.
Yi Kong said with his hands behind his back. As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly became silent.
Clatter!
Something fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Everyone then reacted, looking at Yi Kong in disbelief.
You? Devoted to cultivation? Who are you trying to fool?
Who doesn't know that the Peak Master of Carefree Peak is unmotivated and fishes every day?
He can do everything except cultivate.
For 10 years, his cultivation has been stuck at the Qi training stage, without any progress.
And this is called being devoted to cultivation?
Where is your face? Xiaobai and Lin Yaoyao both took a few steps back in tacit agreement, lowered their heads, and wished they could find a crack to crawl into. They felt ashamed for their master.
Master, you really dare to say anything? You're always there fishing, not even moving, and you have the nerve to say you're cultivating? Master, even if you want to find an excuse to refuse, you can't just make things up.
You have a thick skin and can handle it, but your disciples can't.
Xiaobai understood at this moment that his master wasn't strong in other things, but his skin was definitely thick.
Yi Kong frowned at the crowd and couldn't help but say, I'm really serious. Master, the Peak Master of Myriad Flowers Peak is still waiting for us, let's go quickly. Lin Yaoyao grabbed Yi Kong and left, really unable to stay any longer. If she let her. Master continue, Lin Yaoyao would want to knock him unconscious and take him back to Carefree Peak.
Yi Kong couldn't help but wonder, he was devoted to cultivation. He was gaining Qi +1 every day.
The group moved quickly, passing through the sea of flowers and walking to the elegant courtyard. Even after they left, there were still many men looking.
Senior brother, I'm sorry, we're not suitable. Don't, I just asked a question. Senior brother, didn't you just say that you wouldn't be moved by any other girl besides me? You were drooling just now. Senior sister, listen to my explanation, I can explain. I found true love, senior sister, we're not suitable. Well, we're not suitable, I want to be your master's wife.
Yi Kong and Lin Yaoyao had only walked around outside, but indirectly broke up many people.
Inside the elegant courtyard.
After the female disciple led Yi Kong and his group in, she retreated. Chen Shangqing frowned as he watched Lin Yaoyao holding Yi Kong, his expression gloomy.
Next to the main seat, Su Qingwan watched Yi Kong walk over and took the initiative to move her position.
Junior brother Yi Kong, it's been a long time, Lu Ruqing, sitting above, said kindly.
Yes, senior sister.
Yi Kong called out and walked forward, sitting in the main seat.
After all, he was also a peak master, he couldn't sit next to the disciples, right?
He and Lu Ruqing weren't under the same master, but their seniority was the same, so they addressed each other as senior brothers and sisters.
And because Yi Kong was the youngest, he was the junior brother. Lu Ruqing watched Yi Kong sit next to her and didn't say anything.
He had the qualifications, but not the strength.
But today was the Myriad Flowers assembly, they wouldn't talk about strength. Su Qingwan sat in between the two, lowering her head without speaking. Lin Yaoyao took Xiaobai and found a seat to sit down.
The two of them were just following their master to wander around. They originally didn't want to come, but they didn't know what was wrong with their master. He insisted on participating in the Myriad Flowers assembly, which was meaningless to them. In order not to let their master be wronged, Lin Yaoyao still decided to come, to protect her master. After Yi Kong sat down, the whole place fell into a brief silence, and no one knew what to say. Fortunately, Qinshu was helpful and took the lead in breaking the silence.
Uncle Yi Kong, Myriad Flowers is a place for romance and poetry. As an elder, shouldn't you say something?
Qinshu stood up and said. He had already prepared 100 ways to make things difficult.
Everyone, eat and drink well, don't be shy.
Just treat this place like your own home, don't be too restrained, relax a little. Yi Kong said with a smile, raising his wine glass. Seeing that everyone was too nervous, he tried to liven up the atmosphere.
Everyone.
Lin Yaoyao lowered her head, looking at the wine in her glass, pretending not to know her master.
She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in.
Lin Yaoyao vowed that she really wanted to knock her master unconscious and drag him back.
You're not embarrassed, but your disciple is. We're here to attend the Myriad Flowers meet, not a banquet. You're really not holding back. Master, can you be serious?
Little White was speechless, squatting on the ground drawing circles, wanting to burrow in. Even as a great demon king who had seen all kinds of big scenes, he was embarrassed by his master's antics.
He regretted coming.
Lu Ruqing's smile froze for a moment before returning to normal.
Junior brother is really bold. He really treats this place like his own home? This is my Myriad Flowers peak. But never mind.
None of that matters, the important thing is that Qinshu has started making trouble, the show is about to begin.
Lu Ruqing took a sip of her wine, quietly watching the show. Qinshu was dumbfounded.
He didn't know how to respond to Yi Kong's words.
He was a little confused for a moment. This isn't your peak. You really treat yourself as the host?
After a moment of, Qinshu said, Uncle Yi Kong is joking.
Since it's the Myriad Flowers meet, let's talk about romance. Why not talk about something interesting?
Yi Kong heard this, thought about it, and nodded.
But I've never been to a romantic place.
Junior nephew Qinshu, you go there often, so tell me how to play.
This romance, no, I haven't been to a romantic place either. Chen Shangqing goes there often.
Qinshu said halfway, then suddenly realized and pointed the finger at Chen Shangqing.
Chen Shangqing, who was secretly paying attention to Lin Yaoyao, suddenly got called out by Qinshu and immediately became anxious.
Qinshu directly summoned his magic weapon and glared at Chen Shangqing.
If you have the guts, come and fight.
Qinshu said coldly.
Afraid of you?
Chen Shangqing flipped his hand and took out his long sword, coldly saying, just broke through to the nascent soul stage, defeating you only requires one sword. The two were at each other's throats, their arrogance soaring.
Fight, fight.
Little White watched the excitement below, not caring about the consequences.
Lu Ruqing was dumbfounded. Weren't you two supposed to be working together to target peak? Why are you fighting?
Ahem, at the Myriad Flowers meet, fighting is not allowed, otherwise you will be expelled from Myriad Flowers Peak and never allowed to set foot here again.
Lu Ruqing said coldly.
Chen Shangqing then retracted his long sword and sat down. Xinshu put away his magic weapon and returned to his seat. Fighting and killing is not good, it's better to drink some wine and appreciate the flowers, Yi Kong said with a smile. Xinshu looked at Yi Kong, took a deep breath, and regained his composure. Chen Chongqing was also preparing. Uncle Yi Kong, today is the Myriad Flowers meet, with 100 flowers blooming.
Why not compose a poem? Xinshu said. Compose a poem? Yi Kong frowned. Yes, since ancient times, beauties have loved talented men. Poetry can reflect a person's literary achievements.
It would be a pity not to compose poems and lyrics in this scene, Xinshu said slowly. Yi Kong looked at Xinshu and really wanted to ask if he was serious.
Are you sure you want to compete with me in poetry? Although I can't remember 300 Tang poems, I can still remember 30.
Okay, I can, Yi Kong nodded in agreement. Wait, since it's a poetry contest, there must be a prize, Xinshu continued.
What prize? Yi Kong asked.
If Uncle Yi Kong loses, shout 3 times, I'm not as good as Xinshu, so that the entire Star River sect can hear it, Xinshu said slowly. Yi Kong nodded and said, okay, I won't make it difficult for you. If you lose, shout your own name 30 times.
Okay. Xinshu agreed immediately. It finally began. Lu Ruqing immediately became interested.
I'll go first. Today, 100 flowers are in full bloom, so let's take the 100 flowers as the theme. As Xinshu spoke, he picked up a poem that he had someone write in advance and slowly recited it.
100 flowers bloom, attracting the peaks, competing for beauty, faces red.
Snowy paths secretly open light green flowers, icy roots spit out small red buds. Lu Ruqing heard this and commented, not bad.
It's just that it's not very and a little out of sync with the scenery.
Xinshu bowed and turned to look at Yi Kong.
Uncle Yi Kong, it's your turn. Lin Yaoyao and the others also looked up at their master, wondering if their master could write poetry. Su Qingwan secretly handed a note to Yi Kong, which Lu Ruqing saw.
Yi Kong felt someone handing him something, but he didn't have time to open it. He raised his wineglass and recalled suitable words in his mind.
Got it. Yi Kong put one hand behind his back and slowly said.
When autumn comes on the 9th day of the 9th month, after my flowers bloom, 100 flowers will be killed. The fragrance pierces the Star River, the entire peak is covered in golden armor. As soon as this poem came out, the whole place was silent. Anyone who understands poetry can hear the artistic conception reflected in this poem. Compared to Yi Kong's, what Xinshu did was not on the same level at all. The poetry is in sync with the scenery. Today happens to be the 9th day of the 9th month, and the poetry is very much in line with everyone's current mood, Lu Ruqing commented. The poems written by my disciple are naturally impeccable. I just can't figure out why my disciple has never met the Peakmaster off-peak. Why would she help him write poetry? Never mind, probably because she pities the Peakmaster off-peak. However, the show is not over yet. Lu Ruqing shook her head and continued to watch the show. Lin Yaoyao was shocked by her master's artistic talent. She thought her master was a waste, but she didn't expect him to be so good at literature. It seems that besides cultivation, her master is pretty good at everything else. Lin Yaoyao looked up at her master and suddenly saw a note in her master's hand, and she was dumbfounded.
Lin Yaoyao. I overestimated my master after all.
It turns out that master can't write poetry at all, he's taking other people's.
Alas.
After Yi Kong sat down, he opened the note in his hand.
It said.
Last year on this day, in this door, faces and peach blossoms reflected each other red. Faces don't know where to go, peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. After Yi Kong read the poem on the note, he frowned.
Who wrote me a love poem?
Su Qingwan, who was sitting next to him, lowered her head shyly, her face a little flushed.
So he's so good at poetry and songs. He can write poetry as soon as he speaks. He's handsome and talented. I can. 10,000 Flowers Peak. The poem written by Yi Kong spread, drawing praise from countless people.
Some male disciples who originally wanted to show off their literary talents and attract the attention of female disciples could only shut their mouths.
They couldn't compare, not at all.
Many people approached the elegant garden, wanting to know what was happening inside. Yi Kong didn't care about the bet anyway, since the poem wasn't his own.
He had just borrowed and modified it.
Qinshu also automatically ignored the bet and sat back in his place, drinking wine.
Senior brother Qinshu, you lost, are you going to deny it? Little White asked.
Little White's words made Qinshu feel ashamed. If he denied it, he would lose a lot of face.
Qinshu looked at Little White's adorable eyes and didn't know what to say. That's right, if you lose, you have to admit it.
Qinshu stood up, mobilized the spiritual power within his body, focused his qi in his dantian, and said loudly,
I am Qinshu, I am Qinshu, I am a beast.
As Qinshu shouted, his voice changed.
From the initial Qinshu to a beast.
The people eavesdropping outside saw Qinshu shouting that he was a beast and shook their heads.
Hey, I seem to hear someone shouting that they are a beast. It seems to be senior brother Qinshu. He stays with demonic beasts all day, he's probably been assimilated. Beast taming peak is becoming dangerous.
If senior brother Qinshu is like this, how can the others be any better? Senior brother, you are from beast taming peak, we are not suitable.
Junior sister, no. Beast taming peak directly lost its right to choose a partner.
After shouting 30 times, Qinshu sat down on his own, noticing the strange gazes of the crowd.
What's wrong? Is there a problem with me shouting my name? Qinshu asked. No problem, the crowd quickly shook their heads. Martial uncle, the so-called romance isn't just about writing poetry.
There's also music, chess, calligraphy, painting, playing instruments, singing, eating, drinking, whoring.
Cough cough. Lu Ruching directly interrupted Qinshu. Martial nephew Qinshu, you seem to know a lot?
Lu Ruching said softly. A little knowledge, Qinshu said with a faint smile.
Bang!
Lu Ruching slammed the table, and the music and dancing stopped instantly.
You know a little my ass. Do you really think this is a place for romance?
This is 10,000 Flowers Peak, not your 10,000 Flowers brothel. If you wanna play, go down the mountain.
Lu Ruching said loudly.
She had originally wanted to watch a good show, but Qinshu actually treated her place as a place for romance. Her 10,000 Flowers Peak was also one of the 9 peaks of the Star River, following the righteous path and cultivating proper immortal techniques.
Not like the 10,000 Flowers brothel down the mountain.
I hold the 10,000 Flowers meet to appreciate the flowers and give you young people a chance to choose a Tao partner, not to let you engage in romance here.
Qinshu quickly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, martial aunt, I was wrong.
Yi Kong put down his wine cup and said with a faint smile, Martial nephew Qinshu, if you want romance, let martial nephew Qinshu take you after the 10,000 Flowers meet.
Men, you know.
Chen Qinshu turned his head to look at Yi Kong upon hearing this.
I haven't even targeted you yet, and you're already targeting me. Do you really think that just because you're a peak master, I won't dare to deal with you?
Martial uncle Yi Kong has also reached his 30s, has he found a Tao partner?
Chen Qinshu asked.
There's no need for martial nephew Qinshu to worry about that, Yi Kong said with a faint smile.
Little White nodded below.
That's right, master already has a senior sister, so he doesn't need a Tao partner at all. Martial uncle, you should also start a family and establish a career. It's not good to guard a broken peak all day, Chen Qinshu said.
You're saying my carefree peak is a broken peak?
Lin Yaoyao said, looking at Chen Qinshu with cold eyes. Junior sister, I didn't mean anything else, I just wanted to advise martial uncle to find a Tao partner, Chen Qinshu hurriedly explained.
Lin Yaoyao said coldly, what does it matter to you whether my master finds a Tao partner or not? Could it be that you want to be like you and use your status to suppress people? Chen Shangqing's expression stiffened upon hearing this. Those are all rumors, I am innocent.
Innocent, ha, Lin Yaoyao snorted coldly.
I was the one who spread the news, do I not know if you are innocent?
It seems that it's necessary to add more fuel to the fire.
You dare to target my master?
My master has a soft personality and weak strength and doesn't bother with you, but I, Lin Yaoyao, will take care of it. No matter how useless master is, he is still my master, Lin Yaoyao's master.
Little White drank his wine, silently watching the good show.
Senior sister came out to defend master. It seems that senior sister also likes the useless master.
Alas, senior sister, there are many talented people in the world, why did you take a liking to master?
Little White sighed in his heart.
Chen Shangqing was rebuffed by Lin Yaoyao and didn't dare to speak, his face gloomy. The atmosphere suddenly froze.
Lu Ruqing didn't care and was about to drink her wine when she saw Little White in the corner. Children can't drink alcohol, Lu Ruqing said, beckoning Little White over.
Me, a child? My age is enough to be your ancestor.
Lu Ruqing looked at Little White's chubby, fair face and liked him very much. Come, have some fruit wine. Lu Ruqing poured a cup of fruit wine for Little White.
Thank you, Martial Aunt.
Little White drank it with a stiff face. Lu Ruqing pinched Little White's face, the feeling was very good. Such a cute Dao child, Martial brother, why don't you let me have him? Lu Ruqing asked, looking at Yi Kong.
I have already become a disciple and will only recognize one.
Master for life, Little White said. He didn't dare to stay on 10,000 Flowers Peak, at least he could be free on Carefree Peak. On 10,000 Flowers Peak, if he accidentally exposed himself, he would be finished. Most importantly, the Peak Master of 10,000 Flowers Peak really treated him as a child.
How small is he? He can't handle it.
Senior sister, my Carefree Peak only has 2 disciples, if you take him, who will serve me? Yi Kong said with a faint smile. Lu Ruqing smiled and said, Martial brother, look at how many people I have on 10,000 Flowers Peak, who do you like?
I'll be a matchmaker for you? Me, he likes me.
Su Qingwan said in her heart. Yi Kong shook his head and said indifferently, I don't have any plans to get married for the time being.
Little White nodded, right, you have a senior sister.
Su Qingwan felt a little disappointed in her heart, so he doesn't have any plans yet.
However, maybe he will in the future. Lu Ruqing could only give up on this idea upon hearing this.
Continue the music, continue dancing, today is the 10,000 Flowers meet, so don't hurt the harmony, Lu Ruqing waved her hand. After sitting in place for a while, Chen Shangqing gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble.
Aren't you saying that I'm using my power to suppress people? Then I'll show you how I suppress you.
A mere Carefree Peak, I can destroy it with a wave of my hand, what's so difficult about suppressing you?
Martial Aunt Ruqing, Martial Nephew has a request. Chen Shangqing stood up and said. What request? Lu Ruqing asked softly, playing with Little White's face.
Little White, stop pinching this Demon King's face.
Also, is pressing against my head. I'm under a lot of pressure.
Inside the Myriad Flowers Peak.
Before Chen Shangqing could speak, a figure flew over.
Stepping on a divine light sword, wearing a star sword robe, with eyes as sharp as an eagle, long hair tied high, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His appearance at Myriad Flowers Peak immediately caused screams from many women.
Master!
Chen Shangqing greeted loudly.
Who do I see here? It's senior brother Chen. Lu Ruqing said with a smile. Sword God Chen Xunyang.
The Peak Master of Heavenly Sword Peak, the strongest expert in the Star River sect, second only to the sect master. He usually stays at Heavenly Sword Peak and doesn't move around casually unless there's a major event. With his status, there was no need for him to come to this Myriad Flowers gathering. However, he was called by Chen Shangqing to support Chen Shangqing's image.
Junior sister, junior brother.
Chen Xunyang said silently, descending from the sky and sitting to the right of Lu Ruqing.
Senior brother. Yi Kong and Lu Ruqing called out. Yi Kong was on the left, Chen Xunyang was on the right, with Lu Ruqing and Su Qingwan in between.
Senior brother Chen, you are usually immersed in the way of the sword, living in seclusion. You leave all the affairs of Heavenly Sword Peak, big and small, to Chen Shangqing. What brings you to our Myriad Flowers Peak's Myriad Flowers gathering today? Could it be that senior brother Chen is also lonely and wants to find a Dao partner? Lu Ruqing asked with a smile. Chen Xunyang glanced silently at Lu Ruqing, saw the child in Lu Ruqing's arms, and said, I'm here only because my disciple has something going on, and I'm here to help him. But you, junior sister Lu, when did you have a child? Oh, he's not my child, he's junior brother Ye's Dao attendant, Lu Ruqing said. Chen Xunyang glanced at Ji Kong, his eyes devoid of emotion. When he looked at Xiao Bai, he unexpectedly noticed that Xiao Bai's talent was extremely high. He was not yet 10 years old and had already reached the 7th level of qi refining. This is a good seedling. Junior brother Yi Kong, I think this Dao attendant has good talent. Why not give him to me? I will personally train him, Chen Xunyang said. Yi Kong smiled and shook his head, saying, Senior brother Chen, you already have so many disciples, why do you still want to snatch a Dao attendant from me? That's right, that's right. I'm not going to your Heavenly Sword Peak. You're not a good person. Xiao Bai nodded in agreement from the side, without speaking. He knew that he didn't have the strength now, and he couldn't beat anyone. Then forget it. Chen Xunyang gave up. He wasn't here to accept disciples, and there was no need to waste energy on a small Dao attendant. Lu Ruqing hugged Xiao Bai, fed Xiao Bai an orange, and then looked at Chen Changqing. Speak, nephew Changqing, who do you want to marry? Lu Ruqing asked casually. Chen Shangqing's gaze shifted to Lin Yaoyao, and he slowly said, her, Lin Yaoyao. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was shocked. The flower wine in Lin Yaoyao's hand fell to the ground. Even Yi Kong didn't expect that Chen Shangqing would take a fancy to his disciple for no reason. However, his disciple was indeed beautiful, so it was only natural that he would take a fancy to her. Lu Ruqing looked at Lin Yaoyao with an attitude of not being afraid of a big scene. You also deserve this emperor? If this emperor still had her strength, she would suppress you with one palm. Yi Kong smiled and said, although marriage is about the mutual willingness of both parties, my disciple is still young and focused on cultivation, so let's not talk about marriage for the time being. Chen Shangqing gritted his teeth when he heard the two's words and looked at his master. Chen Xunyang nodded slightly and said, Junior brother Yi Kong, your disciple is also at the age of marriage and can choose a Dao partner. Chen Shangqing is not bad, he has my true inheritance. Yi Kong looked at Lin Yaoyao and said, my disciple is unwilling, and I don't want anyone to force her. Lin Yaoyao looked at her master, feeling inexplicably moved. Master is so weak, yet he is still protecting me on stage. Xiao Bai looked at his master and then at the people on both sides, and suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. Senior sister will be my maid in the future, not your Dao partner, you little waste. I have to help senior sister. But I don't have the strength now, and my words seem to be useless. Thinking of this, Xiao Bai looked up at Lu Ruqing and reached out to pinch her. Lu Ruqing felt a certain part being pinched, blushed, and looked down at Xiao Bai in her arms. Xiao Bai blinked his eyes and pointed at Lin Yaoyao. Lu Ruqing immediately understood, looked up and smiled, marriage is about mutual willingness. Since the disciple of Carefree Peak is unwilling, then let's forget about this matter. I, little sword god Chen Shangqing, have a nascent soul cultivation, my swordsmanship is superb, and my status is second only to the Peak Master. Lin Yaoyao, what makes me unworthy of you? He is just the Peak Master of a deserted peak, how can he compare to me? Chen Shangqing pointed at Ji Kong as he spoke. What you said is not right. He is just my disciple, not my Dao partner. Besides, I am also a Peak Master. Leaving aside the Peak Master, I have also cultivated over 3,000 levels of qi refining. Forget it, nephew, you are on the verge of rage, so uncle will not hit you. Yi Kong took a sip of wine and said nothing. You also deserve to compare with my master? Lin Yaoyao said coldly. When this emperor grows up, he will be the imperial tutor. Above 10,000 people, below one person. Where am I not as good as that wast? Pa! Before Chen Shangqing could finish speaking, he was slapped by Chen Xunyang. "Be careful with your words," Chen Xunyang said coldly. Chen Shangqing looked at Yi Kong with red eyes. "You are just a waste, how can you compare to me? Why can you get Lin Yaoyao?" Yi Kong expressed helplessness at this, and really wanted to say, "Nephew, are you thinking too much?" Chen Shangqing, "The purpose of my myriad flowers gathering is mutual willingness between men and women, one love for life, not forced pressure. Even if you are the little sword god, so what? Here, you have to abide by the rules," Lu Ruqing said, defending. She originally wanted to sit and watch the show, but she was pinched painfully by Xiao Bai and had to say a few words. Chen Shangqing looked gloomy. He didn't dare to provoke Lu Ruqing, so he could only look at his master. Chen Xunyang couldn't control it either. He wouldn't be so bad as to snatch someone, right? Under the public gaze, he still needed his reputation as the sword god. "Changqing, matters have priorities. I can understand that you want to find a Dao partner, but you cannot force it," Chen Xunyang said. Lin Yaoyao coldly looked at Chen Shangqing, muttering in her heart, "Fortunately, I firmly chose not to go to Heavenly Sword Peak at the beginning. With such a disgusting peak master, going there would only cause trouble. It's still good at Carefree Peak, quiet and comfortable. Master's strength is not very high, and I can be the master of Carefree Peak." Lin Yaoyao increasingly felt that Carefree Peak was good. "Lin Yaoyao, I'll ask you one last time, do you think I, Chen Shangqing, am not worthy of you?" Chen Shangqing finally asked. This was his last resort. "You also deserve it?" Lin Yaoyao and Yi Kong said almost at the same time. Originally, Yi Kong didn't want to interfere, but he saw that his disciple was tired of it, and Chen Shangqing didn't respect himself, the little uncle, too much. Then he had to speak out to protect his disciple. Chen Shangqing's face alternated between red and green with anger. "It's one thing for Lin Yaoyao to insult me, but what right do you have?" Chen Shangqing glared at Yi Kong. He really wanted to teach him a lesson, even though he was a Shirshu, martial uncle, he was just a chi training waste. "Who gave him the courage to talk about me?" Qinsho sat opposite Chen Shangqing, enjoying the show, secretly hoping they would fight. He had come here to target Yi Kong, and now that someone else was targeting him, he was naturally happy. Yi Kong looked at Chen Shangqing expressionlessly, thinking, "This Shirshi's martial nephew, ability to withstand pressure is too poor, isn't it?" Turning red in the face and getting a thick neck after just a few words, this temperament is no good. Seeing that Chen Shangqing showed signs of making a move, Su Qingwan silently took out her flute. "If you dare to attack Yi Kong Shirshu, I, Su Qingwan, will never let you off." While Lu Ruqing beside her was holding Xiao Bai's hands. "Stop pinching, it's turning blue." The atmosphere within the elegant garden was somewhat heavy. Chen Shangqing stood in the center, wanting to attack but holding back. He knew that if he attacked, he would definitely be stopped by his Shurzuan master. But he couldn't swallow this anger. He could tolerate Lin Yaoyao saying it, but he really couldn't tolerate Yi Kong. Shirshu, it's not appropriate for you to interfere in the matter between me and Lin Yaoyao, is it?" Chen Shangqing said coldly. "Lin Yaoyao is my disciple. If she's being bothered by someone, do you think I should care or not?" Yi Kong said indifferently. "Yi Kong, I respect you enough to call you Shirshu. If I didn't respect you, you'd just be." "Chen Shangqing, that's enough," Lu Ruqing interrupted, shouting loudly. "My myriad flowers peak is holding the myriad flowers meet, and I don't want it to be unpleasant because of you." After speaking, Lu Ruqing glared fiercely at Xiao Bai. "That's enough for you too. You've pinched it blue." Xiao Bai held his wine glass, pretending not to know anything. Chen Shangqing's anger was hard to dispel, his resentment hard to appease. Chen Xunyang glanced at him, pointing outside, "Get out." Chen Shangqing slammed the table angrily and walked out. He didn't dare to disobey his Shurzuan's words. Yi Kong shook his head and waved his hand, "Continue the music, continue the dance." The singers and dancers looked at each other, and finally picked up their instruments, continuing to play music and dance. Lin Yaoyao glanced at her Shurzuan, feeling very helpless in her heart.
Shurzuan, you really have refined tastes.
1 second the atmosphere was incredibly tense, and the next second you were back to enjoying yourself. Everyone else had their own thoughts in their hearts, finding it difficult to continue being happy.
But to Yikong, it was just a children's squabble. What was the big deal?
He came to the myriad flowers meet to drink wine and freeload a meal. Although there was a small interlude in the middle, it didn't prevent him from continuing to enjoy himself.
Xiaobai looked at Shurzuan, then at Lin Yaoyao. Thank me.
If it weren't for this emperor secretly taking action, you wouldn't have been able to resolve it.
Xiaobai was smug.
Lu Ruqing looked at Xiaobai in her arms with a red face, reaching out to pinch Xiaobai's chubby face.
I told you to pinch me just now.
The scene gradually returned to calm.
Qinshu was stunned for a long time before he reacted. They didn't even fight?
He had been looking forward to it for a long time in vain.
Lu Ruqing looked at Qinshu and said unhappily, you get out too.
No, what I mean is that the Grand Elder has already agreed that after Xiaoyao Peak is abolished, it will be the back garden of my Heavenly Sword Peak, Chen Xunyang said. Yikong smiled upon hearing this and said, the 9 Peaks competition hasn't started yet, it's too early for senior brother Chen to say this. Although my disciples don't cultivate properly and like to be lazy, I still trust them. As Yikong spoke, he looked at Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai. See, the 9 Peaks competition is about to begin. If you don't want Xiaoyao Peak to be abolished, you have to work hard to cultivate in the future. Especially you, Lin Yaoyao, soaking in the bath all day long and not cultivating properly.
Xiaobai, you sleep all day long. Lin Yaoyao? Xiaobai?
Wait, Shurzuan, did you say we like to be lazy?
Shurzuan, aren't you ashamed to say that?
Usually on Xiaoyao Peak, you're the only one who doesn't cultivate, okay?
Fishing all day long, not cultivating and not working hard. Xiaobai and I have been working hard to cultivate.
Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai were speechless.
Shurzuan is talking nonsense and isn't even ashamed. This face is truly invincible. Chen Xunyang looked at Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai and smiled, shaking his head. Then I'll wait and see. 1 foundation establishment, 1 chi training.
I don't even need to send out a nascent soul disciple, I can just send out a foundation establishment peak disciple to take them down.
I really don't know where Shitty, junior brother, gets his courage.
When your Xiaoyao Peak is abolished, then. The corners of Chen Xunyang's mouth curled up slightly, Xiaoyao Peak seemed within reach.
Xiaobai looked at Chen Xunyang in front of him, always feeling that he wasn't a good person.
Moreover, there seemed to be a familiar aura within his body, but he couldn't remember it.
Don't let me remember, the people I remember are never good people. Xiaobai couldn't remember what the aura was, so he didn't think much about it.
He'll think about it later when he remembers.
Yaoyao, Xiaobai, you have to work hard at cultivation in the future, Yikong said. Lin Yaoyao. Xiaobai. Everyone.
Shitty, why don't you just give Xiaobai to me? He's still so young and shouldn't have to bear such great pressure, Lu Ruqing said. Yikong glanced at Xiaobai and Lu Ruqing.
Yeah, indeed, Xiaobai is under a lot of pressure. Outside Myriad Flowers Peak.
After Qin Shangqing went out, he split a stone lion in half with his sword, venting all his anger on it. Hello, this stone lion costs 100 taels of gold, the gatekeeper said with a smile. Go to Heavenly Sword Peak to get it, don't bother me, Qin Shangqing roared angrily. The disciple guarding the mountain gate didn't dare to speak, nodding
silently.
Chen Shangqing vented his anger outside, raging ineffectually. Qinshu walked out slowly with his hands behind his back. Senior brother Changqing, Qinshu called out.
Chen Shangqing looked back at Qinshu and said coldly, don't bother me.
You're not a good person either, still targeting me. Senior brother Changqing, I know you're angry, that's why I came to enlighten you, Qinshu said, walking to Chen Shangqing's side. Chen Shangqing looked at Qinshu coldly, without saying a word.
Senior brother Changqing, why be angry with a chi training waste? What is our status?
You are the acting peak lord of Heavenly Sword Peak, and I am the peak son of Beast Controlling Peak. With the strength of the two of us, dealing with a small chi training waste like him is a piece of cake, Qinshu said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Chen Changqing sized up Qin Shou and asked, "Spit it out." Qin Shou walked to Chen Changqing's side and whispered, "Senior brother Changqing, with the status and appeal of the two of us, we don't even need to take action personally to make Yikong obediently give up Xiaoyao Peak. As long as we use our brains a little, there are hundreds of ways to deal with him." The strategist Qin Shou is online. Inside Wanhua Peak. After everyone had their fill, Lu Ruqing led the group to admire the flowers. "Admiring flowers is fine for you, I'm going back first," Chen Xunyang said, flying out of Wanhua Peak. "What a Philistine," Lu Ruqing rolled her eyes at him. "Junior brother Yikong." "What is it?" Yikong asked. "When you have time, bring Xiaobai to Wanhua Peak more often. I think he's quite adorable. Your Xiaoyao Peak has so few people, it's not safe." "You can come to Wanhua Peak," Lu Ruqing said. The meaning in her words was, if you come to Wanhua Peak, I can protect you. Or if you suffer any grievances, you can also come to Wanhua Peak, and I will stand up for you. Yikong naturally understood the meaning in her words, and smiled faintly. "We'll talk about it later." Su Qingwan, who was next to Yikong, thought to herself, if Uncle Yikong comes often, then I can see him often. Master is definitely paving the way for me and Uncle Yikong. Master is so good. Su Qingwan leaned closer to Yikong, but Yikong unconsciously moved away, as Lin Yaoyao was beside him. "Why is Master leaning towards me? Even if you have some thoughts about this emperor, you can't get so close. What if people misunderstand?" Lin Yaoyao moved to the left a little, creating some distance. Lu Ruqing led Xiaobai, walking on the right. As they walked, the distance grew further and further. Yikong had Su Qingwan on his left and Lin Yaoyao on his right, separated from Lu Ruqing and the others by a distance. When Yikong appeared outside, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Two peerless beauties surrounded him on both sides, and they both seemed very close, making others extremely envious. Many male disciples were so jealous that their eyes turned red. They haven't found even one yet. But he already has beauties surrounding him. Why? He's just a little bit more handsome than me, and his strength isn't as strong as mine. Why can he have two beauties falling for him? Besides being handsome, he's good for nothing. Why can he have two? Huazi, you are the most beautiful person in Wanhua Peak. How can you share a man with others? Many male disciples protested, indignant. Which cultivator wouldn't be tempted by a lifestyle? Of course, there were also many female disciples who were envious. Such a handsome man, it's a pity he's not my husband. Although his strength is a little low, he is still one of the 9 peak masters. At the very least, he is someone with status. Handsome and with status, who wouldn't love him? Yikong didn't know that walking around outside had made many people envious. He looked at the many male disciples with red eyes looking at him, and couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that they are all allergic to pollen? Their eyes are all red. Lin Yaoyao looked around, seeing herself and Master walking together, with Su Qingwan next to them, and immediately understood. So this is how it feels to walk with Uncle Yikong. When Su Qingwan joined the Star River sect 3 years ago, she was accepted by the Wanhua Peak Master because of her outstanding appearance. At that time, there were many male disciples who pursued Su Qingwan, and some even wanted to force Su Qingwan, using their status to suppress her. It happened to be seen by Yikong, and Yikong rescued Su Qingwan. After all, he was also a peak master, and ordinary disciples would definitely not dare to provoke him. After Su Qingwan was rescued at that time, she developed a good impression of Yikong, and later, as time passed, she gradually developed feelings. It's just that she has always hidden this feeling in her heart. "Uncle, do you want to go to the flower bed to take a look?" Su Qingwan looked up at Uncle Yikong and said. Flower bed? This was the first time Yikong had heard this name. Yes, the flower bed, a specialty of our Wanhua Peak, Su Qingwan nodded. Yikong hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Being idle was also being idle, he could go take a look. Then let's go to the flower bed to take a look. The surrounding disciples watched Yikong and the others go to the flower bed, their hearts breaking all over the ground. They went to the flower bed, there's no chance. In the garden. Lu Ruching led Xiaobai walking, and as they walked, only the two of them were left.
Where's junior brother?
Lu Ruching looked around, only the two of them were left in the garden.
Lost, Xiaobai said.
No, if you're lost, please take me with you. Leaving me alone with the Wanhua Peak Master, I'm under a lot of pressure.
I'm still so young, I can't handle it.
Let's go find them, Xiaobai said weakly. No need, they probably didn't go far, we'll meet them sooner or later, Lu Ruching said indifferently. The two of them were alone in a garden. It was surrounded by flowers and plants, with a fragrant scent, and occasionally there were a few flower butterflies flying on the flowers, a beautiful environment.
Xiaobai sat to the side, depressed, wondering if it was Master and the others who got lost, or if Lu Ruching deliberately led him astray. This emperor is just a child now, does she have to do this to me? Although this emperor is romantic and suave, even when I become small, my dominance still exists, but my current body can't handle it. Alas, this emperor is too outstanding, outstanding people always have trouble. Lu Ruching admired the petals, occasionally looking at Xiaobai. Xiaobai is so cute, it would be great if he were my son.
It's a pity, junior brother Yikong is unwilling, and Xiaobai is also unwilling to stay. Otherwise, if Xiaobai were in my Wanhua Peak, I would definitely dress him up nicely.
Xiaobai, Lu Ruching called out. Xiaobai reacted, looked up at Lu Ruching, and asked, what? Xiaobai, you stay in my Wanhua Peak, and I will give you delicious food and fun things every day, okay? Lu Ruching tempted.
No, Xiaobai, have a master now, master he is to me, he has been very kind to me, I will not leave Xiaoyao Peak, Xiaobai refused decisively. I haven't sought revenge from master yet, first destroying my cultivation, then destroying my body. When my strength recovers, I will definitely seek revenge from master. If I stay in your Wanhua Peak, I can't handle it. It's not that I'm saying, Xiaoyao Peak has nothing, and there are no cultivation resources. If you stay in Xiaoyao Peak, it will be difficult to cultivate. In my Wanhua Peak, if you want resources, there are resources, if you want anything, there is anything, Lu Ruching said.
Then Peak Master, can you give me some? Xiaobai looked up at Lu Ruching, blinking his eyes.
Lu Ruching was stunned when she heard this, and then smiled, you really dare to say that, but I can give it to you.
Who told you to be so cute? Xiaobai was silent, with cultivation resources, I can grow quickly. When the time comes, master, you wait to be suppressed by me. He. Inside Tianjin Peak.
Inside the palace, Chen Changqing knelt on one knee on the ground, Chen Xunyang stood in front of him with his hands behind his back.
Do you know how embarrassing you were at Wanhua Peak?
Chen Xunyang said coldly. Disciple knows, Chen Changqing lowered his head. You want to find a Dao companion, you want to target Yikong, I don't care about you, but you have to use your brain in everything.
Everything must be planned before acting.
There are hundreds of ways to deal with his Xiaoyao Peak, without having to take action yourself, Chen Xunyang reminded.
Disciple understands, Chen Changqing cupped his hands.
Remember, controlling from behind is far more effective than taking action yourself.
Yes.
Chen Changqing responded and turned to leave. Chen Xunyang narrowed his eyes slightly and said to himself, Xiaoyao Peak, it will be mine sooner or later. 10,000 Flowers Peak, the flower altar. Here stood a massive circular altar, resting upon a square platform.
Surrounding the flower altar, hundreds of flowers clustered, releasing a fragrant aroma.
Spiritual birds scattered petals in the air, creating a beautiful and pleasant environment. Many male and female disciples, hand in hand, walked onto the flower altar, entrusting their life tablets to each other. Under the witness of heaven and earth, they exchanged forehead kisses, becoming Taoist partners.
The hall master of 10,000 Flowers Peak would present each of them with half of a jade pendant, symbolizing their union.
Once on the flower altar and joined as Taoist partners, they could remain together for life. Of course, if they wished to separate eventually, they had to seek the hall master and obtain their permission before parting. After separation, they had to wear a flower-shaped jade pendant, proving they once had a Taoist partner but had separated later. Ascending the flower altar was not easy, it required passing 3 trials to prove their sincerity and genuine feelings for the other. Only those who passed the 3 trials could ascend the flower altar, those who failed could only be told, "Welcome to try again next time." Thinking about it, her cheeks flushed red. Yikong looked up at the flower altar, indeed quite remarkable. When it comes to marriage, one has to look at 10,000 Flowers Peak. The flower altar of 10,000 Flowers Peak is a unique symbol. Each peak has its unique symbol. 10,000 Flowers Peak has the flower altar, Beast Taming Peak has the Spirit Beast Garden, and Heavenly Sword Mountain has the Sword Cave.
Free and unfettered peak.
Yikong thought, his free and unfettered peak seemed to lack a symbol.
This could be something to consider. The bitter sea should count, right?
After looking around, Yikong lost much of his interest and said, "Let's go." Coming to the flower altar was purely to endure public displays of affection. Su Qingwan glanced at the flower altar and followed behind Yikong, leaving.
"Where did your master go?" Yikong asked Su Qingwan.
"Master and Little White are also missing," Lin Yaoyao reminded.
"Little White is missing?" Yikong finally reacted. Lin Yaoyao.
"It's okay, Little White is just playful. He won't get lost on 10,000 Flowers Peak," Yikong said with a faint smile. When Yikong and the others returned, many male and female disciples mistakenly thought they had become Taoist partners, feeling heartbroken.
"Alas, I missed my chance after all."
After wandering around 10,000 Flowers Peak, Yikong found Little White in a garden. "Little White, it's time to go back," Yikong called out.
Upon hearing Yikong's voice, Little White immediately ran out of the garden. He didn't want to stay with Lu Ruching any longer. "Senior."
"Sister Ruching, farewell," Yikong said with a slight bow. "Junior brother, stay and play a while longer, the 10,000 Flowers assembly isn't over yet," Lu Ruching said. "No, it's getting dark, and my 2 disciples should return to cultivate. If they continue playing, their hearts will become wild, hindering their cultivation," Yikong said with a faint smile.
Lin Yaoyao. I'd never been so speechless in my life. Little White.
"I didn't want to come in the first place, you were the one who wanted to bring me.
I can't wait to go back."
Yikong led Little White and Lin Yaoyao out of 10,000 Flowers Peak, returning to free and unfettered peak.
Lu Ruching and Su Qingwan stood in the air, watching them leave.
After they had gone far, Lu Ruching slowly said, "Disciple, have you fallen for Yikong?" "No, no," Su Qingwan said softly, lowering her head. Lu Ruching smiled and said, "I won't interfere with whom you like, but junior brother Ye's physique is too weak, and his cultivation is lacking. After the 9 peaks competition, his free and unfettered peak will likely be gone. You can like him, but you must consider the future carefully. Although Yikong has someone protecting him, his status will plummet after the competition.
Think about it carefully."
After Lu Ruching finished speaking, she flew back to the elegant courtyard.
Su Qingwan stood in the air, watching Yikong's back. "Don't worry, I will protect him." Beast Taming Peak.
After Yikong and the others left, the disciples of Beast Taming Peak immediately returned to report to Qin Shou. "Senior brother, the peak master of free and unfettered peak has already left 10,000 Flowers Peak."
"Is the moon-gazing hound ready?"
"It's ready, it has already been lured to free and unfettered peak." Upon hearing this, Qin Shou immediately smiled and said, "Good, once something happens at free and unfettered peak and they ask for help, we'll use the excuse of going to help to search for the little black ant." Senior brother Qin Shou is wise. The disciples of Beast Taming Peak praised.
"Is there any movement from Heavenly Sword Peak?" Qin Shou then asked. "No. Either burst forth in silence or perish in silence. With Chun Changqing's temper, he's probably brewing something bad. I've given him ideas again, so it probably won't be long before he explodes."
"When that time comes, we'll have a good laugh," Qin Shou said with a sinister smile.
Free and unfettered peak.
After Yikong and the others returned, Little White and Lin Yaoyao went back to Peach Mountain to cultivate. For them, it was just a simple outing. Even if many things happened, it didn't affect them in the slightest.
They continued doing what they were supposed to do.
Yikong sat by the bitter sea, taking out his fishing rod to fish.
Half an hour passed, and it gradually became dark.
"It's getting dark, time to sleep." Yi Kong stretched lazily and was about to go back to sleep when he suddenly sensed something approaching from behind. Turning his head, he saw that it was the dog that was having fun with junior nephew Chinsho last time. The moon-gazing hound stuck out its tongue at Yi Kong and suddenly pounced on him. "You licking dog, stay away from me!" Yi Kong slapped the moon-gazing hound away. The moon-gazing hound fell to the ground, questioning its dog life. "That man is so strong, I can't afford to provoke him." Just as the moon-gazing hound was about to go down the mountain, it suddenly stopped. In the sky, a ray of moonlight shone through the dark clouds, illuminating the moon-gazing hound. The moon-gazing hound howled at the moon. "Awah!" Instantly, its body rapidly grew larger, comparable to a small mountain peak. Its fur stood on end, and its claws were as sharp as thorns. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its strength soared. After entering a berserk state, it slapped Yi Kong with its paw. "Hey, I told you to stay away from me, but you still came over. Do you want to be beaten?" Yi Kong shook his head and gently waved his palm. The mighty spiritual power directly enveloped the moon-gazing hound, extracting all the berserk power from its body and beating it up. The moon-gazing hound was beaten until it lay on the ground, only as tall as Yi Kong's knee, beaten into just a dog, no longer daring to bark. Yi Kong looked at the moon-gazing hound in front of him and felt that this thing looked very familiar. Like a husky, its fur was black and white, and its intelligence was very low. It could imitate wolf howls and dog barks. Yi Kong looked at the husky in front of him and pondered, "My eldest disciple has a cat. I'll get Little White a pet too, so he won't sleep in every day. From now on, you will be called Era," Yi Kong said to the moon-gazing hound. "Woof!" Era responded, filled with fear towards Yi Kong. "Remember to bark a few times every morning to wake up my disciple," Yi Kong instructed. "Era? I'm a dog, not a rooster. Go build yourself a doghouse to sleep in. Don't howl or run around at night, and most importantly, don't bite randomly, or I'll stew you." After Yi Kong warned it, he turned around and went back to free and unfettered pavilion to sleep. Although he didn't know where the husky came from, it was not bad to take it in for Little White. Era lay on the ground, questioning its dog life. "Build my own doghouse? Although I am a dog, I feel you are more." Below Mount Xiaoyao, Chinsho led the disciples of the beast-taming peak, quietly lying in ambush. In the light of a sliver of moonlight, Chinsho and the others' figures appeared very wretched. Especially since that smell hadn't dissipated, still drifting in the air. One breath, and you'd be full of energy. "It's been so long, why hasn't there been any movement?" Chinsho frowned. "Senior brother, I guess the moon-gazing hound hasn't gone berserk yet. The moon is only halfway out, not fully out yet," a beast-taming peak disciple explained. "That's right, the moon-gazing hound only goes berserk under the moonlight," Chinsho nodded. The group stared at the moon in the sky, listening for any movements on Mount Xiaoyao. The moon hung high in the sky, with dark clouds covering half of it, like a peepa half hidden, only revealing one side. "These damned dark clouds, why won't they disperse?" Chinsho cursed inwardly. Rumble. A thunderclap sounded in the sky, and dark clouds covered the moon completely. The pattering rain washed away the cesspool at the foot of Mount Xiaoyao, flushing away all the remaining feces. Chinsho and the others, who were at the foot of Mount Xiaoyao, were instantly dumbfounded. It would have been fine if the moon didn't come out, but it rained. It would have been fine if it rained, but why did it have to wash out the feces? "Senior brother Chinsho, we can't take it anymore, we're leaving first. It's too smelly, can't stand it." The disciples of the beast-taming peak ran away, pinching their noses, leaving Chinsho standing there dumbfounded. After a moment he gradually reacted. "Wait for me!" Chinsho shouted and hurriedly chased after them. On Mount Xiaoyao, Yi Kong stood in the Xiaoyao pavilion, controlling the heavy rain, washing away the stench at the foot of the mountain. He also cleaned the Era, which also had a bad smell. The Era, who was carrying wood to build a home, looked up at the heavy rain in the sky and continued to carry the wood to build. Around its body, there was a faint halo, blocking the rain. Seeing this, Yi Kong gently waved his palm, dispersing the protective halo around the Era's body, increasing the rain to wash the Era's body.
Woof woof woof. The Era was a little hurt by the rain hitting its body and cried out.
But sensing Yikong's aura, it shut up again and lay on the ground, letting the rain hit its body.
Sobbing aggrievedly.
It's too bullying to dogs, I build a home and you wash me with rain.
Too doggone it. Is this the master? Is this a human? The Era couldn't speak, so it
could only lower its head and sob aggrievedly. Yikong controlled the rain to wash for nearly a quarter of an hour before waving his hand to remove the rain. Alright, you continue to cultivate, Yikong said, then walked back to Xiaoyao Pavilion to sleep with his hands behind his back.
Era.
Turning its head to look at its doghouse, which had not yet been built, it had been washed away by the rain.
All for naught. The next morning,
Lin Yaoyao opened the door and came out after breathing exercises in the room.
Woof woof. Where did this dog come from?
Lin Yaoyao followed the sound and saw a black and white dog in the distance of Peach Mountain, carrying a piece of wood to build a doghouse.
This is...
Lin Yaoyao frowned slightly, looked up, and saw that Master was sitting by the bitter sea, fishing.
Lin Yaoyao walked towards the bitter sea. Master.
Yikong tugged at the fishing line, heard Lin Yaoyao's voice, and nodded slightly. Yes, disciple, good morning.
Master, where did that dog come from? Lin Yaoyao asked in confusion. Era, it ran over by itself.
I took it in for Xiaobai to raise, so Xiaobai won't sleep in every day, Yikong said.
Raise it for Xiaobai?
Lin Yaoyao was stunned, looking at Master.
Master, are you serious? First raising cats, then raising dogs.
The point is, it's fine if you like raising them, but you still want me and Xiaobai to raise them.
Era, go wake Xiaobai up, Yikong shouted.
The Era, who was building a doghouse, heard Yikong's voice, put down the wood in its mouth, and ran to Xiaobai's room. Look, how obedient, Yikong said to Lin Yaoyao.
Lin Yaoyao. After a while, Xiaobai was carried out by Era. Dead dog, let me go. Xiaobai clenched his fists, baring his fangs and claws.
He was cultivating well, when a dog ran in and carried him away. Before he could react, he was carried out by the dog. Era carried Xiaobai and ran all the way to Yikong, and then put Xiaobai down.
Woof woof.
Yikong rubbed Era's head and said to Xiaobai, Xiaobai, this Era is for you to raise, and it will wake you up in the future.
Xiaobai looked at Era next to him, wishing he could stew it into soup. I won't raise it, how can I, the dignified demon emperor, raise a dog?
Master, this disciple cultivates all day and doesn't have extra time to feed the dog, Xiaobai said truthfully.
Yikong glanced at Era next to him and said, it will find its own food every day. Usually, you can just ride it around when you have nothing to do.
If you don't want to raise it anymore, just stew it into soup.
Era, woof? That's fine, Xiaobai agreed. Era, who am I? Where am I? Can I leave? Xiaobai turned over and sat on Era's back, riding Era away.
Be obedient, or I'll stew you, Xiaobai said with a smile.
Woof woof, Era responded, obediently listening to Xiaobai. Lin Yaoyao left speechlessly.
She thought that Master had a whim to raise animals, but she didn't expect him to be greedy.
As expected of Master, he never disappoints.
Yikong watched them return to Peach Mountain to cultivate, raised the fishing hook in his hand, and continued to fish. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th special item, the Xiaoyao Fan. Xiaoyao Fan can summon the power of heaven and earth, and have different effects according to the host's thoughts. As the system's voice fell, Yikong raised his fishing rod, and a folding fan fell into his hand. The whole body is as white as jade, and the fan bones are also jade, which is cool to the touch. Opening the folding fan, the front is painted with a topographic map of Xiaoyao Peak, with beautiful mountains and rivers, and himself and 2 disciples are on it. The back is painted with the sun, moon, stars, dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, cranes, deer, etc. Each fan bone is engraved with a special rune. Yikong took the fan and fanned it, and it was quite cool. Not bad, Yikong said with a faint smile. Put away the folding fan and continue fishing.
Tianjian. Peak.
Chen Shangqing stood next to the sword cave, waving the long sword in his hand. The sword energy was rampant and violent, and all the surrounding bamboo forests, flowers, plants, and trees were broken.
Seen your brother Chen. A Tianjian Peak disciple shouted from outside.
Chen Shangqing stopped practicing his sword when he heard someone calling him, and said with displeasure, "What's the matter?" "Seen your brother Chen, the things you arranged have been done, and there will be results at the latest by noon," the Tianjian Peak disciple said. When Chen Shangqing heard this, he put away the long sword in his hand and showed an evil smile.
"Is that so? Xiaoyao Peak, be prepared to welcome a new storm." Chen Shangqing looked in the direction of Xiaoyao Peak with a gloomy expression. Noon.
An explosive piece of news spread like wildfire throughout the Star River sect.
"Hiss, did you hear?
The Carefree Peak colluded with the demonic cult."
The last time the demonic cult's people sneaked in, they came in through the Carefree Peak.
"That's right. Our Star River sect has a grand formation protecting it.
The demonic cult can't get in at all unless someone intentionally lets them in. Now that you mention it, that's true."
Senior brother Qin Shou seemed to have defeated the demonic cult's people at the foot of Carefree Peak. So, Carefree Peak really did collude with the demonic cult.
This is treason.
I didn't expect the Carefree Peak Lord to be this kind of person. Being weak is one thing, but to also rely on the demonic cult is truly detestable. The disciples of each peak discussed heatedly, and their arguments were quite logical. For a time, all the blame was directed towards the Carefree Peak Lord.
Moreover, with the instigation of certain individuals, the matter escalated, and all sorts of rumors emerged.
Carefree Peak had already been looked down upon by the people of other peaks because of the Peak Lord's weakness. Now that someone was stirring up trouble, it attracted a lot of attention. On the Myriad Flowers Peak. When Su Qingwan received the news, she was so angry that her fingers trembled.
Slander. This is definitely slander. Someone is targeting Carefree Peak.
Just watch quietly, Lu Ruqing said slowly. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan left the main hall to help on her own. On the beast-taming peak, Qin Shou, soaking in a tub, naturally heard the rumors. "I didn't expect Chen Shangqing to act so quickly," Qin Shou said with a shake of his head and a smile.
"But it's not enough. I need to add more fuel to the fire."
Qin Shou got out of the tub and instructed the disciples of beast-taming peak, "Go and exaggerate my battle against the demonic cult disciples at the foot of Carefree Peak. Just say that they came in from Carefree Peak and were encountered by me, and I took action to solve them."
"Yes."
The disciple of beast-taming peak responded and went down to spread the word.
After Qin Shou's disciples left, he put on his clothes.
"Once Carefree Peak is abolished and the Carefree Peak Lord and the others leave, I'll be able to go up and find Little Black Ant."
Little Black Ant, you can't escape my grasp."
"I, Qin Shou, am determined to get you, and no one can stop me." Qin Shou clenched his fist, determined to get Little Black Ant. With the instigation of beast-taming peak, the matter spread even more widely. And Yi Kong's bad reputation became more and more resounding, with all sorts of rumors. Carefree Peak has sided with the demonic cult. For the safety of the sect, the Carefree Peak Lord should be dismissed. The disciples of Heavenly Sword Peak raised a banner, and many people immediately responded. It wasn't because they hated Carefree Peak so much or loved the sect so much. It was purely because they had nothing better to do and gathered together to join in the fun. In addition, many male and female disciples had been humiliated at the Myriad Flowers gathering, indirectly unable to find Tao partners because of Yi Kong's appearance. Envy and jealousy drove them crazy. They were thinking of finding a chance to retaliate against Carefree Peak.
Now that the opportunity had come, they couldn't help but be jealous.
In order to ensure that they could drive away Carefree Peak this time, Heavenly Sword Peak also spent a lot of money to buy a series of lackeys. The matter spread wider and wider, and gradually reached the ears of Luo Yangtian, the sect leader of the Star River sect. In the Star River Hall, Luo Yangtian stood above the Star River, with his hands behind his back, his long hair draped behind him like a waterfall, moving without wind. His temperament was astonishing, almost like a banished immortal.
What are they saying outside? Luo Yangtian asked slowly.
Sect leader, the outside is saying that Carefree Peak betrayed the sect and sided with the demonic cult, leading to the demonic cult's invasion of our Star River sect, the Great Elder said truthfully. Luo Yangtian frowned slightly upon hearing this. Nephew Master Yikong is not that kind of person, he would never betray the sect. Second Elder, go and investigate quickly, find out who is causing trouble behind the scenes, slandering Carefree Peak. Once you find out, don't let them off lightly, Luo Yangtian ordered. The second elder, dressed in a green robe, stepped out and cupped his fist. Yes, sir. Second elder, managed the sect's internal affairs. This time someone is targeting Carefree Peak. I don't believe you don't know. If the matter hadn't reached me, how long would you have continued to pretend to be ignorant? Hearing Luo Yangtian's words, the second elder immediately bowed. Sect leader, please be aware that your subordinate has been investigating spies within the sect recently and really didn't notice this matter. Would he, Yikong, collude with the demonic cult and harm my Star River sect? Luo Yangtian said in a deep voice. Your subordinate will investigate immediately. The second elder responded with his head lowered. Luo Yangtian made this statement in front of all the elders, indicating his attitude to protect Yikong. In fact, Yikong's ability to sit firmly in the position of Carefree Peak Lord was also due to Luo Yangtian's support behind the scenes. Luo Yangtian and Yikong's father were once fellow disciples. At that time, Yikong's father had been kind to him, so as long as he was here, he would protect Yikong for a day. You may leave, Luo Yangtian waved his hand. He was sure that Yikong would not betray the sect. As for the spiritual vein incident, there must be spies within the sect, but that spy could not be Yikong. Luo Yangtian was absolutely certain of this. The second elder cupped his fist in salute, turned around, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and left the Star River Hall. After he left, the Great Elder, who was standing in the front row, stepped forward and said, Sect leader, the Nine Peaks competition is about to begin. If Carefree Peak doesn't get good results, I'm afraid the other Peak Lords will strongly demand that the sect leader abolish Carefree Peak. I know, Luo Yangtian said indifferently, I have already found a way out for Nephew Master Yikong. If Carefree Peak doesn't get good results by then let Yikong be the Elder of the Scripture Pavilion. Sect leader, the Elder of the Scripture Pavilion requires qualifications and strength, as well as absolute loyalty and contribution to the sect, to be appointed. It may not be appropriate for you to promote Yikong to Elder of the Scripture Pavilion, the Great Elder said hastily. Qualifications? Yikong grew up in the Star River sect since he was a child, and he is more qualified than anyone else. As for strength, wouldn't it be enough if I have it? As for contribution, does receiving the envoy of the Great Yin Kingdom count? Don't but. I will decide according to the situation at that time. Luo Yangtian waved his hand and disappeared into the Star River. The Great Elder sighed and turned to leave. On Carefree Peak, Yikong, who was sitting by the bitter sea fishing, suddenly saw a white figure on the bitter sea. Uncle Master Luo, Yikong called out and tugged on the fishing line. You are quite leisurely, Luo Yangtian said indifferently with his hands behind his back. There's nothing I can do, Yikong shook his head and sighed. Fishing every day, she refining +1. What can I do? Luo Yangtian heard Yikong sigh and lowered his head. Yes, there's nothing you can do. Your cultivation is so weak that no matter how you cultivate, it won't improve. If you don't fish every day, what else can you do? Alas, it's hard for you too. Your foundation was damaged before you were even born. But Nephew Master Yikong, you can rest assured that as long as I, Luo Yangtian, am here, I can protect you for a day. I can even suppress the ancestor of the demonic cult with a flip of my hand. With me here, who dares to deal with you? Betraying the sect and colluding with the demonic cult, the crimes of Mount Xiaoyao are unforgivable. The slogans echoed within Mount Xiaoyao. Yikong frowned slightly upon hearing people discussing Mount Xiaoyao. What did Mount Xiaoyao do? How did we end up colluding with the demonic cult? I was the one who defeated the demonic cult when they initially invaded. Lin Yaoyao and Xiao Bai, who were cultivating, also heard the commotion and awakened. Who is slandering Mount Xiaoyao? Lin Yaoyao's brow furrowed as she emerged from the pond.
Could I have been discovered? Xiao Bai's first reaction was to assume they were talking about him.
After all, they were indeed referring to him. As the demon emperor, Xiao Bai was the highest leader of the demonic cult.
No, they're not talking about me.
I'm just a child now, and I haven't exposed myself.
Let's go take a look. Xiao Bai rode Era towards Xiaoyao Hall. Luo Yangtian's face darkened upon hearing the words from below Mount Xiaoyao.
Second Elder. He had intended to instruct the second elder to investigate earlier, but now the matter had already spread.
Don't panic, martial nephew. I'm here. Luo Yangtian said. I wasn't panicking, okay?
I just don't understand who was spreading rumors about Mount Xiaoyao. Martial nephew Yikong, please wait a moment. Your martial uncle will investigate and give you an explanation, Luo Yangtian continued. Before leaving, he took out some resources for Yikong.
These cultivation resources are for you.
After speaking, he went down the mountain.
Yikong watched Luo Yangtian descend, shook his head, put down his fishing rod, and followed. Since his reputation was at stake, he had to clarify things. At the foot of the mountain,
disciples from Sky Sword Peak and Beast Taming Peak were leading the crowd in chanting slogans. Everyone, today we will strike with one blow, drive the Peak Lord of Mount Xiaoyao out of the Galaxy Sect, and from then on, Mount Xiaoyao will be our backyard, a Sky Sword Peak disciple said. Once Mount Xiaoyao is abolished, I will complete the mission given to me by Lord Anwei, the Sky Sword Peak disciple thought.
That's right.
Mount Xiaoyao colluded with the demonic cult and must be severely punished, a lackey echoed.
Who is causing trouble?
A voice filled with authority came from the mountain, causing many to tremble with fear.
Everyone, don't panic.
Mount Xiaoyao is just a paper tiger, the Sky Sword Peak disciple said.
Everyone, don't panic. Follow me to kneel and pay respects to the sect leader.
After the Sky Sword Peak disciple finished speaking, he immediately dropped the flag and knelt on one knee. Greetings, sect leader. The other disciples immediately reacted, realizing that this pressure could only come from the sect leader, and they all knelt on one knee to pay their respects. Greetings, sect leader, everyone knelt and saluted. Luo Yangtian stood on the treetop and slowly said, Speak, who started?
This?
Reporting to the sect leader, the facts are as they are, the Sky Sword Peak disciple said from below.
The facts are as they are?
Then produce the evidence.
If you can't, you will be severely punished. Luo Yangtian said sternly.
The Sky Sword Peak disciple instantly shrank back, but gritted his teeth and still spoke out the evidence.
Sect leader, the demonic cult entered through Mount Xiaoyao. That is a fact.
A fact?
Luo Yangtian said in a deep voice.
Back then, someone secretly damaged the spiritual veins of Mount Xiaoyao, and only the higher-ups of the Galaxy Sect knew about the spiritual veins of Mount Xiaoyao. Yikong had no idea, Luo Yangtian explained.
Yikong, no, I knew.
Yikong knew about the spiritual veins of Mount Xiaoyao. After all, he had stayed on Mount Xiaoyao for 10 years and knew every inch of the land like the back of his hand.
How could Yikong not know about such an important thing as the spiritual veins?
However, since Luo Yangtian said he didn't know, he would pretend not to know. But the incident with the spiritual veins of Mount Xiaoyao is evidence, right? The Sky Sword Peak disciple continued.
Luo Yangtian didn't respond. They still hadn't found out which section of the damaged spiritual veins it was.
Upon hearing this, Yikong flipped his hand and took out the Xiaoyao fan. With a wave of his hand, the front of the Xiaoyao fan reflected the location of the spiritual veins, which were like tree roots, intricately intertwined. There was a black spot in one place. Sect leader, I know where the problem is, Yikong said.
Upon hearing this, Luo Yangtian asked, Where?
It's located at the waist of Mount Xiaoyao.
Follow me.
As Yikong spoke, he led the way and walked to the location of the damaged spiritual veins. Although Luo Yangtian didn't understand how Yikong found it, as long as he could find it, there would be a way to fix it. This location was extremely hidden, and only by digging it open would one know that there were spiritual veins below.
Where is the second elder? Luo Yangtian shouted. The second elder appeared immediately from behind. Your subordinate is here. After the second elder appeared, he dug open the ground.
A spiritual vein was revealed, emitting a faint spiritual energy, with a black long nail nailed into the spiritual vein.
See, the peak lord of Mount Xiaoyao knew the location of the incident.
He must have defected to the demonic cult, the Sky Sword Peak disciple continued to slander.
The second elder's expression changed as he looked at this location. Luo Yangtian looked at Yi Kong, wanting an explanation.
If Yi Kong really did it, then he wouldn't be able to protect Yi Kong.
Yi Kong.
At the critical moment, the Grand Elder rushed over.
Sect leader, your subordinate has something to say. Speak.
Sect leader, this location was dug by the Peak Lord of Beast Taming Peak and his disciples in the past. At that time, your subordinate came to stop them, the Grand Elder explained. As soon as these words came out, the crowd stirred. So, this place was dug by Beast Taming Peak.
Does that mean Beast Taming Peak let the demonic cult in back then? Beast Taming Peak is a traitor? No way, no way. The Beast Taming Peak disciples also panicked.
They had indeed dug in this place, and the Peak Lord had even attacked it. Now, the truth had come out. Alright, have Qin Wui come to the Galaxy Hall to see me later, Luo Yangtian said slowly. The matter had been investigated, and now it was time to deal with the others. Gathering a crowd to cause trouble, slandering teachers, and ruining reputations, what should be the punishment?
Luo Yangtian asked in a cold voice.
Gathering a crowd to cause trouble warrants 3 months of repentance at the Cliff of Contemplation, slandering teachers and ruining reputations warrants, at best, demotion of disciple status, which can only be restored with future merit, at worst, expulsion from the sect.
Adding the gathering of a crowd to cause trouble is just enough, Luo Yangtian said slowly. Speak, who instigated this? Stand out yourselves.
A group of onlookers silently took a few steps back, leaving only 7 or 8 Sky Sword Peak disciples and 2 or 3 Beast Taming Peak disciples.
There were also some lackeys. Sect leader, we don't know anything.
Besides, the demonic cult disciples did enter through Mount Xiaoyao back then. That can't be fake, right? The Sky Sword Peak disciples said indignantly. That was only because someone damaged the spiritual veins of Mount Xiaoyao, which allowed the demonic cult to take advantage of the situation. Mount Xiaoyao is not guilty of this, Luo Yangtian said coldly. The Peak Lord of Mount Xiaoyao found the location of the damaged spiritual veins and should be rewarded. The spiritual veins were like tree roots, making it difficult to find which section had been damaged. If they rashly dug around, they could easily break them. That's why the Grand Elder and the others had been investigating for so long without finding anything.
Now it had been found by Yi Kong.
Yi Kong held the Xiaoyao fan and fanned himself. This Xiaoyao fan had indeed made a great contribution.
Second Elder, take them back and conduct a soul search to find out who was instigating them from behind.
A mere Foundation establishment disciple could not say such things. This sect leader suspects that they are spies planted by the demonic cult in our galaxy sect.
Luo Yangtian said in a deep voice. Yes. The second elder responded and grabbed them all.
Peak Lord, save me, the Sky Sword Peak disciple shouted. A cold light flashed in the air, and a tall and upright figure slowly appeared.
Chen Xunyang, holding a long sword and wearing a sword robe, slowly descended from the sky and stood on a treetop. Sect leader, it's just a small matter, why the need to be so angry? Chen Xunyang said.
The second elder stopped in place, waiting for the sect leader's instructions.
A small matter?
Gathering a crowd to cause trouble, disrespecting teachers, this is called a small matter?
Luo Yangtian said coldly. Moreover, excavating the spiritual veins is a great crime. Second elder, what are you standing there for? Take them down for investigation.
Hearing this, the second elder glanced at Chen Xunyang and led the disciples of Sky Sword Peak away. Peak Master, save me, the Sky Sword Peak disciple hurriedly shouted. Chen Xunyang couldn't help but grip the long sword in his hand, looking at the figure in front of him. Sect leader, even if they are wrong, it doesn't warrant a soul search, does it? Just punish them a little.
Chen Xunyang relented.
To protect his Sky Sword Peak disciples, he took the initiative to admit his mistake.
Second elder, in this Star River sect, who exactly has the final say? Luo Yangtian said coldly.
Upon hearing this, the second elder did not dare to linger and left with the Sky Sword Peak disciples. Chen Xunyang, if you have anything to say, come to the Star River Hall and tell me. After Luo Yangtian finished speaking, his figure flashed and he flew back to the Star River Hall. Chen Xunyang stood in the air, gripping the long sword in his hand, his face gloomy. After thinking it over, he finally flew towards the Star River Hall. Yi Kong stood below with his hands behind his back, watching them leave before turning back. Since it concerns the demonic sect, the sect leader will handle it well, he doesn't need to help. The old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace has been suppressed, and the demonic sect cannot cause any trouble. However, who exactly is destroying the spiritual veins of my carefree peak? Senior brother Qin's words are unlikely. Forget it, let the sect leader investigate the brain-racking reasoning. Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai followed behind their master, returning to the mountain peak along the way. On the way back, Lin Yaoyao was constantly reasoning, who was framing his carefree peak. If he hadn't taken action to defeat the demonic sect disciples that night, something might have happened to his master. No, I have to investigate clearly, even if it's not for the master, I have to consider my own safety. Lin Yaoyao secretly made up his mind to investigate clearly. And Xiaobai, riding on Era's back, breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Thankfully, it's none of my business. I have to find time as soon as possible to find the whereabouts of the demon and devour him to restore my strength, otherwise, I'll be unlucky if I capsize in the gutter. Just as they returned to the mountain, a crane slowly landed. Uncle Yi Kong, the sect leader invites you to come over. The young boy walked down and said. Why are you calling me over? Yi Kong asked in confusion. It concerns the traitor of the Star River sect, all 9 peak masters must go. Hearing this, Yi Kong pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll come right away. After speaking, he looked at Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai. Then let's go. The 3 of them walked onto the back of the crane together. The crane suddenly carried the weight of 3 people, and the takeoff speed was a bit slow and a bit shaky. Xiaobai, you should lose weight. Yi Kong said softly. Xiaobai? I am a child, who is heavier among the 3 of us, don't you have any idea? The crane flew all the way to the sky above the Star River Hall. What came into view was a galaxy in front, the starlight flowing, the stars shining, and a large hall standing in the galaxy amidst the misty clouds. This is also the origin of the name of the Star River sect. Xiaobai looked at the galaxy in front of him and felt a familiar aura. The thing he was looking for was suppressed below the Star River. I was wondering why I couldn't sense his aura, it turned out to be suppressed under the Star River. Relying on the power of the Star River to suppress, completely shielding the aura, it is indeed difficult to find. Now that I have found it, then I have a goal. When I devour him and restore my strength, I will suppress Master under the Star River. Xiaobai ignited his fighting spirit. After circling around, the crane landed in front of the Star River Hall. Yi Kong, with his hands behind his back, led his 2 disciples, slowly walked into the Star River Hall, found his place and sat down. The peak masters of the other 8 peaks, the 3 elders, the hall master of the law enforcement hall, etc., the high-level officials of the Star River sect, all came. The peak disciples of the 8 peaks are also there. Except for the beast-taming peak, who was standing in the hall, the other peak masters were sitting in their respective positions. Luo Yangtian stood on the Star River, dressed in white, and only spoke after sensing Yi Kong's arrival. Qin Wui, do you know your crime? Luo Yangtian directly questioned him as soon as he came up. Subordinate does not know, what crime is there? Qin Wui was dumbfounded, he didn't know anything, and he was called over. It's fine to be called over, but he was also watched by the people from the law enforcement hall and was not allowed to sit down. It was like interrogating a prisoner. Qin Shou was also dumbfounded. It was clear that Chen Changqing was the one who led it, and he just added fuel to the fire. Is it necessary to question my beast-taming peak? You excavated the spiritual veins of Carefree Peak and allowed people from the demonic sect to invade.
This is a serious crime, the great elder said from the side. Qin Wui was immediately stunned. He couldn't refute the first half of the sentence. At that time, he originally wanted to enter Carefree Peak, so he just casually excavated the spiritual veins to temporarily interrupt it. But wasn't he stopped by the great elder later? Sect leader, please be clear, I was stopped by the great elder at the time, and I have never been close to it again. I didn't do it. Qin Wui hurriedly defended. You dug the spiritual veins, and... You didn't do it? Luo Yangtian said coldly. Qin Wui shouted inwardly, it really wasn't me. Qin Shou understood now that the hidden dangers left by excavating the spiritual veins at that time have now erupted. Second elder, what is the result of the soul search? Luo Yangtian continued to ask. Reporting to the sect leader, there are 2 disciples from Sky Sword Peak who are spies from the Demon Music Palace. They obeyed the orders of someone codenamed Dark Guard, deliberately framing Carefree Peak, just wanting to drive the Carefree Peak master away. After they occupied it, they destroyed Carefree Peak. The second elder said seriously. Yi Kong understood immediately after hearing this. I was wondering what was going on. It turned out that the demonic sect disciples were framing my Carefree Peak. However, the Star River sect is still lurking with a Dark Guard, which is indeed dangerous. Second elder, did you see clearly what the Dark Guard looks like? Luo Yangtian asked. Reporting to the sect leader, the Dark Guard was wearing black clothes and a mask at the time, and could not see his true face. The second elder cupped his hands. Luo Yangtian nodded slightly and said coldly, Qin Wui, do you have anything else to say? I allow you to quibble. No, sect leader, this really has nothing to do with me. I have been in the beast taming peak these past few days and haven't gone out. Qin Wui quibbled. Yes, sect leader, this has nothing to do with my master. Qin Shou also hurriedly defended. Besides, this matter was provoked by Sky Sword Peak. What does it have to do with my beast taming peak? Qin Shou pushed the blame to Sky Sword Peak. Chen Shangqing hurriedly defended after hearing this has nothing to do with my Sky Sword Peak. It wasn't my Sky Sword Peak that dug the pit. Star River Hall. Everyone chose to remain silent, letting the 2 of them argue and shift blame. Although the pit was dug by my beast taming peak, the person is from your Heavenly Sword Peak, Qin Shou argued. The person is from my Heavenly Sword Peak, but it's hard to say whether they were controlled by someone from your beast taming peak. Who doesn't know that your beast taming peak is best at controlling others? Chen Shangqing retorted. Chen Shangqing, you wanted to deal with the Carefree Peak, letting the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Peak spread rumors, saying that the Carefree Peak colluded with the demonic sect. What does it have to do with my beast taming peak? Qin Shou directly revealed Chen Shangqing's scheme. Upon hearing this, Yi Kong's eyes widened. Good boy, so you were the one who set up my Carefree Peak. I thought it was the demonic sect that wanted to harm my Carefree Peak, but I didn't expect it was you. But why would you harm my Carefree Peak for no reason? Hiss. Could it be that you were unsuccessful in your pursuit of love at the Myriad Flowers Peak, and you held a grudge, retaliating from behind? That must be it. Junior nephew Chen, your heart is too narrow. No wonder my family's Yao Yao doesn't like you. Chen Shangqing was a little angry when he heard Qin Shou's words. This was exposing his dirty laundry in front of everyone. You came up with the idea, you can't escape the blame. Chen Shangqing revealed. In an instant, he pushed the blame back onto Qin Shou. After learning it was Qin Shou, Yi Kong wasn't too surprised. The little boat of friendship capsized before it even set sail. Yi Kong listened to their argument, carefully pondering. Neither of them is the problem, but where is the problem? The dog-headed strategist Qin Shou came up with the idea for Chen Shangqing, that's not a problem. Chen Shangqing mobilized his disciples to take action, that's not a problem either. The Heavenly Sword Peak executed it, and the dog-headed strategist came up with the idea. Is there anyone secretly fanning the flames in the middle? Yes, definitely. And it's either at the Beast Taming Peak or the Heavenly Sword Peak. Enough! Luo Yangtian shouted softly, interrupting the argument between Qinshou and Chen Chongqing.
From their words, Luo Yangtian heard that both of them deliberately wanted to harm the Carefree Peak, but they didn't collude with the demonic sect.
But where is the problem? Luo Yangtian pondered, without a clue. Yi Kong looked at Qin Wui and Chen Xunyang, thoughtfully.
The hidden dark guard hasn't been investigated yet. He is manipulating all of this behind the scenes, without leaving a trace. Qinshou came up with the bad idea in order to enter the Carefree Peak to capture spirit beasts. Chen Chongqing was already arrogant, and after suffering continuous setbacks, he would definitely retaliate. Both of them had reasons, so they were secretly manipulated. But the question is, who has such great ability to do this silently without being noticed? He now has a clue, but there is no proof and enough persuasion. He can only wait for the traitor to show his true colors before he can confirm the suspicion in his heart. Great Elder, you should investigate the matter of the traitor thoroughly, and don't cause any more trouble, Luo Yangtian instructed. Now he doesn't have a clue, he can only wait for the traitor to show his true colors. Yes. The Great Elder responded. Qinshou, Chen Chongqing, both of you have impure thoughts. You are both sentenced to a month of reflection at the Cliff of Repentance, and your salaries are fine for 1 year. Moreover, the salaries for this year will be used to compensate the Carefree Peak. Do you two have any objections? No, the two said in unison. All right, this matter ends here. Great Elder, after you go down, investigate the beast-taming peak. Luo Yangtian waved his hand. Everyone saluted and then withdrew from the Star River Hall. After Yi Kong went out, Qin Wui and Chen Xunyang followed out. Junior brother Yi Kong, prepare well for the Nine Peaks tournament. If you lose, the Carefree Peak will be revoked, Chen Xunyang said coldly. Yes, when the time comes, I will take my disciples up there to graze spirit beasts, Qin Wui said. Yi Kong smiled and said, it hasn't started yet, I may not necessarily lose. When he turned to look at his two disciples, his smile froze. Of course, it's hard to say. Lin Yaoyao was stunned for a moment. Master, what do you mean by your frozen smile? Why don't you trust us? You cannot believe in Little White, but you have to believe in this emperor. This emperor will not let you down. Little White lowered his head, feeling a little unhappy. It's all your fault. If you hadn't lost this emperor's cultivation, would I have to recultivate? It's all your fault. Yi Kong looked at Chen Xunyang's departing back, smiling. I hope I guessed wrong. Let's go, back to Carefree Peak, Yi Kong said, stepping onto the crane. Little White and Lin Yaoyao then came up, the crane took off, and flew back to Carefree Peak. Chen Xunyang stepped on his long sword, watching Yi Kong and the others leave, thinking to himself, after the Nine Peaks tournament ends, your Carefree Peak will definitely be revoked. Inside the Star River Hall. Luo Yangtian, with his hands behind his back, stepped on the Star River, about to leave when he heard the voice of the demonic music palace ancestor from under the Star River. Luo Yangtian, give up, my demonic music palace is pervasive, you let me out, and I will spare your Star River sect. After hearing this, Luo Yangtian said coldly, don't even think about it, just a mere traitor. Oh, right, let me tell you something, don't be scared. Your Star River sect has welcomed a great demon, and it is estimated that it won't be long before the great demon eats all the people of your Star River sect. The demonic music palace ancestor sneered. Luo Yangtian's expression couldn't help but become heavy after hearing this. The demonic music palace ancestor would not speak without aim, he must have a basis for what he said. With this seat here, the great demon can also be suppressed. Ha ha ha, is that so? Then let's see if you have the ability. The demonic music palace ancestor laughed loudly. Luo Yangtian waved his hand, cutting off the connection, and strengthened the seal of the Star River. Back at Carefree Peak. Lin Yaoyao returned to Peach Mountain to cultivate, and Little White rode Era, wandering around, familiarizing himself with the terrain. How can I get close to the Star River? With my current strength, it is difficult to suppress Master. If I rashly approach the Star River, I will probably be discovered, Little White muttered. Who is the spy planted by the demonic music palace? Little White pondered for a long time. If the spy doesn't expose himself, it will be difficult for him to discover. Forget it, let's wait for a chance to get closer in the future. Yi Kong watched Little White wandering around, sensing that his cultivation had already entered the 8th level of Qi training. It won't be long before he establishes his foundation. He has to find a foundation establishment item for his disciple. The little white tiger in the barren ancient forbidden land should have grown up too. Taking a piece of his flesh and blood shouldn't be too much, right? I wonder what white tiger meat tastes like. Try it tomorrow. Yi Kong thought, tugging the fishing line, waiting to go to the barren ancient forbidden land to find the little white tiger at night. The barren ancient forbidden land is the largest forbidden land in the world. Even the great emperor powerhouses dare not enter it casually. The monsters inside are very strong, with countless traps. Even if the great emperor enters, there is a risk of falling. But for Yi Kong, the barren ancient forbidden land is his back garden. In the evening, a prompt sounded in Yi Kong's mind. Qi training +1. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Kong put down the fishing rod in his hand and stretched lazily. It's time to go to the barren ancient forbidden land. After saying that, Yi Kong disappeared in place. The next day, early morning. Yi Kong returned, holding a piece of meat in his left hand and a piece of precious bone in his right, with a bit of bloodstain on his sleeve. This little white tiger is really fierce, almost self-destructed, Yi Kong said with relief. If the little white tiger had self-destructed, the precious bone and flesh would be gone, making it a wasted trip. Fortunately, Yi Kong killed the white tiger with one punch before it self-destructed. The flesh on the precious bone has been completely refined by Yi Kong and can be used as a foundation building item. Woof woof! Era smelled the scent of flesh and ran quickly from Peach Mountain, looking up at the flesh in Yi Kong's hand. You can't eat this, Yi Kong said. The flesh contained the white tiger's whole body of killing aura, and a drop of blood could kill it. The precious bone is also for Xiao Bai to build its foundation. Take this precious bone to Xiao Bai. If you dare to eat it, I'll stew you in soup. Woof woof! Era responded. Yi Kong threw the precious bone to it, then took the flesh back to the Happy Palace and roasted it with spiritual fire. Before long, the aroma of meat spread throughout Happy Peak. Meat, delicious meat. Xiao Bai, who was dreaming, smelled the aroma of meat and drooled greedily. Woof woof! Era barked and woke Xiao Bai from his dream. As soon as Xiao Bai woke up, he smelled the aroma of meat mixed in his breath. Who is roasting meat? Xiao Bai asked suspiciously, looking at Era with a bone in its mouth. And no one is stewing Era. Where did the meat come from? Era. Xiao Bai walked out of the room and followed the aroma all the way to the outside of the Happy Palace. Lin Yao Yao also came along. She also smelled the aroma of meat. When the two of them entered the courtyard behind the Happy Palace, they saw that their master had already roasted the meat. The meat was roasted golden brown, fragrant, and aroused their appetite. Master, we want to eat too, Xiao Bai said weakly. Want to eat? Yi Kong asked doubtfully. Yes. Xiao Bai and Lin Yao Yao nodded frantically. Want to eat. The killing aura contained in this white tiger meat is too heavy. If you get infected, it will kill you. Well, I'll make you a bowl of soup. Master eats meat, so the disciples should have some soup. Wait, I'll get the bowls and chopsticks. Yi Kong said, taking out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks from the backyard. Master doesn't need to bother, we can just eat with our hands, Xiao Bai said with a smile, drooling unconsciously. It's so fragrant. Yi Kong put some water in a bowl, then cut off a piece of meat and rinsed it in the water. Here, drink meat soup. Yi Kong handed 2 bowls of meat soup to Xiao Bai and Lin Yao Yao. Xiao Bai. Lin Yao Yao. If Xiao Bai and Lin Yao Yao were to eat the white tiger meat directly, they would probably be gone in the next second. Xiao Bai was speechless when he heard this. The meat contains killing aura? Master, are you fooling me? Why don't you say that this meat is poisonous and we can't eat it? This is just ordinary meat. Do you really think it is the meat of the Saint Fierce White Tiger? It's okay if Master doesn't want to give us food,
but you can't find a good excuse. Xiaobai looked down at the meat soup in his hand. Where is the meat?
This is clearly a bowl of water, rinsed with a piece of meat.
Is this what you call meat soup? Whose meat soup is like this?
Lin Yaoyao had already expected that Master would not give them food, so she was not surprised.
Hey, Master is just stingy. It's okay not to give us meat, but you still fool us by saying it's meat soup? Oh right, Xiaobai, I asked Era to send you the foundation building object, did you receive it? Yi Kong then asked. No.
As soon as Xiaobai said it, he thought of the bone that Era had just held in his mouth.
Saw it, Xiaobai said.
That is the foundation building object that Master found for you, use it to build your foundation, Yi Kong said. Then he started eating the white tiger meat.
Xiaobai and Lin Yaoyao looked at each other, and they both saw speechlessness in each other's eyes.
Master is good at everything, but he is possessive of food and doesn't give them food. The two of them walked out with the meat soup. Lin Yaoyao directly fed the meat soup to Xiaolan. Master is really too much, it's okay not to share the meat with us, but he still gives us water that has been rinsed with meat, who are you looking down on?
I won't drink it.
After giving the water to Xiaolan, Lin Yaoyao went back to her room to practice. I won't go anymore when Master eats meat in the future.
Xiaolan licked the water in the bowl, and a white light flashed in her eyes.
Some subtle changes have taken place in the limbs, and a few white hairs have appeared on the forehead.
Meow.
The cry also contained a trace of tiger roar. Cats and tigers are originally close relatives.
Xiaobai walked on the road and casually poured the meat soup into the sea of bitterness. Is this thing called meat soup? Xiaobai looked disgusted and threw the bowl aside.
The dragon carp in the pond drank the meat soup and rolled a few times in the water. Then he dived into the water. After Xiaobai went back, Era held the precious bone and handed it to Xiaobai.
Woof woof.
Xiaobai took the bone with a look of disgust, sensed it, and there was nothing special about it, it seemed to be an ordinary bone.
Immediately angrily said, Master, you are too. It's okay to eat meat by yourself, but you still give me a broken bone to build my foundation?
If this thing can build a foundation, I, Xiaobai, will eat grass upside down.
Xiaobai threw the bone aside.
He originally thought that Master would give him a decent foundation building precious bone, but he didn't expect it to be a broken bone.
There is no spirituality at all. Just this? Can it also build a foundation? Fooling idiots. How can I, the dignified demon emperor by Wuchen, use a broken bone to build my foundation? The more Xiaobai thought about it, the more angry he became.
When I build my foundation, I will definitely suppress Master first. Let you see the power of this emperor. In the backyard of the Happy Palace, Yi Kong ate the white tiger barbecue while using powerful spiritual power to refine the killing aura. The white tiger is the master of killing, and the killing aura is deeply rooted in the bone marrow and flesh. Even if the fire blood has become barbecue, the killing aura still exists. This white tiger barbecue tastes good, but it's too troublesome to eat a piece and refine it once. I don't know if the disciples can refine that weak killing aura after drinking the meat soup. Yi Kong shook his head and finished speaking, then ate another piece of meat.
So fragrant. Woof woof. Era ran over to beg for meat.
When Yi Kong saw this, he cut off a piece of meat the size of a fingernail and threw it to Era. After Era ate it, his whole body seemed to be splitting apart, shrouded in white light, about to tear his body apart. Yi Kong waved his hand and smoothed out this wisp of white light.
Dare to eat any more?
Yi Kong asked with a faint smile.
Era looked up at the barbecue on the table, then lowered his head.
I want to eat it, but I don't dare. Its current stomach feels like it has been cut by a knife, it is very painful, and it is estimated that it will take a long time to recover. However, the white tiger meat has also greatly improved it.
Go down and supervise Xiaobai's cultivation. Yi Kong waved his hand, and Era left.
Yi Kong ate the white tiger meat with difficulty and satisfaction. When the sun had risen 3 poles high, a wave of pure cultivation energy spread from Peach Mountain to the edge of the bitter sea, creating a small ripple. Little White has broken through again. Yi Kong raised his head and looked towards Peach Mountain. Little White was at the 9th level of Chi training and was about to establish his foundation. I wonder if Little White likes the foundation establishment treasure bone I gave him, Yi Kong murmured. He should like it. His cultivation also broke through to the 9th level of Chi training. He lacked neither talent nor experience, only time and cultivation resources. For Little White, starting cultivation from Chi training was just walking the path he had walked before, again. The only difference was that the cultivation technique was different. Although Master is a bit useless, the cultivation technique is quite good, allowing me to quickly absorb spiritual energy into my body, Little White muttered. Only after reaching the 9th level of Chi training, there was something to worry about. That is, no foundation establishment object. Little White scratched his head irritably. I, the dignified peerless demon emperor, roamed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, swept across the 6 domains and 8 desolations, turning my hands to create clouds and rain. Could it be that today, I will have to ruin my future because I don't have a foundation establishment object? Oh no? Little White howled in pain. Without a foundation establishment object, he would not be able to establish his foundation, and without establishing his foundation, he would not be able to continue to grow. Woof woof! The husky ran to Little White with the white tiger treasure bone in its mouth, wagging its tail. Little White looked at the bone in the husky's mouth with a look of disgust. Stupid dog, go away! I, Little White, would rather never establish my foundation than use a broken bone. The husky placed the white tiger treasure bone next to Little White, and then hopped away. Little White grabbed the bone and was about to crush it, but found that he couldn't crush a broken bone. Even you are bullying me. Little White angrily threw the white tiger treasure bone. Out! Bang! The treasure bone hit the railing, bounced back, and directly hit Little White's forehead. Little White immediately fainted. The treasure bone fell on Little White's chest, blooming with incomparable brilliance. The treasure bone gradually merged into Little White's body and became Little White's Tao foundation. Little White was knocked unconscious by himself at the moment, and he didn't know what happened, but he was already building his foundation. While fishing, Yi Kong sensed that Little White had already started building his foundation, and he was still sleeping. Little White, it's okay to sleep usually, but you can fall asleep even when building your foundation, only you can do it. Yi Kong sighed helplessly. It's okay to sleep usually, but now is a critical moment for you to sleep. What if the foundation establishment fails and the Tao foundation is damaged? It's also because you have such a good master as me. Yi Kong waved his hand, cast spiritual power, and merged the white tiger treasure bone into Little White's body to help him complete the foundation establishment. In the air, a remnant image of a white tiger gradually appeared. The body was as tall as a hill, snow white, and there was a vertical eye tightly closed on the forehead, opening its bloody mouth, as if it wanted to eat people. Yi Kong waved his hand and dispersed the phantom in the air. You're already dead, what are you doing out here? After the white tiger phantom disappeared, the white tiger treasure bone completely merged into Little White's body. Yi Kong remotely controlled and let Little White's spiritual power wander, casting the Tao foundation. In the pond of Peach Mountain. Lin Yaoyao, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and looked up at the white light that flashed in the air. Just now, was there something? Meow. Little Blue walked slowly to the shore with tiger steps and lay on the shore. It turned out to be Little Blue, I thought there was something. After Lin Yaoyao saw that it was Little Blue, she closed her beautiful eyes and continued to cultivate. In the thatched hut. Little White's Tao foundation was formed, and his cultivation successfully broke through to foundation establishment in an instant. Heaven and earth gradually rose with visions. Yi Kong waved his hand and threw this vision to Tianjin Peak with infinite spiritual power. You can't always keep catching the beast control peak for wool, sometimes you have to share the rain and dew, right? The vision of heaven and earth slowly formed on Tianjin Peak. In the sky, the Gangjin energy descended, full of incomparable terrifying murderous aura, as if a holy fierce descended into the world. Underground, the devilish energy churned and stretched for thousands of miles, and the entire Tianjin Peak was dyed black by this surging devilish energy. The white in the sky and the devilish energy on the ground slowly intertwined, filling the entire Tianjin Peak.
All the elders are dispatched to investigate who is practicing demonic arts on Tianjin Peak.
An order came from the Star River Hall.
The Great Elder led a group of elders to ascend Tianjin Peak, set up a net, and surrounded Tianjin Peak.
Except for Xiaoyao Peak, the peak masters of the other 7 peaks also descended to guard the 4 directions. Chen Xunyang, who was cultivating, sensed the endless murderous aura and the strong devilish energy, and immediately broke through the barrier.
What's going on? Chen Xunyang looked around. Where did the devilish energy come from? And what is going on with this Gangjin murderous aura? Chen Xunyang was stunned, completely unaware of what was going on.
When he looked up, his Tianjin Peak was surrounded by a net, and no one could enter or leave. Luo Yangtian stepped on the Star River and came, using the power of the Star River to strengthen the seal of Tianjin Peak.
Sect Master! Chen Xunyang shouted. Luo Yangtian stood
high above the Gangjin energy, with his hands behind his back, using the power of the Star River to suppress this Gangjin energy. All the elders took action to cooperate, exhausting all their efforts to suppress this flag.
Chen Xunyang, you better give me an explanation. Luo Yangtian said coldly. Sect Master, I don't know what's going on either.
Chen Xunyang hurriedly explained.
He was in good retreat. How did he end up in this situation when he came out?
He thought to himself, he didn't expose himself.
Could it be that the Demon Music Palace has planted spies again? Don't know? Had such a strong devilish energy appeared on your Tianjin Peak, and you don't even know? Luo Yangtian said coldly.
Luo Yangtian now believed what the old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace told him at the time.
There is a great demon lurking in his Star River sect, and it is on Tianjin Peak. Even the spies of the Demon Music Palace are very likely to be on Tianjin Peak. Chen Xunyang, as the peak master of Tianjin Peak, couldn't possibly know nothing.
Sect Master, please be clear, I really don't know anything.
Chen Xunyang argued weakly.
As soon as he finished speaking, the devilish energy rolled and became even more turbulent. The quality and quantity of the devilish energy here are stronger than those of the old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace.
What the hell is going on? No one told me, and I don't know what to do.
Under the Star River. The old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace sensed the explosion of devilish energy and was both surprised and delighted.
The great demon has finally erupted, I can go out.
However, this devilish energy is so strong that his strength is estimated to be much higher than mine.
Will he enslave me after I go out? Should I go out?
The old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace hesitated. Luo Yangtian looked at the diffused devilish energy, stomped his left foot hard, and the Star River poured out, absorbing and refining the devilish energy to prevent it from spreading out and harming other disciples. No one would have thought that such terrifying Gangjin energy and such turbulent devilish energy were caused by one person's foundation establishment.
Xiaoyao Peak. Yi Kong looked at the situation at Tianjin Peak, retracted his gaze, and pretended he didn't see anything. It's none of my business. It really doesn't seem to be my business.
The phenomenon was triggered by Xiao Bai's foundation building, I just moved him a little.
Well, it's not my fault, blame Xiao Bai. He can trigger a celestial phenomenon just by building a foundation. Like Lin Yaoyao, their foundation building is quite impressive.
At this moment, Lin Yaoyao walked out of the pond, sensed her surroundings, and found that Xiao Bai was sleeping and her master was fishing.
Alas, no one on Xiaoyao Peak cultivates seriously. Except for me.
Lin Yaoyao returned to her room and sat cross-legged. At this moment, Xiao Bai was still in a deep sleep, completely unaware of the outside situation. He has already built his foundation, and the celestial phenomenon will only dissipate after his spiritual power circulates for a full cycle and his Tao foundation is completely stabilized. Yi Kong had already combed through his spiritual power for him, so he just needed to let it circulate on its own.
On Tianjin Peak.
Chen Xunyang couldn't explain himself, completely at a loss for how to justify the situation.
Luo Yangtian desperately resisted the demonic energy to prevent it from spilling over. The disciples of Tianjin Peak were frightened and hid trembling in their rooms.
They had only seen this kind of situation twice in their lives. The first time was with the Demon Music Palace's old ancestor, and the second time was now. And it even happened on their Tianjian peak. It was simply too terrifying.
Is the demon sect attacking my Tianjian peak?
It shouldn't be. It seems that there is a spy from the demon sect on my Tianjian peak who is cultivating
demonic techniques and causing the demonic energy. Hiss, there is actually a spy from the demon sect on Tianjian peak. This is too terrifying.
He knew the situation on Tianjian peak better than anyone. Even if there were a few spies from the demon sect, they wouldn't be able to cause such terrifying demonic energy. Even if the palace master of the Demon Music Palace came, he might not be able to cause such monstrous demonic energy. Luo Yangtian held his breath, mobilized all his strength to resist, and transmitted his divine sense. This demonic energy appeared on your Tianjian peak. You better give me an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for thinking of the sect and investigating you. Sect master, you have to believe me, I am truly innocent.
Chen Xunyang argued from below.
Where did this damned demonic energy come from, and why won't it dissipate?
Chen Xunyang cursed.
It was all because of this demonic energy that he was being falsely accused.
After Chen Xunyang finished speaking, the demonic energy dissipated. It dissipated directly, as if it had never been there. Luo Yangtian was stunned in the air. It was gone just like that?
The group of elders looked at the demonic energy that had disappeared out of thin air and then looked up at Chen Xunyang in confusion.
The other 7 peak masters were also wary of Chen Xunyang. Chen Xunyang.
I just said it casually, and you actually dissipated. You could have dissipated later.
How am I supposed to explain it now that you've dissipated? Who the hell is framing me?
Luo Yangtian fell from the sky, with his hands behind his back, facing away from Chen Xunyang. Sect master, I just said it casually, I didn't expect it to really dissipate, Chen Xunyang explained.
Do you believe me when I say it has nothing to do with me? What do you think? Luo Yangtian said in a deep voice.
They had worked so hard to resist for so long, but it didn't dissipate. Chen Xunyang's words made the demonic energy disappear. It was hard for them not to overthink.
The elders all landed and surrounded Chen Xunyang. It really has nothing to do with me. Chen Xunyang was extremely wronged in his heart. I'm innocent.
Let's go to the Hall of Punishments to talk. The Hall Master of the Hall of Punishments came out.
Luo Yangtian directly took action and sealed Chen Xunyang's cultivation. Chen Xunyang took a few steps back, but after sensing Luo Yangtian's aura, he stopped and allowed Luo Yangtian to seal his cultivation.
Don't act rashly until the matter is investigated, Luo Yangtian said coldly. This sect master will investigate whether you are wronged.
Chen Xunyang looked at the inescapable net laid around him and could only nod and accept his fate. Great Elder, lead the elders to fully investigate the source of the demonic energy. Hall of Law Enforcement, fully investigate the disciples of Tianjian Peak, Luo Yangtian then ordered.
Yes, everyone responded. Luo Yangtian stepped on the Milky Way, returned to the Star River Palace, withdrew the power of the Milky Way, and continued to suppress the old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace.
Luo Yangtian, the demon has already been born. You won't be able to suppress me for long, the old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace sneered.
No, the demonic energy has already dissipated, and the situation has been brought under control, Luo Yangtian said calmly. Impossible, the old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace exclaimed.
He knew very well how strong that demonic energy was.
Especially that great demon, an existence that terrified him, could definitely not be dealt with by Luo Yangtian.
But the demonic energy had indeed dissipated. What was going on?
What exactly is going on? The old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace asked loudly.
Luo Yangtian sneered, without much explanation.
The demonic energy dissipated too quickly at the time, and he didn't understand where the demonic energy came from.
The
only suspect was the peak master of Tianjian Peak, Chen Xunyang.
Xiaoyao Peak.
After Xiao Bai's spiritual power circulated for a week, he opened his eyes groggily, completely unaware of what had happened. When he was fully awake, he held his head with both hands.
Hiss, it hurts.
His head was hit, and it still hurts. After covering the painful area with his hand for a while, Xiaobai moved his hands and feet.
With this movement, Xiaobai was immediately shocked. I built my foundation after sleeping?
Xiaobai was dumbfounded, and his divine sense looked inward, sensing that he had stabilized his Tao foundation.
When did I build my foundation? Moreover, I don't even have any foundation building objects. What did I use to build my Tao foundation? Xiaobai pondered for a moment, looking at the weeds on the ground. No, the bone is gone. Could it be that when I was knocked unconscious, the spiritual power in my body automatically circulated and absorbed the bone to build my foundation? Impossible. Xiaobai looked around and confirmed that the broken bone was really gone.
Whoa. I built my foundation with a broken bone, my future as an emperor is ruined.
Xiaobai burst into tears, extremely sad.
For other cultivators, foundation building is extremely difficult, they may not succeed even after 4 or 5 failures, and being able to build a foundation means embarking on the path of immortality. But for Xiaobai, foundation building is very simple, anything can be used as a foundation building object. However, the better the foundation building object, the higher the future achievements. A tall building rises from the ground, and foundation building still depends on oneself. The stronger the Tao foundation, the less likely it is that accidents will occur during cultivation, or that there will be signs of qi deviation. Xiaobai sat on the ground sadly and lost, with a face full of grievance.
I'm too difficult.
It's already bad enough that my cultivation and body were destroyed by my master, but I finally built my foundation, and it was actually built with a broken bone.
How am I going to regain the throne in the future?
Whoa. Xiaobai sat on the ground feeling uncomfortable for a long time before standing up. Never mind, I've already built my foundation anyway, I'll try to focus as much as possible when cultivating in the future and not be disturbed by others. Although the foundation I built is a bit poor, at least I succeeded in building it. After Xiaobai regained his courage, he walked out of the room. Facing the sun, he wiped away his tears.
No matter what, life has to go on, right? I'll suppress Master first and tell him to bully me.
After Xiaobai finished speaking, he flew towards the bitter sea. Inside the law enforcement hall, Chen Xunyang stood with his hands behind his back, his face cold and aloof. Even with his cultivation sealed, no one dared to lay a hand on him. The seal that Luo Yangtian had placed on him could be broken at any time with his own sword energy.
But he didn't.
Breaking Luo Yangtian's seal would prove that he had a guilty conscience, and then he wouldn't be able to explain himself.
Peak Master Chen, speak. What exactly is going on with the demonic energy on your heavenly sword peak? The law enforcement hall master asked in a cold voice. Hallmaster Zhu, I've already said that I don't know anything.
As soon as I came out of seclusion, I discovered the demonic energy, Chen Xunyang said without being arrogant or servile. The law enforcement hall master, Zhu Neng, was burly and muscular, like an iron tower, with a fierce face and ruthless enforcement.
Don't know?
The demonic energy occurred on your heavenly sword peak, and there are demonic spies on your heavenly sword peak.
How do you explain this?
Zhu Neng questioned loudly. I'm in seclusion all year round, and I leave the matter of accepting disciples to Chen Shangqing. I don't know anything about the spies on heavenly sword
peak, Chen Xunyang explained.
Seeing that he wouldn't say anything, Zhu Neng couldn't use torture on him, and could only wait for others to investigate and find a result.
Peak Master Chen, would you mind if I check your storage ring?
Zhu Neng stared at Chen Xunyang with piercing eyes.
The storage ring is a private item, how can it be checked at will?
Chen Xunyang refused decisively.
Peak Master Chen, don't worry, only I will check it.
If there's nothing, I will apologize to you, Zhu Neng said, staring directly at Chen Xunyang, determined to check it.
This seat, a dignified peak master, would never allow you to check my storage ring?
Chen Xunyang said coldly.
Then let this seat check it. Luo Yangtian, dressed in white and spotless, appeared in front of the law enforcement hall with his hands behind his back. Greetings, sect master. Everyone cupped their hands in salute. Luo Yangtian slowly said, Peak Master Chen, would you mind if I check it?
Chen Xunyang looked at the sect master in front of him, took off the storage ring, and handed it over. It should be fine if the sect master checks it himself. Luo Yangtian took the storage ring, scanned it with his divine sense, and then threw it back to Chen Xunyang.
No problem.
Luo Yangtian paused, then continued, although the source of the demonic energy has not been found, it did appear on your heavenly sword peak after all.
This seat will fine you 1 year's salary and convict you of dereliction of duty. Do you have any objections? No objections, Chen Xunyang cupped his hands.
Luo Yangtian pointed his finger and released the seal on Chen Xunyang's body.
Go back and investigate again to see if there are any omissions.
If he really has a problem, then for my Star River sect, it would be a small disaster. Even if this sect master goes all out, it would be difficult to keep him here. Therefore, Luo Yangtian didn't dare to let people investigate deeply, and stopped at the point. When he checked the storage ring just now, he didn't actually find nothing, but he chose to ignore it. Alright, deal with the aftermath, give the sect disciples an explanation, and stabilize the people's hearts, Luo Yangtian said, and disappeared from the spot.
Respectfully send off the sect master.
Zhu Neng cupped his hands in farewell. Luo Yangtian stood in the air, glanced at the location of Heavenly Sword Peak, and then turned to look at Carefree Peak. Star River Sect, as long as I am here for 1 day, no one can touch Carefree Peak. Luo Yangtian said to himself, his eyes slightly narrowed. He had seen something in Chen Xunyang's storage ring just now.
It's just that Luo Yangtian wasn't sure if Chen Xunyang had a problem. He hoped not, otherwise the trouble would be great. On Carefree Peak.
While Yi Kong was fishing, he suddenly sensed someone staring at him from behind.
He released his divine sense and saw Luo Yangtian standing in the air, heading towards Carefree Peak. Why is the sect master looking at my Carefree Peak? Could it be that he has discovered something? Yi Kong muttered. Xiaobai originally wanted to suppress his master, but sensed a powerful aura, looked towards Carefree Peak, and held back. He sensed that the gaze was directed at his master, without malice, only protection. If he suppressed his master with one hand, he would probably be suppressed the next second. Xiaobai, Yi Kong sat by the bitter sea and called out. Xiaobai looked up at his master, suppressed the thought of suppressing him, and cupped his hands, Master. After calling out, Xiaobai walked to Yi Kong's side and sat down honestly. He finally understood now why Carefree Peak, even with only a useless peak master, still stood tall. It turned out that his master had someone behind him. Fortunately, I flew slowly. If I had flown a little faster, and my master was suppressed by me, I would also be suppressed by others. Fortunately, this emperor almost capsized in the gutter. I was wondering, how could such a weak person like master still be a peak master? It turned out that someone was taking care of him behind the scenes. Xiaobai was somewhat relieved that he hadn't acted rashly. Xiaobai, what are you daydreaming about? Yi Kong looked at Xiaobai, who was in a daze, and interrupted his thoughts. Master, I've established my foundation, Xiaobai replied casually. Yi Kong nodded slightly. Well, even if you've established your foundation, you still have to cultivate diligently. Look at your senior sister, she's almost in the late stage of foundation establishment. Xiaobai has the white tiger treasure bone to establish his foundation. If he cultivates diligently, his future achievements will not be low. I will work hard to cultivate, Xiaobai responded. When my strength recovers by 1%, I will be able to suppress you. Even if you have someone behind you, I'm not afraid. It's just that, to recover this 1% of spiritual power, I don't know how long it will take. Forget it. Let Master be carefree for a while, and when my strength recovers in the future, I will suppress Master. Xiaobai set a life goal for himself. Destroy my demonic body, abolish my demonic power, and use broken bones to help me establish my foundation. If I, Bai Wuchen, don't suppress you, I'm not the demon emperor. Master. Lin Yaoyao walked over slowly, holding Xiaolan. Because she had just come out of the pond, she looked like a lotus emerging from the water. She wasn't wearing shoes on her jade feet, and although she was walking, she was 3 centimeters off the ground, avoiding dust. Water droplets dripped from her body, a feast for the eyes. My disciple is here to seduce me again. Yi Kong guarded his mind, unmoved by beauty.
Lin Yaoyao's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. Why is master facing away from me?
I just came over to say hello.
Lin Yaoyao came over, not for anything else, just to say hello as usual. Xiao Bai looked at his senior sister, and then at his master, and suddenly felt powerless. Senior sister and master have that kind of relationship. If I suppress master in the future, senior sister will definitely take action. Senior sister has the posture of a great emperor, and her cultivation speed is faster than mine, so I can't beat her either. Alas, I, Xiao Bai, am too difficult.
Senior sister, save me. Master, save me.
Little White shouted inside the thatched cottage. Lin Yaoyao, who had just entered the water and was halfway through her cultivation, heard Little White's cry for help.
Something happened to Little White? Lin Yaoyao frowned. It shouldn't be. What could happen on Peach Mountain?
On Peach Mountain, besides me, he has the highest cultivation.
Who can do anything to him? And a cat. Lin Yaoyao looked towards the shore, and Little Blue was indeed gone. She often held Little Blue and knew its strength deeply.
It probably has the strength of a second-order demon beast, equivalent to the Foundation establishment cultivation of human cultivators. In terms of strength, it's a little weaker than her, but probably stronger than Little White.
Little White wouldn't have been beaten by a cat, would he?
Thinking of this, Lin Yaoyao hurriedly came out of the water, put on her clothes, and walked towards Little White's thatched cottage. In the small garden, Yi Kong, who was just preparing for his afternoon nap, heard Little White's cry for help. Scanning with his divine sense, he saw Little White being beaten to the ground by Little Blue. The key point was that the husky was also secretly attacking with hidden claws.
What's going on here? How could Little White be pressed to the ground by a cat and a dog? Yi Kong was completely dumbfounded.
He didn't have time to think too much and hurried over. Little White's face was scratched by Little Blue, leaving several marks. His body was also scratched in many places by Little Blue's claws.
Stop!
Lin Yaoyao rushed over and shouted
loudly. Hearing the sound, Little Blue stopped its claws. Meow. Lin Yaoyao walked over and picked up Little Blue. You've gotten bold, haven't you? You even dare to hit my junior brother? Lin Yaoyao said in a deep voice. Meow meow meow, I can explain this.
Yi Kong hurried over, glanced at Little White's miserable state, and helped him up.
Are you okay?
Yi Kong asked with concern.
It hurts.
Little White said with an aggrieved expression. Although it wasn't very serious, it hurt a lot. Little Blue also knew what it was doing, avoiding all the vital points when attacking, and only causing flesh wounds without hurting the foundation. If it had hurt the foundation, it would probably be put in a pot. Yi Kong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was okay.
He then looked at Little Blue and the husky. You two, I kindly took you in, but you actually attacked my disciple? Yi Kong said coldly.
Hearing these words, the husky shivered all over, lay on the ground, and didn't dare to move.
Little Blue also avoided Yi Kong's gaze, not daring to face him. And Little Blue will also be put in the pot. Master, we can't eat Little Blue. Lin Yaoyao said, holding Little Blue. It's a second-order demon beast. After nurturing it, it can become a great help. Master, why are you just thinking about eating it? Meow. Little Master, save me.
The husky ran to Little White's side and licked Little White's wounds. The wounds that it licked were gradually healing, without pain or itching.
Master, the husky didn't hit me. If we eat it, I won't have anything to ride in the future. Little White defended.
He had been riding the husky around every day for the past few days and had already regarded the husky as his mount.
He couldn't bear to eat it.
Upon hearing this, Yi Kong looked at his two disciples.
One wanted to protect the cat, and the other wanted to protect the dog. Fine, then. Since that's the case, then the husky will be kept for you. As for you, Little Blue, you should be punished for hitting my disciple.
After Yi Kong finished speaking, he pulled out a bamboo strip. Little Blue was so frightened that it quickly burrowed into Lin Yaoyao's arms.
Master, forget it. It's better if I teach it a lesson. Lin Yaoyao quickly said. If you were to hit it, Little Blue would probably eat you if it got angry.
If I wasn't holding it, you would have been pounced on by Little Blue long ago.
Don't even think about hitting it, you wouldn't even be able to touch it.
Thinking of this, Lin Yaoyao looked at Little White and said, Little Blue is so well behaved that it wouldn't hit Little White for no reason.
Little White probably provoked Little Blue. I didn't. Little White retorted. You did. Lin Yaoyao said. She thought of it.
It was when they were on the shore that Little White thought his wings had hardened and said those words.
This made Little Blue unhappy, so it beat him up. Otherwise, Little Blue was gentle and wouldn't easily hurt people.
Okay, I did. Little White lowered his head and said aggrievedly.
Yikong rubbed Little White's head and said softly, It's good that you're okay.
Little White nodded, also guessing why he was beaten.
Was it just because he said a few words about Master? Was it necessary to hit him so hard? It even scratched this emperor's handsome face. How will this emperor face people in the future? For me, the dignified demon emperor, to be bullied by a cat, if this gets out, where will my glorious reputation be? Thinking of this, Little White felt aggrieved. It was too miserable.
Rest well, I'll get you some medicine tomorrow. After Yikong comforted him, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Junior brother Little White, be careful with your words in the future.
Don't complain casually, and don't talk nonsense. Lin Yaoyao reminded. Okay, I understand. Little White nodded. It's good that you understand. If you have any dissatisfaction in the future, just say it in your heart. Don't say it out loud. Master cares about his reputation. Lin Yaoyao said. Hearing this, Little White thought about it and nodded, Senior sister is right. Lin Yaoyao wiped away Little White's tears, alright, it's nothing. I'll go down and teach Little Blue a lesson first. Senior sister, walk slowly. Little White watched Senior sister leave. When he returned to his room to clean his clothes, Little White saw several dog paw prints on his clothes. Husky! Little White shouted angrily. The husky realized that it had been discovered and turned to run. But Little White grabbed its tail, dragged it into the room, and beat it up. He originally thought that he had been bullied by a cat. He didn't expect that even his mount was secretly attacking. Too bullying. Woof woof woof. Soon, the husky's miserable screams came from the room. It wasn't that the husky couldn't fight back, but it didn't dare to use its claws. If it used its claws, it would probably be put in the pot tonight. Lin Yaoyao heard the husky's screams, holding Little Blue in one hand. Did you hear that sound? Meow, I heard it. You remember this, you are a demon beast I raised. Without my permission, you cannot randomly attack people, and you are not allowed to hurt our own people. Meow, I remember. Especially Master. He's so weak, if you use your claws on him, wouldn't you kill him? Don't take what he said just now to heart, and don't hold grudges. Meow. Seeing Little Blue respond, Lin Yaoyao put it on the shore. Don't run around. Little Blue lay on the shore, not daring to run around. At night, Little Black received Yikong's order, came out of the ant nest, and went to drag the husky and Little Blue out, dragging them to the bitter sea. Little Blue and the husky lay on the ground, not daring to move. The reason I had Little Black bring you here is to warn you about one thing. If you are on my carefree peak, you must abide by the rules of my carefree peak. You cannot randomly hurt people, and you cannot hurt my disciples. This time, I'll spare you because my 2 disciples pleaded for you. If you dare to act up again, wash yourselves clean and lie in the pot. Meow/woof. The cat and dog both cried out, both very sensible. All right, go down. Yikong waved his hand, letting the 2 of them leave. Little Black, supervise them. If they dare to do evil again, just knock them unconscious. Little Black nodded and disappeared into the night. Heaven Sword Peak. Chen Xunyang emerged from the sword cave and retrieved his belongings.
Sensing the emergence of demonic energy, he had hidden some of his possessions to avoid detection. However, he hadn't anticipated Luo Yangtian and the others arriving so swiftly, and in his haste to conceal everything, he missed a small detail. The underground spiritual vein map off-peak, he had forgotten to hide it. After exiting the sword cave, Chen Xunyang summoned all his disciples for a routine inspection. In truth, he knew that none of the Heaven Sword Peak disciples were problematic. Those who were had already been apprehended and were likely being held in the little black room. From the sect's side, the second elder also stepped forward to speak. The source of the demonic energy has been identified as a deliberate leak by the demonic Joy Palace's old ancestor, released upon Heaven Sword Peak to lure everyone here while he escaped alone. Fortunately, the sect master detected it in time and returned to suppress it, ensuring the safety of our Star River sect. Upon hearing this, the disciples within the sect finally relaxed their vigilance.
I knew it. How could anything happen with the sect master around?
Senior brother, put me down, no need to run anymore.
What is mere demonic energy?
Even the demonic Joy Palace's old ancestor was suppressed by the sect master with a single slap.
A little bit of demonic energy isn't even enough to fill his teeth.
With such a powerful sect master in the Star River sect,
what is there to fear from the demonic sect?
Long live the sect master! Many disciples shouted loudly, chanting "Long live the sect master!" The higher-ups of the Star River sect knew that the root of the demonic energy had not yet been thoroughly investigated. The announced news was merely to stabilize the uneasy hearts of the disciples.
Inside the Star River Hall,
Luo Yangtian stood upon the Star River, his back to the assembled elders, and slowly said, "The Nine Peaks competition is about to begin, and I do not want any more incidents to occur within the sect during this time."
Understood.
The elders cupped their hands in response.
First elder, is the venue for the Nine Peaks competition ready?
The first elder stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Only the final stage remains unfinished, the rest has been arranged."
Expedite the process, Luo Yangtian said softly.
Yes. The first elder responded.
Second elder, manage the internal affairs of the sect well.
I do not want the previous incident to happen again, Luo Yangtian said in a deep voice. The incident he was referring to was not the demonic energy matter, but rather the incident where a disciple slandered Peak.
This subordinate understands. The second elder cupped his hands.
Third elder, you are responsible for matters outside the sect.
Report any movements from the demonic sect at any time.
Also, supervise the competition venue well, and remember not to leak any information, Luo Yangtian then instructed.
Yes.
The third elder responded with cupped hands. Luo Yangtian closed his eyes and waved his hand.
On Peak.
Yi Kong pulled on his fishing rod, she refining +1.
A day of fishing was often this simple, unadorned, and monotonous. She refining, never-ending.
Yi Kong stood up, stretched languidly, returned to the courtyard, and, taking out a lighter, lit a cigarette.
Inhale, exhale. Life is but this. Peach Mountain.
As Lin Yaoyao was about to continue her cultivation, she saw riding a husky, following her closely. Reaching the edge of the pond, Lin Yaoyao stopped and clenched her fists.
Why are you following me?
Lin Yaoyao turned around, asking with a sweet smile. No reason, can you please unclench your fists first, hurriedly explained. Lin Yaoyao released her fists, quietly watching.
Senior sister, don't you think Master's cultivation is very weak? Asked.
I do, Lin Yaoyao said calmly. She had also tried to get Master to cultivate, but unfortunately, she had failed. Senior sister, it's fine if Master is weak, but he doesn't even share the meat with us, complained.
Hearing this, Lin Yaoyao calmly looked at, what exactly do you want to say?
Senior sister, Master is both weak and possessive of food.
Why are you still staying on Peak?
You could go to a better place, said. Lin Yaoyao's brow furrowed upon hearing this. I, Lin Yaoyao, will not leave this place, Lin Yaoyao said solemnly.
And she warned, if you think your wings have hardened, then you are welcome to fly away. However, you were brought back by Master. think carefully about it yourself. Muttered in his heart, what do you mean I was brought back by master? I clearly found this place myself. I'm not flying away.
It was hard enough to find a quiet place to cultivate.
Moreover, I haven't taken revenge for master destroying my demonic body and ruining my cultivation.
Thinking of this, raised his head and said, Senior sister, I am also a person who knows how to be grateful.
I will not leave. Then why did you ask me to leave?
Lin Yaoyao's face grew even colder. I didn't, I was just asking, hurriedly explained. Lin Yaoyao looked at in front of her and said faintly, if there's nothing else, go back and cultivate.
I'm going to cultivate. Okay, responded, riding the husky away.
I didn't expect senior sister to be so devoted to master. It's really hard to win her over.
Lin Yaoyao's phoenix eyes were cold as she watched ride the husky away.
Humph, just because you're at the foundation establishment stage, you think your wings have hardened. You'll only realize when you go out and venture that, in the eyes of some experts, you at the foundation establishment stage are nothing more than ants that can be crushed at will.
Ah, you have rebellious bones behind your head. Senior sister has to keep an eye on you.
Your origins are a mystery in themselves.
Master doesn't care, but I do.
After Lin Yaoyao secretly finished thinking, she entered the pond and circulated the 9 dragons' overlord body, cultivating together with the profound yellow art. Unknowingly, she began to mainly cultivate the profound yellow art and supplemented with the 9 dragons' overlord body technique.
This subtle influence went unnoticed by her. On the shore, Little Blue, watching the direction in which left, galloped away. After return to his thatched hut, he kicked the husky out the door. Stay outside for me obediently and don't disturb my cultivation. Husky, woof?
Sat on the bed with a frown, pondering deeply. How to persuade senior sister. Senior sister's aptitude is very strong, and her talent is not weak.
Her cultivation speed is faster than mine.
Wherever I go, she will always be one step ahead of me. With senior sister around, I will never be able to suppress master in this lifetime.
Alas, it's too difficult for me. Sighed in his heart. Outside the thatched hut,
Little Blue walked over with tiger strides, looked at the husky in front of him, and called out.
Meow. Good dog doesn't block the way. Woof woof? What do you want to do? Meow.
He has rebellious bones and scolds the master.
I want to give him a little lesson.
Hearing this, the husky made way and actively pushed the door open.
Woof woof. Be gentle, he is my little master.
You dead dog,
weren't you told to guard the door for me outside? Said unhappily. Little Blue walked in and jumped on the bed. Looked at Little Blue Cat suspiciously, frowning slightly. Senior sister's cat? What are you doing in my room? Bang! Bang!
Little Blue slapped down with both paws, directly knocking to the ground.
Was immediately dumbfounded. Are senior sister's cats all this strong?
Little Blue then jumped off the bed and gave a fierce beating.
The husky stood outside and took a look, quietly sneaking in and adding a kick.
Serves you right for kicking me earlier.
Senior sister, save me. Master, save me. Shouted mournfully on the ground.
Little Blue pressed down on him, preventing him from moving.
The next day,
Yi Kong got up early and went to the desolate Forbidden Land to pick some spiritual herbs, boiled them into a bowl of soup, and sent it to Xiaobai. Xiaobai was scratched by a cat, and although it wasn't a big deal, it left a wound, which wasn't good. As his master, he brewed a bowl of medicine for him to nourish his body. As for whether the medicine was effective and how effective it was, Yi Kong didn't know. After all, he didn't specialize in studying elixirs, and at most he only knew some pharmacology. However, the pharmacology he studied and the drugs he knew were basically useless. The desolate Forbidden Land was full of spiritual herbs, all kinds of strange shapes, and the drugs he knew were not found in the desolate Forbidden Land at all. Even if he saw 1 or 2 plants, they would be planted, and he would step on them and they would be gone. Yi Kong held the medicine and walked all the way to Xiaobai's thatched hut, knocking on the door.
Knock knock. Xiao Bai, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. Stepping on the husky, he walked out and opened the door.
The husky was beaten violently by Xiao Bai, and now he was on the ground, not daring to resist. Xiao Bai glanced through the crack in the door, and after confirming that the outside was not a cat but his master, he opened the door. "Master," Xiao Bai bowed and shouted. "Xiao Bai, I brewed some medicine for you as your teacher. If you drink the medicine, you won't be injured," Yikong said, handing the medicine over.
Xiao Bai looked at the green medicine, still, and was a little afraid to take it. "Is this thing medicine? Are you sure this isn't poison?" "Master, if you want to poison me to death, just say it directly. As a dignified demon emperor, what poison haven't I eaten?" Xiao Bai looked at the medicine handed over by his master and was absolutely sure that it was poison.
"First, he tricked me into drinking sugar water to ruin my cultivation, then he tricked me into roasting in the fire to ruin my demon body. Now, he wants to poison me to death with a bowl of poison. Master, I'm thinking, I don't have any grudges against you. If you target me like this, aren't you afraid that I will suppress you with one hand after I recover in the future?" "Xiao Bai, what are you doing?" Yi Kong shouted. "Although the medicine I brewed is a bit strange in color and is still, it is definitely not poisonous. Even if it was poisonous, it has been cleaned up. When Yi Kong he used his powerful spiritual power to extract all the essence from the medicine and feed it to the fish. The medicinal properties contained in the medicinal liquid are minimal, but it is enough for Xiao Bai to use." Xiao Bai was speechless when he heard his master's words. "Is this still not poisonous? Does this emperor look like a blind man?" After complaining in his heart, Xiao Bai still took the medicinal liquid. "This emperor is also a demon emperor anyway, immune to all poisons. A little poison can't poison this emperor to death." After Xiao Bai watched his master walk away, he closed the door and kicked the husky awake. The husky opened his mouth wide, and just as he was about to bark, Xiao Bai poured a little medicinal liquid on him. "Let the husky test the toxicity first. If the toxicity is too strong, then give it all to the husky. If it is not poisonous, Xiao Bai will drink it again." "Husky? Xiao Bai, you are really..." Before the husky could shout, his body suddenly stiffened, fell straight down, with his forepaws facing the sky. His whole body was unable to move, and the powerful medicinal effect melted in his body, nourishing every piece of his flesh and blood. In Xiao Bai's opinion, the husky's whole body was stiff, and he was constantly twitching, almost foaming at the mouth. The medicinal effect of this poison is really strong. Xiao Bai looked at the medicinal liquid in the bowl and couldn't help but swallow. He only poured a little bit, and the husky couldn't take it. If he drank it all, he would probably go to heaven. Xiao Bai grabbed the husky's paw, wanting to drag him out and bury him, but when he reached out, it was very hot. "Ha! Not dead." Xiao Bai squatted next to the husky, staring at the husky's changes. "There is still breath, the body is very hot, and nothing else. It doesn't seem to be very strong." Xiao Bai dipped a little medicinal liquid with his finger, not hot. He put it in his mouth and tasted it. It tasted sweet, a bit like mung bean soup. Xiao Bai tasted a little and felt no change, then he raised the bowl and drank it all. Gulp gulp gulp. Xiao Bai, who was full, smacked his lips and sensed that this medicinal liquid was not harmful to him. As a dignified demon emperor, immune to all poisons, do you think this little medicinal liquid can hurt me? After Xiao Bai said proudly, he lay on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. After the medicinal liquid entered Xiao Bai's body, it radiated out from the dantian as the center to all parts of the body. The strong medicinal effect entered the flesh and blood, nourishing the flesh and blood. Xiao Bai suddenly widened his eyes, and his whole body felt like he was being in a furnace, very hot and uncomfortable. It really is poisonous. Xiao Bai felt the changes in his body and got up from the bed. He tried his best to push open the door and ran outside. He felt that every piece of his flesh and blood was being on a grill. The husky also recovered his mobility and hurriedly followed Xiao Bai. One person and one dog ran all the way and jumped directly into the pond. A white gas from the water, forming a ghost face in the air, before gradually dissipating. Lin Yaoyao just walked to the edge of the pond, and when she saw Xiao Bai and the husky lying on the pond, she couldn't help but.
I don't want this pond anymore. Humph. Lin Yaoyao snorted coldly and turned back.
She originally wanted to cultivate in the pond, but when she came, she saw Xiao Bai and his husky lying in the pond. Lin Yaoyao is, and she doesn't like others to the pond where she bathes. At this moment, Xiao Bai didn't know that senior sister had been here. He is now and can no longer feel the existence of his body. The pain his nerves. As a dignified demon emperor, I didn't expect to fall into the hands of a time and time again.
This emperor is unwilling, Xiao Bai said.
If it weren't for my strong physique, I would have been poisoned to death by this poison.
Xiao Bai still doesn't know that every wound on his body is healing quickly.
And the medicinal effect nourishes every piece of his flesh and blood, making his physical body greatly improved.
He is still in a state and has not sensed his physical condition. By the Yi Kong, who was fishing, saw Lin Yaoyao walking over. Disciple, what's wrong? Yi Kong asked.
Nothing, Lin Yaoyao said in a cold tone.
Is this okay? Could it be that 7 days a month is here again? That's not right, 7 days a month just left not long ago. Did Xiao Bai make you angry? Yi Kong asked. Yes, Lin Yaoyao responded, sitting by the. Xiao Bai made the big disciple angry? Impossible, Xiao Bai has such a good temper, how could he? Could it be that the disciple is angry with me?
I prepared medicinal liquid for Xiao Bai to help him recover from his injuries.
The big disciple thought I was giving Xiao Bai special treatment, so she was unhappy. That's probably it.
Alas, disciple, you are angry about this.
Disciple, wait, I'll go brew some soup for you as your teacher.
After Yi Kong finished speaking, he put down the fishing rod and walked towards. Lin Yaoyao watched her master leave, and her brows furrowed slightly.
Which is wrong with master? Why does he want to brew soup for me for no reason? Soup? Could it be that he's going to in water again?
In the pond. Xiao Bai lay there for a long time before gradually regaining consciousness and sensing the existence of his body.
Phew, thankfully, I'm not dead.
Xiao Bai breathed a long sigh of relief.
Woof woof. Erha barked, paddling doggy style.
Xiao Bai touched the dog's head and then swam towards the shore. Sitting on the bank, looking at the sun in the sky, he reached out and stroked the dog's head.
Air Goozy. Woof woof. Erha responded.
Xiao Bai wanted to talk to it, but he was afraid it would hit him, so he shut his mouth. Master has harmed me repeatedly, I, Bai Wuchen, must take revenge.
I have to think of a way to let Master see my power. How about dressing up as a ghost tonight to scare Master? No, who is afraid of ghosts? Especially cultivators. Then, pretend to be a demon to scare Master?
I am already a demon, so there is no need to pretend. It's just that my demonic energy is gone, so I can't transform into a demon. Xiao Bai sat on the bank, pondering, thinking of hundreds of ways to target Master. But they were all rejected one by one. Xiao Bai pondered for a long time, but still had no idea.
I'm so miserable.
Xiao Bai spread his arms and lay on the ground. Lin Yaoyao pointed to the pond and said, "You brought Erha to bathe in my pond, making my water dirty."
Xiao Bai looked back, the water was clearly clear and transparent, where was it dirty?
I'll give you a day to change the water for me, otherwise, senior sister will temper your body properly.
Lin Yaoyao said, showing her fist. Xiao
Bai shuddered and nodded vigorously. Yes, senior sister. What he feared most was senior sister. Senior sister's beatings really hurt. Xiao Bai looked at the pond of water, it would be difficult to change it all.
Let's target Master tomorrow.
Xiao Bai circulated his spiritual power, slowly absorbing the water from the pond and splashing it on the peach trees. Erha sat to the side, head lowered. Guzi, don't be idle, come and help, Xiao Bai shouted.
Woof woof, I'm just a dog.
Erha barked and continued to lie there.
Xiaobai looked at Ha lying there and said, "Okay, you continue to lie there. If I don't beat you down tonight, I'm not Xiaobai." Ha. He got up, using his tongue to lick the water, taking a big gulp with each lick. Xiaobai. I'm really something, expecting a dog? In the Xiaoyao pavilion. After Yi Kong had decocted a bowl of medicinal liquid, he poured it into a bowl and took it to Lin Yaoyao. "Disciple, it's time to drink your medicine." Yi Kong walked to the outside of Lin Yaoyao's room and shouted. Lin Yaoyao inside the thatched cottage, hearing her master's voice, frowned slightly. What medicine should I drink if I'm not sick? Did master get something wrong? Why is he brewing medicine for me for no reason? Lin Yaoyao couldn't figure it out, but she still opened the door and walked out. Master. Disciple, here, I specially brewed it for you. Yi Kong handed the medicine to Lin Yaoyao. Lest you think that master is unfair, brewing medicine for Xiaobai, but not for you. Now master is impartial. Although the color is different from Xiaobai's, the medicinal effect should be the same, right? Lin Yaoyao looked at the red medicinal liquid that master brought and was a little worried. The color is not right, and the key is that it is still bubbling. Master, are you sure this is medicine and not poison? Lin Yaoyao looked up at master's serious look and still picked up the medicine. Thank you, master. She believed that master would not harm her and would not give her poison. It's just that he doesn't know what the medicinal liquid is for. Lin Yaoyao picked up the medicinal liquid, smelled it by her nose, and slowly drank it down. You rest well, I'll leave first. Yi Kong said with a smile, walking away with his hands behind his back. Lin Yaoyao watched master leave before returning to her room. I thought it was medicinal liquid, but I didn't expect it to be red bean soup. The taste of the medicinal liquid is the same as red bean soup. When Lin Yaoyao sat cross-legged to cultivate, the medicinal liquid dissolved in her body, flowing along with the spiritual power, expanding her meridians. Lin Yaoyao immediately felt a numb and comfortable feeling. I didn't expect that master's medicine would make me feel so comfortable after drinking it. Lin Yaoyao said with a faint smile. At this moment, Xiaobai was still by the pond, diligently carrying water. In the Star River Hall, the 3 elders and 8 peak masters gathered again. In another month and a half, the 9 peaks competition will begin. During this period, the peak masters of each peak should restrain their disciples. Luo Yangtian said slowly with his hands behind his back. Yes. The 8 peak masters cupped their hands. In addition, the 3 venues for the competition also need you to keep an eye on them, Luo Yangtian continued. Originally, each of the 3 venues had 3 peak masters watching them, but Luo Yangtian saw that Yi Kong's cultivation was only at the Qi training stage, so he didn't call him. Peak Master Qin Wui of the Beast Control Peak, you and Peak Master Chen Xunyang of the Heavenly Sword Peak will guard the first competition venue. Yes. The 2 Peak Masters stepped forward and cupped their hands. Peak Master Lu Ruyan of the Myriad Flowers Peak, Peak Master Yao Ziden of the Pill Peak, and Peak Master Lin Lai of the Formation Tool Peak, the 3 of you will guard the second venue. Yes. The 3 Peak Masters stepped forward and saluted. The third venue will be guarded by the remaining 3 Peak Masters. Yes. After Luo Yangtian finished speaking, he told the location of the 3 venues. It has already been arranged, waiting for a month and a half to start the competition. Hallmaster Zhu Neng of the Law Enforcement Hall, you lead the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall to be the referees. If there is any favoritism, punish them severely. Understood. Zhu Neng cupped his hands. After Luo Yangtian finished his instructions, he waved his hand. All right, step back and prepare. Yes. Everyone cupped their hands in response and turned to leave. After they left, the great elder stepped forward and said, Sect Master, telling them about the 3 venues so soon, will it? It doesn't matter, this venerable will bet whether any of them are spies who will tell the demon sect about the competition venue. Luo Yangtian said in a deep voice. The great elder lowered his head and did not speak. Once the demon sect knew, then one of the 8 peak masters might be a spy of the demon sect. At that time, the demon sect would be miserable. Because Luo Yangtian had prepared a backup plan. Demon Music Palace.
Su Wuti sat on the throne, receiving news from the Dark Guards.
The Star River sect is preparing for the Nine Peaks competition, ha. Su Wuti chuckled. Should we sabotage it? Heiyun asked below, cupping his hands.
No, there is no need to sabotage it. Su Wuti waved his hand. Let the Star River sect prepare for the Nine Peaks competition, and we will participate at that time. Su Wuti said lightly. He also knew the venue of the Nine Peaks competition, which was also sent by the Dark Guards. Palace Master, I'm afraid the Star River sect won't allow our demon sect to participate in their Star River sect's Nine Peaks competition, Heiyun said truthfully.
Not allowed?
I know the competition venue of their Star River sect.
If Luo Yangtian doesn't agree, then kill him. How much energy can the Star River sect spare to supervise our demon sect?
Su Wuti said indifferently, with a plan in his heart.
Heiyun. Your subordinate is here.
When the Nine Peaks competition starts, you lead the Demon Music Palace disciples to participate in the competition.
I will go to the Star River sect to find an opportunity to break the Xiaoyao Peak and release the old ancestor. Su Wuti immediately ordered.
Once the Star River sect's Nine Peaks competition starts, the overall defense of the Star River sect will be reduced to the lowest level. The period of the Nine Peaks competition is the best time for him to take action.
Understood. Heiyun responded heavily. Calculating the time, there is only a month and a half left until the Star River sect's Nine Peaks competition. Su Wuti murmured. Night. Exhausted, Little White lay on the bank, panting heavily.
After working hard all day, she finally managed to clean the pond. After lying on the ground for a long time, Little White sat up and looked into the pond, where something seemed to be shimmering.
What is that?
Little White frowned, jumped into the pond, dug around, and picked up a rhombus-shaped fragment from the ground.
What is this thing?
Little White frowned slightly and tried to infuse it with spiritual power. As soon as the spiritual power was injected, Little White immediately felt all her spiritual power being sucked away by the fragment, which burst out with a dazzling light. The silt dissipated, revealing the appearance of the fragment. It had a broken rune on it, was as white as jade, and felt icy to the touch.
I've found a treasure. Little White's eyes lit up.
This thing was definitely a treasure.
Little White looked around, then quietly put the fragment away. Senior sister, I'm not stealing your opportunity, I'm just putting the fragment away. Otherwise, what if you scratch your foot when you take a bath one day? Little White found an excuse
for herself and immediately felt justified in putting the fragment away. It wasn't a wasted effort after all. Little White looked at the mud pit in front of her, then at Era, and immediately put the fragment in front of Era's nose. Era, go! Little White kicked Era, kicking him into the mud pond.
Era! Although I'm a dog, you're even more of a dog than I am.
Era pretended to search around in the mud pond, but found nothing. Well, getting one piece is already a great opportunity, it's okay if you can't find any more. Little White didn't force it.
Era, go back and wait to be beaten. Era, you really are a dog.
Little White immediately dug out a spring, letting the water slowly flow into the mud pond.
Then, she led Era to the bitter sea to wash off the mud. Senior sister's pond can't be defiled, but master's should be fine, right?
When Little White led Era to the edge of the bitter sea, she stepped into the water with one foot to wash off the mud.
Era ran far away, not daring to approach the pond.
There was a overlord in the pond, and it didn't dare to provoke it. The last time it ran out to drink water late at night, it was taught a lesson by the dragon carp in the pond.
It still remembered it vividly. Era, come here, Little White beckoned. Era lay down in the distance, refusing to come over no matter what. What are you afraid of with me here?
Little White said unhappily.
Isn't it just the bitter sea? Master is sleeping late at night, and who would know when the water is clear tomorrow? Era didn't dare to approach, but Little White grabbed its tail and dragged it into the water.
Then, Little White flipped over and rode on Era's back, swimming in the bitter sea. The dragon carp in the bitter sea swam to the bottom of the water and didn't even bubble.
It's one of us, can't touch it, otherwise it'll end up on the grill.
Era was relieved that the dragon carp didn't appear, and then boldly swam around. Little White was busy until midnight before riding Era back to her thatched hut to sleep. After they left, the carp dragon swam out of the water and cleaned up all the mud.
The next day,
Lin Yaoyao left her room and walked to the pond. Seeing that the pond had been changed with water, she went down with satisfaction.
Why do I feel that the spiritual power in the pond has weakened? Lin Yaoyao frowned.
She often cultivated in the pond, one of the reasons being that the spiritual power in the pond was much stronger than outside. But after changing the water, she felt that the spiritual power in the pond seemed to be not much different from the outside. A lot of spiritual power dissipated.
Could it be that there was something wrong with the previous water?
Lin Yaoyao thought with a frown. Forget it, if the spiritual power is weaker, it's weaker. It's just that the cultivation is a little slower, and the impact is not significant.
The main thing is that the water is clean. By the bitter sea. Yi Kong held a fishing rod and continued to fish.
But he saw a little bit of mud on the edge of the bitter sea.
Where is it from?
Forget it, it doesn't have much impact. But it's almost Chenshur now, and Little White is still sleeping.
Not attentive at all.
There are still 1.5 months left until the 9 Peaks competition, and I don't know if the two disciples can hold on.
Sigh. Yi Kong shook his head and didn't think much about it.
He flicked the fishing rod and started a day of fishing. At this moment, Little White was hugging Era and sleeping soundly.
In the Star River Hall,
Luo Yangtian stood on the Star River with his hands behind his back.
Standing below were not the 3 elders, but Zhu Neng.
Junior brother Zhu, Luo Yangtian said softly. Sect Master, please still call me Hall Master, Zhu Neng said truthfully.
Okay, Hall Master Zhu, I want to ask you for a favor, Luo Yangtian said slowly.
Sect Master, please speak, Zhu Neng cupped his hands.
Junior brother Zhu, if the demon sect were to
suddenly attack my Star River sect when my Star River sect is holding the 9 Peaks competition, where would they break through?
Luo Yangtian said slowly. The Carefree Peak.
Zhu Neng answered directly without thinking.
Yes, what I want to ask you is to focus on protecting the Carefree Peak. Luo Yangtian said in a deep voice. Isn't this matter under the jurisdiction of the second elder? Zhu Neng asked in confusion. The second elder is in charge of the internal affairs of the sect.
Luo Yangtian was silent, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Seeing this, Zhu Neng said, the second elder is wholeheartedly for the sect and has served in my Star River sect for many years.
He shouldn't have any problems, right?
He has no problem, but he doesn't get along with Yi Kong's father, who is the previous sect master, Luo Yangtian said slowly.
Zhu Neng immediately understood.
Okay, I will do my best to protect the Carefree Peak until the end of the 9 Peaks competition. Zhu Neng cupped his hands. Well, I want to suppress the Demon Music Palace ancestor and can't get away, so I can only trouble you. You are our junior brother, and we trust you, Luo Yangtian said slowly. Zhu Neng clasped his fists and saluted, solemnly saying, I will never let anything happen to the junior nephews. After saying that, he turned and left. 9 Peaks competition, my Demon Music Palace will definitely come, the Demon Music Palace ancestor snorted coldly.
Luo Yangtian didn't answer him, too lazy to talk to him. On Carefree Peak,
Yi Kong, who was fishing, suddenly frowned. He felt that there was suddenly a tough guy standing behind him. Turning his head to look, a muscular, burly man like an iron tower was standing behind him.
Greetings, Martial Uncle Zhu. Yi Kong cupped his hands and saluted.
Call me Hall Master Zhu, Zhu Neng said without changing his expression.
Hall Master Zhu, Yi Kong called out, then asked, Hall Master Zhu, has someone on my Carefree Peak violated the sect rules?
No.
Then did my Carefree Peak commit murder and arson?
No.
Then what exactly did my Carefree Peak do? That you personally came here? Yi Kong couldn't understand.
Zhu Nan was famous in the Star River sect for his ruthless law enforcement.
His appearance meant that someone was going to suffer.
I'm here to stay for a while, Junang replied. He didn't directly say that he was here to protect the carefree peak, he was afraid of scaring Yi Kong.
Saying to stay for a while is reasonable. Yi Kong. Your law enforcement hall is so big, and you're coming to my carefree peak to stay? Are you kidding me? On Mount Xiaoyao.
Junang walked around, helping Mount Xiaoyao check for any hidden dangers. After wandering around, he walked to the shore of Bitter Sea and stood by the railing.
Uncle Zhu, it's no problem for you to stay here, but don't always look so fierce, you'll easily scare my disciple, Yi Kong said, looking up.
Junang always looked stern and unyielding, with a straight face, as if someone owed him 250 coins. Call me Hallmaster, Junang said in a deep voice.
Hallmaster Zhu, Yi Kong said unhappily.
He still couldn't figure out why Hallmaster Zhu came to Mount Xiaoyao for no reason.
Could it be that he was discovered?
Impossible. When I moved the phenomenon of heaven and earth to Mount Tianjian, I didn't release any aura, so it's impossible to be discovered. And even if it was leaked, it shouldn't be Hallmaster Zhu coming in person.
And he's here to stay for a while, who would believe that? There must be something going on.
Thinking of this, Yi Kong looked up at the fierce-looking Hallmaster Zhu and asked, Hallmaster Zhu, what exactly are you doing at my Mount Xiaoyao? Staying for a while, Hallmaster Zhu said without changing his expression.
Yi Kong, fine, I shouldn't have asked.
Yi Kong sat by the Bitter Sea, quietly fishing. Having already reached over 3,000 levels of Qi training, further
improvement was just so.
Xu Nong stood beside Yi Kong with his hands behind his back, quietly watching Yi Kong fish. He was not good at words, so he tried not to speak as much as possible. The scene suddenly became quiet.
The sun rose high.
Xiaobai groggily opened his eyes, looked at the daylight, rubbed his eyes and sat up.
He also kicked Erha off the bed with one foot. Woof woof.
Erha barked and was kicked again by Xiaobai. After Xiaobai woke up, he stretched lazily, straddled Erha's back. Erguzi, let's go for a morning exercise.
Erha, who exactly is the dog here? Morning exercise is fine, but the point is, you should get down and exercise.
Helplessly, Erha carried Xiaobai out for morning exercise. It was already high noon, not morning exercise, but afternoon exercise. When Erha ran to the shore of the Bitter Sea, Xiaobai saw from afar a tower-like man standing next to his master, with a serious face. Xiaobai, you're not cultivating properly again, waking up so late, Yi Kong said helplessly, looking at Xiaobai. Master, I was busy all night last night, so I slept a little longer, please forgive me, Master, Xiaobai said, bowing with cupped hands. Xu Nang, standing next to Yi Kong, narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Xiaobai. Only 10 years old and already foundation establishment, good talent, high potential, Zhu Nan gave a very high evaluation with a straight face. Of course. This emperor is the famous demon emperor, with extraordinary talent, transcendent aptitude, the #1 person since ancient times. Besides senior sister, who can compare to me? Xiaobai was very proud in his heart. This is Hallmaster Zhu of the Law Enforcement Hall, Yi Kong introduced. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai bowed slightly, greetings, Hallmaster Zhu. No wonder he looks so fierce, so he's the Hallmaster of the Law Enforcement Hall. But wait, why would the Hallmaster of the Law Enforcement Hall come to my Mount Xiaoyao? And he's been standing next to Master. Could it be? Xiaobai suddenly thought of a possibility, and his eyes immediately sparkled. Master, Master, karma is catching up. Master, rest assured, I will guard Mount Xiaoyao, Xiaobai said with a mournful expression. Go where? Yi Kong looked confused. Master, your disciple knows that you can't bear to part with me and senior sister, so you're sitting here waiting for me and senior sister to come and see you off. Master, wait a moment, I'll go and call senior sister to see you off one last time. After Xiaobai finished speaking, he patted Erha's head. Erha got up and carried Xiaobai towards Peach Mountain. Yi Kong? Senior sister, something bad has happened, senior sister, Xiaobai shouted all the way as he ran to Peach Mountain. Lin Yaoyao heard Xiaobai's voice, opened her beautiful eyes in the pond, and came out of the pond. What's wrong? Lin Yaoyao asked softly. Something bad has happened, senior sister. Master is going to be taken away by the hall master of the law enforcement hall, Xiaobai said sadly.
Master is going to be beaten, and may even be imprisoned. So happy.
Although it has nothing to do with me.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoyao's face darkened, and she asked, "Where is Master?"
Fishing by the bitter sea, waiting for senior sister to see him one last time, Xiaobai said truthfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoyao immediately ran towards the shore of the bitter sea.
Xiaobai watched Lin Yaoyao run past, secretly rejoicing behind her.
Master, master, I can't suppress you, but the people in the sect can suppress you. Although I don't know what mistake you made, being caught by the law enforcement hall is definitely not going to be easy. Red-hot branding irons, steel needles sprinkled with salt, small leather whips coated with chili peppers.
Let's have every kind of torture. No, let's have it 10 times.
Master, go and accept your punishment with peace of mind, your disciple will definitely come.
To see you then.
Thinking of this, Xiaobai smiled, rode on Erha, and ran towards the shore of the bitter sea.
Shore of the bitter sea.
Lin Yaoyao arrived and saw the serious-looking hall master Zhu, and then looked at her fishing master. After cupping her hands in salute, she said, Master, go with peace of mind.
Your disciple will find a way to save you. Yi Kong? No, what are you talking about? Yi Kong didn't understand. Go with peace of mind, go where?
Xiaobai said that Master is going to be taken away by the hall master of the law enforcement hall, and told me to come and see Master one last time, Lin Yaoyao explained, then looked up at Hall Master Zhu and asked.
Hall Master Zhu, I wonder what mistake my master has made that you're here to arrest him? Yi Kong.
I'm just here to stay for a while, not to arrest junior nephew Yi Kong, Zhu Nong said expressionlessly.
Sorry, junior nephew, for letting you be misunderstood.
Yi Kong waved his hand and looked at Xiaobai, who was running over on Erha. After seeing Master, Xiaobai put away his smile and looked mournful. After arriving at the shore, Xiaobai got off Erha's back and hugged Yi Kong's thigh. Master, go with peace of mind, I will take care of senior sister, Xiaobai said with a mournful expression. When the time comes, I will take senior sister to the law enforcement hall to see you.
May you have a good journey. Yi Kong. Lin Yaoyao. Zhu Neng.
Yi Kong stretched out his hand, and Lin Yaoyao took the initiative to hand over a bamboo slip.
Xiaobai, who told you that your master was going to be arrested? Yi Kong asked softly.
The hall master of the law enforcement hall has come to arrest Master, Xiaobai said, looking at the fierce-looking Zhu Neng. I'm just here to stay for a while, Zhu Neng said expressionlessly.
Staying for a while?
Xiaobai wiped away non-existent tears and stood up.
No way.
Just here to stay, not here to arrest Master? I was so happy for a long time, and I even pretended to be uncomfortable on purpose so that Master wouldn't notice.
Xiaobai looked at the bamboo slip in Master's hand, and his knees went weak. Master, I was wrong, go easy on me. Pa. Peach Mountain.
Xiaobai lay on the ground, while Lin Yaoyao applied medicine to his wounds. Hiss, senior sister, be gentle, it hurts, Xiaobai gritted his teeth in pain. Serves you right for talking nonsense, Lin Yaoyao used a branch to pick up the medicinal liquid and apply it to Xiaobai's back. I didn't know either, that the hall master of the enforcement hall was kicked in the head by a donkey, coming to my Xiaoyao Peak only for a temporary stay, not to arrest Master, Xiaobai said bitterly. He thought they were coming to arrest Master, but he didn't expect they were just coming for a temporary stay.
Was his brain kicked by a donkey, or filled with water?
Ignoring the well-established enforcement hall, he ran to his desolate Xiaoyao Peak for a temporary stay. Was he just too full and had nothing better to do? Xiaobai's hopes were dashed, hence the pain.
After applying the medicine, Lin Yaoyao didn't enter the pond to cultivate, but looked towards the bitter sea.
The hall master of the enforcement hall's status is no less than that of the 9 peak masters, and in some respects, his power is even greater than that of the 9 peak masters. It's inherently unreasonable for him to suddenly come to my Xiaoyao Peak for a temporary stay, Lin Yaoyao pondered. The Star River sect is so big, and the hall master of the enforcement hall is in a high position with great power. He can go wherever he wants, so there's no need to come to Xiaoyao Peak. Unless he came for another reason. Senior sister, this hall master of the enforcement hall definitely has a problem.
Xiao Bai echoed.
You stay put, I'll go check out the situation, Lin Yaoyao said, walking towards the bitter sea.
After Xiao Bai put on his clothes, he lay on Era's back. Guzi. Follow me. Era followed behind Lin Yaoyao, heading towards the bitter sea.
Nephew Yi, sorry, I'm disturbing you, Zhu Neng apologized expressionlessly.
Yes, you are indeed disturbing me, Yikong nodded.
He even let his disciple misunderstand. Zhu Neng stood quietly, not saying anything more.
After a brief moment of silence, Zhu Neng looked at Lin Yaoyao coming over and said, "How about this, I won't stay for free. How about I help you guide your disciples?" Zhu Neng said.
Yikong pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Lin Yaoyao doesn't need guidance, her cultivation speed is not slow. Xiao Bai is too lazy, Zhu Neng can manage him.
Okay, you can help me guide Xiao Bai. He doesn't cultivate properly and sleeps in every day.
You'll be responsible for supervising his cultivation, Yikong said. Okay, Zhu Neng nodded in agreement.
Master.
Lin Yaoyao called out, then looked up at Hall Master Zhu.
Hall Master Zhu, why did you come to my Xiaoyao Peak?
Sorry, Hall Master, my Xiaoyao Peak has few people. I'm afraid we won't be able to entertain you properly, Lin Yaoyao said indifferently.
The sect master asked me to come over for a temporary stay. He wants to rectify the enforcement hall.
Xiaoyao Peak has few people and is quiet, Zhu Neng made an excuse.
Moreover, I'm not here for nothing. I can guide you in your cultivation. Lin Yaoyao, this Empress needs your guidance?
You should just teach Xiao Bai. This Empress's cultivation of the Emperor's technique is too strong, I'm afraid it will scare you.
Well, Hall Master Zhu has already agreed to it.
While he's at my Xiaoyao Peak, he'll supervise Xiao Bai's cultivation and guide him by the way, Yikong said. Xiao Bai, who was riding Era, turned around and left upon hearing his master's words. I should have known not to come.
Master, oh master, it's fine if you me, but now you're even finding a hall master of the enforcement hall to supervise my cultivation? Is there a master as you? The more Xiao Bai thought about it, the angrier he became.
He originally thought the hall master of the enforcement hall was here to arrest his master, but he didn't expect him to be here to supervise his cultivation. With his cold and ruthless appearance, Xiao Bai was afraid just thinking about it. If he were to supervise him, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep well, and he'd have to run every day. Hall master, Xiao Bai is over there. Go teach him to cultivate, Yikong pointed to Xiao Bai, who was returning to Peach Mountain. Okay, Zhu Neng nodded, stomping his foot on the ground and shooting out like a cannonball,
leaving a big pit in the ground. Are you here to demolish the house? Yikong looked at the big pit next to him and said unhappily. Stomping out a big pit with one foot, doesn't he know how to control his strength?
Zhu Neng appeared in front of Xiao Bai in the next second.
Xiao Bai sensed the danger and urged Era to run quickly. Guzi, run! Boom!
Zhu Neng descended from the sky, smashing a big pit in the ground.
Xiao Bai and Era were directly shocked into the air. Woof woof! Era barked.
Just as they were about to fall, Zhu Neng looked up at the two of them and reached out to catch them.
I see your physical body is not bad.
From now on, you will practice body techniques with me, Zhu Neng said expressionlessly.
Can I not practice? Xiao Bai said weakly. Go tell your master.
If he agrees, you don't have to practice, Zhu Neng pointed at Yikong and said. Then forget it, Xiao Bai lowered his head and said. If he went to tell his master, he would probably still have to practice.
And it might even be doubled.
Yikong looked at the big pit Zhu Neng had stomped out and finally understood what he was here for.
He's here to cause destruction. Yao Yao, go fill in the big pit.
Also, let Hall Master Zhu control his strength, Yikong waved his hand and instructed.
Okay, Lin Yaoyao nodded and walked over. It would be unsightly if it was all bumpy. After Lin Yaoyao left, Yikong raised his fishing rod and sat there leisurely, continuing his day of fishing. Peach Mountain. After Zhu Neng examined Xiao Bai's body, he was very satisfied. Xiao Bai, are you interested in coming to my enforcement hall?
Zhu Neng squeezed out a smile and asked. Xiao Bai shuddered all over when he saw Zhu Neng's smile.
I don't want to even if you beat me to death, Xiao Bai refused decisively. Hallmaster Zhu, you're going too far. My master kindly took you in, and you're here to poach my junior brother?
Lin Yaoyao said unhappily. Sorry, I was just momentarily moved by his talent. Hallmaster Zhu immediately dismissed the idea.
Lin Yaoyao looked at Zhu Neng and immediately went to complain to her master.
This Hallmaster Zhu came to his Xiaoyao peak to cause trouble.
He had to find a way to drive him away.
Senior sister, take me with you. Xiao Bai wailed in his heart.
He didn't want to practice body techniques.
Okay, Xiao Bai, let's start with the simplest test, running. After noon, run 100 laps, and you're not allowed to use spiritual power, Zhu Neng instructed.
Xiao Bai. He knew body techniques wouldn't be that simple. He had to run 100 laps right away, and he wasn't allowed to use spiritual power? Are you trying to kill me? Just say it directly.
Xiao Bai looked at the huge peach mountain. It was too difficult to run 100 laps in 1.5 shurchen. Seeing that Xiao Bai wasn't running, Zhu Neng said, it's already started.
If you don't want to run, just stand there.
There will be punishment later. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai reached out and slapped Era's dog head.
Air Guzzi, charge. Era, what does it have to do with me? You're the one practicing body techniques, not me.
Era spread his limbs and ran. Just as he took a step, Xiao Bai was picked up by Zhu Neng.
Era took the opportunity to accelerate and find a shady place to lie down.
Run yourself, Zhu Neng said expressionlessly.
Xiao Bai.
The starlight of the night shone on Xiao Bai's slightly pale face. He had been running for a whole day and was completely exhausted. Zhu Neng wanted him to run 100 laps in an hour and a half, which was impossible.
What if he couldn't finish? Keep running.
Only after completing 100 laps in an hour and a half could he enter the next round. This was too painful for the young Xiao Bai. I, a dignified demon emperor, never expected to encounter setbacks repeatedly on this carefree peak today.
It's too miserable. I'm not running anymore. Xiao Bai said, feeling a bit frantic. Whoever wants to run can run. Body refinement, who in their right mind practices body refinement? If you have the ability, then kill me.
As long as I don't die, when I grow up in the future, I'll make you regret it.
Today you make me run 100 laps, tomorrow I'll make you chase the sun. Don't stop until you catch it. Junior brother Xiao Bai. Lin Yaoyao suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Bai.
Senior sister. Xiao Bai sat up, propping himself up with his hands.
Are you tired?
Tired, Xiao Bai said aggrievely. This Hallmaster Zhu coming to my carefree peak is definitely not a good thing. Master doesn't care because he doesn't have the strength to care, but we can't sit idly by and let Hallmaster Zhu mess around on my carefree peak. Senior sister is right, Xiao Bai nodded heavily.
So, we have to find a way to drive this Hallmaster Zhu away, Lin Yaoyao said. Xiao Bai nodded his head non-stop upon hearing this. Yes, we must drive him away.
He couldn't wait for this Hallmaster Zhu to get lost, who could stand body refinement. Senior sister, Hallmaster Zhu is powerful, we can't beat him if we fight him head-on, Xiao Bai said truthfully. So we can't confront him head-on, we have to find a way to make him leave on his own, Lin Yaoyao said.
Senior sister, how about I go burn down the law enforcement hall, forcing him to return? Xiao Bai suggested. Lin Yaoyao glared
at Xiao Bai and said unhappily, the law enforcement hall is heavily guarded, you'd be caught before you even lit the fire.
Then shall I go down the mountain and kill a few people, forcing Hallmaster Zhu to leave? Xiao Bai continued. Lin Yaoyao stared at Xiao Bai and said in a deep voice, don't mess around.
Not to mention whether you can beat others, even if you can, if you recklessly commit murder in the sect, you will pay with your life once caught.
It will also implicate me and Master. This is in the sect, not in the pugilistic world, Lin Yaoyao taught Xiao Bai.
Xiao Bai nodded upon hearing this, and spread his hands, senior sister, that I have no other way. Lin Yaoyao pondered for a moment and slowly said, "There are plenty of ways."
"Senior sister, what's the method?" Xiao Bai asked quickly. "Didn't his heavenly sword peak target my carefree peak last time and slander master?" "Then we'll repay them in their own coin," Lin Yaoyao said in a deep voice. "Senior sister, what should we do?" Xiao Bai got up and asked.
Lin Yaoyao looked left and right, and after confirming that there was no one around, she quietly told Xiao Bai her plan.
Xiao Bai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Senior sister is really amazing."
"You go do it tomorrow," Lin Yaoyao said.
"I'll go now." Xiao Bai called Erha, already impatient.
"Be careful to be concealed, don't be discovered." "Don't worry, senior sister, no one can discover me." Back then, this emperor infiltrated the Star River sect without being discovered. Now, it's just secretly going down the mountain to do something, who would know? Xiao Bai rode Erha and went down the mountain silently. Lin Yaoyao watched Xiao Bai leave, then turned to look in the direction of Carefree Pavilion. "Hallmaster Zhu, no matter what you're doing at my Carefree Peak, as long as it's detrimental to my master, I won't let you stay." After speaking, Lin Yaoyao returned to her room, quietly waiting for the news to explode.
The next day. Early in the morning, Xiao Bai was awakened by Zhu Neng.
"The key to the day lies in the morning, Xiao Bai, get up for morning exercises," Zhu Neng shouted outside the door. Xiao Bai, who had just finished his business, walked out of the room with a tired body. "I have no strength, I can't practice," Xiao Bai said weakly.
"You have such a good physique, you can't do it after practicing for a day?" Zhu Neng asked in confusion.
"You told me not to use spiritual power, so I didn't use spiritual power to recover," Xiao Bai spread his hands. "Breathing spiritual power can eliminate the fatigue of the day and restore physical strength." But Xiao Bai went out to do errands last night and didn't have time to rest at all. Seeing Xiao Bai's tired face, Zhu Neng waved his hand and said, 2 hours to recover." "Okay," Xiao Bai nodded, returned to the thatched hut, and fell asleep. Zhu Neng sat cross-legged outside the door, looking at the sun in the sky, silently calculating the time in his heart. Star River Sect. Not long after it was pacified, something happened to Heavenly Sword Peak again. There was an opinion that there were spies from the Demon Sect in Heavenly Sword Peak, and 2 Demon Sect tokens appeared in Heavenly Sword Peak, as well as evidence of their targeting Carefree Peak. Those 2 tokens were obtained by Lin Yaoyao after defeating 2 Demon Sect disciples, as well as their secret orders targeting Carefree Peak. Lin Yaoyao kept them without using them after obtaining them. Last night, he gave the things to Xiao Bai, asked Xiao Bai to take them to Heavenly Sword Peak, and spread rumors.
Xiao Bai did it. Now, Heavenly Sword Peak is in a panic again.
No one knew whose tokens they were, and coupled with the fact that the matter of demonic energy had only passed not long ago, Demon Sect tokens appeared again.
The combination of the 2 could not help but make people think. Wasn't the source of the demonic energy last time not investigated clearly? Are the Demon Sect spies still in Heavenly Sword Peak?
The most important thing was that when Xiao Bai threw the tokens, one happened to be thrown into Chen Changqing's room. Chen Changqing was contemplating his mistakes on the cliff of contemplation, and his room was empty. The second elder of the sect came out to explain as soon as possible. "This is someone from the Demon Sect framing Heavenly Sword Peak, everyone, don't believe it, and Chen Changqing is contemplating his mistakes on the cliff of contemplation."
But no one listened to the second elder's explanation. It's impossible for Demon Sect tokens to appear out of thin air in Chen Changqing's room, right? "He's not there, so the Demon Sect tokens were exposed," a disciple said. The second elder was unable to refute for a while.
The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall intervened in the investigation, but the Law Enforcement Hall master was not there, so it was difficult to carry out. Helpless, the second elder ran to find the Law Enforcement Hall master and told him about the matter.
"What? Demon Sect tokens appeared in Heavenly Sword Peak?"
After hearing this, Zhu Neng rushed over to investigate as soon as possible. The source of the demonic energy last time was not investigated clearly, and now Demon Sect tokens have appeared in Heavenly Sword Peak again.
Now, Heavenly Sword Peak can't explain it clearly at all.
Chen Changqing, who was contemplating his mistakes on the cliff of contemplation, was also brought out. "Junior brother Qin, you continue to seclude yourself, I'll go out first. Chen Chongqing patted the dust on his body and said. Well, don't forget to secretly target Carefree Peak, Xinsho said, turning his head.
Okay, Chen Chongqing responded.
And remember to plead for me, let me go out earlier, Xinsho said miserably.
Don't worry, I won't forget you, brother, Chen Chongqing said, putting his hands behind his back and following the people out.
The two of them were not reflecting at all on the cliff of contemplation, but were discussing ways to target Carefree Peak. Chen Chongqing didn't know that he was taken out not to Heavenly Sword Peak, but to the law enforcement hall. This time, Chen Xunyang continued to seclude himself, choosing to know nothing. He understood that he was framed, but he didn't know who framed him. So, he didn't care. When Chen Chongqing walked outside the law enforcement hall, he was stunned.
Did you take the wrong road? On Mount Xiaoyao.
Yi Kong walked to the edge of Bitter Sea and looked around, but did not see Hallmaster Zhu.
Where is he? Did he just stay for one day and leave? Yi Kong frowned slightly. Forget it, it's good that he left, saving him from disturbing my fishing beside me.
Xiaobai went out to cause trouble.
However, Yi Kong didn't say anything or express his opinion. Xiaobai's temper was not good.
After suffering a loss, he would definitely retaliate. Anyway, the matter would not be too big, so he simply let Xiaobai go. Thinking of this, Yi Kong shook his head, raised the fishing rod in his hand, and sat by the edge of Bitter Sea to fish. Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Hallmaster Zhu leave. He's finally gone, no more running, Xiaobai said thankfully. Although you don't have to run, you still have to cultivate properly, Lin Yaoyao reminded. I know, senior sister, Xiaobai responded.
Senior sister, you are at the peak of foundation establishment now, right? Xiaobai asked.
Not yet, just reached the late stage of foundation establishment, Lin Yaoyao said. With her talent, it was not difficult to break through to the peak of foundation establishment. But she was not in a hurry to cultivate and break through, but came step by step.
Cultivating too fast would easily lead to an unstable foundation. Taking every step steadily would make future cultivation easier. Foundation establishment was a process of solidifying the Tao foundation.
As for you, your cultivation has not changed, still at foundation establishment, you are a bit useless, Xiaobai, Lin Yaoyao mercilessly hit. If master hadn't dissolved my cultivation with a bowl of sugar water, I would have been at the peak of foundation establishment now. I am recultivating from scratch, so the speed is naturally slow. Xiaobai muttered in his heart. I will work hard, Xiaobai said. Although he was only in the early stage of foundation establishment now, he had many methods. If a fight really broke out, even the peak of foundation establishment would suffer.
His cultivation could not be measured by realm.
There is still more than a month until the 9 Peaks competition, you have to work hard, don't hold us back then, Lin Yaoyao said. Don't worry, Xiaobai patted his chest and assured. He had not yet taken the 9 Peaks competition seriously.
Senior sister, what are the entry conditions for the 9 Peaks competition? Xiaobai asked, looking up.
The minimum cultivation is foundation establishment, the maximum cultivation is nascent soul, Lin Yaoyao said.
Ah, there is also nascent soul?
Xiaobai was discouraged.
If there were only foundation establishment and golden core, then he could walk sideways.
He didn't take foundation establishment cultivators seriously, and he could also deal with golden core cultivators, although he couldn't beat them, he could run.
But encountering nascent soul was not the same level.
No matter how many methods you had, they would use force to overcome everything, beating you without discussion.
You simply couldn't beat them.
So, Xiaobai, our real opponents are not foundation establishment, but golden core and above, Lin Yaoyao said. However, for the sake of fairness, Star River's sect will not let us encounter nascent soul experts, Lin Yaoyao guessed.
If you encountered nascent soul experts, there would be no fun. One nascent soul could destroy all foundation establishment. The 9 Peaks competition would be meaningless.
That's true, Xiaobai nodded, bid farewell to his senior sister, and went back to his room to cultivate.
Hall of Law Enforcement. Zhu Neng stood below the head seat with iron chains in his hand, his face stern.
Chen Shangqing was surrounded by a group of law enforcement hall disciples, about to be questioned.
Hallmaster, what mistake have I made to be brought to the hall of law enforcement? Chen Shangqing asked in confusion.
He originally thought he could leave the cliff of reflection ahead of time, but he didn't expect to be brought directly to the hall of law enforcement to be questioned. Chen Shangqing, this was found in your room, take a good look at it, Zhu Nang said expressionlessly, taking out the token of a demonic cult disciple.
Chen Shangqing took it in his hand and glanced at it, then suddenly said, "This is not my thing, it has nothing to do with me." It was found in your room, and you say it has nothing to do with you?
Zhu Nang said coldly.
It really has nothing to do with me. I have been at the cliff of reflection and haven't gone back.
This must be a frame-up, Chen Shangqing argued.
This was a demonic cult token, which also represented the identity of the demonic cult.
Once it was confirmed, Chen Shangqing would be in trouble.
Frame up? Who would frame you?
It's because you weren't in your room that someone found the demonic cult token, Hallmaster Zhu said in a deep voice.
Chen Shangqing said helplessly, "But I don't know anything." "Bring the witness," Zhu Nang shouted. Soon, a female disciple was brought up.
"Greetings, Hallmaster," the female disciple saluted.
"Do you recognize this person?"
"I recognize her, she's my junior sister."
"She was the one who found it in your room, she wouldn't slander you, would she?"
Chen Shangqing turned to look at the junior sister in front of him and asked, "Junior sister, where did you find it?"
"On your bed." Chen Shangqing.
"Hallmaster, if I were really a demonic cult spy, would
I just throw the token on the bed?"
"This is definitely someone framing me," Chen Shangqing argued.
"Hallmaster, another token has been found." A law enforcement hall disciple stepped forward and handed out another token. "Where was it found?" Zhu Nang asked. "In Chen Shangqing's courtyard." Chen Shangqing. "Damn it, who wants to kill me?" Chen Shangqing couldn't help but swear. "Chen Shangqing, how do you explain this?" Hallmaster Zhu asked in a deep voice.
"Hallmaster Zhu, I, Chen Shangqing, have always been upright and will never do anything sneaky.
Moreover, this token was found so easily, someone must be framing me,"
Chen Shangqing said righteously.
"Upright?
You colluded with Qin Shou to plot against Mount Xiaoyao, is that also upright?"
"That was an accident,"
Chen Shangqing said without blushing or skipping a beat. Hallmaster Zhu pondered for a long time, looked at Chen Shangqing, and said,
"You go to the cliff of reflection and wait. After this Hallmaster investigates the truth, I will deal with you." "Yes," Chen Shangqing responded.
He knew that Hallmaster Zhu was upright and would not deal with him without evidence.
Moreover, Hallmaster Zhu personally investigating would find out the truth.
Hallmaster Zhu took the two tokens and went to Star River Hall, handing over the tokens to the sect master and explaining the matter. "No need to investigate, Chen Shangqing is innocent," Luo Yangtian said.
"Sect master, why is that?" Hallmaster Zhu asked in confusion. "Do you remember the demonic cult disciples that Qin Shou caught back then?" "I remember. Among those demonic cult disciples, 2 did not have identity tokens.
Their identity tokens were probably lost and picked up by someone. Later, they were thrown into Chen Shangqing's courtyard to frame him," Luo Yangtian said.
In fact, Luo Yangtian knew about it when the matter fermented and had already investigated it clearly.
The reason he didn't come forward was to let the second elder and the others handle it and suppress them a little. "Alright, let's drop the matter here, just suppress Chen Shangqing a little," Luo Yangtian waved his hand.
Hallmaster Zhu bowed and retreated.
After he left, the great elder walked out.
"Sect master, it has been investigated clearly. It was the second disciple of Mount Xiaoyao, a man named Xiao Bai, who rode a dog and threw it into Heavenly Sword Peak." The great elder cupped his fist. Although Xiao Bai was very secretive, Luo Yangtian's eyes were everywhere in the Star River sect. Moreover, the only one riding a dog was Xiao Bai. A little investigation deduced who it was. After all, it was rare to see someone riding a dog. "Well, let's drop the matter here, don't mention it in the future," Luo Yangtian said slowly. He was protecting Mount Xiaoyao. Otherwise, according to the rules, Xiao Bai would be punished. And Yi Kong. Understood, the great elder responded and turned to leave. Really, when will the cycle of revenge end? Luo Yangtian shook his head. Cliff of reflection.
Qin Shou was calculating his next move when Chen Changqing came back.
Why are you back again? Don't mention it, unlucky.
Chen Changqing waved his hand, sat down next to Qin Shou, and clenched his fists. I better not find out who is plotting against me, otherwise I will give you some color to see.
Time flew by, and 10 days passed.
During these days, everyone was preparing for the Nine Peaks competition, and the entire Galaxy sect was much quieter. The Nine Peaks competition concerns the ranking order of the Nine Peaks, the allocation of resources, and the embodiment of the sect's strength. The sect was completely quiet, mainly because the sect master had said a few days ago. Anyone who causes trouble or makes mistakes in the sect will have their entire peak disqualified from the competition. For this reason, the peak masters of each peak, considering their own peaks, ordered all disciples to retreat and cultivate.
They were not allowed to
leave seclusion until the Nine Peaks competition was held, and those who violated this would be directly expelled from the peak. Of course, expelling people from the peak was also a way to protect themselves. Once the person is expelled, their mistakes have nothing to do with my peak.
This is called having countermeasures from above and policies from below. On peak.
Yi Kong was fishing with a fishing rod, and Little White and Lin Yaoyao had also been diligently cultivating during this time. Although they didn't care about the Nine Peaks competition, it was, after all, related to the survival of peak.
In order to continue staying on peak, they still had to pay attention to it. By the bitter sea.
Yi Kong raised his fishing rod, she training +1.
A day of fishing is often so simple and unadorned.
Yi Kong, with his hands behind his back, was about to return when he heard the system's voice in his ear. Ding, it has been detected that the demonic sect is about to pay a visit, and a reception task is now issued.
Reception task, the host is to welcome the demonic sect. Task reward, 1 special item fishing opportunity.
The system's voice slowly faded.
Yi Kong frowned slightly when he heard this. What is the demonic sect coming for? And according to the system, they are coming openly and honestly. Are they here to die? Yi Kong was hesitating whether to wipe out the demonic sect.
Forget it, I'll see what happens.
Since it's a reception, I can't let them all die here, right?
Yi Kong shook his head and returned to his pavilion to lie down and rest. The demonic sect hasn't arrived yet, so he'll wait until they come before going out to receive them. In a hurry, more than 10 days passed. In these 10 days, the sect had already begun to arrange the Nine Peaks competition. The law enforcement hall had been dispatched, and Qin Shou and Chen Changqing had also been released.
The time for the Nine Peaks competition was not far away.
The Nine Peaks competition was getting closer and closer. Everyone was preparing for the Nine Peaks competition, only Peak was still unhurried. Junior brother Qin Shou, don't forget our plan. Don't worry, senior brother Changqing, there are only 2 people on Peak. It's a sure thing to block them in the Nine Peaks competition. Qin Shou said with a faint smile. After the 2 bid farewell to each other, one returned to the Beast Control Peak and the other returned to the Heavenly Sword Peak. In the following days, the Galaxy sect called back all the disciples who were performing tasks outside. The Nine Peaks competition was approaching, and all tasks were temporarily put on hold. The Galaxy sect was preparing for the Nine Peaks competition.
On Peak. Little White rode on the back of Era, wandering around.
After many days of cultivation, he had broken through from the early stage of foundation establishment to the middle stage of foundation establishment. It had been a few days since Little White broke through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. After breaking through, he didn't cultivate, but instead wandered around here and played there every day.
Senior sister, my cultivation needs to be steady and solid.
It hasn't been long since I broke through, and I need to settle down for a few days, Little White said with a slightly bitter expression. If it weren't for my master giving me a broken bone to build my foundation, I would have already been in the late stage of foundation establishment. I don't dare to cultivate too quickly now, for fear that my Tao foundation will collapse. Little White felt bitter in his heart. Okay, then you settle down, don't affect my cultivation. Lin Yaoyao waved her hand, letting Little White go play.
Little White rode Era and galloped away.
Lin Yaoyao shook her head. Little White's talent was still too poor, he couldn't hold on after breaking through. Lin Yaoyao now, 1 foot had already stepped into the peak of foundation establishment. And she could break through to the peak of foundation establishment before the 9 peaks competition. There were still 15 days until the 9 peaks competition. This amount of time was enough for her to break through.
By the bitter sea.
Yi Kong sat on the bitter sea fishing, yawning from time to time.
Is the demonic sect coming or not?
More than 10 days have passed, don't tell me they're not coming.
Could it be? Is the demonic sect coming when the 9 peaks competition starts? Yi Kong suddenly thought that the demonic sect was waiting.
Waiting for the galaxy sect's 9 peaks competition to begin before they come to make trouble.
What deep calculations!
Yi Kong looked at the time, there was still half a month before the 9 peaks competition was held. There are still 15 days, so there's no rush. Yi Kong raised his fishing rod, stretched his muscles, and fished with peace of mind. 15 days was neither fast nor slow. These 15 days were unusually quiet. Luo Yangtian was waiting, he was waiting for the arrival of the demonic sect. If the demonic sect came, it would prove that there were spies among the high-level members of his galaxy sect.
If the demonic sect didn't come, then the 9 peaks competition would be held normally. Demonic sect, come quickly, I have prepared so many traps for you.
If you don't come, then I will have wasted my efforts, Luo Yangtian murmured. He secretly had the most reliable Grand Elders set up traps in the 3 competition venues, traps specifically for the demonic sect.
If the demonic sect dared to come and make trouble, then it would be right in Luo Yangtian's arms.
Not only could he confirm that there were demonic sect spies among the high-level members of the sect, but he could also severely damage the demonic sect.
A double win. He wasn't afraid of them coming, he was just afraid of them not coming. Demon Music Palace.
Su Bubi sat on the throne, his fingers lightly stroking the armrest, making a crisp metallic sound. In front of him stood 1,000 elite disciples of the demonic sect. They held weapons, ready to go, and all knew what to do. I won't waste any more words.
This time, I'm taking you to participate in the Galaxy Sect's 9 Peaks competition.
This palace master has only one request.
Everyone must kill 1 Galaxy Sect disciple.
1 foundation establishment head is worth 10 spirit stones, 2 heads are worth 5 pills and 20 spirit stones, and so on.
The more you kill, the higher the reward.
If you achieve the achievement of killing 100 people, then I will exceptionally promote you to one of the Demon Music Palace's 9 palace sons. Su Bubi said softly, offering conditions that were tempting enough. The 9 palace sons were the absolute high-level members of the Demon Music Palace in the future, one as the palace master and the other 8 as elders. Kill! 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 The 1,000 disciples shouted loudly.
Black Cloud, are you ready? Su Bubi asked.
The spirit boat is ready. If we set off now, we can arrive before the opening ceremony of the 9 Peaks competition tomorrow, Black Cloud said with cupped fists.
Su Bubi heard this and stood up from the throne. He slowly walked to the outside of the hall and looked up at the dim red sky. Then, let's set off. Su Bubi said slowly. Galaxy Sect. Luo Yangtian received a message from an informant planted in the Demon Music Palace.
Demon Music Palace, as expected, is coming, Luo Yangtian said softly. Su Bubi, don't think that you are the only one who has planted spies in my Galaxy Sect. I have also planted nails in your Demon Music Palace.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The morning bells echoed through the 9 peaks, parting the clouds and shaking off the dewdrops. As the bells rang, all disciples of the 9 peaks who wished to participate in the competition had to go to Star River Square to register.
Xiao Bai, wake up. Lin Yaoyao knocked on Xiao Bai's door. Coming. Xiao Bai kicked Era off him, washed up, and rode Era out the door. Senior sister, the sun hasn't come out yet. Xiao Bai glanced at the sky, the sun hadn't risen yet.
Yes, originally, the opening ceremony of the 9 Peaks competition was supposed to start when the sun was high,
but today, I don't know why, it was suddenly moved forward. Lin Yaoyao didn't understand it either.
Master is, after all, one of the Nine Peaks Lords and can appear later.
Lin Yaoyao explained. That's true. Xiaobai responded and followed Lin Yaoyao down the mountain to Star River Square. Star River Square was divided into 9 major areas to avoid crowding and conflicts.
The area for Carefree Peak was on the far right, with only Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai. Lin Yaoyao, holding Little Blue, and Xiaobai, riding Era, stood in the vast area, looking somewhat empty. On the other hand, Heavenly Sword Peak was almost full of people. There were as many as 1,300 participants this time, standing in one area, looking somewhat crowded.
It was a stark contrast to Carefree Peak.
But the most crowded was Beast Taming Peak. There was no way around it. More than 700 disciples from Beast Taming Peak were participating, each equipped with demon beasts, so the number of demon beasts plus people was even greater. Not to mention that the demon beasts were very large, with one demon beast occupying the space of 5 people. Please, Peak Lords of the 9 Peaks, register the participating disciples of your peak and imprint the participants' marks on the soul crystal. After the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall finished speaking, a huge purple crystal floated in front of the 9 Peaks disciples. This soul crystal could sense a person's strength and record the ranking of the competition. If a person died, the name on the soul crystal would also dim. Lin Yaoyao looked at Xiaobai, condensed sword energy, cut Xiaobai's finger, and took a drop of essence blood.
Senior sister, I remember that you can also use hair to imprint a mark. Xiaobai said, biting his fingertip. Really? Why didn't you say so earlier?
When Lin Yaoyao heard that she could use her hair, she broke off a strand of her beautiful hair. She walked to the soul crystal, wrote her name under the Carefree Peak section, and imprinted her hair and Xiaobai's blood on it.
Xiaobai.
There were only 2 people from Carefree Peak, so they were the fastest. The other peaks still had to slowly collect and write names, so the speed was very slow.
On Carefree Peak,
Yi Kong woke up naturally after sleeping in, and his divine sense sensed that the opening ceremony of the 9 Peaks competition had already begun. After stretching lazily, he walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back. Before he could go down the mountain, Luo Yangtian appeared next to Yi Kong.
Nephew Yi, let me take you for a ride. Luo Yangtian said. Ah, that won't be necessary, will it? Yi Kong waved his hand and refused.
It's okay, let's go together. Luo Yangtian said, taking Yi Kong to Star River Square together. The appearance of the 9 Peaks Lords must have a grand display. Luo Yangtian thought that Yi Kong was weak and didn't have much of a display, so he came to help him out and take him along.
Yi Kong couldn't refuse Luo Yangtian's kindness and had to let Luo Yangtian take him to Star River Square. At Star River Square,
all the names had been entered completely. Chen Shanqing looked at the empty Carefree Peak area and slightly curved the corners of his mouth. With only 2 participants, if you can get a good ranking, I, Chen Shanqing, will read my name backward. Heavenly Sword Peak Lord Chen Xunyang enters.
As the Enforcement Hall disciple's voice fell, Chen Xunyang came riding on his sword energy soaring, and his heroic spirit was compelling.
Welcome, Heavenly Sword Peak Lord. Everyone cupped their hands and bowed.
10,000 Flowers Peak Lord Lu Ruyan enters.
Only to see flower petals falling in the air, Lu Ruyan wearing a blue dress, her jade feet bare, each step producing a lotus flower, incomparably alluring. Welcome, 10,000 Flowers Peak Lord. Carefree Peak Lord Yi Kong enters. As the Enforcement Hall disciple's voice fell, Yi Kong came stepping on the Star River, his white clothes fluttering, like an immortal descending to earth. When it came to pomp, no one could compare to Yi Kong.
Hiss, Carefree Peak Lord can actually mobilize the Star River? That's too amazing.
Except for the sect leader, no one can mobilize the power of the Star River.
How did the Carefree Peak Lord do it?
Everyone was puzzled, looking at the shocking scene in the air. You must know that the power of the Star River can only be mobilized by the sect leader. Behind Yi Kong, Luo Yangtian urged the power of the Star River to pave the way for Yi Kong.
At the very least, Yi Kong couldn't be without any pomp.
Welcome, Carefree Peak Lord. Everyone still shouted, but the voice was very small.
The sect leader has arrived. Greetings, sect leader. Everyone said loudly. In the air, Luo Yangtian, with his hands behind his back, his whole body obscured by clouds and mist, came stepping on the Star River that Yi Kong had walked on, standing next to Yi Kong, turning around, and facing away from the crowd. At this point, the Nine Peaks Lords, and the sect leader, had all arrived. Carefree Peak Lord Yi Kong, Heavenly Sword Peak Lord Qin Xunyang, Beast Taming Peak Lord Qin Wui. 10,000 Flowers Peak Lord Lu Ruyan, Pill Peak Lord Yao Zidong, Array Weapon Peak Lord Lin Lai. Talismans Peak Lord Lu Fu, Martial Arts Peak Lord Xiao Wu, Yin Yang Peak Lord Zhou Miasheng. The Nine Peaks Lords surrounded the Star River sect leader, standing in the air. I didn't expect Master's display to be quite grand. I thought Master would walk over, panting for breath. Xiao Bai muttered. Lin Yaoyao nodded in agreement. She had prepared herself for Master to embarrass himself. Look, the Star River that Master is stepping on is the same as the Star River that the sect leader is stepping on. It's estimated that the sect leader is helping from behind. Lin Yaoyao said in a low voice. Xiao Bai looked at the Star River under Master's feet and nodded, indeed. It's estimated that Master begged the sect leader for a long time before the sect leader agreed to take him into the sky. Lin Yaoyao nodded in agreement, looking up at Master in the air. Master, if you don't embarrass your disciple won't embarrass you either. A mere 9 Peaks competition, watch me take first place. The 9 Peaks competition is related to the glory of the 9 Peaks and the development of the sect. Each peak must go all out. Luo Yangtian said, his voice spreading throughout the entire Star River sect. Yes. Everyone responded. In addition, those participating in the 9 Peaks competition must not kill fellow disciples, must not design traps, and must not collude with the demonic sect. Violators will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. Luo Yangtian reminded again. We obey the order. The 3 great elders had already gone to make preparations, so they were not at Star River Square at this time. The matter of speaking naturally fell on Luo Yangtian. The 3 elders outside the sect saw a huge spirit boat sailing from afar and immediately released their divine sense to see the flag on the spirit boat clearly. Demon Music Palace. The 3 large characters were like a great bell, bombarding the 3 elders' sea of consciousness. The Demon Music Palace has really come. Palace Master, we are being spied on. Do you want to take action? Heiyan asked, standing next to Su Wudi. No, we are here to participate in the competition. It's not time to kill yet. Su Wudi said indifferently. When the 3 elders saw the Demon Music Palace coming, they immediately blew the horn. Hoo woo woo woo. Luo Yangtian and Yi Kong almost simultaneously looked up into the distance. Finally here. The 2 said to themselves. Star River Plaza. The usually bustling and noisy Star River Plaza instantly became incomparably deserted. The 8 Peak Masters and a group of disciples all revealed their weapons. Many people were also extremely panicked when facing the Demon Music Palace, at a loss for what to do. In mid-air, the Demon Music Palace's spirit boat slowly approached and hovered above the Star River sect. Luo Yangtian, long time no see, Su Bubi sneered. You're not dead yet, Luo Yangtian said contemptuously. Hee, aren't you still alive too? Su Bubi sneered. With the sect's protective formation in place, the demon sect couldn't enter unless Luo Yangtian opened it. Su Bubi quietly looked at Luo Yangtian and said with a faint smile, Is your Star River sect perhaps afraid? You want to start a war? Luo Yangtian said in a deep voice. As soon as Luo Yangtian said this, the 8 Peaks elites instantly reacted, pointing different weapons at Su Bubi. No, I'm not here to start a war, Su Bubi shook his head. Luo Yangtian and Su Bubi were both pretending to be ignorant, knowing full well what was going on. Luo Yangtian knew the demon sect would come and knew what they were here for. Su Bubi knew that Luo Yangtian knew what he was here for, but he didn't say it explicitly. Smart people all like to play dumb. Isn't your Star River sect holding the 9 Peaks competition soon? Since it's the 9 Peaks competition, how about adding my demon music palace? Su Bubi stated his purpose. What? The demon sect is here to participate in the 9 Peaks competition? This won't do. If we let the demon sect join, we will all die. Many disciples panicked, afraid to face the demon sect. What does my Star River Sex competition have to do with your demon sect? Luo Yangtian said coldly. Your Star River sect is getting worse with each generation. You don't even dare to contend with my demon sect anymore, Su Bubi unceremoniously mocked. The demon sect is indeed dangerous, but precisely because of the demon sect's existence, the disciples will work hard to cultivate and temper their fighting spirit. If the danger of the demon sect is gone, then the next generation of the Star River sect will have no pressure. In some ways, the demon sect's existence is indeed necessary. Sect leader, activate the formation, let me receive the demon sect, Yikong said. He had watched enough and understood what the demon sect was here for. They were here to participate in the 9 Peaks competition. Martial nephew Yikong, the demon sect is powerful. Once the formation is opened, we will be in danger if the demon sect invades, Luo Yangtian transmitted his voice secretly. It's fine, just let Su Bubi come in alone, Yikong said. Luo Yangtian heard this and, after a moment's thought, realized that it was true. If Su Bubi came in alone, he could be intercepted and killed directly within the sect if he dared to cause trouble. Then the demon music palace would be leaderless and could be defeated with a single blow. Moreover, his original intention was to have the demon music palace participate in the 9 Peaks competition. How could they discuss it if he didn't come in? Luo Yangtian nodded slightly and said, your demon music palace can participate, but you, Su Bubi, must come in alone to talk. Alright, Su Bubi was fearless. Palace master, no, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Hey Yun. Hee, it's fine, Su Bubi smiled indifferently, glancing at the person next to Luo Yangtian. He was there. Luo Yangtian opened a gap, using the Star River to build a passage. The way you use this Star River is not as good as Yi Yun's back then, Su Bubi said with a faint smile. Yi Yun, the previous sect leader. Luo Yangtian said nothing, quietly glancing at Yikong, and said nothing when he saw that Yikong's expression was calm. Su Bubi walked in and stood opposite Luo Yangtian. The following matters will be discussed in detail with you by the peak master of my Star River sect's Carefree Peak, Luo Yangtian said. As soon as these words came out, the crowd stirred. What? The sect leader is actually letting the peak master of Carefree Peak talk to Su Bubi? Is he crazy? Su Bubi could kill the peak master of Carefree Peak with a single breath. Isn't this courting death? Could it be that the sect leader wants to sacrifice the peak master of Carefree Peak in order to kill Su Bubi? The expressions of the disciples varied, but all were shocked. Letting the peak master of Carefree Peak talk, seriously? Lin Yaoyao looked at her master in the air, feeling a little worried. Master, you should retreat quickly, you are only at the Qi training realm now. Where do you get the courage and strength to negotiate with the palace master of the Demon Music Palace? Aren't you courting death? The Star River sect is deliberately letting you negotiate so that you will die, giving them an excuse to attack. My disciple's strength has not recovered yet, and I can't save you. Alas, master, your disciple can only pray that you don't fight. Lin Yaoyao prayed for her master in her heart. Xiaobai looked at Su Bubi in the air, feeling a little excited. Fight quickly. Stop talking nonsense, just do it. As a member of the demon sect, you must be strong, domineering, and unscrupulous. Hurry up and attack, left hook, right hook. Xiaobai couldn't wait to start fighting. In mid-air, Yikong sat cross-legged on the Star River, took out a tea set, and brewed 2 cups of tea. Su Bubi looked at Yikong sitting cross-legged and said coldly, Luo Yangtian, you let me talk to him? What if your Star River sect doesn't recognize it? You can rest assured about this, Yikong's words are my words. Luo Yangtian said in a deep voice, his voice reaching everyone's ears. Su Bubi heard these words, then sat opposite Yikong, sensing Yikong's cultivation, and picked up the teacup. You didn't die, you really have a big life, Su Bubi said coldly. You came in alone, aren't you afraid you won't be able to get out? Yikong asked.
I'm not afraid, Sububi said with a faint smile. Yi Kong drank a cup of tea, then took out a carefree fan and fanned himself, saying indifferently, your demon sect wants to participate in my Star River sect's 9 Peaks competition? Why should my Star River sect play with your demon sect? Cough cough, martial nephew, the 9 Peaks competition is a very serious matter, not a game, Zhu Nang interrupted from the side. It's all the same, Yi Kong replied. To him, the 9 Peaks competition was just a game, wasn't it? Because I know the 3 competition venues of your Star River sect. Is this enough? As Sububi spoke, he looked up at Luo Yangtian. Luo Yangtian had expected this, his expression was calm and undisturbed. What? How could you possibly know the competition venues of my Star River sect's 9 Peaks competition? Zhu Neng couldn't believe it, this was absolutely secret. When the words were spoken, he suddenly realized something and looked up at the sect leader. Seeing that the sect leader's expression was calm, he barely calmed down. I was wondering where your demon music palace got its confidence, so it turns out you knew the competition venues of my Star River sect. Now Yi Kong understood that a traitor must have leaked the news. The demon music palace had seized the Star River sect's weakness, so they took the opportunity to make things difficult. Should he let the disciples of the demon music palace participate in the competition? Yi Kong hesitated for a moment. If he let them participate, the disciples of the Star River sect would probably suffer. If he didn't let them participate, the demon music palace knew where the competition was, and the disciples of the Star River sect would still be finished if the demon music palace ambushed them. Forget it, no more. Hesitation. Just slap the demon music palace to death, and there will be no problem. Just as Yi Kong was about to slap Sububi to death, a divine thought entered Yi Kong's mind. Nephew, find a way to get the demon music palace to participate in the competition. I have already set up traps in the competition venue. Yi Kong immediately understood after hearing Luo Yangtian's words. No wonder Luo Yangtian had been arguing with Sububi for so long. It turned out he had anticipated the arrival of the demon cult and made preparations. The sect leader knew about the spies in the sect long ago and used them to make arrangements to kill the demon cult. If your demon music palace wants to participate, it can, but we won't let you participate for free, Yi Kong said, looking at Sububi. State your conditions, Sububi said softly. My Star River sect has been preparing for this 9 Peaks competition for a long time and has consumed a lot of manpower and resources. If your demon music palace wants to participate, the fee is 10 spirit stones and 2 spiritual plants per spot. Yi Kong set a high price for the spots. In the secular world, 1 copper coin buys a bun, 100 copper coins equal 1 tael of silver, and 10 taels of silver equal 1 tael of gold. 10 taels of gold equal 1 low-grade spirit stone. 1 low-grade spirit stone is enough for a foundation establishment cultivator to cultivate for a month. The monthly salary of a mountain peak disciple is only 2 spirit stones. Sububi glanced at Luo Yangtian upon hearing this and said, can he make the decisions? As I said, he is responsible for the reception. What he says is what goes, Luo Yangtian said silently. Yi Kong, my nephew, you really dare to set conditions. 10 spirit stones for a spot is already a lot, and you also want 2 spiritual plants? With such a high price, what if he turns hostile and attacks you? Although I can save you, I can't guarantee that I can save you completely. Luo Yangtian felt worried for Yi Kong in his heart. Sububi laughed loudly after hearing this, good. He then took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Kong. There are 12,000 spirit stones and more than 3,000 spiritual plants inside. Consider the excess as a gift to you, Sububi said with a smile. But, you must hold it firmly. Sububi smiled evilly. Yi Kong took the storage ring, scanned it with his divine sense, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He actually left a mark in the storage ring? How sinister. Yi Kong swept away the mark with his divine sense, then put away the storage ring. Hallmaster Zhu, the Demon Music Palace is also participating, please arrange it, Yi Kong said, looking at Hallmaster Zhu. Yi Kong, you, Zhu Nang was so angry that he couldn't speak. How could you agree? The demon cult is obviously ambitious. If you agree to let them participate in the 9 Peaks competition of my Star River sect, it will be like bringing in a bomb for our disciples. Just arrange it, I have made preparations. Luo Yangtian transmitted his voice to Hall Master Zhu. Hall Master Zhu understood upon hearing this, looked at the 2 people in the air, and said loudly, "Everyone, the Demon Music Palace has come to my Star River sect to cause trouble. As righteous people, we should unite against them to not disgrace the name of my Star River sect." "I object." Chen Shangqing was the first to jump out and object. Qin Shou followed closely, "Me too." After the 2 took the lead, more and more disciples objected. This competition originally belonged to them. If the demon cult participates, the difficulty will greatly increase. And there is also a danger to their lives. Peak Master Off-Peak, why do you get to make the decision to accept money and let the demon cult participate in the 9 Peaks competition of my Star River sect? Chen Shangqing stood up and said, "That's right." A group of disciples echoed. Silence. Xu Neng interrupted. The crowd. As I said, the Peak Master of Peak is responsible for the reception. His words are my words, Luo Yangtian said. Then we won't participate in the competition. Chen Chongqing directly quit. The 9 Peaks competition is to test everyone's strength, courage, and decision-making in the face of danger. Now that the Demon Music Palace is participating, although it gives you a sense of pressure, without pressure, how can there be growth? Luo Yangtian said slowly. Chen Chunyang also said, "Chongqing, don't be ridiculous. The 9 Peaks competition is a must." Chen Shangqing clenched his teeth in anger upon hearing this, but he was helpless. Hall Master Zhu, prepare to lead the disciples to the first competition venue, Luo Yangtian said. Yes. Zhu Nong responded. The first round of the 9 Peaks competition will be held in the Demon Mountain to search for tokens. There are a total of 1,500 tokens. Foundation Establishment disciples will search in the outer area, Golden Core disciples will search in the middle circle, and disciples with nascent soul cultivation or above will search in the inner circle. Zhu Nang stood in the air and announced the rules of the first competition. After speaking, Zhu Nang waved his hand, and the Star River Sect's spirit boat appeared in the air. Get on the spirit boat. The participating disciples flew onto the spirit boat one after another. Yi Kong looked at his 2 disciples and exhorted, "Be careful." Okay. Lin Yaoyao responded. As long as Master is okay. As for participating in the competition with the demon cult, what is that? If they meet, just kill them. Anyway, it's not the first time they have attacked disciples of the demon cult. Xiaobai felt a little regretful. Su Bubi didn't make a move, which disappointed him. The palace master of the dignified Demon Music Palace actually paid money to buy a spot? You are losing face for my demon cult. Xiaobai looked up at Su Bubi with a cold gaze, wishing he could swallow him to restore his demonic energy. Su Bubi followed Yi Kong's gaze and looked at his 2 disciples. When he saw Xiaobai and met his eyes, Su Bubi suddenly felt like he had fallen into hell and was very scared. This is impossible. Why would a child's eyes make me feel scared? This is impossible. How could I, the dignified palace master of the Demon Music Palace, be afraid of a child? After calming down in his heart, Su Bubi mobilized his energy again, but found that the person had already boarded the spirit boat. Who exactly is he? Why does he make me feel scared? Yi Kong left a mark on his 2 disciples. Once they are in danger, he will sense it, which will make it easier to save them at that time. Although the 9 Peaks competition is a matter of life and death, he only has these 2 disciples, and he cannot afford to lose any of them. Yi Kong withdrew his gaze and looked at Su Bubi with a calm expression, seeing that he was a little panicked. Are you scared? Yi Kong asked indifferently. How is that possible? I, the dignified palace master of the Demon Music Palace, have always been the one scaring people. Who can scare me? Su Bubi pretended to be calm. Yi Kong shook his head and smiled upon hearing this, and didn't expose him. Although he didn't know what he was scared by, it didn't matter. As long as he is in the Star River sect, he can't make any waves.
The task of receiving the demon cult has been completed. Once his disciples leave, he can go back to peak to fish.
As Yi Kong spoke, he suddenly looked forward to going back to his peak to fish.
This reception was very easy for Yi Kong.
Basically, Luo Yangtian had already arranged everything. He just needed to show up, say a few words, and drink some tea.
On the Star River sect's spirit boat.
The great elder had been waiting for a long time.
Peak disciples of each peak, step forward.
The great elder shouted in a deep voice.
The peak disciples of the 9 peaks stepped forward one after another and bowed.
The great elder transmitted his divine sense and told them some things. The sect leader had long anticipated that the demon cult would come, so he set up traps in the competition venue. You peak disciples of the 9 peaks must fulfill your obligations, lead the disciples of your respective peaks, and ambush the people of the demon cult.
I will transmit the location of the traps into your minds and give you the secrets to activate the traps.
After the great elder finished speaking, he moved his divine sense and told the peak disciples of the 9 peaks the location of the traps and the secrets to activate them. Remember, do not engage in infighting when you arrive at Demon Mountain.
First, unite against the outside. The great elder instructed.
Yes. The peak disciples of the 9 peaks responded. Chen Shanqing and Xin Shou looked at each other and lowered their heads in shame. Just now, they were still refuting the peak master of peak in the Star River Square, saying that the demon cult should not be allowed to participate in the competition. As a result, the Star River sect had already made countermeasures, wishing that the disciples of the demon cult would participate in the competition so that they could be killed. Thinking of this, the two felt a little ashamed. Lin Yaoyao now understood the true purpose of the first round of the competition, which was to hunt down disciples of the demon cult.
No wonder Master came out with confidence.
It turned out that the sect leader had long been planning against the demon cult, letting Master come forward to negotiate to attract hatred.
The sect leader is really not a good person, actually using my master as a shield. Inside the Star River sect. After the disciples left, Luo Yangtian and the others remained in midair.
Su Bubi was still in the Star River sect, and he was a great threat. How to settle him became the biggest problem at hand. Let him out, and the disciples participating in the 9 peaks competition outside would be unsafe. Don't let him out, and the people inside the Star River sect would be unsafe. Letting him out was not an option, and not letting him out was not an option either. Since Su Bubi dared to come in alone, he must have something to rely on.
Luo Yangtian also guessed what he was relying on.
If they really fought, his Star River sect would also suffer heavy losses. Luo Yangtian hesitated for a long time, and finally ordered, Hall Master Zhu, take Su Bubi to the law enforcement hall and keep him under strict supervision. Luo Yangtian was not at ease placing him anywhere else, only in the law enforcement hall, under his own feet, would Luo Yangtian be at ease. The location of the law enforcement hall was just below the Star River Hall.
Yes. Zhu Nong responded. Palace Master Su, come with me. Zhu Nong walked up to Su Wudi with a blank expression.
I'm here as a guest, not to be imprisoned. Taking me to the law enforcement hall is too disrespectful to this palace master, isn't it? Su Wudi said coldly.
Then where do you want to go? Luo Yangtian asked in a deep voice. Since the peak master of peak is receiving me, then I will go to peak. Su Wudi turned to look at Yi Kong and said. Absolutely not. Luo Yangtian sternly refused.
Not to mention that Yi Kong, his junior nephew, was weak. Peak was also where the sect's spiritual veins converged. Once Su Bubi destroyed it, the old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace might be released. Then the trouble would be great. One Su Bubi was difficult enough to deal with, and if another old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace came out, it would be even more difficult to fight.
Luo Yangtian was very self-aware.
The last time he was able to suppress the old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace with one palm was completely an accident.
Yi Kong smiled calmly and said, It's okay.
I'm afraid you'll mess around if you go to other places.
If you come to My peak, it will be convenient for me to supervise you. Su Bubi smiled and looked at Luo Yangtian when he heard Yi Kong's agreement. Did you hear that? The peak master of your Star River Sect's peak has agreed. Luo Yangtian looked at Yi Kong and said unhappily, Junior nephew Yi Kong, you. Don't worry, sect master, it's okay.
Yi Kong said with a light smile.
Alas. Luo Yangtian really didn't know what to say. Junior nephew, you don't know the danger of Su Bubi. Don't look at his cold and indifferent appearance. In fact, this guy kills people without blinking an eye and eats people without spitting out bones. Forget it, Hallmaster Zhu, you follow Yi Kong and take Su Bubi to peak. Luo Yangtian ordered, sending Zhu Neng to supervise. Yes.
Zhu Neng cupped his hands in response.
Immediately, Luo Yangtian looked at Su Bubi and said coldly, if you dare to mess around in peak, I will definitely kill you. He. Su Bubi sneered, followed behind Yi Kong, and headed to peak.
I came to your Star River sect to cause trouble.
It's just that the time hasn't come yet. 2 spiritual boats, one black and one white, flew side by side.
This is the first competition venue.
There is only one requirement, fellow disciples must not kill each other. The demonic cult is the number one enemy, the Great Elder ordered.
Yes, the disciples responded. They were also very clear in their hearts that the demonic cult had participated and would definitely unite against outsiders. Anyone who dared to fight internally at this time would be courting death. The nature of the 9 Peaks competition had changed. It was no longer a simple collection of tokens, but a fight against the demonic cult and survival. Disciples below the golden core stage, get off the spiritual boat, the Great Elder shouted. Lin Yaoyao and Little White happened to be below the golden core stage. Peak disciples, the periphery is entrusted to you, the Great Elder ordered. Only the peak disciples of peak were on the periphery. Most of the peak disciples of the other 8 peaks were at the golden core stage, and there were also 2 at the nascent soul stage.
Okay. Lin Yaoyao responded.
In the matter of dealing with the demonic cult, listen to the arrangements of the peak disciple of peak, the Great Elder said to the others from the other peaks.
Why? The disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak was the first to disagree.
Chen Shangqing turned his head, glanced coldly at the disciple, and said in a deep voice. Listen to the arrangements of the Great Elder.
If you don't listen, I have the right to punish you.
In matters of life and death, he had to establish the prestige of Peak first.
Yes. The Heavenly Sword Peak disciple responded.
Lin Yaoyao and Little White led the team and fell from the sky. Accompanying them were more than 800 Foundation Establishment disciples. After Lin Yaoyao went down, she directly told them about the traps arranged by the Star River sect and how to activate them. I know you won't listen to me, and I'm too lazy to care about your life or death. These are the traps and activation methods that the Star River sect specially prepared for the demonic cult.
I'm giving them all to you now.
If anyone dares to speak ill of my master again, then don't blame me, Lin Yaoyao, for not considering the friendship between fellow disciples. After Lin Yaoyao finished speaking, she pulled Little White away. Little White rode on the back of the husky, looking at the traps prepared by the Star River sect, feeling a little shocked. The Star River sect is really ruthless.
They actually deliberately attracted the demonic cult, preparing to kill them.
No wonder Master would come forward to negotiate with the Palace Master of the Demon Music Palace. It turns out that they were already prepared and nothing would happen.
The Star River sect is really insidious.
Little White was still looking forward to a fight, but now it seems that there will be no fight at all. The disciples of the Star River sect, in units of peaks, wanted to spread out everywhere. With the traps set up by the Star River sect, they would be able to hunt down the people of the demonic cult more calmly. Now they finally understood why the Peak Master of Peak came out to negotiate at that time.
The sect had already planned and made countermeasures.
On the spiritual boat of the Demon Music Palace, more than 300 Foundation Establishment disciples stood out.
Enjoy yourselves, Heiyun said softly.
Kill. More than 300 demonic cult disciples shouted and jumped off the spiritual boat, lurking.
A game of killing and being killed began.
The periphery was like this, and so was the middle circle. There were more people in the middle circle. The Star River sect had nearly 1,000 people, and the Demon Music Palace had more than 500 people. They were led by the Peak disciples of Myriad Flowers Peak and Pill Peak. In the inner circle, Chen Changqing and Xinsho led more than 500 people to fight against the nascent soul experts of the Demon Music Palace. The inner circle was the most dangerous, but the chances of winning were high. Inside and outside, there were 500 tokens in each place. And the inner circle was not big, making it easier to find. Of course, the inner circle was also the most dangerous. It was where nascent soul demon beasts and late-stage nascent soul demon beasts roamed. Nascent soul cultivators could still fight against nascent soul demon beasts, but if they encountered late-stage nascent soul demon beasts, they would die directly if they were not strong enough. The periphery. Little White and Lin Yaoyao walked around, and no demon beasts dared to approach them. One of them was holding Little Blue, and the other was riding on the husky. Although the strength of Little Blue and the husky had been lost, they were once strong, and their bloodlines had changed. Weak demon beasts would directly detour when they saw them. Especially Little Blue, after drinking white tiger meat soup, had a little bit of white tiger bloodline. Its suppression of demon beasts was very strong. "Senior sister, where are we going to find tokens?" Little White asked, looking up. The two of them were just walking aimlessly, and Little White didn't know what Senior sister was going to do. "Don't you have a dog?" Lin Yaoyao said, pointing at the husky. Little White heard this, looked at the husky, and patted the husky's head. "Husky, go find tokens. If you can't find them, I'll beat you to death when we get back." Husky. Peak. Edge of the bitter sea. Yi Kong, fishing rod in hand, began his day of angling. Su Bubi, clad in a black robe, narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings of Xiaoyao Peak. The towering Zhu Nong stared intently at Su Bubi, ready to apprehend him should he dare to cause any disruption. While capture might prove challenging, he was prepared to trade injuries for time, holding Su Bubi at bay until the sect leaders arrived. "Is this your Xiaoyao Peak?" Su Bubi inquired softly. "As you see," Yi Kong replied indifferently. "Such a vast Xiaoyao Peak, yet so few buildings, and the spiritual energy is insufficient, ha." Su Bubi scoffed coldly at the end. "A bunch of trash. Such a large Xiaoyao Peak, infiltrating it was so easy, yet they still got caught. Death well deserved." Initially, he arranged for his men to infiltrate the Galaxy sect from Xiaoyao Peak. They did infiltrate, but were later caught. Although the mission was completed, it was done by his internal contact. "I have heard that your Xiaoyao Peak is the last among the 9 peaks, and will be eliminated after this 9 peaks competition. Yi Kong, since the Galaxy sect won't keep you, why not come to my Demonic Joy Palace? Join my Demonic Joy Palace, become one of us. I can give you everything you desire." Su Bubi enticed from the side. Upon hearing this, Yi Kong smiled faintly. "I'll pass on joining your Demonic Joy Palace, and besides, who told you that? Isn't that common knowledge?" Su Bubi retorted coldly. "Su Bubi, watch your words, Yi Kong is a member of my Galaxy sect." Zhu Nong reprimanded from the side. Su Bubi's expression turned cold upon hearing this. When did it become someone else's turn to interrupt my speech? With that, he waved his hand to strike at Zhu Nong. "Stop!" Yi Kong called out softly, interrupting Su Bubi. In the end, Su Bubi did not strike, retracting his palm. "Next time you dare to interrupt, even Luo Yangtian won't be able to protect you," Su Bubi said grimly. His move just now was not really an attack, but merely a probe. Testing whether Luo Yangtian would intervene. The answer was obvious. Yi Kong raised his fishing rod upon hearing this. "Then how many people from your Demonic Joy Palace do you think can return?" "Everyone in my Demonic Joy Palace is an elite, they." Su Bubi's expression suddenly froze mid-sentence, turning his head to look in the direction of the Galaxy Hall. His eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "Luo Yangtian, you anticipated that my Demonic Joy Palace would come, didn't you?" Above the galaxy, Luo Yangtian stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from Su Bubi. "It's too late to realize it now. Demon Mountain, outer perimeter." Erha, carrying Xiaobai, soon found 2 tokens outside a pig demon's cave entrance.
Lin Yaoyao put down Xiaolan, patting Xiaolan's body. Go and retrieve the tokens. Meow.
Xiaolan meowed, walking towards the pig demon's cave with the air of a king. The pig demon in the cave was only a Foundation establishment demon beast. Seeing Xiaolan approach, it initially wanted to rush out and fight to the death, but Xiaolan's eyes flashed with white light, and the pig demon was frightened into submission.
It lay on the ground, not daring to move.
Xiaolan directly bypassed the pig demon, walked behind it, and went to retrieve the tokens.
It carried the 2 tokens back and handed them to Lin Yaoyao. Well done. Lin Yaoyao picked up Xiaolan again. We've found the tokens, can we leave now? Xiaobai asked.
This 9 peaks competition was too boring for him. Just then, a treacherous laughter broke the atmosphere. Hiss, I didn't expect there to be a beauty here. Lin Yaoyao waved her hand, and a spiritual sword condensed in her hand.
Xiaobai, riding Erha, turned around and saw 4 or 5 demonic sect disciples behind them.
They looked at his senior sister with greedy expressions. I'm the senior brother, I'll go first.
The demonic sect disciple in the middle said.
I'm the fastest, I'll go first.
No, I'm the strongest, I'll go first.
The demonic sect disciples argued with each other, vying for the opportunity to make the first move.
Don't waste time, let's go together.
Lin Yaoyao said with a cold expression.
Go together, afraid you can't handle it. The demonic sect disciple smiled evilly.
Xiaobai, step back, you can't accept the scene of killing people yet. Lin Yaoyao reached out to block Xiaobai.
Xiaobai.
Senior sister, I have killed more people than you have ever seen.
Isn't it just killing people?
I, Xiaobai, have known how to do it since I was little.
Senior sister, it's okay, I'm not afraid.
Xiaobai said, standing on Erha's back as he spoke, trying to make himself look taller. Not afraid, then you just watch. After Lin Yaoyao finished speaking, she held the cat in her arms and charged forward. The demonic sect disciples took out iron chains, formed a formation, and wanted to lock Lin Yaoyao up. Xiaobai stood on Erha's back, a black light flashed in his eyes, directly intimidating the 5 demonic sect disciples. Those 5 demonic sect disciples, in that instant, felt like they were in hell, their movements momentarily stopped, and their hearts were filled with fear. It was a fear from the soul.
Lin Yaoyao took advantage of their day's end.
Thrust out with her sword.
Puff.
One sword, accurately and unmistakably cutting through the throats of the 5 demonic sect disciples. You. The demonic sect disciple in the middle looked at Xiaobai with a panicked expression, his consciousness gradually dissipating. Xiaobai sat on Erha's back, his expression calm. This emperor is also a demon emperor after all, although his demonic powers are gone, and his demonic body is gone, his temperament still remains. To think that mere Foundation establishment trash would make me expend so much spiritual power. After Lin Yaoyao solved the demonic sect disciples, she turned her head to look at Xiaobai, seeing that Xiaobai's face was a little pale.
Xiaobai, were you scared?
Lin Yaoyao said softly. No, senior sister.
Xiaobai shook his head.
Lin Yaoyao looked at Xiaobai, and sighed in her heart.
Xiaobai, your face is so pale from fright, and you still say you weren't scared. Ah, if you weren't riding on Erha's back, you probably would have been too scared to move.
Lin Yaoyao shook her head and left this place with Xiaobai.
Middle circle.
Su Qingwan, leading the female disciples of 10,000 Flowers Peak, was surrounded by a group of demonic sect disciples while searching for tokens.
We've been waiting for you for a long time. A demonic sect disciple walked out and said.
As expected of the beautiful 10,000 Flowers Peak of the Galaxy sect, all of you are indeed beautiful.
Another demonic sect disciple said.
Their eyes were full of greed. They were lying in ambush here, just to ambush Su Qingwan and the others.
It just so happens that I am also looking for you. Su Qingwan said indifferently.
Facing the demonic sect, she had no fear. All the disciples of 10,000 Flowers Peak stood behind Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan was not afraid, but they were.
What, are you going to offer yourselves? A demonic sect disciple sneered.
The corners of Su Qingwan's mouth curled up slightly, she formed several hand seals with both hands, and shouted.
Soul-devouring formation, activate.
Instantly, 4 beams of light rose from all directions around the demonic sect disciples, enveloping the demonic sect disciples within.
Sisters, inject spiritual energy and annihilate the demonic sect disciples. Su Qingxian instructed. No, impossible. How could you possibly know that there is a formation here?
The demonic sect disciples panicked. Once the soul-devouring formation was activated, it would be difficult for them to escape, and they would be killed.
How could we possibly know? Su Qingwan smiled indifferently and said. Because it was set up by my galaxy sect. Xiaoyao Peak. Su Bubi coldly glared in the direction of the Star River Hall. You anticipated the return of my demon music palace and prepared in advance? Su Bubi asked. That's right. Luo Yangtian's voice conveyed over. Immediately after, a spiritual energy clone appeared in front of Su Bubi, with its back facing Su Bubi. Your demon music palace planted spies in my Star River sect. Do you really think this sect master doesn't know?
I didn't investigate, it's just that the 9 Peaks competition is about to begin, and I didn't want to cause any trouble.
Since your demon music palace insisted on coming, as the sect master, I had to do something, right?
Yikong sat by the bitter sea, slightly raising his fishing rod. With the sect master's arrangements, his disciples were basically safe.
The sect master is still the sect master, making so many preparations. Just as Yikong was sighing with emotion, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura. That's not right, there's a problem.
Yikong closed his eyes, his divine sense spread out, sensing the demonic energy emanating from Su Bubi seeping into the ground, about to taint the spiritual energy.
Good heavens!
Deliberately putting on a show of being exasperated, just to imperceptibly invade the spiritual veins.
Once the demonic energy contaminates the spiritual veins, what is released will be demonic energy.
Not only will it be impossible to suppress the old ancestor of the demon music palace, but it will also contaminate the entire Star River sect. Su Bubi's calculations are so deep, no wonder he's a seasoned old fox. With a thought, Yikong propped himself up on the ground with one hand, pure spiritual energy seeping into the ground, blocking the demonic energy emanating from Su Bubi.
Fortunately, it's on my Xiaoyao Peak. If it were anywhere else, Su Bubi would have succeeded. At this moment, Su Bubi was still acting with Luo Yangtian.
Luo Yangtian, if anything happens to my demon music palace disciples, I will make your Star River sect pay the price.
Su Bubi said, pointing at Luo Yangtian's back.
This is my Star River sect. This sect master can mobilize the power of the Star River to suppress and kill you at any time.
Luo Yangtian said forcefully. Suppress and kill me? You can try. Su Bubi didn't back down at all.
If Luo Yangtian were to mobilize the power of the Star River, the old ancestor of the demon music palace would have a chance to escape. He wasn't afraid of you coming at him head-on, he was just afraid of you being insidious.
Luo Yangtian didn't make a move either, it wasn't worth it. Luo Yangtian, have you guessed who the hidden guard of my demon music palace is?
Su Bubi asked, raising his head, the demonic energy around him becoming even thicker.
Almost, just a little bit more.
As long as he could contaminate the spiritual veins of the Star River sect and rescue the old ancestor, the death of the demon music palace disciples would be worth it.
Su Bubi pretended to be exasperated, wantonly urging the demonic energy. Why should this sect master say more to you? Luo Yangtian said indifferently.
Yikong propped himself up on the ground with one hand, quietly watching Su Bubi's performance. Su Bubi's demonic energy was intercepted by him. No matter how he urged the demonic energy, he couldn't contaminate the spiritual veins. Since he was idle anyway, watching the demon music palace lord perform was also good. Zhu Nong stood beside Yikong, wearing spiked gauntlets on his hands, his heart filled with tension. He was afraid that Su Bubi would vent his anger on them, killing them. Although Zhu Nang wasn't afraid of death, what would happen if Su Bubi destroyed the spiritual veins once they were dead? Sect Master, why did you let Su Bubi in?
Could you please not provoke him? What if he attacks me and martial nephew Yi Kong? Thinking of this, Zhu Nun looked at Yi Kong beside him. He saw Yi Kong propping himself up on the ground with one hand, half leaning against a rock, looking extremely lazy, and even watching Su Bubi with a smile on his face. Yi Kong, you really aren't worried at all. Your cultivation is so weak, a little bit of Su Bubi's demonic energy could kill you 1,000 times over. If I hadn't urged my spiritual energy to form a shield to block you, the demonic energy emanating from Su Bubi would have killed you 1,000 times over. You really aren't panicking at all. That's right, it's useless even if you panic. Su Bubi and Luo Yangtian were arguing on the surface, but in reality, they were both insidious. One is the Demon Music Palace Lord, and the other is the Star River Sect Master, their minds as deep as the sea. Yi Kong tapped the ground with his hand, and the abundant spiritual energy wantonly absorbed Su Bubi's demonic energy, kneading Su Bubi's demonic energy into small spheres. He was preparing to use them as bait for fishing. Sensing that the loss of his demonic energy was accelerating, Su Bubi was secretly delighted. Luo Yangtian, I have now come into contact with the spiritual veins of your Star River sect. As long as my demonic energy contaminates the spiritual veins of your Star River sect, when my old ancestor emerges, he will destroy your Star River sect. Did you really think that this palace lord would be exasperated? You underestimate me too much. Let's see who can outlast who. Luo Yangtian was also delaying Su Bubi, waiting for the Great Elder and the others to return and jointly launch a surprise attack on Su Bubi. Demon Mountain. In the inner circle. Chen Shangqing's sword robe fluttered, his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, with a sword mark between his eyebrows, making him even more handsome. Beside him, Qin Shuyi was wearing an earth-colored lion robe, his long hair swaying, standing on the back of a nascent soul demonic beast, a mottled leopard. In front of them were dozens of nascent soul experts from the demon sect, blocking their path. The demon sect had been preparing for a long time to kill the two of them. They suppressed them in terms of numbers and also in terms of magical treasures. These two people, one is the little sword god with great talent, and the other is a great emperor in the making, the future of the Star River sect. They must be killed. Lest they grow up and leave the demon sect with no chance of revival. At this moment, the faces of Chen Shangqing and Qin Shou both showed 3 parts joy, 3 parts anticipation, and 4 parts indifference. They had already known that the demon sect had ambushed them, and they weren't panicking at all. If it were before, they would have been ambushed by the demon sect, and they might have faced a great disaster, each flying away, blaming the heavens, blaming the earth, and blaming Xiaoyao Peak. But now, who is ambushing who is not certain? After waiting for so long, you have finally appeared, the demon sect disciple said with a sinister smile. This sentence should be said by us, Qin Shou said with a faint smile. Humph, the others from your Star River sect have already been lured away. I'll see who comes to save you, the demon sect disciple snorted coldly. Why do we need others? Chen Shangqing said, then drew with both hands, condensing a spiritual sword. Even if one of you is the little sword god and the other is a great emperor in the making, you will still die today. A great emperor in the making who hasn't grown up is just a piece of trash. After the demon sect disciple finished speaking, he mobilized demonic energy to form a domain, surrounding Qin Shou and Chen Shangqing. Chen Shangqing inserted the spiritual sword into the ground and shouted, 10,000 swords formation, open. Instantly, sword energy raged all around, and countless spiritual swords appeared in the air, suspended above the heads of the demon sect disciples. The surrounding demonic energy also cut off the retreat of the demon sect disciples. No! It's impossible for you to have such strong sword energy. The demon sect disciples panicked. With such a dense array of spiritual swords, they had nowhere to escape. Of course I don't, but this is the 10,000 swords formation, Chen Shangqing said coldly. Even if you and Qin Shou join forces, you can't set up such a powerful 10,000 swords formation, this is an illusion. Heh, whether it's an illusion or not, you'll know once you try it. After Chen Shangqing finished speaking, he landed beside Qin Shou, holding a long sword, pointing at the demon sect disciples. Slay! Above Demon Mountain. Qin Wui and Shen Xunyang sat in the air, watching everything that was happening within Demon Mountain. Beautiful.
Qin Wui slapped his thigh and laughed with joy. Now I understand why the sect leader would let Yi Kong talk to the palace master of the Demon Music Palace, and even let the Demon Music Palace participate in our Star River Sect's 9 Peaks competition.
Waiting for the Demon Sect to jump in on their own. Chen Xunyang watched the Demon Sect being repeatedly ambushed and killed with a calm expression, calmly drinking his tea. Xunyang, your disciple did a good job. Once the Myriad Swords formation is activated, the Demon Sect disciples have nowhere to hide, Qin Wui complimented. Still not as good as your precious disciple, Chen Xunyang said calmly. You don't always wear such a stern face. This time, our Star River sect has achieved a great victory and should be happy, Qin Wui said. Chen Xunyang looked up at Qin Wui and slowly said, Don't forget, Su Bubi is still in our Star River sect. Qin Wui nodded, indeed, he is the greatest danger. However, the sect leader even predicted that the demon sect would come, so he must have already taken measures to deal with Su Bubi, Qin Wui pondered. He believed in the sect leader, who must have made thorough preparations. Don't underestimate Su Bubi, he is not a simple person. Chen Xunyang's expression remained unchanged, still indifferent. Indeed, we can't underestimate him. Daring to enter our Star River sect alone, he must have something to rely on, Qin Wui nodded. But the sect leader can even suppress the old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace. What does a mere Su Bubi amount to? No matter how powerful Su Bubi is, he can't be more powerful than the old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace, right? Chen Xunyang did not reply, not knowing what to say. He still couldn't figure out where the sect leader got the power to suppress the old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace with a single hand. The old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace was clearly extremely strong, yet he was suppressed by the sect leader with a casual slap. Chen Xunyang was very clear about the sect leader's strength. If he borrowed the power of the Star River, then he would not be the sect leader's opponent, but if he did not borrow the power of the Star River, then he could fight him to a draw. But even so, he shouldn't be able to directly suppress the old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace. After all, there was a whole major realm between them. Besides that, there was another thing Chen Xunyang couldn't understand. Where did the demonic energy in his heavenly sword peak come from? Could it be that the sect leader guessed something, deliberately stripping away the old ancestor of the Demon Music Palace and framing my heavenly sword peak to investigate me? But in the end, he didn't say anything? Couldn't figure it out. Chen Xunyang took a sip of tea, suppressing the confusion in his heart, and looked down at the Demon Music Palace disciples being slaughtered. Originally, the Demon Music Palace disciples came to hunt down the Star River sect disciples, but now things had changed. The Star River sect disciples were searching everywhere for the Demon Music Palace disciples, and if they found one they could beat, they would fight him with real swords and spears. If they couldn't beat him, they would activate the formation and kill him. No one knew how many formations the Star River sect had set up in Demon Mountain. The Demon Sect disciples were caught off guard. Originally, the Demon Sect disciples were ambushing the Star River Sect disciples, but now it had turned into the Star River Sect disciples ambushing the Demon Sect disciples. Black Cloud stood in the distance, watching the changes in Demon Mountain, his expression uncertain. Your Star River Sect is really scheming. Black Cloud stared at the Grand Elder and said. He came here with another purpose, to hold back the Grand Elder and prevent him from returning as soon as possible, so as to buy time for the Palace Master. Your Demon Music Palace wanted to come on your own, who can you blame? The Grand Elder spread his hands and said. The trap set up here was laid by him, the sect leader, and several trusted high-level members. It was incredibly powerful. Once activated, as long as your cultivation base was not in the Shackles realm, you couldn't escape. Above the core formation stage was the Shackles realm. And the condition for participating was below the core formation stage, above the foundation establishment stage, experts in the Shackles realm could not participate. So, the Demon Sect disciples couldn't run at all. Grand Elder, you and I haven't sparred in a long time, let's have a fight. Black Cloud said, taking out a black long halberd and pointing it at the Grand Elder. I'm old, I can't fight anymore. Let Chen Xunyang of my heavenly sword peak fight you. The Grand Elder said lightly, waving his hand, and Chen Xunyang was summoned by the Grand Elder. Xunyang, you fight Black Cloud, I'm old and can't fight anymore, the Grand Elder said with a faint smile. Chen Xunyang didn't say anything when he heard this, silently drawing the pure young sword.
Chen Xunyang, I won't fight you, I'll fight the Grand Elder of your Star River sect, Black Cloud said coldly. Chen Xunyang looked back at the Grand Elder, who said with a faint smile, Xunyang, you fight for me, I'm old. Chen Xunyang closed his eyes and remained silent for 3 breaths when he heard this. When he opened his eyes again, there was raging fire burning in his eyes, and the pure young sword in his hand was enveloped in raging flames, the sword body burned red. Black Cloud put away the black halberd when he saw this. I won't fight you, I can't beat you. Pure Yang sword technique first form, Sun Flare. After Chen Xunyang finished speaking, a terrifying high temperature erupted from the pure young sword, even the air was ignited. The scorching high temperature was like a furnace of the sun, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. After Chen Xunyang brewed the sword technique, he immediately wielded the sword and killed. Black Cloud turned into black mist and quickly dissipated. Chasing and pursuing, the two disappeared in place. In place, only burning flames were left. A gleam of light flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes, and he waved his hand to extinguish the flames. Really attacking, huh? Shaking his head, the Grand Elder instructed Qinsho, in half an hour, no matter the result, take the disciples back to the sect. Yes. Qinsho responded, still very respectful to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's green robe fluttered, and he disappeared in place in an instant. Within the sovereign sect, Luo Yangtian was still confronting Su Bubi. Luo Yangtian's main body stood in the Star River sect, looking into the distance. The Grand Elder should be back soon, Luo Yangtian said in a low voice. He was dragging Su Bubi, waiting for the Grand Elder to return. Despicable, shameless, if you can't beat my demon music palace, then play dirty tricks. The old ancestor of the demon music palace cursed angrily under the Star River, trying to disturb Luo Yangtian's stout heart. Despicable? Your demon music palace came on its own, what does it have to do with me? Luo Yangtian said indifferently. On Sovereign Peak. Yi Kong looked at Su Bubi, who was still releasing demonic energy, and yawned. Su Bubi, are you a weasel? You can't finish releasing the demonic energy, Yi Kong asked. I've collected more than 100 balls of demonic energy, and I won't have to worry about bait for the next fishing trip. Su Bubi glanced back at Yi Kong, then turned his head back. I can't deal with you now, but when I pollute all the spiritual veins, I'll kill you first. Yi Kong yawned, took out the sovereign fan and fanned the wind. My sovereign peak is high, don't stand too high, be careful of being struck by lightning. After Yi Kong finished speaking, thunder and lightning sounded in the sky. Rumble. Su Bubi looked up at the cloudy sky, wouldn't it really be going to thunder? Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, landing steadily on Su Bubi's head. Su Bubi quickly mobilized his demonic energy to protect himself, which prevented him from being struck to death by the lightning. But even though he protected his body in time, Su Bubi was still scorched black, his clothes were torn, and he became even darker. Su Bubi glared at Yi Kong, turned around, took out a black robe and put it on, reached out and wiped the black smoke from his face, restoring his handsome face. Yi Kong glanced at the sovereign fan in his hand and quickly put it away. It's none of my business, I just said it casually. Yi Kong forgot that his sovereign fan could summon wind and rain, summon lightning, and mobilize the power of nature. However, since the sovereign fan is so easy to use, then let's use you as a test subject. Anyway, you're thick-skinned and won't die. Perfect little white mouse. Thinking of this, Yi Kong held the sovereign fan in his hand and looked at the Su Invincible in front of him. Time to have some fun. On peak. Yi Kong held a fan, fanned himself, and blew on the fan. Whoosh! Instantly, a strong wind rose, and sand and stones flew. A tornado spiraled upwards, heading towards Su Bubi. The sand and dust stirred up by the strong wind slapped against Su Bubi's body. Bang! 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 The tornado wrapped around Su Bubi's body, like a sharp blade, tearing apart the black robe Su Bubi had just put on, and even cutting wounds into his skin. Su Bubi's eyes were gloomy and uncertain, his feet stepped on the ground, releasing a monstrous demonic energy. The demonic energy spiraled upwards with the tornado, visible throughout the entire Star River sect.
Hold! Sububi shouted, using his powerful demonic energy to freeze the violent tornado.
When the tornado dissipated, Sububi's clothes were shattered, and there were several cuts on his body, with dark red blood flowing non-stop. His demonic body was as hard as iron, but this wind was no ordinary wind.
Sububi looked at the back in front of him with gloomy eyes. Despicable villain.
Ordinary wind could not affect him at all.
But if it was a spell cast by someone, it would be different. Luo Yangtian was stunned when he heard this. What does this have to do with me?
I'm clearly still waiting for the Great Elder to return, and haven't done anything.
However, Luo Yangtian didn't explain.
Although he didn't know where the gust of wind came from, it was enough that it injured Sububi.
Oomph, you asked for it, Luo Yangtian snorted coldly. Sububi's eyes were bloodshot, staring fixedly at Luo Yangtian, but he didn't attack.
Oomph. This seat's blood is not so easily shed. My blood flowing into the spiritual veins can deeply pollute the spiritual veins of your Star River sect.
When the ancestor absorbs the boundless demonic energy, he will definitely leave seclusion. Luo Yangtian, I will endure you for now. When the ancestor leaves seclusion, you'll be in trouble.
Behind Sububi, Yikong fanned himself with the fan, his eyes narrowed, watching Sububi's blood flow into the ground.
What does Xiao Hei like to eat? It can't eat blood, and demonic energy will pollute it.
Forget it, let Xiao Hei be hungry. Sububi has released demonic energy for so long, the surrounding flowers and plants have been polluted, and they have to be cleaned. Yikong reached out and took a drop of water from the sea of bitterness, dripped it on the fan, and slowly shook it.
Hallmaster Zhu, did you bring an umbrella?
Yikong turned to look at Zhu Nong and asked.
Umbrella?
Hallmaster Zhu was stunned when he heard this, and looked up at the clear sky.
Does this weather require an umbrella?
Besides, even if it rains, circulating the spiritual power in the body to cover the body can avoid the rain. Yikong took out an oil paper umbrella and opened it, fanning the fan. Seeing this, Zhu Nong frowned slightly.
Martial nephew, are you serious? Holding an umbrella on a sunny day, are you afraid of getting a tan, or are you not fit to be seen? Just as Zhu Nong was about to complain, a muffled thunderclap interrupted his thoughts. Rumble.
In the air, a thunderclap sounded, exploding in the dark clouds. Zhu Nong looked up at the cloudy sky, somewhat dazed.
It was fine a second ago, why did the weather suddenly change? Sububi looked up at the sky, and his whole body was numb. You mother asterisk King Luo Yangtian, this isn't over, is it? Sububi cursed directly. It's fine if you strike me once, but you're coming again. Luo Yang? This has nothing to do with me.
Outside the Star River sect. As the Great Elder was rushing over, he saw dark clouds in the sky, lightning and thunder. It seemed like it was going to thunder, and it also looked like it was going to rain.
Could it be that the sect master and Sububi are fighting?
The Great Elder frowned slightly. Only a fight between strong people can cause changes in the world. The Great Elder didn't delay and hurriedly flew back to the Star River sect.
On peak. Yikong held up the mountain, sat on a rock, stepped on the ground, and intercepted Sububi's demonic energy.
He wasn't fishing anymore, and couldn't free his hand at the moment. He wasn't in a hurry for the special reward at this moment. It's going to rain, Yikong looked up at the sky and said. As soon as he finished speaking, heavy rain poured down.
The pattering rain fell on Peak, washing away the demonic energy off Peak. The demonic energy emanating from Sububi's body was completely washed away by the rain.
There's something wrong with this rain.
Sububi looked up at the sky, this rain was washing away his demonic energy. Could it be that I've been noticed? Sububi frowned slightly.
Before he could finish speaking, a raindrop fell and hit the top of Sububi's head. Sububi's whole body was immediately knocked down by the rain, like a drowning fish, unable to move, let alone breathe. This water was not ordinary rainwater, but water from the Sea of Bitterness. The Sea of Bitterness is boundless, and cannot be crossed without a powerful being.
A drop of water also contains very terrifying power. Zhu Nang was dumbfounded. Was this water so strong? And it's targeting Su Bubi.
When Zhu Nang left Yi Kong's side and took a step, a drop of water fell and directly shattered the protective spiritual power on Zhu Nang's body.
Zhu Nang was knocked to the ground by the drop of water, unable to move. Sect Master, don't accidentally injure me. Zhu Nang shouted.
This water is so powerful, the sect master must have used the power of the Star River. Only the water within the power of the Star River has such powerful energy. The carp dragon in the Sea of Bitterness jumped out of the water and transformed into a dragon, joyfully soaring in the air for a circle before falling into the water. Zhu Nang was facing the direction of the Star River sect and didn't see that there was a dragon behind him. Su Bubi was lying on the ground, and Luo Yangtian was facing away from the Sea of Bitterness, so no one saw it. Only Zhu Nang was close and felt something just now.
Martial nephew, is there something behind me? Zhu Nang looked up at Yi Kong and asked.
Yi Kong turned his head and glanced. The carp dragon was spitting bubbles in the water.
There's a fish in my Sea of Bitterness spitting bubbles behind you, Yi Kong said truthfully. Hearing that it was just a fish, Zhu Nang relaxed. Hallmaster Zhu, do you want me to pull you up? Yi Kong asked. No, no need. Don't touch this water.
Zhu Nang hurriedly stopped Yi Kong. This rainwater is the water of the Star River, containing very terrifying energy. If you touch it, you will be instantly pierced. My body is hard and can withstand it, but with your small body, a drop of water can take your life. Hearing this, Yi Kong said, Hallmaster Zhu, it's raining heavily, you'll catch a cold lying on the ground.
I like it, Zhu Nang said. Yi Kong.
Su Bubi was pressed to the ground by the rain, his forehead veins bulging, his whole body ignited by anger.
Luo Yangtian, you are despicable and shameless. I, Su Bubi, will definitely kill you. Su Bubi roared. Luo Yangtian, it really has nothing to do with me. Who did it? Luo Yangtian didn't understand either. Where did this water come from?
Sect Master, I'm back. The Great Elder returned to the Star River Hall at this moment.
Luo Yangtian stood on the Star River and heard the Great Elder's voice, regaining his composure. So that's how it is. I was wondering who was secretly taking action to weaken Su Bubi.
It turns out it's the Great Elder. The Great Elder had already returned, but hadn't shown his face, and was secretly weakening Su Bubi. Besides the Great Elder and me, no one else has this ability.
Great Elder, well done. Luo Yangtian praised. Great Elder? Ha! What did I do? Demon Mountain.
Xiao Bai and Lin Yaoyao were leisurely strolling around the periphery of Demon Mountain. They had already found the tokens, so wandering around the outer edges of Demon Mountain was just to collect some spiritual plants to aid their cultivation back home. Relying on their master to obtain cultivation resources was too difficult. They had to rely on themselves for everything. Cultivation resources had to be found on their own. Most of the spiritual plants in Demon Mountain were guarded by demonic beasts. However, in the outer areas, Erha and Xiaolan were absolute overlords. Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai didn't need to do anything. A bark from Xiaolan or a glance from Erha, and the demonic beasts would automatically make way. While picking spiritual herbs, Xiaobai and Lin Yaoyao also collected many tokens, intending to sell them. These tokens represented qualification for the second round of the competition and were very valuable. There was no other way. The Xiaoyao peak was poor. They could only rely on selling tokens to earn what they needed for cultivation. Anyway, they were just picking them up. Senior sister, we've picked up so many tokens this time, we can eat barbecue. Xiaobai said with a smile, holding a pile of spiritual herbs. All you ever think about is eating, Lin Yaoyao said unhappily. It's not that I like to eat, but the meat master roasted last time was too tempting, Xiaobai muttered. He still couldn't forget that aroma. That's true, Lin Yaoyao nodded. As the two were walking leisurely, several disheveled Xinghe sect disciples suddenly appeared before them. They were all disciples of Tianjian Peak. When those Tianjian Peak disciples saw Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai, they immediately ran behind them.
There are Xiaoyao Peak disciples here, the traps in the outer area have nothing to do with Tianjian Peak.
Look for the Xiaoyao Peak disciples, one of the Tianjian Peak disciples shouted at the top of his lungs.
Before long, the demonic sect disciples caught up.
Daring to set up traps to harm my demonic sect disciples, I won't spare you, a demonic sect disciple coldly snorted.
Just now, the Tianjian Peak disciples, relying on a formation, lured the demonic sect disciples into it.
However, the demonic sect disciples had been aware of this for some time, so they were extremely cautious when tracking them. The Tianjian Peak disciples were also relatively impatient, activating the formation before all the demonic sect disciples were inside. As a result, most of the demonic sect disciples were outside, with only 4 or 5 trapped. After killing 4 or 5 demonic sect disciples, the Tianjian Peak disciples originally wanted to take this opportunity to kill more and gain merit.
However, once they exchanged blows, they realized they were no match at all. They could only flee for their lives. The demonic sect disciples were chasing after them, their eyes already bloodshot from killing.
Seeing Lin Yaoyao and Xiao Bai, the Tianjian Peak disciples shifted the blame onto them and fled. When the demonic sect disciples saw Lin Yaoyao and Xiao Bai, they immediately charged over with their swords.
Alright, I'll leave it to you, Lin Yaoyao said, watching from the spot. She would only step in if Xiao Bai couldn't handle it. The moment the demonic sect disciples charged over, Xiao Bai's eyes turned pitch black.
Those demonic sect disciples all paused for a moment, inexplicably feeling a sense of panic.
Erha, go! Xiao
Bai patted Erha's head, and Erha quickly darted out. Xiao Bai transformed spiritual energy into a long halberd, his 2 small and tender hands tightly gripping the 9-foot-long weapon. Afraid that Xiao Bai couldn't hold it properly, Lin Yaoyao specially helped him by injecting a bit of spiritual energy into him from the air. Xiao Bai's spiritual energy instantly surged, and with a sweep of the halberd, he sent more than a dozen demonic sect disciples flying. Then, stepping on Erha, he charged forward with the spiritual halberd in hand. Xiao Bai hasn't learned the Xinghe reincarnation swordplay, his attack moves are too simple. I'll have to teach him when we get back, Lin Yaoyao commented, standing in place. Behind Lin Yaoyao, those Tianjian Peak disciples, seeing that the demonic sect disciples had been stopped, breathed a sigh of relief as they hid behind the trees. When they poked their heads out to look, they saw more than a dozen tokens at Lin Yaoyao's feet. The Tianjian Peak disciples exchanged glances and quietly walked forward, reaching out to grab the tokens. As the Tianjian Peak disciple's hand grasped a token, Lin Yaoyao's spiritual sword descended, directly piercing through his hand.
Ah! The Tianjian Peak disciple roared in pain, withdrawing his hand. You dare attack a fellow disciple? The sect leader won't spare you, and neither will my Tianjian Peak, another Tianjian Peak disciple said. Lin Yaoyao's expression was calm, and she said indifferently, it's one thing for you to shift the blame onto us, but now you want to steal the tokens of Xiao Bai and me? The only reason I haven't killed you is out of consideration for our being fellow disciples. Xiaoyao Peak, just you wait, when we get back, we'll make your Xiaoyao Peak suffer, the Tianjian Peak disciple said viciously. Xiao Bai was chasing after the demonic sect disciples in front, already out of Lin Yaoyao's sight. The demonic sect disciples surrounded Xiao Bai. Now, I can finally fight without holding back, Xiao Bai cracked his knuckles. He hadn't wanted to use his full abilities while senior sister was watching. But now, he could kill without restraint. You're just a foundation establishment stage cultivator, killing you is as easy as slaughtering a pig, a demonic sect disciple said fiercely. You are the first person who dares to say such a thing to this emperor, Xiao Bai said coldly. With a flick of my finger, Xiao Bai can obliterate you all. This emperor? The demonic sect disciple was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, the scene before him filled him with immense horror, and his legs trembled. He saw a demonic soul condense on Xiao Bai's body, wearing an imperial crown, sitting high on a throne, its eyes cold, radiating supreme pressure. It's a pity that my demonic energy is depleted, and my demonic powers are gone. I can only condense 1,000th of my peak power, Xiao Bai said with some regret. That demonic soul was a separated soul he had condensed when practicing the Joyful Demon Codex. Demon Emperor.
the demonic sect disciple exclaimed, all of them prostrating themselves on the ground.
It's too late to realize that now,
Xiaobai said coldly, then gently waved his small hand, and the demonic soul slashed down with the long halberd. Buzz! The halberd directly harvested the souls and all the demonic energy of the demonic sect disciples, then swallowed it in one gulp. Although it's a little less, even a mosquito's legs are still meat, Xiaobai said contentedly. He put away his separated soul and walked towards Erha. Erha, at this moment, was scared stiff, not daring to look at Xiaobai. It had felt the demon emperor's pressure. It was too terrifying, too frightening for a dog.
Erha, it's your honor to be this emperor's mount, you know that? Xiaobai patted Erha's head. Only then did Erha react, sticking out its tongue and running back. As he went back, Xiaobai saw that the Tianjin Peak disciples seemed to be making things difficult for his senior sister.
Heh, you're courting death, Xiaobai said coldly. Xiaoyao Peak, just you wait, when we get back, we'll definitely make your Xiaoyao Peak suffer. Hearing these words, Xiaobai condensed a long halberd in one hand, rode Erha and quickly charged over, sweeping two of them away with a single blow.
Xiaobai, what are you doing?
Lin Yaoyao turned her head and questioned loudly.
Senior sister, don't be soft-hearted.
They're going back to deal with our Xiaoyao Peak, so we'll just kill them, Xiaobai said, looking at his senior sister.
You wouldn't dare kill us, would you? The Tianjin Peak disciples were cowed, unable to help but retreat. They sensed the baleful aura on Xiaobai's body. It was very terrifying. Anyway, no one saw it.
We can just push the blame onto the demonic sect later, Xiaobai said coldly. Hearing these words, the Tianjin Peak disciples' eyes widened instantly, their knees weakened, and they knelt down. We were wrong, we won't dare anymore. Please spare us, senior sister, senior brother. Xiaobai raised the halberd, about to attack, when Lin Yaoyao reached out to stop him.
Xiaobai, let it go.
After all, they're fellow disciples, and there's no life or death feud. Spare their lives, Lin Yaoyao said, looking at Xiaobai. Alright, I'll listen to senior sister. Xiaobai put away the halberd. He had gotten carried away with killing and hadn't stopped in time. If Lin Yaoyao hadn't stopped him, Xiaobai would definitely have killed them.
For Xiaobai, killing didn't need a reason. Above Demon Mountain, Qin Wui sat cross-legged, watching the performance of his disciples.
Just as he was enjoying the show, Chen Xunyang returned on his sword, shouting from mid-air. Immediately, he took out a huge spirit boat and placed it horizontally in the air. He Yun piloted the black spirit boat, slowly sailing over and shouting from mid-air.
Demonic sect disciples, listen up. Return to the spirit boat immediately.
Qin Wui looked at He Yun, who had safely returned, and then looked at Chen Xunyang.
You chased him for so long, and you didn't kill him, or even take off an arm? Qin Wui asked curiously.
He was known as the sword god, after all.
Shouldn't he have been able to inflict some damage? His movement technique is strange.
He transformed into a black cloud, making him immune to my sword energy, Chen Xunyang said calmly.
Hearing this, Qin Wui looked at He Yun on the Demon Music Palace's spirit boat. He shouldn't be that strong, right? Chen Xunyang lowered his head and didn't answer.
They had been fighting elsewhere, and Qin Wui hadn't seen it.
Inside Demon Mountain,
Little White and Lin Yaoyao heard that there was only a quarter of an hour left, so they immediately took out their tokens to sell.
Selling tokens. Extra tokens. The first one is 10 spirit stones, the second is 20 spirit stones.
First come, first served. Little White held the tokens and shouted everywhere. This was Lin Yaoyao's idea. Selling a token for 10 spirit stones was too expensive, no one would buy it. But with the first one at 10 spirit stones, the second at 20, and the third at 30, those without tokens would rush to buy the first, cheapest one. This would trigger herd mentality. This was the way of business. I'll buy the first one, a disciple from Myriad Flower Peak said, being the first to come forward to buy. Little White tossed her a token, and the Myriad Flower Peak disciple gave him 10 spirit stones. See, I bought the cheapest token. I can participate in the second round of the competition, the Myriad Flower Peak disciple showed off.
Lin Yaoyao secretly returned 5 spirit stones to her. She was a shill they had hired. With this example, more and more disciples who hadn't obtained tokens came to buy them. Acting quickly would save them a lot of spirit stones. In less than a cup of tea's time, all 20 plus tokens were sold. Lin Yaoyao and Little White made a fortune. When we get back, we'll blind Master's dog eyes, Little White said with a grin, hugging a pile of spirit stones. Meow, Little Blue called out, its blue eyes with a hint of white staring at Little White. Little White remembered being beaten up by the cat last time and couldn't help but shiver. Senior sister, you need to keep an eye on your cat, Little White said, looking at Lin Yaoyao. Little White, don't talk nonsense. Although Master's cultivation is a bit weak, her status is a bit low, and she's a bit idle, she's still very good to her disciples, Lin Yaoyao said. Hearing this, Little White muttered to himself. She's only good to senior sister, to me. Ha! He crippled my cultivation, crippled my demonic body, and even used broken bones to build my foundation. The most important thing is that he doesn't even share meat with us. And that's called good? Let's go, it's time to go back. We've earned so many spirit stones, senior sister will take you to eat something delicious and make Master jealous, Lin Yaoyao said, leading Little White back to the spirit boat. Little White looked up at senior sister, feeling a little speechless. You just told me not to talk about Master, and now you're doing it yourself. The two walked to the spirit boat and flew back to the deck. After a quarter of an hour, the Star River sect disciples returned one after another. In the first round of the 9 Peaks competition, there were still many casualties, but not as severe as those of the demonic sect. The demonic sect came with 1,000 people, but now there were less than 200 left on the demonic sect's spirit boat. The rest had been intercepted and killed. Qin Wui looked at the demonic sect's spirit boat and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, let's go. This time we severely damaged the demon music palace. After we return, I will definitely report to the sect master, and everyone will be greatly rewarded, Qin Wui said with a smile. Hall Master Heiyun, the Star River sect killed my demonic sect disciples. This matter cannot be left like this, a nascent soul disciple said, standing next to Heiyun. The Star River sect killed my demon music palace disciples. My demon music palace will destroy the Star River sect. Heiyun said in a deep voice. Following closely behind the Star River sect's spirit boat, they returned to the Star River sect. Star River sect. Secluded Cloud Peak. The rain had been drizzling for a long time, washing away all the demonic energy and unclean things on Secluded Cloud Peak. The rain stopped after the demonic energy dissipated. The dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight refracted from the clouds, shining on Secluded Cloud Peak, warm and comfortable. Only after the rainwater evaporated did Zhu Neng and Su Bubi stand up with difficulty. Su Bubi looked at Luo Yangtian's back, a monstrous rage burning within him. Attacking me again and again, does he really think I, Su Bubi, am easy to bully? Su Bubi roared in a low voice. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Su Bubi on the head. Yi Kong was stunned, looking at the secluded cloud fan in his hand. This has nothing to do with me. Yi Kong quickly explained. This time it really had nothing to do with him. He hadn't even used the next ability of the secluded cloud fan. To have a bolt of lightning out of nowhere was too strange. Nephew Yi, don't worry, I'm here. A clear voice fell from the sky, followed by the great elder in a green robe with a youthful face and white hair descending from the sky. The lightning bolt just now was a spell cast by the great elder. The great elder landed in front of Yi Kong, facing Su Bubi with one hand behind his back. You're courting death. Su Bubi said coldly. Death? Today, you will indeed die here, the great elder said indifferently. Su Bubi roared angrily, his black robe falling to the ground, revealing his perfect physique. Demonic. Energy soared to the sky, containing terrifying majesty. Yi Kong looked at the stones contaminated by the demonic energy, speechless. Great, all that cleaning for nothing. Behind Su Bubi, Luo Yangtian's spiritual energy clone became incomparably solid. This was a body replacement.
The main body replaced the position of the clone, and the clone replaced the position of the main body. Now, Luo Yangtian's spiritual energy clone is on the Star River of the Star River Hall, suppressing the ancestor of the Demon Music Palace.
Bang bang! Xu Nang slammed his iron gauntlets together, joining the encirclement. Count me in, 3 against 1.
Su Bubi looked coldly at Luo Yangtian and the other two, not acting rashly. He had just released a large amount of demonic energy, contaminating the Star River sect's spiritual veins, causing the demonic energy to be insufficient to support his battle.
Luo Yangtian, are you sure you want to fight in your sect? Su Bubi asked in a deep voice. This is the chance to kill you. Luo Yangtian said in a deep voice.
Heh, if you attack me in the Star River sect, aren't you afraid of collapsing your Star River sect?
Su Bubi sneered. The battle between experts can easily destroy the heavens and the earth.
As long as we can kill you, everything is worth it, the Great Elder said.
Do you dare to fight on secluded Cloud Peak? Su Bubi said coldly. Luo Yangtian did not answer. He didn't dare.
He was afraid of hurting Yikong.
The Great Elder didn't speak. Secluded Cloud Peak was where the spiritual veins converged.
Once they fought, the spiritual veins would easily be damaged. If the spiritual veins were broken and the ancestor of the Demon Music Palace was born, it would be troublesome.
What's there to be afraid of? Just kill him.
Xu Nang said, waving his iron fists as he was about to attack. Above the Star River sect, a black and a white spirit boat arrived and stopped in the sky above the Star River sect, waiting quietly. Out of the 1,500 places, the remaining 200 or so disciples of the demonic sect only obtained 150. This was what they got from the start. Originally, the demonic sect obtained most of the tokens, but they were intercepted and killed by the Star River sect disciples. After waiting for a while, the second elder emerged into the sky.
Please wait a moment, the Grand Elder will be here soon, the second elder said.
Chen Xunyang fell from the sky and was about to return to the Star River sect when the second elder reached out and stopped him. The sect master has ordered that no one can enter or leave the Star River sect at will until the Grand Elder comes out, the second elder said.
Can I even return to Heavenly Sword Peak? Chen Xunyang asked. The second elder shook his head, please wait a moment. Chen Xunyang stood in the void upon hearing this. Is your Star River sect planning to attack the palace master of my demonic music palace? Heiyan stepped forward and questioned.
My Star River sect is not like that, the second elder said with his hands behind his back.
Then why don't you let us in?
You can enter after waiting a while, the second elder said, without explaining.
On peak.
Zhu Nang was stopped by the Grand Elder, who did not allow Zhu Nang to attack. Forget it, I won't kill you today, Luo Yangtian said indifferently. After saying that, he left the spot, leaving only a spiritual power clone in place.
The Grand Elder patted Zhu Nang's shoulder and then left.
The Nine Peaks disciples have already returned, so it is not advisable to take action at this moment. Otherwise, if the demonic music palace notices, it will cause a sect war. This is the main factor, and the secondary factor is that Luo Yangtian was afraid that he would not be able to protect Yikong in time once a fight broke out, so he gave up. Su Bubi retracted his demonic energy after seeing them leave, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly with an imperceptible arc.
Oomph, Star River sect, just wait for me. Su Bubi snorted coldly in his heart. On the Star River Square. On the huge soul crystal, 1,350 names lit up. The dimmed names were eliminated. The cracked names meant the person was dead.
The first round of the Nine Peaks competition is over. All qualifiers will participate in the second round of the competition at noon tomorrow.
The Grand Elder announced after appearing in mid-air.
As soon as he finished speaking, several Heavenly Sword Peak disciples stood up.
Grand Elder, we want to report the Peak disciples.
Xiaobai and Lin Yaoyao looked at the Heavenly Sword Peak disciples at the same time upon hearing this. Senior sister, I told you, we should have killed them to save ourselves from the trouble, Xiaobai said, spreading his hands. At this moment, if he could, he would definitely draw his sword and chop people.
I kindly let you off, and you turn around and file a complaint? Who was it who knelt down and said they were wrong back then? The Grand Elder turned to stare at Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai upon hearing this, and asked in a cold voice, "Is this true?" Xiaobai rode Erha forward and said indifferently, "No."
Back then, the Heavenly Sword Peak disciples were chased and killed by the demonic sect disciples, and the Heavenly Sword Peak disciples diverted the trouble to the place where my senior sister and I were. My senior sister and I took action to kill the demonic sect disciples. The despicable Heavenly Sword Peak disciples tried to steal our tokens while we were fighting the demonic sect disciples, and my senior sister taught them a lesson. Later, they were unconvinced, so I beat them up. They knelt down and admitted their mistakes at the time, but now they are back to bite us. The Heavenly Sword Peak disciples are more dog than my dog. Xiaobai scolded directly. Lin Yaoyao did not refute this point. Grand Elder, you hear that? He is still insulting us. If we hadn't run fast, we would have been killed by the two of them. Please punish them severely, strip them of their qualifications to participate, and expel them from the sect. The Heavenly Sword Peak disciples shouted. Xiaobai narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at them coldly. You did have murderous intentions towards your fellow disciples, didn't you? The Grand Elder said, looking at Xiaobai. That's right, Xiaobai did not refute, and answered directly. But we did not collude with the demonic sect, and we even saved a group of dogs from Heavenly Sword Peak. Xiaobai scolded directly. It's best to be respectful when you speak. Your peak is just a broken peak. Where did you get the courage to scold my Heavenly Sword Peak? Chen Shangqing said with an unkind expression. My peak is broken, but it's better than your Heavenly Sword Peak. Your Heavenly Sword Peak doesn't have much else, but it has a lot of spies, Xiaobai sneered. Are you looking for death? Chen Shangqing said coldly. Look, he has murderous intentions towards me too, punish him together, Xiaobai said, pointing at Chen Shangqing. The Grand Elder looked back at Chen Shangqing. Shut up. Chen Shangqing, shut up. Having murderous intentions towards fellow disciples and violating the rules for participating in the competition should be cancelled. The Grand Elder announced. Now I announce that the qualifications of Peak disciples to participate will be cancelled. Wait a minute. Before the Grand Elder could finish speaking, he saw Yi Kong walking over. Master! Xiaobai and Lin Yaoyao shouted at the same time. Yi Kong nodded slightly and walked to Xiaobai and Lin Yaoyao. On what basis are you cancelling my PK's qualifications to participate? Yi Kong asked, raising his head. They hurt their fellow disciples, they should be punished, the Grand Elder said. Hurt their fellow disciples? Yi Kong turned to look at his two disciples upon hearing. This, did you hurt them? No, the two said in unison. See, my disciples said no, they were just defending themselves. Who doesn't know that Heavenly Sword Peak has always been targeting my peak? If the Heavenly Sword Peak disciples catch the opportunity, they will definitely have ulterior motives towards my disciples, Yi Kong said. You're talking nonsense, it was clearly your peak who attacked first, the Heavenly Sword Peak disciple said. Why would my disciples attack you? Yi Kong asked. Because they colluded with the demonic sect. The Heavenly Sword Peak disciple said. I have something to say. A Myriad Flower Peak disciple couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. When we got off the spirit boat, the Peak Master Off-Peak told us all the traps on the periphery, as well as the activation incantation, and we used the formation and traps to avoid the pursuit of the demonic sect disciples. Did you hear that? Xiaobai said. Also, do you see the blood on our bodies? This is the blood of the demonic sect disciples. The Grand Elder understood in his heart upon hearing this that it was impossible to collude with the demonic sect. But dealing with fellow disciples probably happened. Yi Kong, why are you still staying in the Star River sect when the Star River sect is indiscriminately dealing with your peak? Come to my demonic music palace. Su Bubi walked out to watch the fun. Yi Kong ignored him and looked at the Grand Elder. Are you sure you want to punish my disciples? Of course. Before the Grand Elder could finish speaking, the sect master's voice came over. Grand Elder, you have overstepped your authority. The one in charge of punishments is Hall Master Zhu. Zhu Nang walked out from behind Yi Kong, took off his iron fist, walked to the Heavenly Sword Peak disciples, and punched them hard.
Hallmaster Zhu, why are you hitting us?
The Heavenly Sword Peak disciples said aggrievedly.
Why?
The enforcers of my law enforcement hall were guarding the disciples on the periphery and saw your despicable behavior.
Hallmaster Zhu said.
The disciples of his law enforcement hall all went out to secretly supervise, saving those they could save, and recording those they couldn't. They saw the encounter between the Heavenly Sword Peak and Peak disciples, but they didn't take action.
Xiaobai led the demonic sect disciples away, and they didn't see the aftermath.
But they recorded the matter and handed it over to the hall master as it was. Xu Nang didn't want to deal with it after learning about it, but the Heavenly Sword Peak disciples bit back, so he had to come forward. The fault lies with the Heavenly Sword Peak disciples, who are despicable, lowly, and slanderous to Peak.
Please, sect master, make a holy judgment.
Xu Nang faced the direction of the Star River Hall and cupped his hands.
Peak is innocent and should be rewarded for killing demonic sect disciples.
The Heavenly Sword Peak disciples slandered others and should be dealt with according to sect rules. The Grand Elder punishes others without reason and should come to the Star River Hall to be punished immediately. Shen Xunyang and Qin Wui failed to supervise properly and will have their salaries deducted for 3 months.
Luo Yangtian's voice rang out, making a fair reward in punishment. Everyone did not refute this statement.
Wait, what does this have to do with me? Qin Wui only reacted now that his salary for 3 months was gone.
Su Bubi, you're in my Star River sect, you better be honest. Luo Yangtian warned Su Bubi casually.
Ha!
Su Bubi gave a cold laugh.
Star River sect,
you humiliate me today, tomorrow I'll make you regret it.
If it weren't for saving the old ancestor, Su Bubi would definitely cause a scene in the Star River sect. As for whether he could leave safely after causing trouble, it wasn't important to Su Bubi. At worst, he'd be suppressed with the old ancestor.
Su Bubi looked at the spirit boat
outside the Star River sect and slowly said,
Luo Yantian, my demon music palace is a guest after all, are you just going to leave my demon music palace people outside? Otherwise, what do you want? Luo Yangtian said in a deep voice. Since we are guests, now that my demon music palace has arrived, it's not too much to enter your Star River sect to rest for a night, right? Su Bubi slowly said.
My Star River sect is small and cannot accommodate the devils of your demon music palace. After Luo Yangtian finished speaking, his voice disappeared, and the Great Elder also disappeared with him.
All right. Su Bubi didn't mind.
Anyway, the barrier of your Star River sect will dissipate when it loses spiritual power support.
I can afford to wait.
Su Bubi walked towards Peak with his hands behind his back, Zhu Nong followed closely behind with iron fists.
Peak. Peach Mountain.
Xiaobai took out a black pig with a thick coat of black fur and a sturdy body from his storage ring. This pig demon had a foundation establishment cultivation and dominated the surrounding area. However, after seeing Era, it directly lost its ability to resist. When Xiaobai went to pick up the token, he conveniently knocked it unconscious with a punch and put it in the storage ring.
Senior sister, why don't you clean the black pig, and I'll start the fire? Xiaobai looked up at Lin Yaoyao and said.
Lin Yaoyao looked at the black pig and said calmly, Xiaobai, I'll give you an hour, call me when you're done, I'm going to cultivate first.
Xiaobai. Senior sister, you start the fire and I'll clean it, okay?
Xiaobai retreated to second place, letting senior sister start the fire. Lin Yaoyao glanced at Xiaobai, ignored him, and turned back to her thatched cottage.
I'll come out to eat in an hour.
Xiaobai stood there, looking blankly at senior sister returning to her room. Senior sister, at least lend a hand. Xiaobai looked back at the black pig lying on the ground and kicked it in anger.
I, Xiaobai, am also a demon emperor, and you want me to roast a pig? Humph. Then no one eats.
Xiaobai walked away angrily, and after only a few steps, he saw Su Bubi walking over with his hands behind his back.
Boy, you come over and roast this black pig, I'll give you an hour.
Xiaobai pointed at Su Bubi and said. He looked at Xiaobai's thatched cottage with cold eyes. Xiaobai pushed open the door and walked out, taking a pile of dry grass and putting it in front of Su Bubi.
Remember, get it done within an hour, or else.
As Xiaobai spoke, black energy flashed in his eyes. After speaking, he walked back. Xiaobai had just used the power of his remnant soul to shock Sububi. I don't know if it worked. Even if it doesn't work, Xiaobai isn't worried. This is the Star River sect, he wouldn't dare to attack me, would he? Xiaobai wasn't afraid, this was the Star River sect, Sububi wouldn't dare to attack. As for whether he roasts it or not, it's none of Xiaobai's business, anyway, he has already passed the buck to Sububi. Who are you to dare order this palace master? I'm your ancestor. Xiaobai said casually, closed the door, and lay down to sleep. Zhu Nang watched Xiaobai return to the thatched cottage, close the door, and was dumbfounded. Are the disciples off-peak also arrogant? This is the palace master of the demon music palace, a demon who kills without blinking an eye and eats people without salt? You asked him to roast a pig and even scolded him? Nephew Yi Kong, is your disciple too arrogant?
Zhu Neng secretly glanced at Sububi, and seeing Sububi's calm face and rolling demonic energy, he was immediately desperate. Is it too late for me to find the sect master to save people now?
Zhu Nang was a little worried, afraid that Sububi would get angry and cause destruction on peak. The key is that this was provoked by the disciples off-peak, where can you reason? Just when Zhu Nang was desperate, he saw Sububi bending down to pick up the dry grass and walking to the black pig. At this time, the black pig suddenly opened its eyes, its black fur standing upside down like steel needles. Sububi looked at the black pig with cold eyes and said indifferently, "It's your honor to be personally cooked by this palace master, lie down properly." The black pig sensed an extremely terrifying aura and lay down in fear. After Sububi prepared the dry grass, he turned to look at Zhu Nang and said, "Go help me find some firewood." Zhu Nang was completely dumbfounded. What's going on here? No, you are the dignified palace master of the demon music palace, are you so able to bend and stretch? You roast a pig when you are asked to roast a pig? Don't you want face? Zhu Nang stood there for a long time, and seeing that Sububi had already started, he went to find firewood. Sububi looked at Xiaobai's thatched cottage and thought of Xiaobai's previous look. Is he really the old ancestor of my demon music palace? Sububi pondered for a long time. That child's eyes made me feel fear, and there was also a trace of demonic energy. This is the Star River sect, besides the old ancestor and my people, who else would have demonic energy? It must be that the old ancestor's divided soul escaped and transformed into a child, lurking on peak to find an opportunity to break the seal and rescue the main body. Yes, it must be so. Besides the old ancestor, no one dares to order me. Besides the old ancestor, which decent person would stay in this desolate peak? Yes, he is the old ancestor of my demon music palace. At this moment, Sububi suddenly understood. He is my ancestor. Sububi looked at the black pig on the ground and suddenly thought, yes, the old ancestor likes to eat meat the most. Saying that, Sububi squatted on the ground, cleaned the black-haired pig, and roasted it with spiritual fire to remove the fishy smell. I didn't expect that you, the dignified palace master of the demon music palace, could endure to this point. But Sububi, with this hall master watching you, even if you endure, this hall master will not let you explode. Hall master Zhu carried a pile of firewood back and said indifferently. Ha! Sububi gave a cold laugh, saying nothing. Do you really think this palace master is enduring? That Xiaobai is actually the old ancestor of my demon music palace. After Sububi cleaned it, he took out the long halberd and pierced through the entire black pig, roasting it in the air. Since he is going to serve the old ancestor, he must do his best. Inside the Star River Hall, Luo Yangtian stood with his hands behind his back, standing on the Star River, facing away from the Great Elder, and slowly said, "Great Elder, do you still have resentment in your heart?" "No." The Great Elder cupped his hands. "If not, why are you still slandering the disciples off-peak indiscriminately?" Luo Yangtian's tone was unkind. "I'm not targeting them, I'm protecting the disciples off-peak," the Great Elder said. "Why?" "In the next 2 rounds of the competition, someone will attack the disciples off-peak."
Luo Yangtian pondered for a long time after hearing this. Go down. Only then did the great elder cup his hands and retreat. Who is going to attack the disciples off-peak? Luo Yangtian pondered for a long time.
Luo Yangtian, I sensed it, the people from my demon music palace are here. From under the Star River came the voice of the real old ancestor of the demon music palace.
They came, got beaten up, and became honest. Luo Yangtian said lightly. Do you know that my grandson Su Bubi would be named Bubi? No one can defeat him, and no one can order him, except me. Luo Yangtian, since you have taken action, wait for your doom.
The old ancestor of the demon music palace laughed loudly. Sect Master, news from Peak, Su Bubi is on Peak, making roasted pig for the disciples off Peak. A message was sent to the Star River Hall.
The entire
Star River Hall was silent, and the old ancestor of the demon music palace also stopped talking.
Mount, shore of the bitter sea.
As evening approached, Yi Kong pulled his fishing line, and a ball of cyan light emerged from the bitter sea, landing in his hand. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing out the 8th special item, Jade Purification Willow Branch. Jade Purification Willow Branch contains supreme power, capable of brushing away all things. As the system's voice faded, a half-foot-long willow branch appeared in Yi Kong's hand. Yi Kong lightly brushed the half-foot-long willow branch towards the sky, and instantly countless stars fell, dimming and losing their light.
Damn, that's so strong. Yi Kong was somewhat surprised.
With just a light wave, many stars in the sky had fallen.
Amazing.
Yi Kong looked at the willow branch in his hand, the light on it becoming much dimmer. Clearly, Yi Kong's wave just now had consumed a lot of the Jade Purification Willow Branch's spiritual power. Yi Kong planted the willow branch by the bitter sea, and the willow branch instantly took root, growing much larger.
So it can be planted, Yi Kong said with emotion.
The fall of countless stars in the sky attracted the attention of major forces. The fall of stars indicates a major event.
This is not a good omen.
The stars are falling for no reason, there must be a major event happening in the world. Various forces were paying attention to the falling stars in the sky.
Even Luo Yangtian and the Grand Elder were paying attention. Stars are falling, and right above my Lianyun continent, is something going to happen to my Lianyun continent? Luo Yangtian frowned, he always had an ominous premonition.
Meet soldiers with generals, and water with earth, as long as the Demon Music Palace ancestor is not released, it will probably be fine. The Grand Elder comforted him from the side.
Luo Yangtian nodded slightly, that was true. Hope nothing happens.
After the two finished speaking in the air, they returned to the Star River Palace.
Mount, Peach Mountain.
In less than an hour, the aroma of roasted meat wafted around Peach Mountain. Little White, who was lying in bed sleeping, woke up when he smelled the aroma.
It smells so good.
Little White pushed open the door and went out, and saw Su Bubi was roasting a pig with firewood. The whole roasted pig was golden brown, and drops of fragrant oil dripped into the charcoal fire, looking very delicious.
Little White quickly walked over and took a deep breath. Not bad.
Little White nodded slightly.
Now there's meat to eat. Lin Yaoyao, who was cultivating, smelled the aroma and came out of the room.
Little White heard the movement, grabbed the roasted pig, and held the halberd with both small hands, turning the roasted pig. I roasted this pig, you are not allowed to speak. Little White turned his head and said to Su Bubi and Zhu Neng.
Su Bubi didn't say anything when he heard this.
Zhu Neng was speechless for a while, not knowing what to say.
You roasted it? How can you have the nerve to say you roasted it?
I found the firewood, I lit the fire, and I and Su Bubi roasted the pig together. You were sleeping in the thatched hut, doing nothing, how dare you say you roasted it? Lin Yaoyao pushed open the door and walked out, and saw Little White was roasting the pig, and it was almost ready.
Well, it's not bad, but the aroma is a little less, not as fragrant as Master's roast. Lin Yaoyao commented. Go call Master. Lin Yaoyao said.
Little White was stunned when he heard this.
Why?
Little White said with an unwilling face, Master ate roasted meat by himself last time, and didn't share it with us. Now that I roasted a pig, why should I share it with Master? I'm not going. Little White hugged his arms and sat on the ground. He is Master, and when the Grand Elder made things difficult for us today, Master still stood up at the critical moment. Besides, Master shared meat soup with us last time. Senior sister, do you call water that has been rinsed with meat soup? Little White said unhappily. Zhu Neng heard this and looked in the direction of the bitter sea. As expected of junior brother Yikong, he secretly ate roasted meat and was discovered by his disciples. Rinse the water with meat and tell them it's meat soup. But you are also helpless, your mount has no resources, and what the sect gives can only barely solve the problem of food and clothing. Eating big fish and meat is really too difficult. Su Bubi stood quietly aside, actually paying attention to Little White. Is this really my ancestor? Why does it feel like a child? Su Bubi was a little suspicious. Lin Yaoyao looked at Little White, and finally asked, Little White, are you going or not? Senior sister, even if you beat me to death, break my legs, I, Little White, will also go. Senior sister, I'm going now, put the stick away first. Little White saw Senior sister take out a stick with thorns and gave in. Senior sister will really do it, and it hurts a lot. In order to avoid physical pain, I have to go. Little White rode on Era and patted Era's dog head, Erguzi, charge. Era stuck out his tongue and ran out all the way. In less than 10 breaths, Era ran to the shore of the bitter sea. Woof woof. Yikong, who was about to go back to rest, heard Era's voice, turned his head and saw Little White was here. Little White, what's the matter? Yikong asked. Master, I roasted meat, and I want to invite you to eat it. Little White said. Yikong heard this, pondered for a while, and nodded. Okay. Saying that, he followed Little White and walked towards Peach Mountain. A quarter of an hour later, Yikong, Little White, and Lin Yaoyao sat down around the roasted pig. Master, this is the meat roasted by me and Little White, is it fragrant? Lin Yaoyao said. Zhu Neng. Su Bubi. It turns out that shamelessness can be contagious. It was obviously roasted by the two of us, but the two of you said it was roasted by yourselves without blushing or panting. Where's your face? Zhu Neng looked at Lin Yaoyao and Little White, and then looked at Yikong. Sighed in his heart. Alas, as expected, what kind of master brings out what kind of disciples? Yikong looked at the roasted pig, smelled it, although it was full of color, aroma, and taste, the meat was too bad. But Yikong looked at the expectant look on the faces of the two disciples, thinking that they must have put a lot of thought into roasting this pig. Thinking of this, Yikong slowly said, well, it's just average. Although it's roasted well, it can't be eaten. Heh, you can roast it if you have the ability. Su Bubi said coldly. Yikong's comment was questioning him. As the palace master of the Demon Music Palace, who dares to question him? I'm talking to my disciples, what does it have to do with your Demon Music Palace? Besides, why are you still staying on my mount? My disciples' roasted pig will not be shared with you. Yikong looked at Su Bubi and said. Zhu Neng, no, this pig was actually roasted by Su Bubi. I want to be wherever I want to be, not to mention this is your mount, even if it's yours. Su Bubi, get out of here, don't affect our appetite. Little White said unhappily. If it is discovered that I didn't roast it, senior sister will beat me to death. Su Bubi heard this and took a deep look at Little White. Is he really the ancestor? Forget it, let's investigate later. Su Bubi got up and left a harsh word, mount, will disappear sooner or later. After speaking, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Zhu Neng stood there in a daze for a long time before he reacted and hurriedly followed Su Bubi away. He still hasn't figured out what's going on. After Su Bubi left, Little White cut the meat and distributed it to senior sister and master. Of course, Era and Little Blue also got some bones. Disciple, as a cultivator, you should eat less miscellaneous food, so as not to block the flow of qi during cultivation. Yi Kong said slowly after eating a little. Lin Yaoyao was stunned when she heard this. Then why are you still eating with a mouth full of oil? Little White was quite speechless in his heart. Fortunately, the roasted meat was prepared by me and senior sister. If it was roasted by you, I and senior sister would definitely not have a share. Dusk. Having eaten and drunk their fill, Yi Kong and his 2 disciples sat on Peach Mountain, inhaling the fragrance of peach blossoms. Tomorrow is the second trial, also the most dangerous. Yao Yao, Xiao Bai, remember to protect yourselves, Yi Kong said, sitting between Xiao Bai and Lin Yaoyao. Don't worry, master. When have I ever disappointed you? Lin Yaoyao said confidently. The first round of the competition was just about finding tokens in the Demon Mountain. Because of the demon sect's involvement, everyone targeted the demon sect disciples, so the fighting wasn't too intense. But the second trial is hard to say. With only 200 or so demon sect disciples left, the danger factor has decreased quite a bit. And the second trial requires selecting 500 people out of 1500 to pass, so the competition is very fierce. The other peaks have dozens or hundreds of disciples, but his carefree peak only has 2, so the margin for error is very low. Once they are accidentally eliminated, then his carefree peak will lose. Just do your best. If you can't win, then give up, Yi Kong said. Compared to the 9 peaks competition, Yi Kong is more concerned about his disciples' safety. Master, don't underestimate my senior sister and me. This mere 9 peaks competition? My senior sister and I will bring back first place for you. Xiao Bai patted his chest and guaranteed. Yi Kong pinched Xiao Bai's chubby face and said with a light smile, just protect yourselves. Xiao Bai inwardly despised his master. Don't touch this emperor's face. If it weren't for being able to stay on carefree peak to recover my strength, I wouldn't be serving you. After chatting for a while, Yi Kong saw that it was completely dark, patted his butt, and stood up. Alright, you guys go back and rest too. You still have to participate in the second trial tomorrow. Lin Yaoyao and Xiao Bai stood up, cupped their hands, and watched their master leave before returning to their rooms to cultivate. Erguzi, stop eating, Xiao Bai called out. The husky ran over with a bone in its mouth and stood in front of Xiao Bai. If you dare bring that bone into my room, I'll stew you, Xiao Bai warned before returning to the thatched hut. The husky lay outside the thatched hut, gnawing on the bone, also acting as a night watchman. Below Carefree Mountain. Sububi stood on a boulder, hands behind his back, gazing at the direction of Peach Mountain above. Is he really the old ancestor? The old ancestor is domineering, acts arrogantly, and would never lower his head and act small. Looking at his personality, he doesn't seem like the old ancestor. But his eyes are too terrifying, and they contain demonic energy. If he's not the old ancestor, then who is he? An ordinary child wouldn't have this ability. Sububi pondered for a long time, muttering in his heart, Xiao Bai is definitely my old ancestor, he's just hiding himself, lowering his head and acting small, biding his time. Just like me, I'm also enduring. Old ancestor, I, Sububi, will rescue you. Sububi thought to himself, feeling that he had already guessed Xiao Bai's identity. All night, Sububi stood on the stone, gazing at Peach Mountain. The next day, at noon. When the bell rang, the 9 Peaks disciples gathered again in Star River Square. This time, the 9 Peak Lords didn't come. The 9 Peak Lords only come out to show their faces during the opening ceremony and to go through the motions at the end. The second round of the competition has 3 venues. Foundation Establishment disciples go to the Moon Forest, Golden Core disciples go to the Flame Volcano, Nascent Soul disciples will go to the Snow Frozen Land. All disciples will go to the 3 competition venues to collect Moon Spirit, Flame Essence, and Snow Soul, 3 kinds of innate spirits. The first 500 disciples to return will enter the final trial. Everyone will go on their own, no flying in the air, no taking transportation, only walking on foot. As I speak, the competition has already begun. After the Grand Elder said this last sentence, 1,300 disciples instantly ran out. Heian also understood the rules of the competition and turned to instruct, your mission is always only one. Heian paused, gathering momentum, demonic energy churning, just about to speak when a divine thought came.
Protect the carefree peak disciples. This voice was Su Booby's.
After hearing this sentence, Hae-yun immediately changed his attitude.
Remember, protect the carefree peak disciples. Whoever dares to harm them, you kill them, Hae-yun said.
Although he didn't understand why the palace master would order the Demon Music Palace disciples to protect the carefree peak disciples, he would just follow the arrangements.
Go, remember not to let anything happen to Carefree Peak.
Hae-yun waved his hand, and the Demon Music Palace disciples cupped their hands and bowed, yes. After speaking, they all flew down from the spirit boat.
Protect Carefree Peak? I'm not protecting them. I'm here to kill people.
That's right, protect Carefree Peak disciples?
Did the palace master eat too much?
Don't worry about Carefree Peak, kill the son of the great emperor, Shinsho, first. A dozen demon sect disciples gathered together, chasing after the son of the great emperor, Shinsho. They listened to orders to kill, but orders to protect people.
Who would listen?
Although that's what they said, there were still some people who listened.
Su Bubi's several personal disciples, Su Diao, Su Ying, and Su Long, followed behind Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai.
The Demon Music Palace has a rule that all personal disciples must change their surname to Su. It is said that the founding demon of the Demon Music Palace was given the surname Su by the Demon Emperor, so the successive palace masters of the Demon Music Palace must be surnamed Su.
Ahead.
Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai, one holding a cat and the other riding a dog, were walking very slowly. Riding a dog doesn't count as a violation, after all, the beast-taming peak disciples all ride demon beasts, so this is a special case.
Senior sister, we seem to be being followed, Xiaobai said in a low voice to Lin Yaoyao.
Yeah, they're demon sect disciples, and the ones following us are at the Golden Core realm, Lin Yaoyao said casually. She had noticed someone following them since they came out, but she had been pretending not to know.
Senior sister, there are traps set up by the sect 10 kilometers away. Do you want to use them?
Xiaobai asked softly.
No rush. I sensed it. There are only 3 demon sect disciples following us behind. Xiaobai, do you want to play a big game?
Lin Yaoyao looked at Xiaobai and said softly. I don't want to, Xiaobai shook his head. If they played a big game, he would have a high probability of being exposed.
Xiaobai, don't be a coward.
I'll take on 2, and you just deal with a weak early-stage Golden Core cultivator, Lin Yaoyao said. She is already at the peak of foundation establishment, so she doesn't take a small Golden Core cultivator seriously.
Senior sister, I'm only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Xiaobai said.
Although I can beat him, I'll have to use my trump cards.
Xiaobai, trust me, you only need to hold him back for a quarter of an hour.
After I kill the Golden Core cultivator, I'll come to save you. We don't need the traps set up by the Star River sect.
Lin Yaoyao said with her head held high. Xiaobai. There are also many traps in the second trial venue.
They were jointly set up by the Grand Elder and Luo Yantian in order to eliminate the demon sect disciples. When they set off, the Grand Elder told everyone about the traps, so that they could use the traps to trap and kill the demon sect. The Star River sect had previously investigated the Demon Music Palace's spies, also in preparation for this competition.
Without the demon sect spies informing them, it would be much safer to deal with the demon sect.
The spies have already been cleared out.
The Demon Music Palace doesn't know that the second trial will be their graveyard. Ahead of Lin Yaoyao and the others was a 7-person team.
They held 7-star longswords, wore cyan and white sword robes, all with the same attire, even the posture of holding their swords was the same. The 7 of them were the 7-star swordsmen of Heavenly Sword Peak, all with Golden Core stage strength, and their sword formation was invincible, capable of fighting nascent soul cultivators.
Senior brother Chongqing is really something, isn't it just dealing with 2 disciples from Peak?
Is it necessary for our 7-star swordsmen to take action? The leftmost one grumbled.
They're here, hide, the rightmost swordsman said.
The 7 instantly disappeared from their spots, lurking in the bushes on both sides.
Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai quickened their pace. Xiaobai, the front is an open area.
When we reach the bushes later, I'll say 3, 2, 1, and we'll run straight through, ready to face the demonic sect disciples.
Lin Yaoyao said, turning to Xiao Bai.
Okay. Xiao Bai responded helplessly, his little face worried. Behind them, Su Diao and the others followed closely, unaware of being noticed. They continued to follow Lin Yaoyao and the others, protecting them along the way.
They seem to be speeding up. Could they have discovered us? Suing asked.
No, we are golden core experts after all, and we have shielded our aura. They can't possibly discover us, Su Diao said in a low voice.
In the bushes.
The 7 Stars swordsmen lay on the ground, breathing slowly, their auras weak. When I say 3, 2, 1 later, we'll rush out and start the fight, the swordsman in the middle said.
They're coming. 3. Lin Yaoyao and Xiao Bai reached the edge of the bushes. Xiao Bai, get ready.
As Lin Yaoyao spoke, she hugged Xiaolan tightly. In Xiaolan's deep blue eyes, a wisp of white light flashed. It sensed that there were people nearby. Xiao Bai grabbed Erha's dog fur with his left hand and placed his right hand on the dog's head.
Erha, get ready. 3. 1. Lin Yaoyao directly counted to 1.
As soon as the sound fell, she sprinted forward, leaving only a red shadow in place. Xiao Bai slapped Erha's head hard, and only then did Erha react, hurriedly following. 2. The swordsman in the bushes had only counted to 2 when the person had already run out. They ran, quickly chase, the swordsman shouted. The 3 demonic sect disciples who were following behind saw Lin Yaoyao and the others suddenly running and were briefly stunned, then sped up their pursuit. They ran right into the 7 Stars swordsman who came out. The scene became awkward all of a sudden. After Lin Yaoyao ran to the open area, she turned her head and saw that the Heavenly Sword Peak disciples seemed to have collided with the demonic sect disciples.
What's going on? Lin Yaoyao was dumbfounded. Where did the Heavenly Sword Peak disciples come from? Xiao Bai was also dumbfounded.
He was ready to release his trump card, but the Heavenly Sword Peak disciples came out.
We are just passing by.
If you want to deal with Peak, please go ahead, one of the 7 Stars swordsmen said. Su Diao narrowed his eyes, flipped his hand and took out a long spear, and said coldly.
Who said we want to deal with Peak? They were originally here to protect the Peak
disciples, and now they ran into the ones who wanted to deal with the Peak disciples.
Wasn't this just a coincidence?
Form the formation, the 7 Stars swordsman shouted immediately.
Tianshu sword Chun Do is in position. Tianxian sword Chun Mo is in position. Tianji sword Xia Miao is in position. Tianquan sword Xia Man is in position. Yuhong sword Xiu Luo is in position. Kaiyan sword Xiu Shang is in position. Yaoguang sword Dongchang is in position.
The 7 formed the 7 Stars sword formation, facing the 3 demonic sect disciples.
Formation, we also know how to do it.
Su Diao snorted coldly, demonic energy surged around him, and the 3 of them were connected by demonic energy, their minds in sync. Lin Yaoyao and Xiao Bai stood in the distance, watching the people on both sides form formations in surprise. Senior sister, is Heavenly Sword Peak here to help us? Xiao Bai looked up at his senior sister, somewhat puzzled. Lin Yaoyao's phoenix eyes were cold and clear, and she gently stroked Xiaolan's long fur, lost in thought. No, the Heavenly Sword Peak disciples are not here to help us, Lin Yaoyao said softly. It would be good enough if Heavenly Sword Peak didn't hinder their path, how could they possibly come to help them? Moreover, 7 of them came all at once, all of them at the Golden Core stage. They probably wanted to intercept us on the road, but we ran too fast and they didn't have time to react, Lin Yaoyao explained.
Xiao Bai immediately understood.
Senior sister is wise, she noticed long ago that the Heavenly Sword Peak disciples were ambushing us, so after counting 3, she directly counted 1.
Xiao Bai praised.
As expected of senior sister.
Anticipating the enemy.
No, I just wanted to run 1 step ahead and let you stay behind as bait. Lin Yaoyao said in her heart, nodding lightly.
As your senior sister, how can I not have some ability? Xiao Bai nodded, admiring his senior sister from the bottom of his heart. Then senior sister, should we go over and help? Xiaobai pointed to the battle in front of him and asked. Help who? Lin Yaoyao's question directly stunned Xiaobai. That's right, help who? Neither side was a good person. One side was following them with ulterior motives, the other side was lurking in the bushes preparing to intercept them. Then shall we continue on our way? Xiaobai looked at his senior sister and said, seeking her opinion. Lin Yaoyao shook her head and suddenly smiled. Junior brother, do you want to play something fun? Xiaobai looked at Lin Yaoyao's smile. Although it was very beautiful, he always had a bad feeling. The fun that senior sister said was definitely fun for her, not for him. Senior sister, I don't want to. Xiaobai refused decisively, patted Erha's head, and wanted to leave. Lin Yaoyao stretched out her jade hand to grab Xiaobai and said with a faint smile, no, you want to. Senior sister, I really. Okay, I want to. Looking at the unhappy expression on his senior sister's face, Xiaobai knew that he couldn't refuse. Xiaobai, neither of these two groups are good people. Later, you secretly take action to disrupt their formation, Lin Yaoyao said to Xiaobai. What about senior sister? I'll supervise you from behind. Xiaobai. Senior sister, let's not joke around. Lin Yaoyao looked at Xiaobai with a serious face and said lightly, do I look like I'm joking? That heavenly sword peak was never a good person to begin with, and now they are still intercepting us on the road. If it weren't for my foresight as your senior sister, we would have been sandwiched from both sides. Now that we finally have a chance, it would be a disservice to the losses we suffered if we didn't let them fight to the death, Lin Yaoyao said seriously. Last time they let Heavenly Sword peek off, but they were bitten back. This time, they finally caught an opportunity, and they have to pay it back. She, Lin Yaoyao, is a person who repays grudges and repays kindness. That's right. Xiaobai nodded, his eyes narrowed, and a wisp of black light appeared. This emperor is also not one to suffer losses. Beside the bushes, the 7-star sword master and the 3 Zus of the demonic sect were engaged in a fierce battle, with sword lights flashing. Boss, if we continue to entangle with them, the disciples of Peak will run far away, and our plan will fall through, Chuanma said to the eldest brother, Chuando. Don't worry about them for now, the important thing is whether we can leave safely, Chuando said with a heavy face, extremely melancholy. After forming a formation, their 7 brothers could fight against nascent soul cultivators, but the 3 of Su Diao were not bad either, and they were also personal disciples, so their strength was even more powerful. The key was that the 3 of them had countless magical treasures, making it impossible to defend against them. Just as the 3 disciples of the demonic sect were fighting with the 7-star sword master, Xiaobai hid in the bushes and spied. The 7-star sword formation was indeed extraordinary, but it had a fatal weakness. Yao Guang's sword Donqing had hardly drawn his sword, and had been standing in his position. He was the core of the 7-star sword formation, responsible for controlling the overall situation, using his own spiritual power as a medium to maintain the operation of the 7-star sword formation. As long as he moved, the entire 7-star sword formation would be affected. Xiaobai hid in the bushes, patiently waiting for the opportunity. When the 2 sides were fighting fiercely, Xiaobai suddenly appeared from the bushes, grabbed Donqing's feet with both hands, and yanked hard. Yao Guang's sword Donqing was paying attention to the battlefield, and was caught off guard when Xiaobai yanked him to the ground. After succeeding, Xiaobai jumped into the bushes, rode on Era and galloped away. Donqing, who fell to the ground, gritted his teeth while looking at Xiaobai's back. Peak, just wait for me. With his fall, the entire 7-star sword formation was destroyed, the connection between the 7 people was lost, the spiritual power was not unified, and the combat effectiveness was greatly weakened. On the road to the Moon Forest, there were disciples of the law enforcement hall secretly guarding. When Xiaobai went to drag his feet, Lin Yaoyao was not idle either. She used an illusion to shield the disciples who were observing in secret. In this way, even if the 7-star sword master made trouble, they would have no evidence. Xiaobai and Lin Yaoyao's next road had no major obstacles. The mechanisms, traps, and the demonic sect were all solved by the fellow disciples running in the front. The faster you run, the more you test the water. After about an hour, Xiao Bai and Lin Yaoyao arrived outside the forest. The moon forest was full of towering ancient trees, blocking the sunlight. After entering it, it was like night.
Only moon spirits would appear from time to time, emitting a white glow, like moonlight. This was the origin of the moon forest. There was no sunlight inside, only darkness. Above the moon forest, Lu Ruching, wearing a lotus blue dress, reclined in clouds, charming and moving, looking at Xiao Bai outside the moon forest. "It's a little late to come now," Lu Ruching said, looking at Xiao Bai and Lin Yaoyao. She was responsible for guarding the moon forest in the second round of the competition. She had been lying on clouds, waiting for Xiao Bai to arrive. "Little guy, let me help you. If you are eliminated, the subsequent competitions will be boring." After Lu Ruching finished speaking, she waved her little hand, and a ray of light entered the moon forest. Xiao Bai and Lin Yaoyao outside the moon forest looked at each other for a while, and then stepped in. "Xiao Bai, stay behind me later. The moon forest is too strange, and it is easy to be ambushed," Lin Yaoyao said with a solemn expression. Just now, she sensed a powerful aura falling into the moon forest. There might be danger. Yeah, Xiao Bai nodded slightly, with a puzzled look on his face. The aura just now seemed somewhat familiar. "Forget it, the auras I'm familiar with are not good people." Lin Yaoyao hugged Xiaolan, and Xiao Bai wrote Era. The two walked into the moon forest in sync. As soon as they entered, the surroundings instantly became dim, and only Xiaolan's blue eyes flickered in the dark night, bright and moving. In the dark environment, it was Xiaolan's home field. No moon spirits had appeared yet, so there was no light around. Lin Yaoyao raised a spiritual fire in her left hand, and the spiritual fire rose, shining on Lin Yaoyao's delicate face. "Senior sister, where do we go to find the moon spirits now?" Xiao Bai asked, looking at his senior sister. "Moon spirits often wander around in the moon forest, and it is difficult to find there. Moreover, moon spirits were spirits, without, and could only be captured with special." "No, we don't have to find them ourselves," Lin Yaoyao said lightly. She reached out and touched Xiaolan's back. "We have Xiaolan." Xiao Bai looked at Xiaolan in his senior sister's arms, a little doubtful. "Just it?" "Yes, Xiaolan's strength is stronger than yours, have you forgotten?" Lin Yaoyao said, looking at Xiao Bai with her beautiful eyes. Xiao Bai was speechless when he heard this. "I'm not as good as a cat?" Remembering the last time he was beaten by Xiaolan, he was indeed not as good. "Do you know why Xiaolan is called Xiaolan?" "Because it was named by Master." Lin Yaoyao was speechless for a moment, and said, "You'll know soon." After speaking, Lin Yaoyao threw Xiaolan out. In the air, Xiaolan's body instantly became, and her whole body only had blue, as if she had no flesh. There was also a glimmer of white light flickering between her eyebrows. "This is Blue Cat." Xiao Bai was shocked. The cat that the senior sister had been holding was actually a. While Xiao Bai was shocked, he looked at Era under his crotch. "Era, you've lost my face." "Era?" After Xiaolan transformed into a ghost, she quickly disappeared into the darkness. In the dark night, she was the absolute overlord. Xiao Bai rode Era to a big tree and lay down leisurely. "Finally I can rest," Xiao Bai said lazily. With Xiaolan taking action, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to catch 2 moon spirits? "No, we can't rest yet," Lin Yaoyao said with a solemn face. She sensed danger. Peak. Yi Kong sat by Thessia, holding a fishing rod in one hand and Femorer in the other. Femorer can not only weaken the strength of the person being by 90%, but also out the person you want to see. Yi Kong held Femorer and looked at the dark. There was only a glimmer of fire on his beautifuler. However, Yi Kong saw that Lin Yaoyao's delicate face was very nervous, as if she was facing a formidable enemy, holding a spiritual sword in her hand. And Xiao Bai, vaguely, he could be seen lying on Era's belly, dozing off. What's the situation? Yi Kong was a little. One was facing a formidable enemy, and the other was lazy and resting? Could it be that Xiao Bai wanted to be lazy and let his senior sister guard him? Yi Kong's face sank when he thought of this. Very likely. Xiaobai, it's fine if you're lazy in peak, but now you're going out to participate in the 9 peaks competition, and you dare to be lazy in a surrounded situation. The key is to let your senior sister guard you. When you come back, see how I punish you. Yi Kong shook his head, put down Femuror, and continued fishing.
Key +1. Moonlight Forest.
Lin Yaoyao held her spiritual sword, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Whoosh! A sharp arrow pierced through the void. Lin Yaoyao dodged to the side, the arrow embedding itself in an ancient, towering tree.
Little Bai, wake up, there's danger.
Lin Yaoyao reminded the prone Little
Bai.
Senior sister, you're not planning to use me as bait again, are you?
Little Bai expressed some concern, fearing his senior sister would use him as a lure. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even thought about using you as bait.
But since you brought it up, you can continue being the bait while I, your senior sister, slay the enemy. Lin Yaoyao said, turning to stare at Little Bai. Hearing his senior sister's words, Little Bai really wanted to get up and beat her, but considering he couldn't win against her, he decided against it.
Guess I'll be bait then. Hee, the night is our demon sex domain.
Committing crimes in the dark, no one will know.
This pretty little lass, I won't stand on ceremony. In the darkness, several sinister laughter echoed. Clearly, they were targeting Lin Yaoyao.
As for whether they were truly from the demon sect, it was impossible to tell. After all, in the darkness, no one could clearly see anyone. Lin Yaoyao also extinguished her spiritual fire and slowly closed her eyes. Unable to see, she could only rely on sound to locate the enemy. After Little Bai had gone far, he dismounted from Era's back, extended his right hand, and grasped a long halberd. Era knew Little Bai was about to show his power and promptly lay down on the ground. I'll see who's launching sneak attacks from the shadows.
The night is also this emperor's domain.
Little Bai said coldly, and with a wave of his small hand, demonic energy surged around his entire body.
A terrifying demonic figure condensed behind him, surrounded by demonic energy, obscuring its face.
Within the demonic energy, one could vaguely see it wearing an imperial crown, seated high upon a throne of white bones, emitting a chilling demonic aura. The demonic figure was completely integrated with the darkness, with only the terrifying demonic energy radiating outwards. Little Bai's current strength was weak, and he could only unleash the terrifying pressure of the demonic figure, but could not use its power.
Era covered its head with its front paws, lying on the ground, afraid to look.
Little Bai's small face was pale, and he closed his eyes, using the demonic figure to find those hiding in the dark. Through the demonic figure's eyes, Little Bai saw 7 or 8 male disciples 100 meters away from his senior sister. 2 of them were demon sect disciples, and 6 were Star River sect disciples.
Ha!
Little Bai coldly chuckled. The ethereal demonic figure directly shrouded the heads of those 8 people. Just as those 2 demon sect disciples were about to launch a sneak attack, they suddenly sensed a fatal panic, a pressure from their spirits and bloodlines, forcing them to kneel down. And those 6 Star River sect disciples also sensed something. They felt as if they were being watched by some enormous being. Senior, we are disciples of the Demon Music Palace, and we are only here for training. We did not intend to disturb your rest, please forgive us. The Star River sect disciples cupped their hands and said. Hearing this, Little Bai sneered inwardly.
Do you really think I'm an idiot? Being surrounded, Lin Yaoyao also sensed a powerful aura emanating from her side.
At the same time, with her keen senses, she detected the figures of 8 people within the powerful aura. That aura seemed to be deliberately revealing the figures of those 8 people to her. Regardless of who was helping me in the dark, I, Lin Yaoyao, will remember this kindness. Having said that, Lin Yaoyao activated the Star River reincarnation sword art, and her spiritual sword rapidly divided into thousands, floating behind her. Each spiritual sword emitted an extreme sword intent. Seeing that his senior sister was about to make a move, Little Bai then retracted his demonic figure. His small face became even paler, devoid of color, from excessive consumption of energy. His current strength was insufficient. Each time he used it, the consumption would be great, and he could not replenish his demonic energy.
After Little Bai retracted the demonic figure, his entire body weakened, and he lay on the ground.
Feeling that the terrifying aura had dissipated, Era then raised its head, looking at its little master lying on the ground. Immediately, it walked over, picked up Little Bai in its mouth, placing him on its back, and slowly walked towards Lin Yaoyao. Lin Yaoyao's phoenix eyes narrowed, and with a wave of her hand, she controlled the swords. Thousands of spiritual swords transformed into a stream of light, shooting out towards the location she had locked onto.
Bang bang bang!
Many towering ancient trees were pierced through, and the two demon sect disciples lying on the ground were directly pierced through their bodies by the spiritual swords. Those Star River sect disciples immediately panicked.
"Senior sister, we are Star River sect."
Before they could finish speaking, they were pierced through their bodies by the spiritual swords, dead beyond dead.
"I, Lin Yaoyao, don't care who you are if you harm people in the dark,"
Lin Yaoyao said coldly. After resolving all the enemies, Lin Yaoyao then calmed her spiritual energy.
"Little Bai, Little Bai." Lin Yaoyao called out everywhere.
In the darkness, she couldn't see where Little Bai was. Having used too much spiritual energy earlier, she couldn't ignite her spiritual fire.
"Senior sister, I'm here,"
Little Bai called out, riding Era as he walked over. Lin Yaoyao watched Little Bai walk over, and upon closer inspection, she was immediately surprised and said, "Little Bai, why is your face so pale?"
Hearing this, Little Bai nervously said, I
just ran too far, consumed too much energy." Hearing these words, Lin Yaoyao felt somewhat helpless, and with a hand on her forehead, she said in an annoyed tone,
Little Bai, with senior sister here, what are you afraid of?"
"I was afraid senior sister couldn't win, so I went to call for reinforcements." Little Bai lied without blushing or skipping a beat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoyao touched Little Bai's head and said seriously, "Little Bai, you must remember, no one can help us."
"Why?"
"Because our master is useless."
Little Bai suddenly couldn't refute this.
Senior sister was right, because their master was useless. Therefore, people from other peaks were unwilling to pay attention to their carefree peak. Even the despicable Heavenly Sword Peak would intercept them on the road, deliberately causing them to be eliminated.
Meow! Little Lan cried out, carrying two moon spirits back.
The shape of the moon spirits was similar to mushrooms, but they were curved and emitted a shimmering white glow. However, what was peculiar was that these two moon spirits had small crowns on their heads. When Little Bai reached out to touch them, his palm directly passed through the moon spirits, unable to grasp them. As Little Lan carried the moon spirits back, many moon spirits emerged from the towering ancient trees around them. They floated in the air, forming a circle, and the shimmering white light they emitted formed a ring, which was very beautiful.
In this pitch-black forest, their location was the only point of light.
Under the illumination of the light, Lin Yaoyao's red dress fluttered, and she was as beautiful as a celestial being, causing Little Bai to stare in a daze. Such a beautiful senior sister, it's a pity she's going to be taken advantage of by that useless master.
Stop talking about beauty, we need to think of a way to take them back,
Lin Yaoyao said with a calm expression.
Hearing this, Little Bai lowered his head and pondered. Unless there is something special that can store the moon spirits.
As he pondered, he saw two shimmering white spheres on the ground.
What are these? Little Bai bent down and picked up the two spheres.
Instantly, countless moon spirits flew into the spheres, and the spheres emitted a brilliant light.
Hiss, my luck is simply heaven-defying,
Little Bai thought to himself happily. He bent down and picked up a treasure that could contain the moon spirits.
Little Bai didn't know that these spheres were prepared by Lu Ruching for them. Moreover, the two of them took away all the moon spirits in the moonlight forest.
Little Lan came back so late because the moon spirit it captured was the Moon Spirit King. As Little Bai and Lin Yaoyao left, a huge figure appeared behind them, opening its bloody mouth wide.
Outside the forest of the moon, Lin Yaoyao and Xiao Bai emerged, contentedly holding two orbs.
Xiao Bai looked around to make sure no one was there, and hurriedly said to his senior sister, "Senior sister, we need to hurry back, or we might get eliminated." Lin Yaoyao nodded deeply upon hearing this.
We've wasted too much time, we really should go back, With that, the two ran all the way back. The speed of the Xiaoyao Peak disciples is too fast, isn't it? They came back in less than 2/4 of an hour, and why is the moon spirit they collected so dazzling? Lu Ruqing lay in the air, completely puzzled. Others went in, and still haven't come out. But these two are good, they came out in less than 1/4 of an hour. This speed is too fast. Unless they caught the moon spirit as soon as they entered. But now, the moon spirit should still be asleep, they can't find the moon spirit unless they have some special method. Lu Ruyan pondered for a moment, and scanned with her divine sense. To her surprise, the moon spirit in the forest of the moon was gone. What's going on? Lu Ruyan was directly dumbfounded. You must know that the moon spirit and the ferocious moon ghosts in the forest of the moon have a symbiotic relationship. The moon ghosts protect the moon spirit, which has no fighting power, and the moon spirit helps the moon ghosts reproduce. In the forest of the moon, there are still many disciples searching for the whereabouts of the moon spirit. Little do they know that the moon spirit is long gone. No, I have to go to the sect master, something big is going to happen. Lu Ruqing's figure flashed, and she hurriedly flew back to the Star River sect. She was also powerless against the moon ghosts. Xiaoyao Peak. After Yi Kong finished fishing, he picked up the Tianluo mirror and took a look. Xiao Bai and Lin Yaoyao, each holding a ball, were running back. Solved it? Yi Kong said in surprise, this efficiency is too high. Suddenly, Yi Kong saw a terrifying ghost following behind Xiao Bai and Lin Yaoyao. The ghost was dozens of feet long, with a gaping bloody mouth and fierce eyes. Didn't you notice anything following behind you when you came out? After Yi Kong finished speaking, he stretched out his finger and pointed at the ghost in the Tianluo mirror, directly weakening 90% of its strength, and let his disciples handle it. If it weren't for your teacher, you would have suffered. Yi Kong shook his head and put down the Tianluo mirror. He weakened the ghost's strength by 90%, and the remaining 10% of the power was no longer to be feared, and the two disciples could handle it. Outside the forest of the moon, Xiao Bai and Lin Yaoyao were walking when they suddenly heard a shrill, terrifying roar. The two felt their scalps tingle and goosebumps all over their bodies. This voice is too miserable. When the two turned their heads, they saw a huge, dark ghost, like a shadow. Under the sunlight, its huge body was constantly shrinking. Its strength was greatly reduced, and finally it became only as big as Xiao Bai. What the hell is this? Xiao Bai was dumbfounded. Even though he was knowledgeable, he didn't know what this ghost thing was. No matter what it is, it definitely doesn't have good intentions. Lin Yaoyao took out her spirit sword, put down Xiaolan, and threw the ball to Xiao Bai. You hold the moon spirit, I'll take care of it. Okay. Xiao Bai took the moon spirit and rode Era far away, fearing that his senior sister would use him as bait again. After the moon ghost king's strength was cut by 90%, it was still not dead, and rushed towards Lin Yaoyao with its claws and teeth. Lin Yaoyao's phoenix eyes narrowed, and the spirit sword in her hand fell off, turning into a stream of light and stabbing towards the moon ghost king. The moon ghost king waved his palm and knocked the spirit sword away. Lin Yaoyao also took advantage of the moon ghost king's impact to stop, and killed him with her sword. Clang! Lin Yaoyao stabbed the moon ghost king with her sword, making a sound like metal plates colliding. Although the moon ghost king looked like a shadow, his body was as hard as iron. After Xiao Bai ran far away, he saw his senior sister fighting the moon ghost king from afar, and it seemed that she couldn't win. No way, senior sister can't even beat a shadow? Xiao Bai couldn't believe it. Although senior sister's cultivation was not very high, she shouldn't be unable to beat a shadow. Xiao Bai! Lin Yaoyao shouted. She really couldn't beat him alone. Her attack had no effect on the moon ghost king at all. She needed Xiao Bai to hold him back so she could find a way to solve it. Xiao Bai is a very good bait. Xiao Bai heard senior sister's voice, and his heart was full of helplessness and unwillingness. Okay, I have to be bait again. Xiao Bai handed the two orbs to Xiaolan for safekeeping, and rode Era all the way away. Lin Yaoyao watched Xiao Bai come, her figure flashed, and appeared behind Xiao Bai. Junior brother, you hold on, I'll find a way to solve it. Lin Yaoyao said to Xiao Bai.
Xiaobai listened to senior sister's voice, and looked at the moon ghost king in front of him. His heart was full of speechlessness.
Senior sister, even if you want me to be bait, you don't have to be so ruthless.
I'm still very weak now, I can't beat him at all. Xiaobai was worried, but when he looked up, he saw Era was about to rush into the moon ghost king's attack range, and hurriedly reached out and grabbed Era's ears.
Arguzi, stop running, retreat quickly. Xiaobai shouted hurriedly.
Era heard Xiaobai's words and suddenly braked sharply.
Bang!
Xiaobai didn't sit firmly and flew out directly, colliding with the moon ghost king face to face, hand to hand, foot to foot. Lin Yaoyao covered her eyes with her hands, unable to bear to look at Xiaobai's tragic state. Xiaobai came back to his senses, grabbed the moon ghost king with both hands, his eyes had a black light, and directly extinguished the moon ghost king's red flame.
Submit to me, be my shadow, or die. Xiaobai said in a low voice.
The moon ghost king saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in Xiaobai's eyes. In the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, there was a palace built of white bones, and in the center of the palace, sat a great demon king with monstrous demonic energy, incomparably terrifying. When the black ghost king saw this, he was immediately frightened, trembling, his hands and feet were weak, and he fell to the ground. Xiaobai closed his eyes and paused for a long time before opening them again. He just used his pupil technique to imprint his peak state in the moon ghost king's mind. With Xiaobai's current strength, to use the pupil technique, he must be eye to eye and staring to imprint it. After the moon ghost king kowtowed to Xiaobai on the ground, he merged into Xiaobai's shadow and became Xiaobai's shadow. Senior sister, solved it.
Xiaobai wrote Era and walked back.
Era witnessed the whole process and was directly frightened. Lin Yaoyao heard this, put down her hands on her face, and looked around.
Where's the ghost? Lin Yaoyao asked in confusion.
In my shadow.
Xiaobai dodged his shadow and said.
Lin Yaoyao heard this, her beautiful eyebrows frowned, and she looked carefully at Xiaobai's shadow.
How did you subdue him? Of course, it's because of my personal charm. Xiaobai said proudly with his head held high.
Lin Yaoyao looked at Xiaobai's smug face and was
speechless.
You, still have personal charm? Forget it, everyone has their own charm, if you don't want to say more, I won't force you. Lin Yaoyao didn't ask any more questions, turned around and picked up Xiaolan, and threw one of the balls to Xiaobai.
We have to hurry back, or we will be eliminated. Yeah. Xiaobai nodded and followed senior sister next to Era.
As soon as they left, Lu Ruqing came with the sect master.
Sect master, it's here. Lu Ruqing pointed to the bottom and said.
Luo Yangtian turned his back to Lu Ruqing and glanced at the bottom, no one. After saying that, he spread his divine sense and saw that Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai had already gone far. They've gone far, and nothing happened. Lu Ruqing was a little puzzled when she heard this. Impossible, they clearly took all the moon spirits, it's impossible for them to leave safely. As Lu Ruqing was talking, a cry for help came from the forest of the moon.
Help! Help!
Luo Yangtian's divine sense dissipated, and he saw countless moon ghosts surrounding the disciples of his Star River sect. Seeing this, Luo Yangtian was a little speechless. The Xiaoyao Peak disciples took all the moon spirits away, and the other disciples bore the consequences and were surrounded by moon ghosts. It was also helpless.
Star River Sect. Star River Plaza.
Only after Xiaobai and Lin Yaoyao returned did they realize that no one else had come back, they were the only two who had returned so early.
Could it be over already? Xiaobai asked, looking blank.
No, you two are the first to return, the others haven't come back yet, the third elder said, walking out.
Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this.
Phew, I thought we were eliminated.
But, collecting moon spirits is such a simple matter, it shouldn't take too long, right?
The third elder's mouth twitched when he heard Xiaobai's words.
Simple? How can you even say that? The second round of the competition took us 3 elders and the sect leader half a year to prepare, and you call that simple?
You didn't encounter moon specters. If you had, it wouldn't be so simple, the third elder shook his head. Oh, Xiaobai replied faintly, looking at the shadow under his feet. So that's what that thing is called, a moon specter. Before long, Luo Yangtian flew back in the air, his whole body surrounded by immortal mist, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. At Luo Yangtian's feet were hundreds of Star River sect disciples in a disheveled state. They were attacked by moon specters. If Luo Yangtian hadn't taken action to open the Forest of the Moon and forced the moon specters back, they might have all suffered. But the problem now is, how can you ask people to give up their moon spirits to other disciples? If it were other peaks, it would be easier to say, but this is Carefree Peak. I'll go talk to Yikong, you maintain order first, Luo Yangtian said before disappearing from the spot. There was no other choice but to ask for help. The first elder looked at the disheveled Foundation establishment disciples on Star River Plaza and shook his head. Carefree Peak. Luo Yangtian, dressed in a white crane immortal robe, with long hair fluttering, flew to Yikong's side. Sect leader, you should get a haircut, Yikong said, looking disgusted. Our body, hair, and skin are received from our parents, how can we cut them as we please? Luo Yangtian said calmly. Then next time you appear, can you stay further away from me? Your long hair keeps flying into my face, Yikong said helplessly, reaching out to push Luo Yangtian's hair away. Sorry. Luo Yangtian said softly, moving 2 steps to the right before getting down to business. Yi nephew, your disciples are very good, they captured all the moon spirits in the Forest of the Moon. Of course, who do you think taught them? Yikong said, slightly raising his head, with a smile on his face. As a master, he would certainly feel honored when his disciples were praised. Luo Yangtian was somewhat speechless in his heart. I'm praising your disciples, not you. Your disciples are powerful, but it's not your credit. Although you are their master, you spend all day fishing and don't care about your disciples. How can you even say that? After being speechless for a while, Luo Yangtian said, Yi nephew, there's something I need you to handle. What is it? Your disciples have captured all the moon spirits, and the other Foundation establishment disciples can't catch any, so they can only be eliminated. But there's still the third competition to be held, so Yi nephew, do you think you could step forward and have your disciples give out 100 moon spirits to the disciples of the other peaks? Luo Yangtian said softly. Small matter, no problem, Yikong said, putting down his fishing rod, putting his hands behind his back and slowly walking down the mountain. Luo Yangtian frowned as he saw Yikong's slow pace. By the time you slowly make your way over there, it'll be dark. Luo Yangtian stomped his right foot, and a starlight spread out under Yikong's feet, dragging Yikong forward. In less than a moment, Yikong and Luo Yangtian arrived at Star River Plaza. Master, Lin Yaoyao and Xiaobai cupped their hands in greeting. Yikong walked down the Star River, slowly walking up to the two of them with his hands behind his back. Disciples, well done. Yikong praised. The disciples from the other peaks stared eagerly at the master and disciples of Carefree Peak. Whether or not they could advance to the third competition depended on whether or not they were given moon spirits. Just now, the sect leader came to me and said that you caught all the moon spirits, causing the other Foundation establishment disciples to be unable to advance. The sect leader and the others mean that they want you to give up 100 moon spirits to give the disciples of the other peaks a chance to advance. As Yikong spoke, he pointed to Luo Yangtian's back and the first elder's old face. Luo Yangtian's back was facing the crowd, so it was impossible to see his expression. But the first elder's expression was definitely not good. Carefree Peak, the bottom of the 9 peaks, was now strangling the throats of the other peaks. Being able to advance to the third round was of great significance. Xiaobai and Lin Yaoyao looked in the direction their master pointed and saw the first elder. I remember someone wanted to punish us before. How can they be so shameless as to come and ask us, and even have our master come? Xiaobai said in a strange tone, deliberately mocking the first elder. The first elder closed his ears, pretending not to hear. Of course, we're not asking you to give them away for nothing. 100 moon spirits, 10 spirit stones for each moon spirit, Luo Yangtian said with his hands behind his back, his tone very forceful. Anyway, he wasn't the one losing face, he wasn't ashamed. What if we don't give them? Xiaobai suddenly asked. As soon as these words came out, everyone's breathing stagnated. If they really didn't give them, no one could force them. The disciples of the other 8 peaks stared eagerly at the backs of the first elder and the sect leader.
It's fine if you don't give them, Luo Yangtian said calmly. Sect leader, this. The other peak masters looked at Luo Yangtian's back. This wouldn't do.
Once they couldn't advance to the 3rd round, the ranking of their peaks would drop a lot.
Senior sister, should we give them or not? Xiaobai looked up at Lin Yaoyao, who hadn't said anything.
He understood that senior sister would only give them if she said so. If she didn't, no one could persuade her.
Of course, master was an exception.
Lin Yaoyao pondered for a long time, then looked up at the back of master and Luo Yangtian's head and smiled faintly. I can give them. I can give 498 of them.
Luo Yangtian staggered when he heard the number 498, almost losing his footing. How? Ruthless. 100 is enough, don't give too many.
If you give 498, everyone will advance, then the Golden Core disciples and Nascent Soul disciples won't be able to advance, Luo Yangtian said. There were only 500 spots for the 9-peak competition. Once Lin Yaoyao gave out 498, plus her and Xiaobai, the Foundation Establishment disciples would directly contract the 3rd competition. Either we don't give them, or we give 498, Lin Yaoyao said forcefully.
So the Foundation Establishment disciples were all happy. Why wouldn't they be if they could advance? Luo Yangtian didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only ask Yi Kong for help.
Yi Kong sensed the sect leader's request for help and looked at Lin Yaoyao with a faint smile.
Yaoyao, don't be naughty.
How about this, let's round it up to 500, Yi Kong said with a faint smile.
Luo Yangtian. Everyone looked at Yi Kong in surprise. Are you serious? You're rounding it up? Are you really rounding it up?
I'll listen to master, Lin Yaoyao cupped her hands.
Luo Yangtian was completely speechless now. Nephew, can we not mess around?
How about this, 250 spirit stones for each moon spirit?
Luo Yangtian said.